9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 295 to Chapter 340. Both Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan could see the struggle in Elder Wu Yan's heart. She jumped down from Yang Dingtian's lap and hugged Elder Wu Yan's arm. "Granny, Granny, I beg you, I beg you." She looked at Elder Wu Yan with tears in her eyes as she begged. Normally, Elder Wu Yan would have surrendered if Yan Yan used half of her strength. Like all elders, the last thing she wanted was to see the disappointment in her children and grandchildren's eyes. Elder Wu Yan looked at Yan Yan's little face with a conflicted expression. After a few minutes, she shook her head. "No, I can't do anything." Yan Yan's face turned pale. "Granny, are you going to leave me in the lurch?" At this time, Yan Yan was no longer pretending. She was really crying. Elder Wu Yan's face was full of guilt. She didn't even dare to look Yan Yan in the eye. I'm sorry, Yan Yan. I really can't do anything. Granny, this is the person I love the most. If he dies, I won't be able to live either." Yan Yan sobbed. "Yan Yan." Yang Dingtian walked up and pulled Yan Yan's hand away. "Yan Yan doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart." Elder Wu Yan didn't reply. After Yan Yan let go of her hand, she ran back to her room. She couldn't face Yan Yan's gaze or her cries. She felt like her heart was about to shatter. She was an eccentric and reclusive person. She almost didn't communicate with anyone. However, it wasn't that she didn't have feelings. Her feelings were stronger than most people's. It was just that she didn't release them easily. Once she did, she would give everything she had. Therefore, she was no different from an ordinary grandmother when facing Yan Yan. In fact, she loved her even more. Even so, she still hardened her heart and rejected Yan Yan. "Why? Granny clearly has a way. Why did you leave me in the lurch?" Yan Yan threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian gently patted Yan Yan's back and said, "Granny loves you very much and is willing to give you anything." The reason why she didn't mention that method wasn't because she couldn't bear to, but because the consequences would be very serious. If it was some kind of treasure, she would definitely be willing to give it up. "Don't doubt her love for you." "Really?" Yan Yan looked up. "Of course." Yan Yan said, "Just like you wanting to restore your profound veins, I can do it, but I rejected you." "What do you think the reason is?" "Because it would be very dangerous for me. It would be very harmful to me," Yan Yan said. "That's right, that's the reason." Yang Dingtian said, "So Granny didn't say it because the consequences would be very serious. She felt that we couldn't bear it, so she didn't say it." "Yes, that's definitely the case." Yan Yan said, "Granny is the best and kindest person in the world." "Yes." Yang Dingtian smiled, but he knew in his heart that Elder Wu Yan's kindness was only shown to a few people. In her eyes, everyone else was like an ant. In fact, Yang Dingtian clearly knew from his master Dongfang Minmi how many people Elder Wu Yan had killed in the past few decades. Not only the evil ways, but also the Tiando League, and even the innocent passers-by. This person was completely temperamental and killed people like flies. "I have good news for you," Yang Dingtian said. "What good news?" Yan Yan said. "Your Xian veins can be restored." Yang Dingtian then waited for Yan Yan's ecstatic face. "Oh, that's great," Yan Yan said. There wasn't any ecstasy on her face, only a forced expression of joy. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly fell. To be able to restore her Xian veins was the most important thing for Yan Yan. Her reaction was too calm. It was as if Yang Dingtian had prepared a 10-carat pink diamond ring, but his fiancé seemed to have received a dog-tail flower. "What? Why don't you have the slightest expression of surprise?" Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan suddenly raised her small face and opened her small mouth. Yang Dingtian made a surprised expression. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He pinched her small face and said, "Can your expression be any more fake?" Yan Yan stuck to Yang Dingtian's face and said tenderly, "If it was a year and a half ago, I would be ecstatic. But now, I'm really not interested. My husband is already so powerful, what's the point of me learning martial arts? Isn't it good to raise small animals, plant flowers, cook, make clothes, and raise children at home? It's like, if we were an ordinary family and you can earn 1,000 gold coins a month, then even if I can earn 100 gold coins a month, it's already 10 times more than others. There's no meaning to it, right? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yan Yan's fallacious reasoning seemed to be somewhat reasonable. You are my husband, I only care about you. It doesn't matter to me what I have. Yan Yan said, I only care about my beauty and figure, so that your soul won't be taken away by some fox. Speak, what happened between you and Dongfang Bingling? There's nothing between us. Yang Dingtian quickly said resolutely. Nothing, does that mean nothing counts as nothing? Then before today, there was nothing between us husband and wife. Yan Yan said. Nonsense. Yang Dingtian said, there's nothing between me and Dongfang Bingling. She doesn't even think of herself as a woman, so it's hard for me to think of her as a woman. These words are somewhat reasonable. Yan Yan said, however, she was originally your fiancée, so I can't control that much. But I'm warning you, I married into the family first. Even if you want to marry her, she has to obediently call me big sister. Yang Dingtian said speechlessly, don't worry, she will never have the chance to be your sister. This kind of woman can't become any man's wife. Then, Yang Dingtian said, Yan Yan, I have 3 feet of purple profound veins. I can definitely heal your profound veins and even make up for the cultivation you lost these years. I don't want to use it. Yan Yan said, it's best to use it on you. You heard it too. It's practically useless on me. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan said, then you should keep it, just in case. Yang Dingtian said, Yan Yan, your strength is also very important to me. I want you to be my biggest helper. Even if we take back Cloud Heaven City, I will still have to go out and train. Then the family will have to rely on you, big brother, and mother-in-law. You and Dongfang Bingling are known as the 2 peerless beauties, so the difference can't be too big. You already said that Dongfang Bingling isn't human. I won't compare myself to her. Yan Yan said, but what you said makes sense. If I become stronger, I can help you and protect mother. This is also very good. That's right. Yang Dingtian said, go back to your room and rest for 2 hours. I will prepare the materials here. Then I will use the Naga profound veins to heal you. Okay. Although Yan Yan was reluctant, she still obediently went back to her room to rest. After Yan Yan went back to her room, Yang Dingtian made the necessary preparations outside the courtyard. At this moment, Elder Wu Yan, who had just hid in the room, ran out and said in a low voice, no, don't be rash. You will kill Yan Yan. Elder Wu Yan's voice was very low, afraid that Yan Yan would hear it. How can that be? Yang Dingtian also whispered. Do you know how strong these purple Naga profound veins are? Elder Wu Yan said, without the profound fire, there is no way to completely melt these Naga profound veins. Moreover, even if there is a profound fire that can melt these Naga profound veins, at least 2 master-level experts will be needed to protect Yan Yan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she will die in an instant. Then, Elder Wu Yan continued, Yan Yan's profound veins are not injured at all, but they have completely sunk. So for her, these purple Naga profound veins will not improve the grade of her profound veins, but completely reconstruct them. The risk is extremely high. Why are her profound veins like this? Yang Dingtian asked. They are poisoned. Elder Wu Yan said. Poison? What poison? Yang Dingtian asked. In the extreme north of the Dongli grassland, there is a celestial Red Sea. Any expert who goes there will become powerless, and their Xianxia will completely disappear. Do you know that? Elder Wu Yan said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and nodded, of course I know, I have been to the celestial Red Sea. This time, it was Elder Wu Yan's turn to be shocked. He said in disbelief, you have been to the celestial Red Sea? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, I have been there. Then what does the poison in Yan Yan's body have to do with the celestial Red Sea? Anyone who goes near the celestial Red Sea will have their profound energy completely disappear, and they will become powerless. Elder Wu Yan said, that is because in the center of the celestial Red Sea, there is a forbidden area of energy. Legend has it that it is a complete void of darkness that can devour the energy of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Energy black hole. Yang Dingtian said. I don't understand what you mean by an energy black hole, but you described it very vividly. Elder Wuyan said, although this so-called energy black hole is a piece of nothingness, it is also a kind of substance. This substance has permeated the water of the celestial Red Sea for thousands of years. Therefore, the water in the center of the celestial Red Sea also carries this substance, although it is very very small, only a few 100 million, or a few trillion. But if this seawater is collected, 10,000 pounds of seawater can be refined into a powder crystal the size of a dust. This crystal is called the dark crystal. It is the most precious poison in the world, completely surpassing the deep sea shan poison. Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, Yan was poisoned by this dark crystal? That's right. Elder Wuyan said, strictly speaking, this is just a substance, not even a poison. But it is more terrible than any poison in the world, because it is completely undefeatable. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled with anger. Who is so cruel? Using such a thing on Yan, she is so cute and harmless, who is willing to harm her like this? Who used the dark crystal? I don't know, this is the most painful secret in her heart, I don't dare to mention it at all. She was poisoned by the dark crystal, I found out after examining her profound veins for a long time, Elder Wuyan said. She cares about you so much, so you should ask this question. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right, this matter happened 6.5 years ago. It was Yan's deepest secret and the deepest wound in her heart. Yang Dingtian once asked Yan, but she didn't answer because Yan didn't love Yang Dingtian enough at the time. Yang Dingtian had always wanted to know this secret. Elder Wuyan continued, therefore, if you want to restore Yan's profound veins, you must reconstruct them. Do you still remember the 5-inch red naga profound vein crystal used on your body? Of course I remember, Yang Dingtian said. Originally, the red naga profound vein crystal was going to be used on Yan, but after we examined Yan's profound veins, we found that the 5-inch red naga profound vein crystal was useless to Yan, it just happened to offset the energy devouring of the dark crystal. It wasn't enough to reconstruct Yan's profound veins, so we used it on you, Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian, then is the 1 foot of purple profound vein on my body enough? It's enough. Elder Wuyan said, it's enough to offset the energy devouring of the dark crystal and completely reconstruct Yan's profound veins. Then isn't it just right to use it on Yan? Yang Dingtian said. It won't work. Elder Wuyan said, Yan's profound veins are too weak right now. If we use such powerful purple naga profound veins on her body, Yan's profound veins will completely shatter before the reconstruction even begins. Unless she has 2 master-level experts to protect her, she won't be able to endure the pain of reconstructing her profound veins. This pain is 100 times worse than cleansing her marrow and meridians. And even if she succeeds in reconstructing her profound veins, the remaining profound energy will completely destroy her energy sea and profound veins. Then is there no other way? Yang Dingtian asked. There is a way. Elder Wuyan said, you need to fulfill 3 conditions at the same time. What conditions? Yang Dingtian asked. The first condition, you need 2 master-level experts to protect you. The second condition, you need a peerless universe condensing pill. The third condition, you need a Yang attribute mystic fire above the highest grade. Elder Wuyan said, we don't have any of these 3 conditions. So you dare to treat Yan's profound veins with just a purple naga profound veins. You're going to kill her. Hearing these 3 conditions, Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned. 2 Xianxia realm experts to protect him. Moreover, such personal protectors had to be women. But there was only Elder Wuyan in front of him. As for the peerless universe condensing pill, it was priceless. The treasures in Shiman Ningning's space ring were priceless, but there was no peerless pill, not even the highest grade. There were only a few 9th grade pills. There are many master-level experts in the Nether Sea, but I'm the only woman. Elder Wuyan said, the Nether Sea has the peerless universe condensing pill. But it's impossible for them to take it out. Unless Yan is willing to marry Songyu, there's nothing to talk about. As for the Yang attribute mystic fire, there is a Yang attribute mystic fire in her body. But do you think you can ask him to help? Yang Dingtian's brows were tightly knitted. Originally, he thought that the holy water could cure Yanyan's profound veins. Now it seemed that he was completely naive and impossible. Granny, the two master-level experts, after the reconstruction of the profound veins, will the fire attribute mystic chi in the purple naga profound veins explode Yanyan's sea of chi? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Elder Wuyan said. Will the Peerless Universe Condensing Pill protect Yanyan from harm when the profound veins are being rebuilt? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Elder Wuyan said, and even if all these conditions are met, the probability of Yanyan surviving and successfully curing her profound veins is only 80%. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Granny, maybe I have a way to cure her profound veins. That's impossible. Elder Wuyan said, even a great grandmaster can't do it, let alone you. Yang Dingtian said, Granny, I'll fulfill all the 3 conditions you mentioned. You're boasting too much. Elder Wuyan said disdainfully. Yang Dingtian said, the first condition is a Yang attribute mystic fire above the highest grade. I have a Yang attribute mystic fire, but I don't know if it's of the highest grade. You have a mystic fire? Elder Wuyan said in disbelief. Yes, I have a mystic fire, million spirit demonic fire. Yang Dingtian said. Elder Wuyan looked at Yang Dingtian with an expression of disbelief. She, Elder Wuyan, was almost 100 years old and only had 1 foot in the Grandmaster class. Furthermore, it was impossible for her to enter the Grandmaster class because she didn't have the mystic flame. Unexpectedly, this Yang Dingtian actually possessed the mystic flame. He was only 20 years old, and he already possessed the mystic flame. It was truly enviable. But I don't know what grade my mystic fire is. Yang Dingtian said, what's the mark to distinguish the grade of a mystic fire? Elder Wuyan said, how wide is the area where the mystic fire is condensed? How often does it bloom? Is there an illusory fire? Yang Dingtian said, my million spirit demonic fire is condensed from the fire energy of the Dongli grassland and hundreds of millions of dead wraiths. Not only does it have an illusory fire, but it also has an affiliated million spiriting fire. Elder Wuyan was shocked and speechless again. After a long time, Elder Wuyan said, it's not a top-grade mystic fire, not even a peerless one. Only God knows what grade it is. Yang Dingtian said, is it enough to cure Yanyan's mystic veins? Nonsense, what do you think? Elder Wuyan said angrily. She was over 100 years old, but she still couldn't suppress the jealousy in her heart. Next, the second condition. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have a peerless heaven and earth condensing pill, but I have the holy water I got from the secret realm. It can almost bring the dead back to life. Is it enough? You've been to the secret realm? Elder Wuyan was shocked. Yang Dingtian nodded again. You can steal the so-called holy water from the secret realm? Elder Wuyan was even more shocked. Yang Dingtian nodded again. I can't wait to kill you with one palm. My heart is about to split open from jealousy. Elder Wuyan said, someone like you, if you don't become a martial saint, the heavens will strike you to death with lightning. With what you said, ordinary people can definitely become a great grandmaster, even if their mystic veins are not as good as yours. Can this holy water replace a peerless heaven and earth condensing pill? Yang Dingtian asked. Nonsense, what do you think? Elder Wuyan said, but if you meet these 2 conditions, how are you going to meet the third one? You need 2 great grandmasters to protect Yanyan and protect her sea of qi from being destroyed by the powerful fire-type mystic qi. I have a way. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on. You can't do it alone. Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian, after she reconstructs her mystic veins, when the remaining mystic qi in the purple naga mystic veins is about to explode, I can use the yin-yang devouring mystic art to absorb all her mystic qi in an instant. Then I can use the yin-yang qi transformation technique to refine the fire-type mystic qi into pure non-elemental mystic qi and feed it back into Yanyan's body. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Wuyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to make a sound. After a long time, he said, what is this yin-yang qi transformation technique you're talking about? Yang Dingtian, it can dissolve mystic qi of any attribute into non-elemental mystic qi. Impossible. There is no such heaven-defying technique in the world. Elder Wuyan said without hesitation. Give it a try. Yang Dingtian said, you are of the ice attribute. Try shooting the most ordinary ice arrow. Elder Wuyan did as he said and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a blue ice arrow shot out and pierced towards Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian turned his palm and caught the ice arrow in his hand. Then he used the ice-dissolving technique of the yin-yang qi transformation technique. In an instant, the ice arrow turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian pushed his palm gently and pushed out the pure mystic qi that had been dissolved. Elder Wuyan withdrew his palm and swallowed the pure mystic qi. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian in complete shock. After a long time, he muttered to himself, is there really such a mysterious technique in the world? It's completely heaven-defying. You are the flaw of this chaotic world. Yang Dingtian, Granny, can I heal Yanyan's mystic veins now? Yes. Elder Wuyan nodded and said, perhaps, you are the only one in the world who can do it. An hour and a half later. Yanyan sat in a jade bucket after washing her body. Inside, Yang Dingtian poured half a liter of holy water. Yes, half a liter. When Yang Dingtian used it himself, he only used half. A liter at most. But when he used it on Yanyan, he was afraid that 1 cup would not be enough. So he poured another cup, and another cup. In the end, he poured more than a dozen cups, more than half a liter. In addition to the holy water, there was a bucket of completely pure ordinary water. Because Elder Wuyan was next to him, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes in embarrassment and also entered the bucket. He sat behind Yanyan. In his hand was a foot of the purple mystic veins of the Naga race. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was a mystic vein, it was hard and transparent in his hand. It was only a foot long and less than a centimeter in diameter. But inside, there were countless energy veins and countless light flashing. Looking closely, it was as if there were countless stars in the purple sky. The short foot of the purple mystic vein of the Naga race was like a piece of the sky, a piece of the universe. It was Yang Dingtian's first time seeing such a beautiful and mysterious thing. Huff. Yang Dingtian flicked his finger and suddenly, a gorgeous million-spirit demon flame appeared. He officially began to heal Yanyan's mystic vein. Note, brothers, I beg for a few monthly votes, thank you. Darling, do you feel anything after drinking 2 cups of holy water? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I feel that my body is light and warm. Yanyan replied. Remodeling the profound veins was extremely painful. Yang Dingtian couldn't bear for Yanyan to suffer such pain. Therefore, other than pouring more than half a kilogram of holy water into the jade bucket, he also gave her 2 cups of holy water half an hour in advance. Now, the energy of the holy water should have spread throughout her body. By then, the pain should be greatly reduced. Yang Dingtian stared at the profound fire on his finger. From yellow, to red, to purple, to blue, and finally to an almost transparent colorless. At this time, the profound fire had completely condensed to the extreme. Go. Then, with a light flick of his finger, the profound fire immediately came to life and drilled into the purple Naga's profound veins. In an instant, this foot of Naga's profound veins lit up and became even more magnificent. Brighter and brighter. When the light reached the extreme, this section of Naga's profound veins instantly turned into ashes, turning into countless purple photons. Originally, it was 1 centimeter in diameter and 1 foot in length. At this time, the exploding photons covered the entire jade bucket, enveloping Yang Dingtian and Yanyan's entire body. It was like a purple mist, but also like countless photon fairies. The Naga's profound veins had completely melted, turning into countless independent energy bodies. Originally, at this time, it would take at least 2 Grandmaster-level experts to use all of their profound energy to control these purple photons, and then force them into the body of the person who remodeled the profound veins. But for Yang Dingtian, controlling these purple photons was a piece of cake. A ball of flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian's palm, creating a huge attraction to the purple photons scattered by the Naga's profound veins. Suddenly, countless photons condensed on the flame and merged with the profound fire, turning into a purple profound fire. Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly grasped at the purple profound fire. Suddenly, the profound fire turned into a burning purple ball of light. It was like a miniature sun. Yang Dingtian pointed out another mystic flame. After being transformed by the yin-yang qi transformation technique, it turned into a ball of mystic flame without any temperature or energy damage. It completely enveloped the purple ball of light. "Baby, open your mouth and swallow it," Yang Dingtian said. Yan opened her small mouth, and Yang Dingtian gently pushed her with his palm. Immediately, the purple ball of light entered Yang Dingtian's mouth. Then, Yang Dingtian controlled the ball of light from outside her body and made it go downwards. This plan was independently thought up by Yang Dingtian. He and his master, Dongfang Minmi, had discussed it many times. Originally, the treatment of Yanyan's profound veins was not done like this. Instead, he directly melted the Naga's profound veins and pressed them on the lower abdomen, using profound energy to force them in. In this way, it was equivalent to forcing the powerful energy of the Naga's profound veins into Yanyan's energy sea through the profound veins, and then releasing it from the energy sea. This method was extremely harmful to the profound veins, and was extremely painful. But now, Yanyan swallowed the purple ball of light with the Naga's profound veins without any pain. Because the surface was wrapped by a non-offensive profound fire. Then, under Yang Dingtian's guidance, it entered the lower abdomen in a semi-physical way. When it reached the lower abdomen, Yang Dingtian's finger lightly stroked. Suddenly, the purple ball of light turned into countless long energy rays and quickly entered Yanyan's energy sea. It was like an ordinary and harmless profound energy that entered Yanyan's energy sea without any pain. Yang Dingtian calculated that under his control, the purple ball of light turned into an energy ray and entered the energy sea at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. And it took more than half an hour for the entire purple ball of light to enter Yanyan's energy sea. In other words, the purple ball of light turned into an energy ray that was close to 100,000 kilometers long. A purple ball of light the size of a ping-pong ball actually turned into a light ray that was 100,000 kilometers long. It could be seen that the profound veins of the Naga's profound veins contained an astonishing amount of matter. Of course, even if the energy ray was extremely thin, it still had a strong offensive power. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still wrapped it with the non-offensive profound fire to prevent it from hurting Yanyan's fragile profound veins. After the energy ray entered Yanyan's energy sea, it immediately began to condense into a purple ball of light that was like a small beautiful sun. Yanyan felt that her lower abdomen was emitting a purple light. She couldn't help but be surprised and said, "It's so beautiful. Husband, when I'm pregnant, you can also make one in there so that our baby will have a toy in there." Yang Dingtian was speechless. At this serious moment, Yanyan was actually talking about this. "Girl, this is a dangerous moment. Don't talk," Elder Wu Yan shouted. At this moment, she was probably the most nervous person. As half a great grandmaster, she would never sweat. But at this moment, beads of cold sweat were breaking out on her forehead. Her heart was in her mouth. All the profound energy in her body was circulating at all times, for fear of an accident. After the Naga's profound veins mixed with the profound fire entered Yanyan's energy sea, Yang Dingtian didn't immediately let it reconstruct Yanyan's profound veins. Instead, he went to find the energy black hole that was hiding in Yanyan's energy sea. "Baby, let go of all your defenses and let me enter your energy sea," Yang Dingtian said. "Is it coming again?" "It hurts," Yanyan said. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. If he could free his hands, he would definitely beat her up. "It's a mental defense. I want to use the profound fire to find the energy black hole in your energy sea," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, yes." Yanyan slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Using the profound fire as a medium, Yang Dingtian's mental energy entered Yanyan's energy sea very easily. The energy sea was under the lower abdomen, but it wasn't real. It was an energy space. It could be infinitely big or small. It was like another space world in the human body. At this moment, Yanyan's energy sea was completely lit up by the purple light ball. The light ball became brighter and brighter. The entire energy sea was dazzling. Then, Yang Dingtian used the profound fire as a medium and used his mental energy to search for the energy black hole. He searched inch by inch. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a sudden chill in his brain. His vision turned black, as if he was completely dragged into a place of absolute darkness. An absolutely cold and dark place. That feeling was too frightening, too strange. Yang Dingtian used all his strength to break free. Finally, he felt his entire consciousness light up. He finally struggled to break free. Found it. He found the energy black hole. It was right below Yanyan's energy sea. If Yanyan's energy sea was 100 cubic meters, then the energy black hole would be about the size of a fingernail. But it was really complete darkness. An incomparably deep darkness. Originally, the energy sea was already an independent virtual space world. And that energy black hole was completely independent of the energy sea's virtual world. It was a virtual space within a virtual space. Without a doubt, this energy black hole was unsolvable. So Yang Dingtian's naive idea of using the sacred water to heal Yanyan's mystic meridians was completely impossible. The only way to destroy this energy black hole was to let it eat until it was full. In the virtual space, it was merely the size of a fingernail. Then in the real world, it might be even smaller than a speck of dust. But just this speck of dust-sized energy black hole was enough to devour all of Yanyan's cultivation and all of her mystic meridians. When Yanyan was 15 years old, she was already a martial profound expert. She was 2 stages higher than Qin Xiaobai of the same age and was only 5 levels lower than Dongfang Bingling. And this speck of dust-sized energy black hole was enough to completely destroy everything. Now, if he wanted to reconstruct Yanyan's mystic meridians, he first had to let this energy black hole eat until it was full and stop it from devouring. Yang Dingtian drove this purple energy ball towards the energy black hole. Just as it got close, the energy black hole suddenly emitted a terrifying black color. Like the mouth of a demon, it crazily devoured the purple energy ball. Immediately, the purple energy ball overflowed with a purple light and flowed towards the energy black hole. Devour, devour, continuously devouring, this energy black hole continuously devoured the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour, the entire devouring process lasted for close to an hour. The entire process was intense and the amount of energy devoured per unit of time was also very large. When the devouring was over, the energy black hole did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a gray energy body. It just quietly floated in the energy sea and no longer had any destructive power. At this moment, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This energy black hole had already devoured almost all of Yanyan's cultivation and her mystic meridian's talent. It could even devour 1/3 of the purple Naga's mystic meridians. This thing was really too terrifying. Not to mention Yanyan, even if it entered the body of a martial revered or master-level expert, it would cause fatal consequences. It could be said that this was already the most terrifying thing in the world. It far surpassed the deep-sea Shan poison. Who on earth would use it on Yanyan? It didn't make sense at all. But now was not the time to care about these things. In the end, this terrifying energy black hole was still destroyed. But at this moment, Yanyan's mystic meridians had completely withered. Originally, they were at the upper 8th grade. Now, they were not even at the 1st or 2nd grade. Next, it was time to reconstruct Yanyan's mystic meridians. According to the original plan, the whole process would be extremely dangerous. Even if there were 2 master-level experts protecting her, the possibility of failure was not small. She might even be smashed to pieces. But Yang Dingtian changed the whole process. For Yanyan's safety, Yang Dingtian could be said to have racked his brains. In the end, he thought of the nuclear fusion on Earth. The energy of nuclear fusion was astonishing. Moreover, the cost was extremely low. It could completely change the entire world. But the biggest problem was that there was nothing that could encase nuclear fusion. There was no container that could contain nuclear fusion. The only way was to use a rotating energy body to encase the huge energy of nuclear fusion and then gradually release it. By the same logic, the energy of the purple ball of light in Yanyan's energy sea was incomparably huge. If it was released instantly, Yanyan's only outcome would be to be smashed to pieces. Even if there were 2 master-level experts protecting her, it would still be impossible to protect every part of her body. There would still be a huge risk. However, Yang Dingtian combined the mystic fire and yin-yang qi transformation technique to completely encase this energy ball with the non-offensive and non-elemental mystic fire. It even enveloped the energy rays that were as long as 100,000 kilometers. In this way, the originally violent and terrifying energy of the Naga's mystic meridians was incomparably peaceful. Next, it was the release process. The energy photons in the purple ball of light had to be completely released to transform Yin-Yan's mystic meridians and energy C bit by bit. This process was the most crucial and also the most difficult. The normal way was for two master-level experts to encase the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians with their mystic chi and then control it to overflow bit by bit. This method was extremely difficult and extremely dangerous. Yang Dingtian's method was to open countless small holes on the non-elemental mystic fire's surface, including the purple ball of light. In this way, the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians inside would overflow directly. However, it would not explode violently because Yang Dingtian had encased every energy ray with the non-offensive mystic fire's energy. The reason why this could be done was because Yang Dingtian's mystic fire was the million-spirit demonic fire. Other than the mystic fire, there were hundreds of millions of wraiths. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's entire plan was undoubtedly a genius plan. Baby, I'm going to reshape your mystic meridians. It might be painful. You have to bear with it, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Yan Yan gritted her teeth and said with a slightly trembling voice. She was still afraid of pain. Moreover, her mother-in-law had already reminded her that this kind of pain was dozens of times more painful than the cleansing of meridians. It was completely unimaginable and extremely painful. If she was alone, she promised to be strong. However, in front of the man she loved the most, she did not mind being weak at all. At this moment, Elder Wu Yan's face was also distorted. She was really afraid that Yan Yan would not be able to bear this extreme pain. This kind of pain could even cause a person to go into shock or even die. I'm going to start. Break. Yang Dingtian said. Then, following his order, tens of thousands of wraiths immediately left the purple ball of light with a small piece of mystic fire. Suddenly, tens of thousands of tiny holes appeared on the surface of the purple ball of light. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the energy of the Naga's mystic meridians that were rotating at high speed inside shot out from these tens of thousands of holes. Suddenly, an extremely beautiful scene appeared. The purple ball of light suddenly bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of purple light. It was incomparably bright and incomparably gorgeous. At this moment, not only Yin Yan's body, but the water in the entire jade bucket also bloomed with purple light. That purple ball of light was really like a small sun at this moment. These countless rays of energy directly hit the surface of Yin Yan's energy sea. Suddenly, countless rays of energy from the Naga's mystic meridians directly merged into the surface of Yin Yan's energy sea. All of a sudden, the surface walls of the Qi Sea, which had been weakened, were activated and strengthened. It was as if countless brand new cells had drilled into the originally withered cells and became stronger in an instant. Just like this, the Naga's mystic meridians turned into countless rays of energy and transformed the cells one by one. It looked as if the energy sea's surface was swallowing the rays of light from the purple ball of light and transforming itself. After the transformation of the energy sea's surface was completed, the rays of energy released by the purple ball of light directly drilled out of the energy sea and surged into countless mystic meridians all over the body. Cell by cell, millimeter by millimeter, inch by inch was transformed. Note, requesting monthly votes, thank you. When the transformation began, Yin Yan's delicate body slightly trembled, but that was all. Yin Yan was still a little scared, still slightly shrinking her body, clenching her jade teeth, ready to welcome the hellish pain at any time. But a few minutes passed, half an hour passed, an hour passed. That hellish pain still didn't come. Instead, her body itched, as if the itch came from the bone marrow. Of course, this itch wasn't uncomfortable, instead, it was warm and numb. Finally, 2 hours passed. Yin Yan couldn't help but say, "Husband, haven't you started yet?" "You can start, I can bear it." At this time, Elder Wu Yan on the side said, "You can start, Yang Dingtian, since it's already at this point, it's fine if it hurts a little." Yang Dingtian said, "Wait a little longer, it's going to be over soon." When these words came out, the two were immediately surprised. What does that mean? It's already been a long time and now it's almost over. But, I don't feel any pain at all. Yan said doubtfully. Elder Wuyan said in shock, it's impossible for there to be no pain, you didn't do the transformation at all. I've seen 4 people transform their profound veins, 1 died, and 1 failed. Of the 2 who succeeded, the lightest one fainted 3 times from the pain, and pulled out all his nails, trying to use the pain to offset the pain. You're transforming Yan's profound veins, how can there be no pain at all? Yang Dingtian didn't answer, but continued to control the energy of Naga's profound veins, transforming Yan's profound veins inch by inch. At this time, the transformation had already reached the forehead and wrist. The direction of the transformation had already reached the ankle. The transformation process was already 90% complete. The result was better than Yang Dingtian's imagination. Originally he thought that although it wouldn't be so painful, it would still be very painful. He didn't expect that it would only be a burst of numbness, and then there was no pain. 10 minutes later, Yan's profound veins transformation was completely completed. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. After designing the plan, Yang Dingtian and his master had deduced many times, and felt that there shouldn't be any accidents. But after success, Yang Dingtian still let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Yan's profound veins were finally completely recovered. And the transformed profound veins were even more powerful than Yan's original profound veins. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Dingtian really had the urge to cry. Yan's cultivation had been deteriorating for the past few years. Now, Yan's Xian veins had finally recovered their extremely powerful talent. But the whole process wasn't completely. This foot of Naga clan's profound veins were made up of 2 parts. The foot's profound veins, the profound veins, the profound veins, profound veins, veins. Now, this 1 foot of profound vein was completely used to transform the blazing flame profound vein. So, there was only 1/10 of the profound veins, the lights, and was no, and no was no, it was no. Because all that was left was the fire attribute profound energy that remained in the profound veins. If this energy was placed in Yang Dingtian's body, it wouldn't be considered much. It would be considered relatively weak. However, although the current Yan possessed terrifying profound veins innate talent, she was still a profound veins expert. However, her Xianxia cultivation was extremely weak. Last year, she was at the level of a 9-star Xian martial warrior. Now, she was probably at the level of a mid-level Xian martial warrior. Therefore, the explosion of the remaining fire Xianxia energy was fatal to Yan. Because this profound qi was in the profound veins and not in the qi si, it possessed a fire-type offensive ability. Darling, your profound veins have been completely transformed. The next step is to dissolve the remnant profound energy in the Naga's profound veins. Yang Dingtian, this requires the 2 of us to use the yin-yang devouring profound great technique to copulate. Then, I will quickly suck out this profound energy from your energy sea. It will not pass through my energy sea, but will directly dissolve into pure profound energy in your profound veins, and then re-enter your energy sea. It's already healed? Yan was pleasantly surprised. It's already healed? That's impossible. Elder Wuyan directly rushed over. Yan then closed her eyes to feel it. Then, she exclaimed, it's really healed. My original profound veins were like a winding and narrow path, and incomparably congested. Now, my profound veins are vast and boundless, and incomparably smooth. It's as if there's wind flowing all the time. I even feel that my whole body is about to float. This feeling is even clearer than 5 years ago. My profound veins have really recovered, completely recovered, and are even stronger than before. After saying that, Yan's tears had already uncontrollably gushed out. Although she kept saying that she didn't care about her cultivation, she still cried tears of joy when her profound veins were completely recovered. It was as if a person in a wheelchair could suddenly stand up, and walk and run healthily and agilely. Elder Wuyan grabbed one of Yan's hands, and then injected profound energy. Immediately, she felt that Yan's profound veins were wide and smooth. This feeling even made her a little jealous. It's really healed, it's really healed. Elder Wuyan muttered to himself, as if he was in a dream. He looked at Yang Dingtian. For Yan's profound veins, I worried so much that I almost thought of every method. I even asked a great grandmaster of the Netherworld Sea for help. But there was almost nothing I could do. Even if I had Naga's profound vein crystal, I didn't dare to do it because the risk was too great. Now, Yangding Tian, you actually did it by yourself. You not only have peerless talent, but also peerless wisdom. The method you used to save Yan Yan, not only could we not do it, we couldn't even think about it. You're too shocking, Yangding Tian. I want to take back what I said. You are completely worthy of Yan Yan. You are more outstanding than all the young people of the Netherworld Sea, whether it is your love for Yan Yan, your talent, or your wisdom. Elder Wuyan said, your ideas are completely unconstrained. You healed Yan Yan's profound veins without any risk. Perhaps you are the only one in the world who can do it. Yangding Tian immediately smiled embarrassedly. Actually, this more than half a kilogram of holy water can be completely unnecessary. It's a complete waste. Elder Wuyan said, through your method, there is no risk at all, and Yan Yan won't have any pain. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yangding Tian said. Elder Wuyan looked at Yan Yan and said, girl, your husband was just worried that you would be in too much pain, so he just spent 1,000 miles of territory to relieve your pain. And these painkillers were not used at all. Elder Wuyan was not exaggerating, this half a kilogram of holy water. If it was taken to the northwest Qin city, perhaps it could be exchanged for 1,000 miles of territory. Because this thing could almost bring the dead back to life. 1,000 miles of territory just to relieve my pain? Hearing Elder Wuyan's words, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly became intoxicated. She could not bear it anymore, directly turned around, opened her mouth, and fiercely kissed Yangding Tian. Her whole body seemed to be burning with passion and beauty. Sure enough, if you want to be romantic, waste first. An astronomical amount of waste could really move any woman, and Shiman Yan Yan was no exception. Yan Yan, don't be in a hurry, we still have to go through the last step. Yangding Tian said. The last step, isn't it the Yin Yang Devour Profound Art? I'm very familiar with it, it should have been like this more than half a year ago. Yan Yan said with a smile. The two of them couldn't be more familiar with the Yin Yang Devour Profound Art. They had already silently recited it hundreds of times in their hearts. Of course, in order to increase the success rate, they needed to use energy crystals to set up a formation. But for Yangding Tian and Yan Yan, there was no need for any formation. For Yangding Tian, who had the mystic fire and the Yin Yang Qi transformation technique, it was enough to control everything. Granny. You still don't want to go out? Yan Yan said. After hearing Yan Yan's words, Elder Wuyan said angrily, you think I like to watch? I'm afraid of nightmares. Remember, you are now dissolving the mystic qi energy of Naga's mystic veins, and introducing this mystic qi into Yan Yan's sea of qi. Don't be shameless. I know. Yan Yan said, her eyes had been completely burned by the flames, blurred. Whether she really knew or not, only God knew. However, even if she forgot everything, it was impossible for Yangding Tian to forget. He operated the Yin Yang Devour Profound Art according to the plan, sucking out all the powerful fire mystic qi energy from Yan Yan's sea of qi, but not into his own sea of qi. After circulating in the mystic veins, he used the fire transformation technique to refine it into pure mystic qi, and then reintroduced it into Yan Yan's sea of qi. This operation was repeated over and over again. Suddenly, Yan Yan shook violently. Then, her beautiful eyes looked at the sky, and all her movements stopped. Her beautiful eyes instantly lost all focus. This was because her sea of qi was completely filled with mystic qi, and then suddenly expanded and exploded. She broke through, the remnant mystic qi of Naga's mystic veins was almost useless to Yangding Tian. But to Yan Yan, it was incomparably shocking. Of course, the reason why this powerful energy was able to enter Yan Yan's sea of qi. It was because it was completely compressed by Yangding Tian's attributeless mystic fire and Naga's mystic veins, and there was an energy black hole in her sea of qi to balance it. Otherwise, this energy, which was countless times more than the capacity of Yan Yan's sea of qi, would have been completely smashed into pieces after entering Yan Yan's sea of qi. In this way, Yan Yan's sea of qi entered the void again and again, and broke through again and again. After a full hour, Yang Dingtian used the Yin-Yang Devour Profound Art to completely absorb and dissolve the remnant mystic qi energy of Naga's mystic veins, and once again introduced it into Yanyan's sea of qi. After going through the void countless times, Yanyan did not know how many times she broke through. Then, the two of them continued to be so tired that they were about to collapse. At this time, the entire process of transforming and treating Yanyan was finally completely over. It was really funny. Before, Yanyan insisted on using the Yin-Yang Devour Profound Art countless times, but Yang Dingtian did not agree. This time, the young couple finally used this evil method, but it was used on Yanyan. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian woke up. Even if he was strong, he could not help but feel a little sore at this time. Yanyan was still in a deep sleep. Because the black hole crystal in her sea of qi was removed, and she had broken through many levels in succession, she, who was already exhausted, should not wake up without a full 24 hours of sleep. At this time, Elder Wu Yan, who had been guarding by the side, opened his eyes, then reached out and put his hand on Yanyan's wrist, and transferred a stream of mystic qi. "Grandma, what is the grade of Yanyan's mystic veins talent now?" Yang Dingtian asked. She was originally close to the upper 8th grade. Infinitely close to the 9th grade. Elder Wu Yan said, although it is not as good as Dongfang Bingling, it should be able to enter the top 10 in the world with this talent. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Not only did Yanyan's mystic veins completely recover, but after the transformation, their mystic veins talent was even higher than before. It was just that in the end, she did not break through to the 9th grade. It seemed that the 9th grade mystic veins could only be created by heaven and earth, and was not something that could be done by humans. Then what about her cultivation now? Yang Dingtian asked. He only remembered that Yanyan had broken through many times, but he didn't know how many times she had broken through. 9-star Great Mystic Martial Master. Elder Wu Yan said, half a step away from Martial Mystic. In other words, this foot of Purple Naga's mystic veins residual mystic qi energy allowed her to break through to the 30th grade. It was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, perhaps it could not be considered a breakthrough, but a recovery. Moreover, it has not recovered Yanyan's cultivation from 6 years ago. 6 years ago, Yanyan was a 4-star martial mystic. Although she has not recovered her cultivation from 6 years ago, but with the mystic veins talent and your extremely powerful husband, her breakthrough will be very, very fast. I believe that it will not be long before she can become a good helper for you. Elder Wu Yan said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Now, Yanyan's matter was finally over. The rest was up to him. There were only 2.5 days left until the end of the 3 days. After 2.5 days, he will have to fight Song Yu. If he succeeds, he will take Yanyan and leave the Sea of Hades. If he fails, he will die under Song Yu's sword, or become a complete cripple and become the lowest servant in the Sea of Hades. Granny has been working hard for a day, go rest. Yang Dingtian then took out a cup of holy water and said, I heard from Yanyan that Granny was once seriously injured by someone and has not recovered yet. I think this cup of holy water should be useful to you, please accept it. This is priceless, are you sure you want to give it to me? Elder Wu Yan said. It's not a gift, it's filial piety. Yang Dingtian said, you love Yanyan so much, I also see you as my own grandmother. Elder Wu Yan sighed, took the holy water and walked outside, saying, about the method to break through to martial revered in 3 days, come out and I will tell you. But I must warn you in advance, the consequences of doing this are unimaginable, it is completely the consequence of piercing the sky. Note, brothers, please vote, please support, thank you. What consequences? Will it have any effect on Granny? Yang Dingtian asked. As soon as he said this, Elder Wu Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with a gentler gaze. He shook his head and said, it has no effect on me, but for you, the consequences will be very, very serious. Yang Dingtian said, if there is no other way, then no matter how serious the consequences are, I will accept it. Granny, tell me, what is it? Elder Wu Yan nodded and said, have you heard of Miju Tuchuo? Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded. Of course he had heard of Miju Tuchuo. Not only had he heard of him, he had even pretended to be Miju Tuchuo himself. He is an alchemist of the Netherworld Sea, a beast speaker. If you want to break through to Marshal Saint in 2.5 days, maybe he will have a way. Elder Wuyan said, but I can't guarantee it. Maybe he doesn't have a way, or maybe he doesn't want to. No matter what, I should try. Where is Senior Miju now? Yang Dingtian asked. In the undersea dungeon of the Netherworld Sea. Elder Wuyan said, and this matter also needs Yan Yan, because for the past 6 months, Yan Yan has been delivering food to him. Dungeon? Yang Dingtian said in shock, why is he in the dungeon? Because he obtained a treasure, much more precious than your Naga's Shan veins. Elder Wuyan said. Yang Dingtian was surprised, what treasure is more precious than the purple Naga's Shan veins? A complete Naga's demon core, and a golden Naga's demon core. Elder Wuyan said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian exclaimed. Legend has it that Miju Tuchuo obtained a golden Naga's Shan vein crystal. Because of this, he disappeared from this world. Yang Dingtian had heard this rumor before, and when he pretended to be Miju Tuchuo in the Dongli grassland, he used this rumor in front of Yin Tian Chong. However, he had always thought that this rumor was false. Unexpectedly, Miju did not obtain a golden Naga profound vein crystal, but the even more precious golden Naga demon core. The demon core of a Naga? How could this be? Furthermore, it was a golden Naga demon core. The value of this item was far beyond the purple Naga race's Shan veins. First of all, this demon core contained a terrifying amount of profound energy. Whether it was a Naga or a demon beast, the Qi energy was not stored in the demon core, but in the sea of Qi. However, the demon core also contained a small amount of Xianxia energy. If it was an ordinary demon core, or even a 1,000-year-old demon core, the Xianxia energy contained in it would not be of much use to Yang Dingtian. However, the profound Qi energy contained within the Naga clan's demon core, even though it was only a small portion of its own profound Qi. But for Yang Dingtian, it was also extremely shocking. It could be said that the residual Shan Qi in the Naga's demon core might be enough for Yang Dingtian to break through to the martial venerable realm. An ordinary Naga was already the top class in this world. And the golden demon core was a color that only members of the Naga royalty would have. So, how shocking was the Shan Qi energy contained in it? Of course, although the Shan Qi contained in it was extremely shocking, it was nothing compared to the other values of this demon core. The most precious thing about this demon core was the soul and memory it contained. Yes, there was a part of the memory in the demon core. That was why Horror Mountain Village's Zhao Wuji used the best demon core to forge the soul sword and produce the violent and cruel sword spirit. Of course, at least 10,000 years had passed since the death of the Naga, so the soul, memory, and Xianqi energy in this demon core had dissipated a lot. However, the little bit of soul and memory that remained was also extremely shocking. If an extremely powerful soul master could extract the memory inside, even if it was just a few words, it would bring an extremely shocking harvest. Of course, it was too difficult to do this. There shouldn't be such a powerful soul master in this world. And the most direct use of the soul in the demon core was to be used to feed the soul sword. In this world, perhaps there was no soul more suitable to feed the sword spirit than the soul of the Naga. The domineering aura of a king that looked down on the world, the arrogance and momentum of standing at the top of the world, could completely make the cultivation of the sword spirit have a qualitative leap. It could be said that if the residual soul of the Naga royalty was used to feed the sword spirit, the time for the sword spirit to be born could be shortened by more than half. Senior Miju's position in the Netherworld Sea is extremely high. Even if he obtained the Naga royalty's demon core, why was he imprisoned? Yang Dingtian asked, is it because Sect Master Wu wanted to snatch the Naga's demon core? Of course not. Elder Wuyan said, although the Naga royalty's demon core is extremely precious, Sect Master Wu would not go to the extent of scheming to snatch it. Moreover, if he wanted it, he could have just asked. The reason why Dida Miju was imprisoned was because of some unspeakable reason. He tried to escape from the Netherworld Sea and stole more than a dozen treasures of the Netherworld Sea and killed 17 disciples. Therefore, he was seriously injured by Sect Master Wu Yu and imprisoned in the underwater prison. So the Naga royalty's demon core is still in Senior Miju's hands? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Elder Wuyan said, so, he is the only person who can help you break through to the revered level in 2.5 days, as long as he is willing to give you the Naga royalty's demon core. Although it is a waste to use this demon core to help you break through to the revered level. But for now, it seems that this is the only way. Do you think you will be willing to give me the demon core? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course not. Elder Wuyan said, so, I'm basically wasting my time talking about this method. No matter who gets the Naga royalty's demon core, they will not hand it over, let alone Miju. This person is famous for his indifference and selfishness. After that, Elder Wuyan looked at Yang Dingtian, so, you can try, but don't get your hopes up. We will think of another way. Yang Dingtian nodded. He is full of hatred for everyone in the Netherworld Sea, but because Yan accidentally saw him when he was imprisoned, she said a lot to him and then often brought him food, so Yan is the only person he likes. Elder Wuyan said, in 2 hours, wake up Yan and let her take you to see Duda Miju. We don't need 4 hours. We can go now. Suddenly, Yan's voice came from behind. At this time, her voice was completely hoarse, and she looked very cute. Then, there was the sound of water splashing, and she stood up from the jade bucket. Moreover, at this time, she looked sleepy and lazy, but her whole body was full of the light of happiness. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Yang Dingtian asked. Your matter is not settled yet, I can't sleep. Yan said, I will take you to see old man Miju. But you have to be mentally prepared, he looks very scary. He reached out and picked up Yan's delicate body, and the water flowed down. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes fell on Yan's sea of qi, and he was in a daze. Yan blushed, stared at him and whispered, stupid face, haven't you seen enough? Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth and said, you are so beautiful, I can never see enough. But, I am looking here. After saying that, Yang Dingtian pointed at Yan's sea of qi. In the center of her snow-white and flawless lower abdomen, there was a faint black and red ball, vaguely in the shape of a flame, and it was moving. In the madness just now, I almost forgot something important. There is still something in your sea of qi that has not been taken out. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Yan asked. The dark crystal wrapped in flames, the terrifying thing that created the energy black hole. Yang Dingtian said, just now, it swallowed 1/3 of the purple Naga's Xianbane energy, so it is no longer destructive and stopped swallowing. And just now, after we completed the profound devouring great technique, we only cared about sleeping and forgot to take this thing out. How do we take it out? Do we reach in and take it out? Yan said. Although it is now a dormant dark crystal, it is still difficult to force it out with your cultivation. We still need to use the profound devouring great technique to suck it out. Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, Yan's delicate body trembled, and she said timidly, again? I can't take it anymore. Don't worry, I will be very careful this time. My movements will be very fast, and it will be done in a moment. Yang Dingtian said. Then, okay. Yan gritted her teeth and said. It was said to be a moment, but in fact, it was another half an hour. The dormant dark crystal was now forced to the center of Yang Dingtian's palm. The energy black hole, in Yan's sea of qi, was just a virtual body of energy, but it still had a physical substance. Yang Dingtian needed to force it out of her body inch by inch. Out. Yang Dingtian's profound energy suddenly burst out, and an extremely small ball of darkness suddenly flew out of his palm. Yang Dingtian looked closer and said, this is the world's #1 strange poison, the dark crystal that far surpasses the deep-sea profound poison. This was refined from tens of thousands of kilograms of seawater from the center of the celestial Red Sea. Tens of thousands of kilograms of seawater was only able to refine such a small ball. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that it was about the size of a speck of dust. But now, it seemed that it was not even the size of a speck of dust. In the Earth era, almost no one would be able to see this dark crystal with their naked eyes. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that this thing's diameter should be less than 1/100th of a millimeter. And it was this dark crystal that was so small that it could not be seen with the naked eye, that completely devoured Yan's profound veins talent, as well as her more than 10 years of cultivation. Yan, who was so cruel to do such a thing to you? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incomparable pain. She said, their target was not me, but father. Brother, I will tell you about this matter when we reach Cloud Heaven City, okay? This matter was the most painful secret in Yan Yan's heart. At this moment, she was not completely prepared to tell him everything. Of course, at this moment, she had already given her heart and soul to Yang Dingtian, so she had already decided to tell him. But perhaps she needed to return to her own home before she would have the courage to tell him the whole secret. Okay. Yang Dingtian said gently. Brother, then what do we do with this evil thing? Yan Yan asked, can we destroy it? So that it won't harm the human world. I will try to use the mystic flame and see if I can burn it. Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh. A flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian's finger. The color of the flame became redder and thinner. At this moment, the mystic flame that Yang Dingtian summoned had condensed the terrifying energy to the extreme, so it was almost indestructible and could destroy anything in this world. Previously, in order to forge the Youngling sword, Yang Dingtian had to find the best earth fire to melt the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. At this moment, the flame in Yang Dingtian's palm could instantly burn a 10,000-year-old bloody black gold into ashes. You might be the darkest thing in this world. Now, I will completely destroy you. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the terrifying million-spirit demon flame rushed towards the dark crystal to devour it. If the energy black hole was merely an illusory body of energy, Yang Dingtian's mystic flame would be helpless. But at this moment, it obviously had a physical body, so the million-spirit demon fire was absolutely indestructible. The terrifying million-spirit demon fire burned this extremely dark thing in a frenzy. The darkness crystal gradually changed color. From the extreme black color, it became black-red, and finally, it became red. It was almost the same color as the mystic flame. When the red color reached the extreme, the darkness crystal would be completely destroyed. At this moment, something extremely shocking happened. Suddenly, the darkness crystal that was burning red became extremely restless. It started to jump crazily, as if it was trying to break free from something. Boom, suddenly, the surrounding world darkened. The house that Yang Dingtian was in shook violently. The moonlight outside also dimmed. Then, not only did the darkness crystal not get destroyed, it suddenly expanded 10 times and became the size of a speck of dust. Then, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan felt their bodies become completely cold and dark. The darkness crystal that was the size of a speck of dust became completely dark again. An energy black hole formed in Yang Dingtian's palm. It was 10 times stronger than the one in Yan Yan's energy sea. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had completely sensed the terrifying devouring power of this energy black hole because he could feel that his chi vessel was extremely restless. All the mystic meridians in his body were getting restless. Even his soul spirit and spiritual energy were getting restless. It was as though an opening would open up at any moment and pour out violently before being devoured by this energy black hole. This thing was too shocking. At this time, Yan Yan's expression had changed completely. She was about to faint completely. The light in her eyes was on the verge of collapse and could be extinguished at any time. Yan Yan was in danger. This small energy black hole was actually going to devour everything. What's going on? Elder Wu Yan suddenly rushed in from outside and pulled Yan Yan behind him to protect her. I sucked the darkness crystal out of Yan Yan's body and burned it with the mystic flame. In the end, not only was it not destroyed, it became 10 times stronger, Yang Dingtian said. Heavens! Elder Wu Yan's expression changed. What should we do? What should we do? Quickly throw it away and destroy it. Otherwise, your entire cultivation base will be destroyed in an instant. However, there was no doubt that it could not be destroyed. Throw it away? No matter where it was thrown, the people around it would be completely finished. And if it fell into the hands of other people from the Netherworld Sea, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, the burning mystic flame suddenly disappeared and drilled into the darkness crystal. The mystic flame that was burning it was actually devoured. It could even devour mystic flame. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Then in this world, what could stop this darkness crystal? Nothing at all. Just a small speck of dust was so shocking. If it was the size of a basketball, then the life and energy of the entire world would be completely devoured. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He did not know where to put it. Inside the spatial ring? There were many energy treasures inside. Once this thing was placed inside, the treasures inside the spatial ring would be completely destroyed. Now, there was only one way to make it go silent. That was to let it devour enough energy, and let it go silent again. But now, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. To make it go silent, at least 10 times the energy of the purple Naga race's mystic veins was needed. Where was he going to find such energy? But at this time, things changed again. The darkness crystal that had devoured the mystic flame suddenly exploded. Whoosh! Then, a dark flame appeared in the air. That's right, a black flame. Yang Dingtian had never seen a dark flame, including Elder Wu Yan, had never seen a dark flame before. The darkness crystal and the mystic flame merged and became a brand new thing, the dark flame. After transforming into the dark flame, the suction force that wanted to devour everything disappeared. Light was restored in the room, and the moonlight outside was also restored. This black flame burned quietly. Suddenly, it tilted its head and gently approached Yang Dingtian. It was like a naughty child that came to smell Yang Dingtian's breath. Then, as if it sensed something, it actually jumped and cheered. "Grandma, what is this thing?" Yang Dingtian said in shock. "Another mystic flame, Yang Dingtian, you just created a brand new mystic flame." Elder Wu Yan said, "You used a part of the million spirit demon flame and the darkness crystal to create a brand new mystic flame." Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. It could be done like this? Of course, this is only an infant mystic flame, and it's still very weak. Elder Wu Yan said, "But, when it grows up, it will become the most powerful and most terrifying mystic flame in the world. This mystic flame is comparable to the entire hell." The million spirit demon flame, the king of all mystic flames, was an item of extreme yang. The darkness crystal, the pinnacle of darkness energy in this world, was the overlord of darkness. Now, the two had combined to create a brand new mystic flame, a mystic flame baby that could be named the King of Darkness. "Also, this mystic flame has recognized you as its master," Elder Wu Yan said. Yang Dingtian said in shock, "Then what should I do now? Absorb it into my sea of qi?" "Of course not," Elder Wu Yan said, "if you do that, it will devour everything in your sea of qi. You can't raise it in your sea of qi, you have to put it in another place. But, there is no such place in this world. So, the only outcome is that this mystic flame baby will dissipate and perish." "It will perish?" Yang Dingtian said in disbelief. "It was formed by the combination of the darkness crystal and the million spirit demon flame, how can it perish?" "If it is the million spirit demon flame, because it has the same fate as you, it will not perish unless you die. If it is the darkness crystal, it will be invincible and will never perish. But after combining to form the mystic flame, it will have life, and it will have no place to live. Its energy will continue to overflow until it completely dissipates and perishes." How could this be? If he let it enter his sea of qi, this mystic flame baby will devour everything. But if it doesn't enter his sea of qi, it will dissipate and perish. "It is the king of darkness, maybe it shouldn't exist in this world, just let it perish," Yang Dingtian said. "No." Elder Wu Yan said, "Do you know about the World Gate? You should know about the border protectors, you should know about the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian, "Of course I know. In the celestial Red Sea, anyone who enters will temporarily lose all their mystic qi. So if you want to break this rule, you have to destroy the border protectors in the celestial Red Sea, you have to pass through the World Gate, and maybe the only way is through this mystic flame of yours. When it is strong enough, it can destroy all the darkness energy in the celestial Red Sea." Elder Wu Yan said, "Its appearance may be preordained by the heavens, the fate of this world. Now, what you need is to give it a place to live. Then, you can find food for it in the future to make it stronger." "What kind of food do you think it will eat?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Energy, all kinds of energy, the best would be mystic flames, the more the better," Elder Wu Yan said. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. In this world, every mystic flame was extremely precious. Anyone who obtained a mystic flame could become a grandmaster-level expert. Even this elder Wu Yan in front of him didn't have a real mystic flame. And this mystic flame in front of him actually wanted to eat mystic flames as food. From the moment it was born, it was destined to be the overlord of energy. Even though it was still very weak right now. What he needed now was to find a place for it to live. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something and said, "Grandma, can it live in a soul ring?" It is the soul ring of the evil soul art. It is specially used to store puppet battle souls. You have a soul ring? You learned the evil soul art? Elder Wu Yan asked. I didn't learn it, it was Du Guxiao who forced the evil soul art into my mind. I have never used it before. Yang Dingtian asked, can it live in a soul ring? Of course, the soul ring is an independent energy space, completely isolated from the outside world. The mystic flame baby can live in it. Elder Wu Yan said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian took out the soul ring from the space ring, then used his mystic chi to guide the mystic flame into the soul ring. Although the mystic flame baby was unwilling, it wriggled and entered the soul ring. It wanted to live in Yang Dingtian's sea of chi, but it was barely acceptable to enter the soul ring. There are many remaining evil puppet battle souls in the soul ring. It shouldn't be a problem for the mystic flame, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course it's a problem, they will be eaten up, just nice for the mystic flame to eat. Elder Wu Yan said. Yang Dingtian held the soul ring in his hand, and indeed, the moment the mystic flame entered, the terrifying coldness and the miserable howls disappeared instantly. The evil fighting soul that remained inside was completely devoured by the darkness profound flame. Although the evil puppet battle souls were very scary, compared to the mystic flame, they were like ants facing a king. Grandma, when can I lead it into my sea of chi? Yang Dingtian asked, because the mystic flame could only share the same fate as its master when it was led into the sea of chi, and could be used as it wished. I don't know. Elder Wu Yan shook his head and said, but when it can enter your sea of chi, you will know. It is still a newborn baby now. When it grows up and is invincible, you have to be patient. Yang Dingtian nodded. Alright, time is of the essence. You and Yan should hurry and find Mijituchuo. No matter what method you use, you have to get his golden demon core of Naga royalty and break through to martial honorable in the shortest time possible. Elder Wu Yan said. Yes, Grandma, we will go and find Mijituchuo now. More than an hour later. Yang Dingtian and Yan put on their clothes again, took the food boxes, got on a small boat and rowed towards the dungeon at the bottom of the Sea of Hades. Whether they could break through to Martial Honorable, whether they could break through to Songyu, and whether they could bring Yan out of the Sea of Hades and return to Cloud Sky City would depend on whether they could get the priceless Naga royalty demon core from Mijituchuo. The Naga royalty was close to that of a demigod, ******** note, begging for support, begging for monthly votes, thank you. While Yang Dingtian was rowing the boat, Yan was lying lazily on the other side of the boat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred and happy as she looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Brother, compared to Songyu, you're really not handsome, Yan said. Yang Dingtian said, a handsome man should have an ugly wife, and an ugly man should marry a delicate woman. Why do I need to be handsome? It's enough that you're beautiful. Those handsome men are already so good-looking, so it's better to leave a beauty like Yan to those of us who aren't handsome. But some people say that all women look the same after blowing out the lamp. Yan said, after getting into bed, even if a woman is as beautiful as Dongfang Bingling, men can't see her clearly. Where did you hear this nonsense? Yang Dingtian said, after blowing out the lamp, even if the eyes can't see, the heart can still see. A man will be more energetic when his wife is beautiful. Mijituchuo's cell was quite far away. Although time was very tight, Yang Dingtian still rowed slowly. The sea was as calm as a mirror, and the sun rose. Such a beautiful and romantic scenery. The two of them were alone on the boat. Yang Dingtian was not willing to miss such a romantic moment. Just as Yang Dingtian was chatting with Yan, a boat came over from not far away at a very fast speed. There were 2 men and a woman on the boat. The men were handsome, and the woman was gorgeous. They should be disciples of the Netherworld Sea. From afar, they could see that the 2 young men were desperately trying to please the gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman, on the other hand, looked at the sea indifferently. However, when they saw Yan Yan, the eyes of the two male disciples suddenly lit up. Their gazes moved away from the gorgeous woman and landed on Yan Yan's face. Then, they sped up the boat and rowed towards Yan Yan. Suddenly, the gorgeous woman's face turned cold, and her eyes were full of hostility as she looked at Yan Yan. "Miss Yan Yan, are you delivering food to venerable extermination again? You're so pure and kind." As soon as he approached, the man in the blue robe immediately complimented Yan Yan. Yan Yan sat up straight, turned her face away, and ignored him. At this time, another young man on the boat said, "Miss Yan Yan, when did you hire a laborer to row the boat? Look at his bronze face, he's really good at rowing. It's stable and comfortable." Yan Yan still ignored her and treated her like a mosquito. "But Miss Yan Yan, even if you're looking for a laborer to row the boat, you shouldn't find someone so unpresentable. You just have to casually call, and any of our brothers from the Sea of Hades will immediately come to your door. I guarantee that they'll row better than this servant." That person continued to smile when he saw that Yan Yan was ignoring him. Hearing this person directly calling Yang Dingtian a servant, Yan Yan stood up and said to the gorgeous woman on the boat, "Sister Yanhua, are you still going to tolerate these two flies? Let's each kill one of them." After saying this, Yan Yan directly picked up her sword and jumped toward the search boat. She pulled out her sword and slashed at the man with the foul mouth. The gorgeous woman was also furious. After a moment of hesitation, she also pulled out her sword and slashed at the other man. Immediately, the two disciples of the Sea of Hades desperately dodged. Unfortunately, the two women were too ruthless. After being slashed several times, they quickly jumped into the sea and fled. "Sister Yanhua, are you happy?" Yan Yan asked. "Happy?" The gorgeous woman gasped for breath. The rise and fall of her chest was very spectacular. Looking at Yan Yan's beautiful face, she said with jealousy, "But if you let me slash your face twice, I'll be even happier." This woman really hated Yan Yan. Since Yan Yan came, her position in the hearts of the young disciples of the Sea of Hades dropped sharply. Although Yan Yan's cultivation was so weak that it was almost negligible, her charm directly killed all the female disciples of the Sea of Hades. Yan Yan laughed and held the gorgeous woman's arm, saying, "Good sister, don't worry. I'm leaving soon. You don't have to hate me anymore." "Leaving?" The gorgeous woman said, "How can you leave? You owe the Sea of Hades a debt that can't be repaid in 10 lifetimes. Don't even think about leaving. My husband is coming to pick me up." Yan Yan said, her expression full of pride. "Is this really your husband?" The gorgeous woman looked at Yang Dingtian up and down and said, "Heavens, he's not worthy of you. He's not worthy of you in any way. Yan Yan, your taste is very ordinary. I don't like this kind of man. The two people you just killed, any one of them is stronger than him." Hearing the two women talk about him without restraint, Yang Dingtian touched his nose in embarrassment. Yan Yan heard the other party belittle her husband and immediately became angry, saying, "Tch, what do you know? Do you know Dongfang Bingling?" "Nonsense, I don't know." "The fairy of the ninth heaven, the world's most beautiful woman, the world's only successor to the martial saint, the future leader of the Tiando League." The gorgeous woman said, her mouth flattened. Her tone was full of hostility and jealousy, as well as unconcealable worship. "Dongfang Bingling is so powerful, but she still fell in love with my husband. Don't you think he's powerful?" Yan Yan said disdainfully. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This girl hated Dongfang Bingling to the core, but in order to give face to her husband, she did not hesitate to use Dongfang Bingling as a stepping stone for Yang Dingtian. "Really?" that gorgeous woman exclaimed. She then looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She took a few more careful glances and said, "You don't say. If you take a closer look, your husband is really filled with a strange charm." "Nonsense, there's one more thing that will scare you to death." Yan Yan said, "My husband is the only person to enter the Netherworld Sea in hundreds of years. Even sect leader Wu Yu can't do anything to him." Heavens! This time, the gorgeous woman looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of little stars. For her, sect leader Wu Yu was a heaven-like figure. Whoever dared to go against sect leader Wu Yu, she would worship them. Yang Dingtian on the side was completely dumbfounded. How could he not see that Yan Yan was such a gossipy little woman before? Next, the two women whispered and talked until they were about to reach the island where Mijutuchua was imprisoned. Only then did they reluctantly separate. Sister, this netherworld sea is a big prison. It's so boring. It's fun outside. You can find a way to get out in the future. Yan Yan said. In your dreams, I can't go out even if I want to. The woman was full of envy. Then, Yan Yan waved her hand and jumped back to Yang Dingtian's ship. Sister, goodbye, goodbye. The gorgeous woman threw a coquettish glance at Yang Dingtian and said, Come on, junior brother Yang, defeat that hypocrite Song Yu. Yang Dingtian smiled at her. After her ship was far away, Yang Dingtian said, The netherworld sea is really different from other forces. Yan Yan said, Yes, the interior of the netherworld sea is very free, but it's also like a prison. It's very undisciplined, very cold, and very dangerous. Soon, the island where Mijutuchua was imprisoned was in front of them. This island was different from other islands. Along the way, Yang Dingtian passed by the ugliest island was Wuyan Island. The other islands were lush and full of flowers. But the island in front of them was uglier and more ferocious than Wuyan Island. The whole island was black and red. The black stones were full of deep cracks, and blood-red magma flowed through the cracks. Yan Yan and Yang Dingtian jumped onto the island. There was no guard on the island. Yan Yan took Yang Dingtian to the center of the island, where there was an entrance. The two of them went down the steps of the entrance. They went down, down, and down, until they reached the dungeon of the netherworld sea after a few hundred meters. There were many cells in this dungeon, and each cell had a thick door. Yan Yan came to a door and pushed it lightly. The thick stone door immediately opened. Instantly, a boiling hot aura hit them in the face. Instantly, the boiling hot aura made breathing painful. The cell inside was about 200 to 300 square meters, but most of it was surging magma. A ferocious boulder was exposed from the magma. And the prisoner was chained on this boulder. This prisoner should be the world's #1 alchemist. Mijutuchua. At this time, he was really neither human nor ghost. According to Elder Wu Yan, he had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. At this time, his hair was almost all gone, and what was left was gray and dry. His body was completely withered, and there was only a layer of skin on his skeleton. The original color of his clothes could no longer be seen. At this time, he was lying on the ground, and he looked smaller than a dog. He was as light as a withered leaf. However, after Yan Yan went in, he suddenly sat up. He abruptly sat up and said in ecstasy, Girl, you're here? Are you here? What delicious food did you bring for me? At this time, Yang Dingtian finally saw his face. It was really a face like Gue Gue's. There was almost no flesh on his face, and his eye sockets were deep, making his eyes even bigger. His nose and mouth were protruding, and it was comparable to Gollum, Smeagol, in The Lord of the Rings. In fact, it was even more terrifying because his nose was too long and sharp. Then, he saw Yang Dingtian. His eyes revealed a hint of a beast-like glint, and he said sternly, Little girl, who is he? Who is he? He's my husband, Yan Yan said. Mijutuchua suddenly jumped up and said, How can you have a husband? How can you? You're so beautiful and pure. You shouldn't be able to marry in your lifetime. How can you have a husband? Let him go, let him go. I'll sleep and forget about this. The next time you come, I'll be a perfect and pure little girl again. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. After more than 10 years of imprisonment, this Mijutuchua had become a little perverted. Of course, he didn't have any ulterior motives towards Yan Yan. But in these 10 years, Yan Yan was the only beautiful thing he had come into contact with. Mentally, he wanted to monopolize this beauty and not let anyone else taint it. Because in these 10 years, Yan Yan was the only one who came to see him. She was also the only one who came to bring him food and chat with him. For more than a year, Yan Yan was free in the Sea of Spirits. Except for a few places, she could go anywhere. It was purely a coincidence that she came to this island and saw Mijutuchua in the dungeon. Because of her kind heart, she pitied Mijutuchua. Therefore, she would deliver food to Mijutuchua every 2 or 3 days and chat with him. Although Mijituchua would never starve to death as long as he took pills. Old man, I'm leaving soon. This might be the last time I bring you food, Xianxia said. No. Mijituchua suddenly screamed, you can't leave, you can't leave. You can't do this. My only wish to live every day is to wait for you to bring me food and talk to me. You can't leave, you can't leave. My husband is coming to pick me up. I'm leaving the Sea of Spirits with him, Xianxia said. No, no. Mijituchua screamed and rushed over, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He roared, if he wants to take you away, I'll kill him. Kill him, I'll tear him into pieces. After saying that, he rushed toward Yang Dingtian with all his might. His face was ferocious, and he bared his sharp teeth. Although only half of his teeth were left, he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. However, it was obvious that he couldn't rush over. Because something terrifying was inserted into his lower abdomen, where his sea of qi was. It seemed to be a rope, but it also seemed to be some kind of terrible tentacle. The other end of the tentacle went all the way into the magma. The tentacle inserted into Mijituchua's sea of qi not only made it impossible for him to leave, but also made it impossible for him to use any of his qi. Mijituchuo, who was imprisoned, was really living a life worse than death. Grandpa, can you help me with something? Xianxia said. Mijituchua nodded desperately and said, okay, as long as you don't leave, I'm willing to help you with anything. Can you give that golden Naga royalty demon core to my husband? Xianxia said. No, that's impossible. Mijituchua's crazy face suddenly became calm, and then he looked at Xianxia gloomily and said, little girl, did you come to bring me food and chat with me just for this Naga demon core? Is that right? As he spoke, Mijituchua's eyes became crazier and more dangerous. Xianxia did not act coquettishly, but looked at Mijituchua seriously and said, in order to save me, my husband went to the Netherworld Sea and offended Lord Wu Jin. They want to destroy my husband's kung fu and keep him as the lowest slave in the Netherworld Sea. If he wants to leave, he has to defeat Song Yu. If he wants to defeat Song Yu, he has to break through to Marshal Venerable. We can't do anything. The Naga royalty demon core in your hand is his only hope of breaking through to Marshal Venerable. Although Xianxia did not explain, Mijituchua's expression relaxed. He believed that Xianxia did not bring him food for his treasure, which was very important to him. Mijituchua fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, this golden demon core of Naga royalty is all I have. It is because of it that I am imprisoned here. Now, you want me to give it to your husband? Yes, Grandpa. Xianxia said, my husband will give you something in exchange. Exchange? Mijituchua laughed and said, what exchange? The demon core of Naga royalty is very precious. What can he give you in exchange? Ridiculous. Then, Mijituchua's eyes turned to Yang Dingtian and said, boy, you want to exchange it for the Naga royalty demon core in my hand? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, senior. What are you going to give me in exchange? Mijituchua asked. 2 feet of Naga purple Xian veins. It should be able to heal your damaged Xian veins and qi si. Also, I have holy water that can bring the dead back to life. Yang Dingtian said. You have Naga Xian veins? Mijituchua exclaimed, and that so-called holy water, where did you get it? Yang Dingtian said, the Naga Xian veins were given to me by the border guardian Tantai. I got the holy water from an ancient secret realm. The border guardian? You have seen the border guardian? Mijituchua trembled. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. You have seen the border guardian, and you are still alive? You have even been to an ancient secret realm? Who are you? Mijituchua asked. I am Xianxia's husband, Dongfang Minmi's last disciple, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi? Mijituchua pursed his lips and said, he is just an overconfident person. There is nothing special about him. Then, Mijituchua stared at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes and sneered, do you really want to exchange it for the Naga royalty demon core in my hand? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. All right. Mijituchua said, but I don't want the purple Naga Xian veins or that so-called holy water. I only want one thing. As long as you give me that thing, I will give you the Naga royalty demon core. What thing? Yang Dingtian asked. Dida Miju didn't answer. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked again, Senior, what do you want me to give you in exchange for the Naga royalty? Dida Miju pointed to Yan Yan next to Yang Dingtian and said, She will stay with me. Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, Senior, I don't even want to answer your question. Besides, I don't want to hear it from your mouth a second time. I don't want much. Dida Miju said, I just want her to chat with me every day and bring me food. Until the day I die, she can leave and go out to be with you. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Senior, I sympathize with your experience. However, I came here for Yan Yan's freedom. Do you think I will sacrifice her freedom in exchange for something? Dida Miju looked at Yan Yan and said, Girl, do you want to help your husband? Do you want him to become stronger? As long as you stay with your grandfather, I will give him the Naga royalty's demon core. After saying that, Dida Miju looked at Yan Yan with shining eyes. Yang Dingtian also looked at Yan Yan. Yan Yan shook her head and said, That's impossible, grandfather. I have been separated from my husband for more than a year. I don't want to be separated from him again. I want to be with him. I am my husband's woman. Everything I have is his. If he said no, then it was no. It doesn't matter if you don't want to exchange the Naga royalty's demon core. Dida Miju said in a sharp voice, Are you going to watch your husband die in Song Yu's hands? So what? I will die with him anyway. Yan Yan smiled and said, Dying together is not bad. Dida Miju's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, In that case, you can go. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, not prepared to say another word. Farewell, Senior. Yang Dingtian then held Yan Yan's hand and turned to leave. When he reached the stone door, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered something and turned back. All of you, scram. Seeing Yang Dingtian turn around, Miju Tuchuo said coldly, Either you exchange Yan Yan for the Naga demon nucleus, or you scram. There is no third option. Yang Dingtian walked in front of Dida Miju and said, Senior, Yan Yan can't come to see you anymore. That's why I'm giving you a gift to help you pass this lonely time. Hee, what kind of trick are you trying to pull? You want to move me by retreating in order to advance? You want me to give you the Naga royalty demon core? Dream on. Extermination, Dida sneered disdainfully. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He directly pulled out his sword and cut off a layer of the stone slab in front of Dida Miju, making a smooth and flat square. Then, he used his sword to draw a grid and made a go board. Then, he used his sword to dig out a stone and grinded it into chess pieces. Of course, the stones here were all black, and 181 black chess pieces were ground out. As for the white chess pieces, the ground chess pieces would turn white after being burned with the mystic flame. After making the Go board, Yang Dingtian explained the rules of Go to Miju Tuchuo clearly. That's all. Next, my left and right hands will play chess. Please take a look, Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian played chess with himself. His left hand controlled the white chess pieces, and his right hand controlled the black chess pieces. Step by step, he played chess. In less than half of the game, Miju Tuchuo, who was full of disdain and cursing, fell silent. He was completely immersed in the game. Then, he grabbed the white chess pieces and played with Yang Dingtian. In the first game, Miju Tuchuo lost terribly. In the second game, he lost terribly as well. In the third game, Miju Tuchuo's Go skills improved greatly. In the fourth game, in the fifth game, after a full 10 hours. Yang Dingtian threw down the chess pieces in his hand and said to Miju Tuchuo, Senior, it's going to be dark soon. Yan Yan and I will go back. As you can see, you won't get tired of playing Go, and there's no end to it. You can play with yourself and pass the infinite time. Miju Tuchuo's eyes reluctantly left the Go board. Then, he smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, Your Go is very interesting. Who invented it? In this world, I'm the first to make Go, Yang Dingtian said. You? Miju Tuchuo said, You don't look like someone who is as wise as the sea. Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't refute. Goodbye, Senior. Then, Yang Dingtian took Yan Yan's hand and left. After taking a dozen steps, Miju Tuchuo suddenly said, Hold on. Instantly, Yan Yan's face lit up with joy. Mijutuchuo said, "Boy, the go you gave me is very, very interesting. To others, it may be just a toy. But to me, it can save my life." "You're welcome," Yang Dingtian said. "But," Mijutuchuo said, "I still won't give you the demon core of the Naga royalty." "You can give up, haha." Yang Dingtian didn't show much disappointment on his face. Instead, he nodded and said, "I understand. But I also want to tell you that the go I gave you is just a gift to you." After that, Yang Dingtian didn't say another word. He took Yan Yan's hand and left quickly, leaving Mijutuchuo's cell. The moment he closed the stone door, Yang Dingtian threw a pill at Mijutuchuo. It was a pill that contained holy water. "This pill can't heal you, but it can reduce your pain." After that, Yang Dingtian closed the stone door, took Yan Yan's hand, and walked up. Mijutuchuo caught the pill with a look of surprise in his eyes. After leaving the dungeon and returning to the island, Yan Yan leaned her head on Yang Dingtian's shoulder and said softly, "Brother, what should we do?" "I'll use the next 2 days to cultivate. I'll use up the 2 feet of Naga royalty Xian veins. Even if I can break through half a level, it'll be fine. Then, I'll use my current cultivation to fight Song Yu." Yang Dingtian said. "But, we'll lose," Yan Yan said. "Give it your all," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he pulled Yan Yan to the shore. He wanted to take a boat back to Wuyan Island to discuss with Elder Wuyan. Yang Dingtian had expected this result, because Elder Wuyan had said very clearly that Mijutuchuo would never give away the Naga royalty's demon core. For this thing, he had almost sacrificed his life. How could he give it away so easily? As for using Yan Yan in exchange for this condition, rather than calling it a condition, it was more like a test to drive a wedge between them. This old man was unhappy that Yan Yan was married to Yang Dingtian, so he wanted to destroy the relationship between the two. If Yang Dingtian agreed to the exchange, it would only make Yan Yan very sad and disappointed. This old man would never hand over the Naga royalty's demon core. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan kept walking out. Finally, the two found something wrong. Because after walking for more than 10 minutes, they still hadn't reached the beach. This island was very small. 10 minutes walk was enough to cover the entire island. Now, after more than 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian still hadn't walked out. This was obviously not right. The sea was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't reach it. It was as if the two had entered a ghost wall. "Brother, what's going on?" Yan Yan asked. "Someone used a spiritual spell on us," Yang Dingtian said. "Everything in front of us has become an illusion. We seem to be walking out, but in fact, we've been walking in circles." "Who did this?" Yan Yan asked. "Mijutuchuo," Yang Dingtian said. "He's the chief alchemist of the Sea of Nether, the first beast speaker, and has unparalleled spiritual power." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the two heard Mijutuchuo's laughter. "Kid, you're not stupid. Thank you for giving me this pill. It allowed me to recover some of my energy and let me use my spiritual spell. Although I was in so much pain when I used my spiritual spell, I could only endure the pain in order to make you stay with me. Now, don't even think about leaving. Stay here with me forever." "Mijutuchuo, how can you do this?" Yan Yan was furious. "I don't care," Mijutuchuo said. "I'm not as unlucky as everyone else." "Haha. You can stay here with me forever." Haha. Yan Yan trembled with anger and was about to curse. Yang Dingtian held her little hand and said, "It's okay, Yan Yan." "No, we have to get out immediately," Yan Yan said. "We have to break out. I don't believe that we can't break out of this small island." Then, Yan Yan pulled Yang Dingtian and was about to break out. Yang Dingtian pulled Yan Yan and said, "It's useless. If we want to break out, we have to break his spiritual spell." "Yes, unless you can break my spiritual spell." Mijutuchuo laughed and said, "But it's impossible to break my spiritual spell. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the holy water pill. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to use my spiritual spell to imprison you. You're shameless. You repay kindness with ingratitude," Yan Yan said angrily. "Yes, I, Mijutuchuo, have always been shameless. I repay kindness with ingratitude. Mijituchuo sneered and then burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian said, Senior, I won't condemn you from a moral point of view. But since we're in this situation, how about we make a bet? What bet? Mijituchuo asked. 1 hour. If I can break your spiritual spell, you'll give me the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. If I can't break it, we'll stay in the dungeon for the rest of our lives. How about that? Yang Dingtian said. Ha 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 ha. Mijituchuo laughed and said, Are you dreaming? Kid, you want to break my spiritual spell? Are you dreaming? Do you know that my spiritual spell is almost invincible? Do you know that my spiritual power is 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger than yours? Even if I only leave 10% of my spiritual power, it's still hundreds of times stronger than yours. I know. Yang Dingtian said, Your spiritual power is hundreds of times stronger than the two of us combined. My spiritual power is like an ant in front of you. That's why we're imprisoned in this ghost hits wall, and can't leave. If that's the case, you still want to make a bet with me? Mijituchuo sneered and said, Are you stupid? Yang Dingtian said, If that's the case, why don't you dare to make a bet? A bet that I'll definitely win is very boring, Mijituchuo said. But I think I'll win. Yang Dingtian said, I've never lost a bet with anyone. I've made many bets. Even if I lose once, I'll die without a burial place, but I'm still alive and well. I've always bet with my life, but I've never lost. Even if the odds are 1 in 10,000, I'll still win. Now, you just need to answer me, do you want to bet or not? Okay, I'll bet. Mijituchuo said with a smile, If you can break my spiritual spell in an hour, I'll give you the demon core of the Naga royalty. If you can't, the two of you will stay in the dungeon with me forever. It's a deal. Yang Dingtian said. It's a deal. Mijituchuo said. Are you ready? Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's whole body suddenly became cold, and everything around him became completely dark. Countless dark energy crazily shrouded. It completely blocked Yang Dingtian's vision and all his senses. Yang Dingtian couldn't use even a little bit of his spiritual power. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't even think. He couldn't even communicate with Dongfang Minmi. And this was only less than 10% of Mijituchuo's spiritual power, but it was like a mountain pressing down on him. Yang Dingtian couldn't resist at all. Yan looked at Yang Dingtian worriedly. Although she was full of hope for Yang Dingtian and believed that he could create miracles, this situation was very difficult. However, the current situation was too difficult. Mijituchuo's mental power was too strong. This battle was countless times more difficult than Song Yu's battle. It was even like Yang Dingtian, who was at the Xin martial warrior level, directly challenging Dongfang Bingling. It was a battle that he would definitely lose. Yang Dingtian's expression was calm. He said, Senior, it seems that you're ready. I'm going to start breaking your spiritual spell. Hee hee. Mijituchuo sneered. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian took out his soul ring. He channeled some mystical qi to summon the darkness mystic fire. The darkness mystic fire didn't come out. Of course, it wasn't that Yang Dingtian couldn't summon it. It was that the darkness mystic fire seemed to be angry and unwilling to come out. It didn't want to go in at first. It wanted to live in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, but it was trapped in the pitch-black soul ring. Yang Dingtian summoned it again. Instantly, the darkness mystic fire came out unwillingly. A black flame ignited above Yang Dingtian's palm. The darkness mystic fire was formed by the fusion of the energy black hole and the million-spirit demonic fire. It was an overlord's energy. Its instinct was to devour energy. All kinds of energy, including spiritual power, of course. After it came out, it immediately sensed the powerful spiritual power around it. Instantly, it jumped a few inches higher excitedly and started devouring crazily. Instantly, a huge crack appeared in Mijituchuo's spiritual prison. Mijituchuo was shocked. He tried his best to repair it and channeled his spiritual power to repair the spiritual prison. However, it was all in vain. The darkness profound flame devoured and tore crazily. In an instant, it tore the mental prison into pieces. Boom. Yang Dingtian's spiritual power broke free. Instantly, Miju Tuchua's spiritual prison shattered. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan felt their bodies lighten, and their vision became clear. Then, they realized that they were still in the middle of the island, and there were footprints everywhere. As expected, they had been walking in circles and couldn't get out of here for the rest of their lives. Yang Dingtian kept the darkness mystic fire in his soul ring and smiled faintly. Senior Miju, you've lost. The golden demon core of the Naga royalty belongs to me. Miju Tuchua was completely stunned and didn't react for a long time. After a few minutes, Miju Tuchua said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Your spiritual power is only 1% of mine. How can you break my spiritual prison? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Miju Tuchua wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yan Yan also looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. That was because everything was dark just now. The darkness mystic fire was also dark. Therefore, it looked like Yang Dingtian didn't do anything, and Miju Tuchua's spiritual prison was broken just like that. Senior Miju, you've lost, Yang Dingtian said faintly. I've lost the bet, so the demon core of the Naga royalty belongs to me. Of course, I'll still give you the holy water and the Naga mystic vein. After that, Yang Dingtian walked back to Miju Tuchua's dungeon to get the demon core of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian brought Yan Yan back to the dungeon. Miju Tuchua was still looking at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, "How did you do it? How did you do it?" Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and said, "Senior, you have to accept your loss. Hand over the Naga royalty's demon core." Miju Tuchua took a deep breath and said, "Yang Dingtian, before you ask for the golden demon core, I have to tell you a few things." "Please speak," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance. She was afraid that Miju Tuchua would act shamelessly. "Do you know why I am imprisoned here?" Miju Tuchua asked. "Because you tried to leave the Sea of Hades and killed more than 10 disciples of the Sea of Hades and stole more than 10 treasures, Yang Dingtian said. "Then do you know why I want to leave the Sea of Hades?" Miju Tuchua asked. "Because you want to find more treasures," Yang Dingtian said. "No, I originally planned to escape to the Dongli grassland and spend the rest of my life there. Because that is Saint Tantai's territory, the people of the Sea of Hades can't chase me there," Miju Tuchua said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He pretended to be Miju Tuchua and told Ing Tianchong that he wanted to escape and spend the rest of his life there. Miju Tuchua said, "Because if I don't escape from the Sea of Hades, I will suffer a fate worse than death. Do you know that this Naga royalty's golden demon core is a treasure of heaven and earth? Sect Master Wu Jiong can easily take it from me. Why is this thing still with me?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because he wants more things." "Yes, he wants more things." Miju Tuchua said, "He wants to know where I got this Naga royalty's demon core, because that place is very likely the Naga's former gathering place. You should know what the Naga's gathering place means, right? Of course, it means countless treasures. There were countless top-notch secret manuals, medicinal pills, and so on. It means that the Naga's treasures are very likely to be there. The value of these treasures far exceeds the Naga royalty and could even change the world," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right, whoever gets the Naga's treasure will be able to rule the world." Miju Tuchua said, "Sect Master Wu wants the treasures of the entire Naga race, so the Naga royalty's demon core is still in my hands." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "But Senior, I've seen Sect Master Wu Jin. His cultivation is completely bottomless. Among all the people I have seen, only Saint Tantai can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although your spirit technique is almost invincible, I think that in front of Sect Master Wu your spirit technique shouldn't have any effect. His spirit technique should be stronger than yours. So, even if you don't say it, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get the secret." "Of course." Miju Tuchua said, "Sect Master Wu Yu's Yang attribute, Yin attribute, and spirit technique are the best I have ever seen in the world. I'm far from being able to catch up to him." Yang Dingtian suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This Sect Master Wu Yu is actually so powerful. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling's talents were unparalleled in the world, but one was Yang attribute and the other was Yang attribute. Shima Ningning's spirit technique was unparalleled in the world. But in other aspects, she was quite average. But this sect master Wu Yu's Yang attribute, Yin attribute, and spirit technique were the best in the world. This was really amazing. Where did you get the Naga royalty's demon core? This information should be in your mind, so it shouldn't be difficult for sect master Wu Yu to get this information with his spirit technique. Why hasn't he gotten it yet? Yang Dingtian asked. Because I've completely destroyed this information in my mind. Now, even I don't know where this Naga royalty's demon core came from. Even if sect master Wu Yu's spirit technique is heaven-defying, how could he get this information? Mijituchua said lightly. Yang Dingtian was surprised and full of admiration. This Mijituchua had actually destroyed his own memory. If it weren't for this, I would have died long ago. Once sect master Wu Yu got the secret, do you think I would still be alive? Mijituchua said, although he already knows that I've destroyed this memory in my mind, he still has a sliver of hope. He let me live, but imprisoned me here, making me beg for death. Yang Dingtian nodded. This was indeed the case. Mijituchua said, now, I've completely destroyed the secret of the Naga royalty settlement in my mind. Even all the memories before and after that have been destroyed. Therefore, this Naga royalty's demon core has become the most precious thing. It might contain the Naga's soul and memory fragments. If I hand it over to you, what do you think the consequences will be? Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, the consequences of poking a hole in the sky. That's right, the consequences of poking a hole in the sky. Elder Wu Yu had repeatedly emphasized this point. Therefore, she was unwilling to say this method before. Perhaps she would immediately regret it after saying it. Can you be more specific? Mijituchua asked. More specific. You'll be torn into pieces. Even if I successfully bring Yan Yan out of the Sea of Hades, I'll be killed by sect master Wu Yu. Yan Yan will also be killed. Cloud Sky City will be directly destroyed, Yang Dingtian said. That's right, that's it. Mijituchua said, although this Naga royalty's demon core is still in my hands, it doesn't actually belong to me anymore. It belongs to the Sea of Hades and sect master Wu Yu. If you take this demon core from me, it's equivalent to taking away Wu Yu's most precious treasure. As soon as he said this, Yan Yan's expression changed completely. Previously, she wanted to scold Mijituchua for being shameless. Now, she didn't even say a word. In her heart, she didn't even want Yang Dingtian to take this demon core. Moreover, even if you get this Naga royalty's demon core, you won't be able to open it. Mijituchua said, no matter what weapon you use, even mystic fire, you won't be able to open this demon core. You won't be able to absorb the powerful mystic chi energy from it. So? Yang Dingtian said. So, I advise you to think of another way. Mijituchua said, or, I'll directly give this demon core to sect master Wu Yu first and ask him to let you go. Do you think that's possible? Yang Dingtian said. Mijituchua also shook his head. He had made it very clear before. In fact, this Naga royalty's demon core was only with Mijituchua. Its real owner was sect master Wu Yu. Wanting to use this demon core to exchange for the freedom of Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan was completely a fool's dream. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Senior, about how often does sect master Wu Yu come to see you? Half a year. Mijituchua said. Then how long will it be before he comes to see you again? Yang Dingtian asked. About 3 or 4 days, Mijituchua said. Then it's like this. Yang Dingtian said, give this Naga royalty's demon core to me. It's only been with me for a day. At this time tomorrow, I'll return it to you. Within this day, whether or not I can successfully absorb the mystic chi energy inside, I'll return this demon core on time, and I won't damage it in any way. That's impossible, Mijituchua said, even if it's in your hands, it's useless. Then don't worry about it. Even if I take it away and play with it for a day, it's my business. In short, at this time tomorrow, I'll return this demon core to you intact, Yang Dingtian said. Can't I do that? You don't have to worry about me breaking the contract at all. As long as I don't return it on time, you just have to inform Wu Yu, and I guarantee that I'll die without a burial place. Mijituchuo thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine, but there's still one problem. This demon core has been marked with a special energy mark by Wuyu. If you bring it back to Wuyan Island, you'll be discovered as soon as you reach the sea. At that time, you'll also die without a burial place." "You don't have to worry about that, I have a way," Yang Dingtian said. "I can completely hide the energy mark on this demon core." "That's impossible," Mijituchuo said. "No one can erase the mark left by Sect Master Wuyu. Even I can't do it, let alone you." "Of course I can do it. Otherwise, if you give it a special energy mark now, you won't be able to sense it immediately after you hand it over to me," Yang Dingtian said. After saying that, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Mijituchuo fiercely shook his teeth, then took out a golden demon core from his bosom. Suddenly, the dungeon brightened up. This demon core was like the sun, blooming with golden light. It was dazzling, noble, and domineering. Just the light that was blooming was enough to make people have the urge to worship it. Inside the demon core, countless rays of light were circulating. It was mysterious and deep, as if there was a completely independent world inside. This was the Naga demon core, the most mysterious and most noble thing in the world. Compared to Yang Dingtian's purple Naga Xian veins, it was more than 10 times more precious. After Yang Dingtian took the demon core, he did not look at it carefully and directly put it into his bosom. Of course, it looked like he put it into his bosom, but in fact, he put it into his space. Ring. "Senior, can you still sense the energy mark on the demon core now?" Yang Dingtian asked. Mijituchuo widened his eyes in shock. The energy mark he left behind had really disappeared without a trace. How did this young man do it? It was too shocking. This young man was obviously only a martial arts grandmaster, but not only did he break his mental prison, but he also completely erased the energy mark he left behind. How did he do it? "Your ability is really unpredictable," Mijituchuo said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Then we'll take our leave first. At this time tomorrow, I'll come back on time to return the demon core." Mijituchuo sighed and said, "Okay, I'll give you 1 day. I really hope you can successfully devour the energy inside. Goodbye, senior. Take care." Yang Dingtian left the dungeon with Yen Yen, left the island, and got on the boat to row toward Wuyan Island. After more than an hour, Wuyan Island was in sight. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. On the island, Elder Wu Yan was waiting anxiously, her expression full of worry and uneasiness. After Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan arrived on Wuyan Island, Elder Wu Yan immediately asked in a low voice, "Did you get it?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Suddenly, Elder Wu Yan was stunned. To be honest, she really didn't expect that Yang Dingtian could really get the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. Next, Yang Dingtian only had 1 day to absorb the powerful Xianxia energy in the Naga royalty demon core. After returning to Wuyan Island, Yang Dingtian directly went into the room. Yan Yan also wanted to go in, but was stopped by Elder Wu Yan. "Yan Yan, you wait in the room outside. I'll keep watch in the yard. Don't disturb him." So, only Yang Dingtian was in the room. At this time, the water in the jade bucket was still there. There was more than a pound of holy water in it. It was originally for Yan Yan, but she didn't use it. Now, it was time for Yang Dingtian to use. Because this time, the Xianxia energy in the golden demon core was extremely shocking. It was completely unknown what kind of damage it would bring to Yang Dingtian, but in short, it would be very terrible. Yang Dingtian, naked, sat cross-legged in the diluted holy water. First, he took a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. Wait, it might be really painful. He closed his eyes for a few minutes to calm his mind and go through the whole plan in his mind. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and took out the golden demon core of the Naga royalty from the space ring. Suddenly, the water in the entire jade barrel turned golden. It was the same color as gold. Even Yang Dingtian's body turned into a beautiful golden color. This golden demon core was completely solid to the extreme. Originally, the Naga demon core was already stronger than the purple Naga Xian veins, let alone the golden demon core of the Naga royalty. Therefore, the sturdiness of the purple Naga's profound veins was on a completely different level. Therefore, Although the netherworld sea coveted the energy and soul inside this demon core, it was unable to open it and obtain the profound energy and soul memories inside. If Yang Dingtian relied on the million-spirit demonic flame, he wouldn't be able to open the demonic core. Even if he condensed the mystic flame to the maximum, he still wouldn't be able to break open the demonic core. This was because the Naga was the highest being in this world and had the status of a demigod. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian not only wanted to devour the energy inside, but he also wanted the entire demon core intact. This was simply too difficult. It was completely impossible. However, the reason why Yang Dingtian dared to agree to Mijidida's request was because he had the darkness profound flame, a darkness profound flame that could devour all kinds of energy. An ordinary mystic flame might not be comparable to the Naga royalty, but the energy black hole should be. Perhaps the energy black hole was already the top energy substance in this world. Yang Dingtian only needed to summon the darkness profound flame and it would immediately devour the energy inside the demon core crazily. It would directly create an invisible hole in the demon core. At that time, the profound energy would continuously gush out from this hole and seep into the sacred water. Yang Dingtian circulated the qi refinement formula to refine and devour the profound energy inside into his own sea of vital energy. Huff. Yang Dingtian summoned the darkness profound flame from the soul ring. At this moment, the darkness profound flame was still very weak. It couldn't be left outside for too long or its energy would dissipate. You are the king of darkness, the overlord of the mystic flame. Don't disappoint me. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then, he raised the golden demon core in his hand and approached the darkness profound flame. Hiss. The darkness profound flame sensed an extremely pure and powerful energy. It suddenly jumped up as though it was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yang Dingtian's control, the darkness profound flame suddenly condensed and became as sharp as a needle. It aimed at the golden demon core and pierced into it. As long as it pierced into the golden demon core, there would be a hole. At that time, the profound energy would continuously gush out. Although this darkness profound flame was still very young, when it was condensed to the extreme, this black thorn that was almost invisible to the naked eye completely gave off a feeling of destroying and piercing through everything. Even if it was the supreme being of the world, the golden demon core of the Naga royal tribe. Seeing the darkness profound flame piercing into the golden demon core, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath and waited for the profound energy to surge out. But the result disappointed Yang Dingtian. After the darkness profound flame pierced into the golden demon core, it didn't pierce into it directly. Instead, it was reflected back. The extremely powerful darkness profound flame that could devour everything was actually helpless against the demon core of the Naga royalty. The dark energy that pierced into the demon core was actually reflected back. Yang Dingtian didn't believe in heresy. He controlled the darkness profound flame personally and carefully mixed the million-spirit demon fire and the darkness profound flame together. Then, he pierced it into the golden demon core. Phew! There was still no effect. It was reflected back by the golden outer shell of the demon core. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. The outer shell of the demon core was too powerful. Even the darkness profound flame was helpless against it. In this world, was there anything that could open it? Moreover, Yang Dingtian's trump card was the darkness profound flame. But now that the trump card had lost its effect, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. It seemed that he really couldn't take a shortcut this time. He really had to use a 6-star martial grandmaster to fight with Xianxia. No wonder Extermination Dida said that even if he took the golden demon core, it was useless. Moreover, if it could be opened, Extermination Dida would have opened it himself. Yang Dingtian summoned the darkness profound flame back into the soul ring. After staying outside for a while, the darkness profound flame was already a little weak. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh. Then, he laid in the jade bucket, held the golden demon core in his hand and stared at it helplessly. Perhaps, this treasure of heaven and earth could only be held in his hand and admired for a day. At this moment, Yan, who was outside, was really anxious. Hearing that there was no movement in the room, she couldn't help but ask, "Husband, can I come in?" "Come in," Yang Dingtian said. Yan walked in and looked at Yang Dingtian. She smiled sweetly and said, "Brother, this thing is too beautiful. You've been playing with it. Have you not started to devour its energy?" Yang Dingtian said, "I've already tried twice. I can't pierce through its outer shell and can't devour its energy." Yan Yan said, "Don't be anxious. There must be other ways. Your profound flame is so powerful." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I've tried combining the million spirit demon fire and the darkness profound flame, but it still didn't work." Yan Yan's beautiful eyes reddened. She smiled sweetly and said, "Then let's think of another way. Let's go find Granny to think of a way. If there's really no other way, we husband and wife will fight it out with that gigolo Song Yu." Yang Dingtian smiled gently at Yan Yan and opened his arms. Yan Yan pounced over like a little bird and bent down to hug Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt the golden demon core in his hand jump and heat up. Yang Dingtian was also shocked. He couldn't help but look at the golden demon core in his hand. There was no reaction. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Yang Dingtian stared at the golden demon core and finally realized that it was indeed moving. The countless meridians and starlight inside seemed to be gently flashing, gradually brightening, and then gradually dimming. The amplitude was so weak that it was almost negligible. What was going on? This demon core didn't change at all. Why was it moving now? What was happening now? Yan Yan pounced over to hug Yang Dingtian. Could it be that this demon core's change was related to Yan Yan? Yang Dingtian said to Yan Yan, "Darling, take a few steps back and try." Yan Yan didn't understand, but she followed Yang Dingtian's instructions and took a few steps back. Sure enough, the demon core's movement became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. "Darling, come over here again," Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan walked over. Sure enough, the demon core moved again, although it was still very weak. Was this demon core's movement really related to Yan Yan? This was too strange, and Yang Dingtian couldn't figure it out. No matter what, Yan Yan had nothing to do with the Naga clan. After all, she was not Ningning. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something. Yan Yan had nothing to do with the Naga clan before, but now it was because Yan Yan's Xian veins had been transformed by the Naga Xian veins. At this time, her Xian veins were brand new and full of Naga clan genes. Perhaps, this was the reason. With this thought, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly lit up. Perhaps, he had a way. He had a way to open the demon core's shell defense. In the face of such a powerful and supreme Naga clan, he couldn't force it. He could only comply. "Darling, I suddenly thought of a way," Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Then I'll wait for you outside?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Yan Yan backed out of the room and then helped Yang Dingtian close the door. Yang Dingtian took out a foot of purple Naga Xian veins from his spatial ring. Huff. Then, he summoned the million spirit demon fire. Condense, condense, condense. The million spirit demon fire was condensed to the extreme and fiercely burrowed into the foot of purple Naga Xian veins. Suddenly, the Xian veins lit up and emitted a dazzling purple light, which contrasted with the golden demon core's light. It was dazzling and enchanting. Brighter and brighter, brighter and brighter. The Naga Xian veins that were being burned by the Xian fire were shining to the extreme. Boom. Suddenly, the Xian veins turned into countless purple photons that filled the entire jade barrel and enveloped Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian's Xian fire condensed countless Naga Xian veins photons into the flame, and the red Xian fire immediately turned into a gorgeous purple. Yang Dingtian's palm wrapped around the golden demon core, and the Xian fire that was filled with Naga Xian veins photons suddenly wrapped tightly around the golden demon core. Then, countless Naga Xian veins photons started to spin rapidly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Then, countless photons burrowed into the golden demon core with all their might. The golden demon core's shell, which was originally extremely sturdy and could not be penetrated by the darkness profound fire, was now completely open, allowing countless Naga Xian veins photons to enter. In a short few seconds, all the purple photons of Naga Xian veins mixed with Yang Dingtian's Xian fire and completely disappeared into the golden Naga royalty demon core. That's right, it was incomparably sturdy and even the darkness profound fire could not penetrate it. However, it was willing to absorb and release its own kind. Although the purple Naga clan's Xian veins were of a lower grade, they were still of the same kind. Therefore, the golden Naga demon core and the purple Xian veins were completely released. After these purple Xian veins photons had all surged into the golden demon core, it was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out. Then, countless rays of golden light shot out from the demon core. It was like a real sun, blooming with dazzling light. Most of this golden light directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt an extremely domineering, extremely pure, and extremely powerful Xianqi energy. It almost made Yang Dingtian unable to breathe in an instant. PFFF. Caught off guard, Yang Dingtian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All the Xian veins in his body were shattered. The energy in this golden demon core was simply too overbearing. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that it contained the energy of the purple Naga Xian veins. However, after entering the demon core, the purple Xian veins photons were completely swallowed and fused with the golden energy. Then, they burst out and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian endured the incomparable pain and hurriedly put this golden demon core that was blooming with light into the holy water. Then, he closed his eyes and released all the Xian veins in his body, desperately swallowing this incomparably powerful Xianqi energy. He succeeded. Countless domineering Xianqi, through the holy water, endlessly poured into Yang Dingtian's body. He succeeded. If there was no holy water, Yang Dingtian would definitely not be able to withstand the profound energy surging out from the golden demon core. This profound energy was simply too powerful and overbearing. However, it was completely different when the demon core was placed in the holy water. This incomparably powerful profound energy directly seeped into the holy water, and then into Yang Dingtian's profound veins. The impact was immediately reduced by a lot. However, it was still very painful because the profound energy that poured in was simply too powerful, too much. It felt as if Yang Dingtian's profound veins were about to explode. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and circulated the qi refinement art, frantically devouring this incomparably powerful profound energy. What surprised Yang Dingtian was that this profound energy was not completely pure. However, it did not seem to have any attributes, whether it was yin or yang. Of course, it was not fire or ice, etc. This profound energy carried a very, very peculiar aura. At least, this profound energy was golden in color. Whether Yang Dingtian used the profound fire to refine it, or the yin-yang qi transformation art, he was unable to make this profound energy become completely pure. However, this profound energy could completely enter the qi sea and be used to raise his cultivation. Merely an hour later, a golden light flashed in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, all of his consciousness and everything turned into nothingness. He was very familiar with this feeling because he was about to break through and level up. But this time it was different from before, when there was nothing but emptiness. When he was in the void, it was as if something different, and mysterious was crazily pouring into Yang Dingtian's mind. Yang Dingtian wanted to search, wanted to capture an image, but it disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, when he entered the void, Yang Dingtian could not control his thoughts at all, as if this brain did not belong to him. After a short period of nothingness, this mysterious image that poured into Yang Dingtian's mind immediately stopped. And Yang Dingtian's qi sea was currently empty. However, the slightly strange thing was that Yang Dingtian felt that the inner wall of his qi sea was actually golden. That's right, it was actually golden. It was really too strange. The profound qi that was pouring in was golden, and the inner wall of the qi sea was actually golden as well. However, from this, Yang Dingtian finally confirmed that although the sea of qi was in the lower abdomen, it was a virtual space. Furthermore, the qi sea was completely formed from refined profound energy. It was no wonder that ordinary battle Xian qi could be filled to the brim within 4 to 6 hours after entering the sea of qi. As for the refined Xian qi, it would be compressed by 100 times after entering the sea of qi. When the cultivation Xian qi filled the entire qi sea, it immediately exploded. At this time, the cultivation Xian qi inside did not disappear. Instead, it directly merged with the qi sea and became a part of the expanded qi sea. Moreover, both combat and cultivation Xian qi were in the sea of qi. However, the two spaces were completely independent and did not interfere with each other. Even if the battle profound energy filled the energy sea, it would not prevent the cultivation profound energy from entering, and vice versa. After breaking through and leveling up, Yangding Tian was already a 7-star martial ancestor. After that, the golden profound energy continued to crazily surge into Yangding Tian's Xian meridians before gathering and entering the Sea of Qi. After all the profound energy entered the Sea of Qi, it was directly compressed by a few hundred times and gradually filled the Sea of Qi. Yangding Tian also realized that as his cultivation level increased, the degree of compression of the profound energy that entered the Sea of Qi increased. At the beginning, the cultivation profound energy that entered the Sea of Qi was only compressed by a few dozen times. Later on, it was compressed by a few hundred times. In other words, as one's cultivation level increased, the amount of profound energy required to break through the Sea of Qi would increase exponentially. The firmness of the Sea of Qi would also increase greatly. Of course, the cultivation time required to break through one level was even longer. Previously, it was said that even a martial artist with 8th grade Xian meridians would need about 2 years to break through from a 6-star martial ancestor to a 7-star martial ancestor. However, Yangding Tian had the 9 yang meridians, the yin-yang qi transformation technique, and the million spirit demon fire. He only needed 2 to 3 months and his cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of others. On the other hand, absorbing the profound energy from the Naga royalty demon core only took about an hour. Of course, this was because Yangding Tian was already a mid-grade 6-star martial ancestor. In this hour, it was equivalent to breaking through half a level. The process of breaking through from a 7-star martial ancestor to an 8-star martial ancestor had undoubtedly slowed down. The energy from the Naga royalty demon core was still incomparably powerful, but the amount of profound energy required to break through from a 7-star martial ancestor to an 8-star martial ancestor was simply too much. Compared to breaking through from a 6-star martial ancestor to a 7-star martial ancestor, it was a completely multiplied increase. Furthermore, as Yangding Tian refined the profound energy into his Sea of Qi, he also felt his own body and was surprised to find that when countless profound energy entered the Sea of Qi through the Xian meridians, there were many golden purple photons that remained at the Xian meridians and then seeped into the Xian meridians. These golden Xian meridians were mixed with the purple Naga royalty and were actually transforming his Xian meridians. However, he had the 9 yang meridians and there was almost no room for transformation. Just like this, countless profound energy entered his Xian meridians and after being compressed by a few hundred times, flowed into his Sea of Qi. His empty Sea of Qi rose little by little. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, finally, the golden yellow profound energy once again filled Yangding Tian's Sea of Qi. Yangding Tian's Sea of Qi began to expand and expand. Previously, because the Sea of Qi was colorless, Yangding Tian could only feel it expanding, but he couldn't see it expanding. This time, he could see it clearly. The golden yellow Sea of Qi began to tremble, as if it was a bomb that was about to explode. Boom, with a flash of golden light, everything entered nothingness. Yangding Tian's body, his mind, and his spirit had completely entered nothingness. He broke through again and became an 8-star martial ancestor. Similarly, at this time, countless information, mysterious and clear, crazily poured into Yangding Tian's mind. However, Yangding Tian was still completely unable to capture a single image. He could only helplessly watch as the information crazily poured into his mind. The breakthrough was over, everything around him gradually returned to normal and Yangding Tian gradually regained consciousness. The color of the Sea of Qi had obviously become more golden yellow, and it was empty again. Then, countless golden yellow profound energy poured into the profound veins again. After being compressed by hundreds of times, it flowed into the Sea of Qi again. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. 8 hours later, the golden yellow profound energy once again filled Yangding Tian's Sea of Qi. Yangding Tian's Sea of Qi expanded again, it expanded to the extreme. Boom, with a flash of golden light, everything entered nothingness again. Yangding Tian successfully broke through again and became a 9-star martial ancestor. In the short period of nothingness, countless information still crazily poured into Yangding Tian's mind. Perhaps, this was the sole memory of the Naga royalty. Who knew, at this time, Yangding Tian was already a 9-star martial ancestor. 16 hours had passed since he started cultivating, which was 16 hours in total. He had promised Mijituchuo that he would only borrow it for one day. There were only 8 hours left. Just now, Yang Dingtian had spent 8 hours to break through to the 9-star level. The time needed to break through to the martial venerable level from the 9-star martial ancestor level was probably double. Yang Dingtian only had 8 hours left. It was obviously impossible for him to break through to the martial venerable level. Of course, Yang Dingtian could break the contract and return the golden demon core to Mijituchuo after he had completely devoured the profound energy in it. However, a man could not live without integrity. Moreover, Mijituchuo had lent him the demon core, which was already a great kindness. How could he break the contract again? In the face of an untrustworthy person, it was pedantic and stupid to pay attention to credibility. However, in the face of a person who was indebted to him, it was shameless to go against credibility. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to change his method. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through to the martial venerable level within 8 hours. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. There was only one way, which was to shorten the time for profound energy to enter the sea of qi and reduce the loss of profound energy in the process of passing through the profound veins. The method was to swallow the entire Naga royalty's demon core into his stomach and use profound energy to force it into his lower abdomen, where it was closest to the sea of qi. That way, shortening the distance was nothing. The most important thing was to reduce the loss of profound energy in the circulation of profound veins throughout the body. However, this was extremely dangerous. Such powerful profound energy would first flow through the entire body's profound veins and then enter the sea of qi. There would be a huge buffer. Now, Yang Dingtian wanted to swallow it directly into his stomach and release profound energy from the side of the sea of qi. He wanted to swallow it directly into the sea of qi. This was too terrifying. This was using less than 10% of the profound veins to swallow the same amount of profound energy as before. There was no need to talk about the extreme pain. It was very likely that part of the profound veins would explode and even Yang Dingtian's sea of qi would shatter. However, there were 2 reasons why Yang Dingtian dared to take such a risk. One of the reasons was that he was in the holy water. Secondly, all the profound veins in his body had been transformed by the Naga royalty's purple profound veins. Even if it couldn't upgrade the grade of his profound veins, it could at least make them tougher. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian immediately made a decision. Fight it out. Yang Dingtian took out a cup of holy water from his spatial ring and placed the demon core in it. Then, he swallowed the demon core with the holy water. Then, he used profound energy to quickly force the demon core to the vicinity of his lower abdomen. The moment the demon core entered his stomach, Yang Dingtian almost cried out in pain. It was really painful to the extreme. It was completely indescribable. It was as if a bomb had directly exploded in his stomach. After the extreme pain, Yang Dingtian felt that his stomach was completely numb, as if the entire stomach didn't belong to him at all. That kind of pain directly made Yang Dingtian faint. Pfft! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Then, the meridians in Yang Dingtian's entire body shattered inch by inch at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Countless amounts of blood surged out from the countless cracks. That small portion of his profound veins still couldn't withstand such powerful energy and directly shattered inch by inch. At this time, Yang Dingtian had become incomparably shocking. Countless cracks appeared all over his body, making him look like a ghost. Even though he knew that the consequences would be severe, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Yang Dingtian didn't care. He frantically operated the qi refining art, guiding the incomparably powerful profound energy into his qi sea. At this time, even under extreme pain, Yang Dingtian still had to maintain his rationality and use the shortest time to guide the profound energy into his qi sea. Otherwise, the consequences would definitely be Yang Dingtian's body and bones shattering. Finally, after the profound energy entered his qi sea, only then did the powerful energy of the demon core stop rampaging through Yang Dingtian's body. Even though it was still painful as if countless red-hot knives were stirring in his stomach, it was much better than before. The pain just now directly made Yang Dingtian's eye sockets crack. Next, under the effect of the holy water, Yang Dingtian's cracked body finally gradually healed and recovered. Then, everything returned to normal. In the process that was like a knife twisting, countless powerful golden profound energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's qi. 2 hours. 4 hours. 3.5 hours. Yang Dingtian's qi was once again filled with golden profound energy. The qi began to expand, boom. A golden light burst out. Everything entered nothingness. Countless mysterious information once again crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind. And the strange thing was that the time of nothingness this time was exceptionally long. In the past, the time of nothingness after breaking through was at most 4 or 5 seconds. This time, it was a full few minutes. It was as if endless information crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's mind, causing that moment, Yang Dingtian's spirit and mind seemed to be about to turn into ashes. A few minutes later, the nothingness stopped. Everything around him began to gradually recover, and Yang Dingtian had officially broken through to Martial Venerable. In the almost hellish pain, Yang Dingtian finally succeeded in breaking through to Martial Venerable within the allotted time. He had finally broken through to revered martial artist. The blood in Yang Dingtian's body was trembling, and his heart was filled with excitement. It had been almost 3 years since he came to this world. It had been 1.5 years since he started practicing martial arts. He had broken through to revered martial artist. After breaking through to revered martial artist, he had officially become an absolute expert in this world. He had become the peak of this world's youth experts. Du Gufengwu, revered martial artist. Qin Huayu, revered martial artist. Joyless Palace's young Lord Gudu Huan, Yinyang School's Ling Ao Han, Black Sky Sect's Zhu Hongxue, and the mysterious Yan Biaqin. Cloud Sky City's Shiman Ju and Shiman Lai were all revered martial artists. Netherworld Sea's Song Yu and many other unknown Netherworld Sea disciples were all revered martial artists. All the young experts in this world were revered martial artists. Except for the heaven-defying Dongfang Bingling, who had stepped into the Grandmaster realm at the age of 21, and became the true peak expert in this world. Only by breaking through to revered martial artist would he have a chance in the City Lord's martial contest. Only by breaking through to revered martial artist would he be able to break through Song Yu's defense and bring Yan Yan out of Netherworld Sea. However, after breaking through to revered martial artist, Yang Dingtian was not only excited, he also felt guilty. That's right, it was guilt. He had broken through to revered martial artist mostly because of luck. He had taken countless shortcuts. Although he had narrowly escaped death every time, he could tell himself that even the shortcuts were not easy to come by. However, it was hard to lie to himself. After breaking through to revered martial artist, there was still an hour before he had to return the demon core. Now, Yang Dingtian had a choice, which was to continue devouring the energy in the demon core until the mystic chi energy was completely devoured. The second choice was to stop immediately and return the golden demon core now. The timing was just right. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian spat out the golden demon core. The demon core was still emitting a golden light, and mystic chi energy was shooting out. Come out. Yang Dingtian opened his palm. Suddenly, a purple flame rushed out from the demon core. This was the combination of the profound flame and the purple Naga's profound veins, a ball of purple light. Yang Dingtian clenched his hand, and the purple mist suddenly condensed into the size of a small pearl. There was less than 1/10 of its original size left. The rest had entered Yang Dingtian's body. At this point, even if Yang Dingtian continued to devour, he would probably only be able to break through a quarter of his level. This was because once the Naga's Xian meridians were exhausted, the demon nucleus would stop releasing Xian qi. There was still some time left. Yang Dingtian fiercely sucked this ball of light mixed with the purple Naga's Xian veins into his Xian veins. Immediately, this energy flowed along Yang Dingtian's profound veins, transforming and strengthening every inch of Yang Dingtian's profound veins. This process was also somewhat painful, but it was nothing compared to the previous one. After a few minutes, the Naga's Xian meridians had completely merged into Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians. Of course, this was not enough. In the future, Yang Dingtian still needed to strengthen his Xian meridians. This was because Yang Dingtian had chosen to devour Xian qi near his Sea of Qi to raise his Sea of Qi. This way, countless Xian qi would not be able to pass through his Xian meridians, causing his Sea of Qi to rise while his Xian meridians did not. This way, his Xian meridians and Sea of Qi would not be at the same level. This result was very, very fatal. The direct result was that when he wanted to release an attack in the future, the Xian meridians would be torn apart when the battle Xianxia was released from his Sea of Qi into his Xian meridians. At this point, there was no need to talk about fighting. It was a kind of suicide. Of course, because Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians were special and had been transformed by the purple Naga's Xian meridians, it would not be so serious. However, the mismatch between the Sea of Qi and Xian meridians was ultimately fatal. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi was at the martial ancestor level. However, his Xian meridians were only at the mid-level of a 9-star martial ancestor. This mid-level was because he had used the purple Naga's Xian meridians to transform his Xian meridians. As for the Naga royalty's demon core in his hand, after Naga's Xian meridians separated, it stopped releasing Xianxia and became the same golden demon core as before. It became quiet and mysterious. It was no longer as bright as the sun. How much Xianxia was left in it? Yang Dingtian did not know and did not want to know. Taking a deep breath, he put the golden demon core into his spatial ring. Then, Yang Dingtian got up from the bathtub, wiped his body, put on his clothes, and pushed the door open. "Brother, did you succeed?" Yan exclaimed. Yang Dingtian nodded. "You really succeeded?" Yan said in disbelief. Then, she pounced over and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. At this moment, her beautiful big eyes were bloodshot. "Silly girl, you haven't slept all this time?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Who can sleep?" Yan said. Speaking of which, Yan had not slept for more than 30 hours. However, she still did not feel sleepy. Her face was still full of excitement. Elder Wuyan did not sleep either. He grabbed Yang Dingtian's wrist and inserted Xianxia to test Yang Dingtian's cultivation. Suddenly, a shocked expression appeared on her face. "You really broke through to martial honor? You really broke through to martial honor? This is unbelievable." Then, Elder Wuyan's expression changed. "What's going on? Most of your Xian meridians are not at martial honor level, but your Sea of Energy has broken through to martial honor level. Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Elder Wuyan was indeed powerful. He even found out about this. "Grandma, because I had to return this demon core on time, I had no choice but to do this," Yang Dingtian said. "But don't worry, after returning the demon core, I will immediately come back and cut off a section of Naga's purple Xian meridians to improve the grade of my Xian meridians." Yan didn't quite understand, but Elder Wuyan completely understood. He knew that Yang Dingtian had directly swallowed the Naga King's demon core into his stomach, which was the most direct way to devour energy. She knew how painful it would be, how dangerous it would be. You are really crazy. Do you know how terrible the consequences are?" Elder Wuyan whispered. She was afraid that Yan would be worried, so she did not say it clearly. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I will be careful in the future," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he said to Yan, "Let's go. We will return this demon core to the dungeon." "Okay." Yan held Yang Dingtian's hand, walked to the edge of Wuyan Island, and jumped into the boat. Last time, in order to enjoy the romantic time with Yan on the sea, Yang Dingtian slowly rowed the boat to the island. It took him half an hour. This time, Yang Dingtian used all his strength to row the boat quickly. In order to save time, when the boat was a few thousand meters away from the island, Yang Dingtian directly carried Yan and flew directly to the island with the ethereal wings. "Husband, these wings are so beautiful," Yan exclaimed. "I will definitely find you one in the future," Yang Dingtian said. Yan pouted and kissed Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian directly landed at the entrance of the dungeon and quickly pulled Yan to the cell a few hundred meters underground. Pushing open the thick stone door, they saw Mijituchua playing chess alone. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Mijituchua was slightly surprised and said, "There is still a quarter of an hour before the appointed time. You actually came early. You really couldn't pierce the shell of the golden demon core and swallow the energy inside. You really failed." In Mijituchua's opinion, Yang Dingtian would only return the demon core on time if he failed. Yang Dingtian took out the golden demon core from the space ring and offered it with both hands. Senior, thank you for lending me the golden Naga demon core. Yang Dingtian officially returns it to its rightful owner. Mijituchuo took the demon core and said, it's normal that you failed. Even I couldn't open it and obtain the energy and soul memories inside, let alone you. Come, play a few games with me. When the time comes, I will plead with Sect Master Wu Jin for you. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, senior, but I have succeeded. Succeeded? Mijituchuo said in a sharp voice, you successfully opened the shell of the demon core and swallowed the energy inside? Yang Dingtian nodded. Impossible. Mijituchuo said in a sharp voice. Then, he took out the golden Naga royalty demon core. He found that it was still intact, beautiful, and mysterious. There were no traces of tampering at all. Impossible, you can't do it. Mijituchuo said in a trembling voice, you've already broken through to Martial Venerable? Yang Dingtian nodded. I don't believe it. Prove it to me. Mijituchuo said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and a burst of Xianxia suddenly gushed out. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 transparent wings stretched out from his back. This was not the void spirit wings, nor was it a flying Xian skill. It was a pair of wings condensed from Xianxia. Only martial honorables were able to form wings. Heavens! You're not human. Mijituchuo muttered to himself, even I can't do it. How did you do it? Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and was about to tell him the method. However, before he could say it, Mijituchuo stopped him, alright, you don't have to tell me. Don't tell me anything. Otherwise, it will only benefit that demon from the Netherworld Sea. You've succeeded. That's your good fortune. Mijituchuo sighed and put the golden demon core back into his pocket. Then, he closed his eyes and said, wait for me for a moment. I have to completely destroy this memory of borrowing your demon core. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Sect Master Wu, you will always come to search for the memory in my mind. I'll keep the memory from yesterday when you failed to borrow the demon core and left with your tails between your legs. Then, Mijituchuo's right hand hovered above his head. A red light sword condensed at the tip of his finger. It condensed, and finally condensed into an extremely thin light needle. Hiss. Afterwards, the red needle of light fiercely pierced his brain. Mijituchuo's body trembled violently. His entire face twisted in pain. Then, he suddenly fell to the ground. His entire body was trembling in extreme pain. Yanyan's tears immediately gushed out. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said respectfully, Yang Dingtian, thank you for your kindness, senior. One day, if I'm strong enough, I'll definitely restore your freedom. Yang Dingtian made a promise in his heart, even though Mijituchuo couldn't hear it. Previously, he heard that Mijituchuo had erased part of his brain's memory. He originally thought it was just a kind of spiritual technique, like deleting information from a computer's hard drive. He didn't expect that he would directly use an energy needle to destroy that part of his brain, directly destroying his body in the most direct way. It was like directly destroying some sectors of a hard drive. Only in this way could the data be prevented from being recovered by experts. No wonder Sect Master Wu couldn't find out those important information despite being so powerful. It was because they had been destroyed in the most direct way. Moreover, the process of destruction was so painful. And this kind of destruction would cause fatal damage to the brain. Yang Dingtian really owed him a huge favor. A few minutes later, Mijituchuo woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian and Yanyan. At first, he was confused, then he sneered and said, why haven't you left? Why are you here again? Didn't I drive you away? You came yesterday, and you came today. It's useless even if you come every day. Then, Mijituchuo's eyes fell on Yanyan's face and said, it's still the same condition. If you want the golden demon core of the Naga royalty, you can exchange it with your wife. As expected, this part of his memory had been destroyed by him. Therefore, Mijituchuo still thought that he hadn't lent his demon core. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I'm going to take Yanyan out tomorrow to have a fight with Songyu. Therefore, I'm not here to ask for the demon core today. I'm here to play a game of chess with you. You want to move me? You want to play tricks? Dream on. Mijituchuo sneered and said, not to mention one game of chess, even 10 or 100 games won't work. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he directly placed the chess pieces. Then, the two of them began to play chess. Soon, Mijituchuo was immersed in the game and no longer sarcastic. Half an hour later. Suddenly, the surrounding space suddenly darkened. An incomparably powerful energy came crashing down like Mount Tai. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian, Mijituchuo, and Yan Yan were all unable to move or even breathe. They were truly unable to move. They couldn't even move a finger. Then, the magma below suddenly surged up and condensed into a human figure, a figure that was more than 10 meters tall. The master of the Netherworld Sea, Sect Master Wu Yu. This was the most powerful person Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Seeing Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan here, Sect Master Wu Yu glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at Mijituchuo and said, Miju, what are these two doing here? Wu Yu's voice was still strange. It was completely different from a man's and a woman's. Mijituchuo regained his ability to move and hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, reporting to Sect Master, Yang Dingtian is here to curry favor with the Naga royalty's golden demon core. Did you give it to him? Wu Yu asked. No, this belongs to the master. I'm just keeping it for him. How could I dare to give it to someone else? After saying that, Mijituchuo took out the demon core and raised it high. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was extremely glad. Fortunately, he kept his promise and returned the demon core on time. Otherwise, the only consequence would be the death of Mijituchuo, himself, Yan Yan, and even Elder Wu Yan. A mass of magma floated over and wrapped around the golden demon core as if to examine the demon core. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that he couldn't breathe at all. His heart was about to burst out. If the demon core was discovered to be strange, then everyone present would be dead. Soon, the mass of magma left the demon core. Take a good look at this demon core and think about it. See if you can remember anything? Wu Yu said lightly. Yes, master. Mijituchuo put the demon core into his arms and knelt on the ground. Wu Yu responded. Then, the magma gradually fell back into the magma river below. Wu Yu's figure completely disappeared from sight. After Wu Yu left, Mijituchuo collapsed on the ground. He tried to get up but couldn't. It was obvious that he was completely terrified of Sect Master Wu Yu. Yang Dingtian wanted to help Mijituchuo up but was pushed away. Don't touch me, get out, don't kill me, Mijituchuo screamed crazily. His whole body was trembling as if he was terrified to the extreme. Yang Dingtian took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Senior, take care. We're leaving. Then, Yang Dingtian pulled the sad Yan Yan and left the dungeon. Back on Wuyan Island, Yang Dingtian used Profound Fire to cut off 3 inches from the last foot of Naga's purple profound vein. Then, he used Profound Fire to melt the 3 inches of profound vein, turning it into countless photons. Devouring and refining these photons would strengthen and upgrade his own profound vein. Sure enough, this 3 inches of Naga's purple profound vein allowed Yang Dingtian's profound vein to break through half a level, just enough to reach revered martial artist level. Of course, this 1 inch of Naga's purple profound vein didn't raise the grade of Yang Dingtian's profound vein at all. It only had a strengthening effect. However, Yang Dingtian was already completely satisfied. The next day. The 3 days were definitely up. The time to fight Song Yu had arrived. Yang Dingtian, no matter if you win or lose, I will do everything in my power to protect your life and martial arts. Elder Wu Yan said to Yang Dingtian, so, no matter what the result of this battle is, don't risk your life. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, Grandma. Yan Yan desperately wanted to go with you, but in order not to affect your performance in the battle, I didn't let her go. I let her wait for you here. Anyway, if you lose, she will definitely not leave alone. She will stay with you in the Sea of Hades. Elder Wu Yan said, in my eyes, you have already won by breaking through to the martial venerable level. You are already better than Song Yu. You don't need to prove anything in this battle. Elder Wu Yan had always been very cool. she had always been indifferent to Yang Tian. Perhaps it was because she loved him, or perhaps she had already accepted Yang Tian in her heart. At this time, she was very concerned about Yang Tian, although it was not as good as her feelings for Yan Yan. I understand, Grandma. Yang Tian looked at Yan Yan. At this time, her beautiful eyes were full of worry and fear. But she still forced a smile at Yang Tian. In fact, she really wanted to go with Yang Tian, but Grandma said that it might affect Yang Tian's performance in the battle. So, even if she wanted to go with him, she did not dare to say it. Grandma, let Yan Yan go with me. Anyway, even if I lose face, it will not affect my image in her heart. She will not fall in love with someone else. Yang Tian said with a smile. He knew very well how torturous this kind of waiting was for Yan Yan. No, even if you turn around and run away, or even kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, you will still be the most handsome. I will still love you. Yan Yan blurted out. Then, she rushed towards Yang Tian, hugged Yang Tian's neck, and kissed him hard on the lips. Wushan Granny shook her head helplessly and waved her hand. Go, go. Yang Tian and Yan Yan rode to the Golden Beach. Baby, I asked you to spread the news of my battle with Songyu these few days. Did you spread it out? Yang Tian asked. The news has spread. All the beautiful female disciples in the Sea of Hades know about it. They will probably come to watch the battle. Yan Yan said. Did you make it clear to them that only beautiful female disciples are allowed to watch the battle? Not a single male disciple is allowed to come. Yang Tian asked. Don't worry, I've already said it clearly. Don't let any stinky men come over. Yan Yan said, Husband, what do you mean by this? Do you want all the beautiful women in the Sea of Hades to see your heroic appearance so that they will fall in love with you at first sight? Are you so sure about this battle? Are you not afraid of losing face in front of so many beautiful women after losing? Of course not. Yang Tian said, I let so many beautiful women watch to put pressure on Songyu, lest he kill me after I lose. Ah. Yan Yan opened her small mouth in disbelief. Was this still her honorable husband? Husband, don't tell me you have no confidence in this battle? Yan Yan said, and let so many beautiful women watch, how can you make Songyu show mercy? Of course I don't have the confidence to win. Songyu is too powerful. Your husband can't beat him. Yang Tian said, as for the reason why I let so many beautiful women watch, let me ask you, is Songyu a sanctimonious hypocrite? Yes. Yan Yan said, there is no man who can pretend better than him. Then does he care about his image very much? Yang Tian said, especially in front of so many beautiful women? Yes, this person would rather have poise than his life. Yan Yan said, so every day he has to comb his hair meticulously and take care of his clothes meticulously. He is more vain than us women. Yes, there are so many beautiful women watching. Not only does he have to beat me, but he also has to fight beautifully. He must use flashy moves and desperately act handsome. This way, his combat strength will be weaker. Yang Tian said, moreover, he has been infatuated with you, right? He thinks that I am not worthy of you at all, so he desperately pursues you, but he also puts on airs and doesn't want to lose face, right? Yes. Yan Yan said. Then, as his rival in love, in order to maintain his poise, even if he beats me, he can't kill me. Instead, he has to be merciful. Otherwise, his image in the eyes of others will be completely ruined. Others will say that this Songyu is so shameless. In order to snatch Yan Yan's Shiman, he actually killed Yan Yan's husband. Yang Tian said, so for his own reputation, not only can he not kill me, but he can't let me lose in a very embarrassing way. In order to win brilliantly, he has to be very elegant. In terms of temperament, he has to directly kill me. Of course, in order to prevent him from killing me directly, I can only let you mobilize so many beautiful women in the Netherworld Sea to watch. After Yang Tian finished his explanation, Yan Yan was directly stunned. After a long time, she looked at Yang Tian. Heavens, my beloved man is so shameless. Yang Tian smiled faintly. But I like it. Yan Yan said, this way, it's not pedantic. Yang Tian hugged Yan Yan in his arms. That's right, the reason he fought with Song Yu this time was just to leave this place. It wasn't to prove that he was stronger than Song Yu, and it wasn't to laughably fight over Yan Yan, so there was no need to create a life and death situation. In this battle, he would obviously use all his strength, but he definitely didn't want to lose his life, even if it was half. His only goal was to win and then take Yan Yan out. This wasn't a battle of self-esteem with Dongfang Bingling, and this wasn't a battle of the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. It was just to leave the Netherworld Sea. Big brother, I find that every day I spend with you, I love you a little more. Yan Yan gently twisted in Yang Dingtian's arms and embarrassedly said in a low voice, I know that this isn't the right time, but I'm still very emotional. Also, I have a very perverted thought. What thought? Yang Dingtian asked. I want you to take advantage of me in front of Song Yu and desperately take advantage of me. He always thinks that he's high above you, that you're not worthy of me, and that only he is worthy of me. Then, I won't even glance at him, but I'll let you take advantage of me as you please, and I'll even look like I'm enjoying it. I guarantee that he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood. Yan Yan's voice became even lower, and her beautiful eyes were almost flowing with tears. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He was once again amazed by the thoughts of a beautiful girl like Yan Yan. However, it had to be said that Yan Yan's words seemed to ignite a ball of fire in his heart. He fiercely said, if it wasn't for the fact that the time wasn't right, I'd do you right now. When Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan arrived at the Golden Beach, Song Yu was still sitting cross-legged on the beach. His hair was meticulous, and his snow-white robe was meticulous. Everything was exactly the same as when Yang Dingtian left 3 days ago. Moreover, he was clearly sitting on the beach, but there wasn't even a speck of sand on his body. Song Yu was really a rare handsome man in the world. At this time, dozens of small boats were moored around the beach. There were all kinds of beauties dressed in palace attire standing on them. Under Yan Yan's gossipy invitation, almost all the beautiful young disciples of the Netherworld Sea were invited. Therefore, at first glance, it really looked like a beauty contest. Those female disciples who didn't receive Yan Yan's invitation must be very disappointed, because this meant that they were expelled from the ranks of the young beauties of the Netherworld Sea by Yan Yan. These dozens of beauties of the Netherworld Sea were fat and thin. Some were gentle, some were fierce, some were graceful, and some were plump. There were all kinds of beauties. Being surrounded by so many beauties, the pressure should be great. But Song Yu was very cold. He didn't even open his eyes. Even a strand of his hair was not messed up. Moreover, he turned a blind eye to the dozens of intoxicated and admiring gazes of the beauties. Worthy of being an expert. He knew that his state of mind must not be messed up before the battle, so he always had the appearance of an ancient well without ripples. When Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan rowed the boat over, all the beauties' gazes looked at Yang Dingtian. They wanted to know which man had subdued a proud peerless beauty like Yan Yan. One must know that for more than a year, Yan Yan was completely indifferent to Song Yu's pursuit. How handsome, how charming, how outstanding Song Yu was, they were very clear. Therefore, they had always been very curious about Yan Yan's legendary husband. However, when they saw him, they could only sigh. It was really better to meet him than to hear about him. Although this Yang Dingtian didn't look ugly, he was quite handsome. But it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to a passerby, of course it was a handsome man. But compared to Song Yu, he was just a passerby. Purely looking at appearance and demeanor, this Yang Dingtian was completely unworthy of Shimin Yan Yan. With Yang Dingtian's appearance and demeanor, probably some 4th or 5th class castle flower or villa. Flower was just right for him. Seeing Yang Dingtian's arrival, Song Yu slightly opened his eyes. Seeing Yan Yan with a happy face beside Yang Dingtian, Song Yu's heart suddenly stabbed. His tranquil state of mind suddenly shook, but he quickly calmed down, and there was no expression on his face. This person was very proud. Even if he was passionately in love with Yan Yan, his pursuit was very cool, and he was very particular about demeanor. "Husband, I'm here to look at you," Yan Yan said. Then her small hand stroked Yang Dingtian's face, and gently kissed him on the cheek. Finally, the already calm Song Yu's facial muscles twitched. In his heart, Yan Yan was only forced to marry Yang Dingtian by her father's order. In his heart, he had no feelings for Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian's intimate action was undoubtedly a fierce stab in his heart. "Well, then I'm going," Yang Dingtian said. "Well, no matter if I win or lose, when we go back, I'll wash myself clean and serve you well," Yan Yan said tenderly. Then her small hand swept Yang Dingtian's chest in a very secretive manner. After Song Yu saw it, it was as if a bomb directly exploded in his brain and heart. This was the goddess he was bitterly pursuing? She wasn't willing to say a word to him, she wasn't willing to let him touch half a finger, she wasn't even willing to let him see her neck. Now, she actually did such a shameless action in front of Yang Dingtian. This Yang Dingtian, no matter if it was his background, appearance, cultivation, or demeanor, compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. But Yan Yan, this peerless beauty, didn't even look at him, but secretly acted so shamelessly towards Yang Dingtian in front of everyone, so enviable. Before, when Yan Yan treated him coldly, Song Yu thought it was because she was reserved. But now, this peerless beauty didn't have the slightest bit of reservation, she was even more wanton than a fox spirit. And this Yan Yan's image in Song Yu's heart didn't decrease at all, instead it became even more attractive, even more moving. This was clearly the combination of pure as ice and pure as jade and a fox spirit. In everyone's heart, there was a fox spirit plot, hoping that his wife was unparalleled beauty. In front of other men, she was completely a pure saintess. If someone looked at her, she would pull out her sword and fight. But in front of her man, she was like a prostitute, doing all kinds of shameless things. This kind of woman was completely a man's dream. Now, this woman was in front of him, Song Yu. It was just that her man was not him. Her fox spirit side only bloomed in front of other people. Song Yu clearly knew that he shouldn't. At this time, he was really jealous until he wanted to vomit blood. At this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was touched and speechless. Although Yan Yan was very mischievous, such a bold action was definitely not done in public. But in order to provoke Song Yu, in order to make his state of mind uneasy, she actually did such a bold action, dropping all her moral integrity cleanly. But it was also precisely because of this that Yan Yan became even more like a treasure in Yang Dingtian's heart at this time. Sucking in a deep breath, Yang Dingtian suddenly leaped up and flew towards the golden beach. Song Yu, Yang Dingtian specially came to challenge. Note, brothers, begging for a few monthly votes, thanks. Song Yu tried his best to suppress the crazy jealousy in his heart and gradually closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. His eyes were once again haughty as he looked at Yang Dingtian, who had landed in front of him. Yang Dingtian, originally you didn't have the qualifications to fight with me. But Master wanted to punish your arrogance. And I'm the most useless disciple of Master, so I'll punish you. Song Yu said indifferently, but fighting with you really made me lose face. Even if I win, I'm afraid I'll become the laughingstock of the senior brothers. So, Song Yu slowly pulled out his sword. His sword was like autumn water, crystal clear. And it was something Yang Dingtian had never seen before. Yang Dingtian recognized at a glance that this was a soul sword forged with profound ice-cold jade. And the most important thing was that this was no longer a fledgling sword, but a real soul sword. That's right, it was a real soul sword forged with profound fire, profound ice-cold jade, and a fledgling sword. The difference between a soul sword and a fledgling sword was like heaven and earth. A mere fledgling sword was already so powerful, let alone a soul sword. One had to know that even Dongfang Bingling was only a fledgling sword and had not been forged into a soul sword. And Song Yu actually had a soul sword. It seemed that having the Netherworld Sea as his backer was indeed amazing. Of course, having a soul sword did not mean that one could refine a sword soul. In fact, it was already considered amazing to have 1 out of 10 soul swords refined into a sword soul. And it was unknown whether the soul sword in Song Yu's hand had profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal. However, even if there was no profound vein essence and sea spirit crystal, a soul sword was still a soul sword. A fledgling sword could not be compared to it. Yang Dingtian could almost conclude that excluding the other young disciples of the Netherworld Sea. Among the many young experts in the world, Song Yu should be the first to have a soul sword. Having a soul sword also meant that Song Yu had a profound fire. Yang Dingtian sighed again. Having a good backer was really good. Dongfang Bingling was a descendant of the Yinyang school, yet she had risked her life for a mystic flame. Song Yu, on the other hand, had silently obtained a mystic flame. An otherworldly force like the netherworld sea was indeed powerful to the point of making people fearful. Song Yu drew a circle with the soul sword on the beach, a circle with a diameter of about 2 meters. This circle was formed by the blue light, and Song Yu was standing in the middle of this circle. If I fight with you, even if I win, I will be laughed at by others. So no matter what method you use, as long as you can force me out of this circle, it will be your win. You can take Shimin Yanyan and leave. Song Yu indifferently said. It seemed that he was really angry. Yanyan's intimate actions hurt him deeply. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to ruthlessly trample on Yangding Tian. If you can't even do this, then don't talk big. Don't play to the gallery. Obediently stay in my netherworld sea and be the lowest servant. Song Yu coldly shouted. Immediately, the blue circle began to burn fiercely. Yangding Tian's face turned cold, and also slowly drew out his youngling sword. At this moment, Ah Cho did not make any concealment. It was completely black like an iron rod. Immediately, the beauties of the netherworld sea who were watching the battle could not help but laugh. Yangding Tian's treasure sword compared to Song Yu's was like heaven and earth. Without any nonsense, Yangding Tian wielded Ah Cho's youngling sword, and like a gust of wind, he charged in. He directly charged into the circle drawn by Song Yu. Kill, a ferocious sword directly slashed towards Song Yu. Without any fanciful moves, it was a solid slash. Song Yu was startled, and then revealed a disdainful sneer. To actually go against his soul sword, he was simply courting death. The only result was that ugly iron rod would be directly cut in half. Seeing Yangding Tian's ugly sword slashing towards him, Song Yu's right hand lightly swung his sword, and directly met with Yangding Tian. Bang, a loud sound echoed. A blue ray of light and a red ray of light fiercely burst out, like two lightning bolts fiercely streaking across the sky. Yangding Tian previously repeatedly said that he wanted Yan Yan to find many beauties to watch. Yan Yan also intimately teased Yangding Tian to provoke Song Yu, as if Yangding Tian wanted to take advantage of this battle to play tricks. But in reality, when the battle really started, Yangding Tian chose the collision of iron and blood. The most direct, most rigid, most dangerous and most disadvantageous collision. Without a doubt, Yangding Tian was also proud. When the battle really started, even if Song Yu was a 6th-grade revered martial artist, he was fearless and directly used the collision of iron and blood. PFFF, Yangding Tian's body fiercely retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He only stopped after retreating a few dozen meters. Yan Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, but she clenched her jade teeth and did not make any sound. In the initial battle, it was obvious that Yangding Tian was at a disadvantage. However, the one who was shocked was Song Yu herself. Although Song Yu looked disdainful towards Yangding Tian on the surface, in her heart, she valued him very much. After all, more than a year ago, Yangding Tian was only a Xian martial artist. A year later, although she was not clear about Yangding Tian's cultivation. But in her heart, she knew that Yangding Tian's breakthrough was extremely shocking. Facing such a talented opponent, if she really looked down on him, then she would be completely stupid. But even so, this Yangding Tian was at most a martial ancestor realm. Facing her move just now, the only result was that his Xian meridians were destroyed, and he would completely lose the ability to fight again. But the current Yangding Tian had only retreated a few dozen meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. What made Song Yu even more shocked was that the weapon in her hand was a soul sword. And the opponent was holding an ugly iron rod. Of course, she knew that this iron rod was definitely not an ordinary iron rod, and was also a very powerful weapon. But facing her own soul sword, the only outcome was that it would definitely be cut in half and completely destroyed. However, in reality, the iron rod in Yangding Tian's hand did not have any trace of damage. Of course, the soul sword in Song Yu's hand was also intact. Song Yu let out a light breath and spoke unhurriedly, Yangding Tian, your strength is truly far beyond my imagination. Yangding Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did not reply. But so what, even if you surprised me, you still don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. You still can't make me leave this circle, not even half a step. Song Yu sneered. Yangding Tian still did not reply, after slightly adjusting his breathing, the youngling sword in his hand madly waved, and like lightning, once again rushed into Song Yu's circle. Swish 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 swish, Yang Dingtian's sword was like lightning, incomparably fast and mystical. Pig-slaying sword art. That's right, it was the #1 sword art in the world, the pig-slaying sword art. Previously, when he fought with Dugufengwu, he also used the pig-slaying sword art, and it was still the most mystical sword art. But his speed was not as fast as Dugufengwu, and his mystic qi was not as strong as the demon woman. Therefore, he was completely in the state of being slaughtered and unable to retaliate. If it wasn't for Dugufengwu suddenly losing all her mystic qi, Yang Dingtian would have been chopped into pieces. Logically speaking, this should be a nightmare-like memory, and it should make Yang Dingtian not dare to engage in close combat and use the pig-slaying sword art. Especially when Song Yu was much stronger than Dugufengwu. However, Yang Dingtian had to wake up from where he had a nightmare. He still chose to use the most dangerous combat method because he wanted to prove that the pig-slaying sword art was still formidable. As long as his cultivation was strong enough, the pig-slaying sword art was still terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian brandished a few thousand swords. Song Yu was completely enveloped in the mystical sword net. The more he fought, the more appalled Song Yu got. Yang Dingtian's sword art was unprecedentedly formidable and mystical. Especially in this world that didn't pay attention to moves, Yang Dingtian's sword art was simply breathtaking. Of course, he could still deal with it. Even though Yang Dingtian's sword art was incisive and mystical, Song Yu's speed was fast enough, and his mystic qi was strong enough. Yang Dingtian's mystical sword art was completely unable to injure Song Yu. But as long as Yang Dingtian was only 2 or 3 levels weaker than Song Yu, when Yang Dingtian used this set of sword art to engage in close combat, it was unknown who would be the victor. At this moment, there was something that Song Yu couldn't understand. What was the meaning of Yang Dingtian's fighting style? This fighting style was the most disadvantageous and dangerous for Yang Dingtian. Because in every clash of swords, Yang Dingtian would suffer tremendous damage. In fact, after every 10 moves, Yang Dingtian would vomit blood. Why would Yang Dingtian choose such a foolish fighting style? That's right, Yang Dingtian chose the most foolish fighting style. He seemed to have forgotten that he possessed the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art and the Mystic Flame. He didn't use any of these trump cards, and he didn't even use the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. He was just forcefully enduring Song Yu's attacks. He only had one goal, and that was to test himself. In the most difficult actual combat, he wanted to test how much damage he could endure. Also, in the previous battle with Dugufengwu, he was beaten to a sorry state. He wanted to regain the confidence he had when he was at a disadvantage in this even more difficult battle. He wanted to test how tough his 9 Yang Mystic Meridians, the modified Mystic Meridians from Naga's Purple Mystic Meridians, and the Golden Mystic Qi from the Naga Royalty's Golden Mystic Qi were after he broke through to the martial revered realm. He wanted to test how tough his Sea of Qi was. If he could withstand Song Yu's attacks in the most disadvantageous situation, then he would have a greater chance of defeating Shiminju in the martial contest for the City Lord's position. Therefore, this battle was also a rehearsal for the martial contest for the City Lord's position. Yang Dingtian treated Song Yu as his most dangerous whetstone. Shiminju was very dangerous and sinister, but in terms of cultivation, he should be inferior to Song Yu. If he could withstand Song Yu, then he would have a chance of winning against Shiminju, even if his cultivation was a few levels lower than Shiminju. In the end, Yang Dingtian wasn't disappointed. The modified Mystic Meridians and the transformed Sea of Qi from the Golden Mystic Qi were much stronger and tougher than Yang Dingtian imagined. Swish, 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 swish. Yang Dingtian's sword was like a shooting star, completely combining the first, second, and third stages of the pig-slaying sword art. It became the most mysterious, most bizarre, and most terrifying sword art. Immediately, the surrounding female disciples of the Netherworld Sea were mesmerized. Their gazes gradually shifted from Song Yu to Yang Dingtian. Although Yang Dingtian was still in a disadvantageous position at this moment. But the one who took the initiative to attack was Yang Dingtian from beginning to end. Even if he kept on vomiting blood, he kept on attacking with all his might. Moreover, his offensive moves were so powerful and dazzling. Bang, a loud sound echoed, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly bounced back over 100 meters, and then fiercely landed on the ground. he spat out another mouthful of blood, and then wiped it off. Just now, he used the first, second, and third stages of the pig-slaying sword art to the extreme, but he still couldn't injure Song Yu, so there was no need to test it again. Yangding Tian, your sword art is unfathomable, and it's the best I've ever seen. Song Yu said indifferently, however, there's still no way to injure me at all. I admit that you've made me look at you in a new light, but you've already exhausted your abilities. You have no hope in this battle. Yangding Tian immediately shook his head and said, No, Song Yu, you're wrong. Just now, I haven't really started yet. I only used you as an opponent to hone myself and see how powerful I am. What's the result? Song Yu asked with a smile. The result is very good. Yangding Tian said, it made me full of confidence to break through you and for the future Cloud Sky City Lords Martial Arts Contest. Song Yu, now I'm going to start for real. I'll use my trump card to break through your defense and take Xianxia out of this prison of the Netherworld Sea. Ha 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 ha. Song Yu sneered and said, Yangding Tian, I've already begun to look at you seriously, but you just made me look down on you. You want to surpass me, dream on. With a fierce roar, a blue flame suddenly soared into the sky. The blazing blue mystic fire completely enveloped Song Yu from top to bottom. Is that so? Then let's try. Yangding Tian opened his palm. A beautiful red flame suddenly rose into the sky. This was the million-spirit demonic fire. Next was the real fatal battle, the battle of the mystic fire. Wow, mystic fire! Seeing the flame emerging from Yangding Tian's palm, Song Yu's face trembled. The female disciples of the Nether Sea who were watching the battle exclaimed one after another. One must know that even in the Nether Sea, mystic fire was undoubtedly a luxury item. Even Elder Wu Yan did not have a real mystic fire. It was just a mixed mystic fire. Therefore, her soul sword still had some impurities in it even now. Similarly, Extermination Duda, as the chief alchemist of the Nether Sea, could not have a real mystic fire. However, this Yangding Tian actually had a mystic fire. Therefore, all the female disciples of the Nether Sea had their eyes lit up. They looked at Xianxia with jealousy. A young man who had a mystic fire in this world was no less dazzling than a handsome man who had a jet plane and a yacht worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It was normal for Song Yu to have a mystic fire. He was the beloved disciple of the sect master. However, Yangding Tian actually had a mystic fire too. You really got a mystic fire. Song Yu said, however, I want to see if your mixed fire can compare to mine. Boom, immediately, a beautiful blue flame soared into the sky from Song Yu's hand. The absolute blue flame was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated. This flame of mine was condensed from thousands of miles of glaciers for 100 years. It is known as the icy heart heavenly fire. Song Yu said slowly, mystic fire is also divided into many levels. Since you want to compete, then watch your mixed fire be ruthlessly stepped on by me. After saying that, the blue flame rose a few meters in an instant, as if igniting Song Yu's whole body. Of course, this was just a performance. Mystic fire would never hurt its master because it had the same fate as its master. Even if it burned on its master's body, it would not cause any harm. Even if Yangding Tian had a mystic fire, Song Yu also called it a mixed fire. Mixed fire should actually be called a sub-fire. It was also a mystic fire. However, it was not pure enough. However, for most people in this world, even a sub-fire was also a dream. Many Grandmaster-level powerhouses pursued a sub-fire their whole life but could not get it. Therefore, in the eyes of practically everyone, there was simply no distinction between inferior flames and mystic flames. They were all called mystic flames. Only Song Yu, this kind of proud son of heaven, would keep on saying that he despised sub-fires as miscellaneous fires. The reason why he thought that Yangding Tian had obtained a mixed flame was because he felt that Yangding Tian did not have the ability to obtain a true mystic flame. This was because the real mystic flame bloomed in an extremely harsh environment. With Yangding Tian's cultivation, it was impossible for him to collect it. In fact, this icy heart heavenly flame was collected mostly because of sect leader Wu Qiong. Otherwise, Song Yu alone would not be able to obtain it. Of course, some people might ask. The mystic flame was extremely precious to anyone. Why did he not want this icy heart heavenly fire Wu Yu and instead give it to his disciple? The reason was that Wu Yu had already collected the icy heart heavenly flame 100 years ago. He already possessed this profound flame, so there was no need for him to possess a second one that was exactly the same. Yangding Tian, even if it's a mixed flame, it's not easy for you to obtain it. If you really want to fight with me, if it hurts your flame, then you won't even be able to find a place to cry. Song Yu said coldly. Mystic flames were all alive. A naked flame fight would undoubtedly hurt the foundation of the mystic flame, and the consequences would indeed be extremely serious. You don't have to worry about it. Yang Dingtian said. Huff. Then, the ugly sword in his hand suddenly slashed. Boom. Suddenly, everywhere the ugly sword passed, everything was ignited by the mystic flame. The bright red flame hovered in the sky, burning. Then, it suddenly turned into a ferocious giant dragon. Go. Yang Dingtian's sword suddenly slashed. Suddenly, this mystic flame giant dragon turned into a monstrous raging flame and rushed toward Song Yu. Come. Song Yu sneered. The soul sword in his hand suddenly slashed. A blue mystic flame giant dragon suddenly emerged from his sharp sword, instantly burning the entire sky, turning into 100 meters, and rushed toward Yang Dingtian's red mystic flame giant dragon. Boom, it was like Mars colliding with Earth. Two mystic flame giant dragons, one blue and one red, fiercely collided with each other. With a loud bang, a dazzling light burst out. The surrounding seawater suddenly surged with monstrous waves, directly overturning the small boats of the Netherworld Sea's female disciples. Suddenly, dozens of Netherworld Sea's female disciples floated in the sky together, watching this amazing mystic flame battle as if intoxicated. This kind of mystic flame battle was extremely rare. Master-level battles were not rare, and even great grandmaster-level battles could be seen. But a real mystic flame battle was very, very rare. Very, very few people would directly start a mystic flame battle. One could use the mystic flame to attack the enemy quickly, but releasing the mystic flame to fight alone, the risk was too great. One had to know that the mystic flame also had life. Once it was completely released, a great battle between the mystic flame would occur. That was like a master letting out fighting dogs to bite each other. The master could not control the consequences at all. So in an instant, only two mystic flame giant dragons could be seen growing bigger and bigger. They danced wildly in the air, biting and intertwining crazily. At this moment, the only thing the master could do was to continuously transfer mystic chi. As for how the two mystic flames were fighting, the master could not control it anymore. After a short fierce battle, Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demonic flame was already ferocious. It crazily ignited every inch of the surrounding air, making itself stronger. It was crazily biting and tearing apart Song Yu's icy heart heavenly flame giant dragon, and it did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Even if Yang Dingtian's cultivation was much lower than Song Yu's, the million-spirit demonic flame's fire dragon was much smaller, not even half the size of the other party. That's right, the mystic flame's energy was completely supplied by the master's mystic chi. The stronger the master's mystic chi, the bigger the mystic flame and the stronger the mystic flame. As for the spirituality and ferocity of the battle, it depended on the grade of the mystic flame itself. At this moment, the fierce battle between the two mystic flames was already hundreds of meters high in the sky. Waves of terrifying roars were heard, as if to deafen one's ears. A casual gust of wind was enough to break a person's bones. It looked like two giant dragons were really fighting. The entire sea was already roaring and rolling, turning the sky and the earth upside down. Everyone could see it. Song Yu's mystic flame giant dragon was even bigger. It was at least 200 to 300 meters long, and its strength was also greater. However, Yang Dingtian's red mystic flame giant dragon was only 100 meters long. It was incomparably ferocious and domineering. Although its strength was much smaller than the other party, its ferocity and ruthlessness made Song Yu's icy heart heavenly flame a little fearful. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was of a higher grade, and its battle talent was higher, and it was more ferocious. At this moment, Song Yu was completely shocked to the point of trembling. He originally thought that Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was at most a miscellaneous flame. Compared to his extreme-grade icy heart heavenly flame, it was far inferior. Therefore, Yang Dingtian actually wanted to compete with his mystic flame. He found it laughable from the bottom of his heart. He felt that Yang Dingtian was very vulgar. He could not wait to show off a miscellaneous flame as if it was a treasure. Who knew that when the battle really started, he would be the one who was shocked? Yang Dingtian's mystic flame was so terrifying and sharp. Because Yang Dingtian's mystic chi cultivation was too much lower than his, the mystic flame giant dragon was only 1/3 of his size, but it was not at a disadvantage in the battle. Even his icy heart heavenly flame giant dragon was a little frightened. Instantly, Song Yu's gaze towards Yang Dingtian was filled with killing intent. His gaze towards the mystic flame giant dragon was also filled with jealousy and killing intent. Originally, he had only planned to defeat Yang Dingtian casually and let Shimin Yanyan see clearly that there was a world of difference between him and Yang Dingtian. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. But now, not only did Yang Dingtian completely capture Shimin Yanyan's heart, but he also obtained such a powerful and terrifying mystic flame. Song Yu did not know how powerful this mystic flame was. But without a doubt, it was more than a grade higher than his mystic flame. Originally, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not his opponent at all. Now, because his mystic flame was of a higher grade than his, they were actually evenly matched. Those who did not know would think that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was really on par with his. This Yang Dingtian could not be left alive. He could not be allowed to become stronger. Especially this mystic flame of his. He had to take advantage of its owner's weakness to completely destroy it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Yu immediately made up his mind. No matter how much he had to pay, he had to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's mystic flame. As long as the mystic flame was destroyed, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope. Yang Dingtian, you're the one who's seeking death. Don't blame me. Song Yu said coldly. Mystic demon devouring ghost formula, Song Yu's face abruptly changed. His originally rosy handsome face instantly became incomparably pale and shocking. The originally mesmerizing eyes instantly became incomparably demonic and cold. The originally rosy lips instantly became a dazzling black color. Song Yu, a peerless handsome man, instantly became bewitching and gorgeous. Then, a black mark suddenly appeared around his body. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The surrounding air, sea, and beach's mystic chi energy frantically poured into his body. Suddenly, Song Yu's mystic chi cultivation fiercely skyrocketed. 6-star revered martial artist. 7-star revered martial artist. 8-star revered martial artist. 9-star revered martial artist. At the same time, the icy heart heavenly fire dragon's body suddenly increased by 3 times, and its power increased by several times. The originally stunning blue color was instantly enveloped by a layer of terrifying black. The originally frightened icy heart heavenly fire blue dragon seemed to have been demonized. It became incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Even the female disciples of the Netherworld Sea who were present felt a burst of fear. The 1,000-meter-long dragon shrouded the sky, causing the entire sky to become dark. It was as if a demon had descended. And Yang Dingtian's ferocious red million-spirit demon fire dragon was still only 100 meters long. It was only 1/10 of the opponent's size. The originally huge dragon became incomparably small in comparison. Song Yu, you're shameless and deceitful. Yan Yan angrily shouted. Song Yu's eyes revealed a murderous aura. He looked at Yang Dingtian and laughed coldly. Yang Dingtian, bid farewell to your mystic flame. It's going to be completely destroyed. At the same time, Song Yu's 1,000-meter-long demonized blue mystic flame dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed Yang Dingtian's red mystic flame dragon. That's right, Song Yu used sorcery. In order to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's terrifying mysterious fire, Song Yu finally gave up on being casual and chose to use sorcery to completely destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire. Not only did he overdraft his own mysterious chi, he also crazily devoured all the mysterious chi around him. He forcibly overdrafted his cultivation from a 6-star revered martial artist to a 9-star revered martial artist. He made his mysterious fire dragon 3 times stronger just to destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire. Because of jealousy, because of anger, How could a person like Yang Dingtian be worthy of a peerless beauty like Shimin Yanyan? How could he be worthy of such an amazing mysterious fire? So, he must completely destroy it. Even if the price was to be unable to cultivate for nearly a year. In the trembling eyes of the crowd, they only saw the blue and black 1,000-meter-long dragon opening its terrifying dark mouth and swallowing Yang Dingtian's red mysterious fire dragon. That red mysterious fire dragon crazily struggled to escape. But that blue mysterious ice-heart heavenly fire dragon that seemed to have been demonized was too big and too fast. It didn't leave any chance for its opponent and directly swallowed it. Then, that red mysterious fire dragon completely disappeared. Everyone cried out in surprise. Looking at all this in disbelief, looking at the disappearing red mysterious fire dragon, their eyes were filled with infinite sadness. Even the female disciples of the Netherworld Sea had a look of shock and sadness. Even though Song Yu belonged to their side, even though many of them were once infatuated with Song Yu. But now, they were full of disdain for Song Yu and sympathy and sadness for Yang Dingtian. Anyone could see that Song Yu used a very dishonorable method. Although the Netherworld Sea wasn't a Taekwondo league and didn't reject sorcery. But after all, this wasn't a life and death battle, but a competition, and it wasn't even a very important competition. To Yang Dingtian, maybe winning or losing was very important, but to Song Yu, winning or losing was only a face. But Song Yu still used a dishonorable method to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. This super handsome man, this cold and elegant proud son of the heavens, made them extremely disappointed. They now understood why Shimin Yanyan would choose Yang Dingtian and not look at Song Yu. This Song Yu's despicableness made his handsome face especially ugly. But all this sympathy couldn't be exchanged for anything. Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire dragon. Song Yu used a despicable method to devour it. The mysterious fighting flame was to fight a battle. In the beginning, he had used the most dangerous and direct method to fight against Song Yu. He realized that even though he had broken through to the martial honorable level, it was still very difficult for him to be a match for him. And his trump card was the 100 million demonic fire. He firmly believed that his million-spirit demonic flame could defeat Song Yu's mystic flame. So, he used to fight the mysterious fire. As long as Song Yu lost the mysterious fire battle, or even if it was a draw, Yang Dingtian would be able to leave. Furthermore, to prevent Song Yu from using any evil methods, he had specially summoned many beautiful female disciples from the Sea of Hades to watch the battle. This was to pressure Song Yu so that he would care about his image and not use any dishonorable methods. Who would have thought that Song Yu would still use sorcery? After devouring Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire dragon, Song Yu's smile became complacent and sinister. He said, "Yang Dingtian, did you think I would be so pedantic that I wouldn't use any tricks? You're too naive." Haha. Song Yu laughed as he frantically channeled his mysterious chi into the blue-black dragon's stomach to completely crush the 100 million demonic fire dragon. Yang Dingtian, your mysterious fire is finished. You're finished too. Song Yu said coldly, after I destroy the mysterious fire, you'll be next. No one can leave after offending the Sea of Hades. At this moment, Song Yu had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Not only did he want to destroy Yang Dingtian's mysterious fire, but he also wanted to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Shameless, the ones who scolded were none other than the many female disciples from the Sea of Hades. As for Yanyan, she had already placed her hand on her sword and was prepared for the worst. Yang Dingtian looked at the sinister Song Yu and slowly closed his eyes. Why? Have you accepted your fate? Song Yu sneered. After Yang Dingtian closed his eyes, he felt the 100 million demonic fire dragon in his stomach. At this moment, the huge 100 million demonic fire dragon was being crushed in the blue-black dragon's stomach and was in great danger. As for the heart flame in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, it was on the verge of collapse and could be extinguished at any time. Yang Dingtian had entered the most dangerous moment. He did not want to fight to the death. He only wanted to think of a way to break through Song Yu's defenses or force the arrogant Song Yu to let him leave through a draw. However, who knew that Song Yu's arrogance was completely fake? He directly shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his most sinister side. Next, it's time to put myself in death and then come back to life. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. Then, he ignited a weak heart flame in his sea of qi and directly burned the walls of his sea of qi. The sea of qi that contained mysterious fire dragon was an alternative space formed by the walls of the sea of qi. As for the walls of the sea of qi, they were formed by the mysterious fire dragon after being compressed by thousands of times. Therefore, using the heart flame to burn the walls of the sea of qi was a kind of reverse transformation, turning the sea of qi back into mysterious fire dragon and releasing it. What would happen if the walls of the sea of qi were turned into mysterious fire dragon? The wall of his sea of qi was getting thinner and thinner. If it was light, his cultivation would degenerate. If it was heavy, his sea of qi would explode. Therefore, in the primal chaos mainland, when a person wanted to perish together with his enemy, he would most likely choose to detonate his sea of qi. The so-called detonate of the sea of qi was to use the heart flame to burn the walls of the sea of qi and turn the sea of qi, which had been condensed for decades, back into mysterious fire dragon and then explode it. The only outcome was, of course, to be smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian's method was not to detonate the sea of qi, but the nature was very similar. It was just a very small version of detonating the sea of qi. The consequences were extremely serious. If it was light, the cultivation base would degenerate. If it was heavy, the sea of qi would explode and the body would be smashed into pieces. Therefore, this was called putting oneself in death and fighting to live. Yang Dingtian dared to do this because his sea of qi was golden. In the end, it was the golden mysterious fire dragon that condensed a brand new sea of qi from the Naga royalty. Huff. The heart flame crazily burned the walls of the sea of qi. And Yang Dingtian's million spirit demon fire dragon was struggling desperately. It was riddled with scars and could be completely destroyed at any time. Boom, finally, where the heart flame ignited the inner walls of the sea of qi, countless mysterious fire dragons suddenly burst out. In an instant, the empty sea of qi was filled up. But this time, the mysterious fire dragon that was filled up was not the battle mysterious fire dragon. It was not even pure mysterious fire dragon, but golden mysterious fire dragon. Go! Yang Dingtian ordered. Suddenly, the golden mysterious fire dragon violently surged out, through Yang Dingtian's profound veins, and fiercely shot toward the million spirit demon fire dragon. After the golden mysterious fire dragon was infused with the million spirit demon fire dragon. In an instant, the red fire dragon's body suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden color. The fire dragon, which was originally riddled with wounds and on the verge of death, instantly recovered. Its body did not become bigger, but it was originally composed of flames. At this time, it was completely composed of golden light and red flames. It became condensed and almost solid. Aooo, there was a roar that almost shook the sky and the earth. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as an enormous hole suddenly appeared on the chest and abdomen of the blue and black profound flame dragon controlled by Xianxia. After that, a golden-colored profound flame dragon suddenly charged out from within. It was like a king descending to the world. This golden fire dragon soared into the sky, then swooped down and ferociously entangled Xianxia's blue-black profound fire dragon. It opened its golden mouth, revealing its golden fangs, aimed at the blue-black profound fire dragon's neck, and fiercely bit down. No! Xianxia let out a mournful howl. His blue-black profound fire dragon's neck was suddenly bitten open, and its huge head seemed like it would break off and fall off at any time. Countless blue-black flames fell from the sky. When they fell into the sea turned black and instantly froze into ice. No! In the midst of Xianxu's howl, Yang Dingtian's golden profound fire dragon continued to crazily bite, as if it wanted to tear the enemy 10 times its size into pieces. Ah! Xianxu's eyes were filled with determination amidst his frantic howl. Boom! Then, the 1,000-meter-long blue-black profound fire dragon's huge head suddenly broke off and exploded. The remaining half of its body quickly shrank, and with lightning speed, retracted into Xianxu's body. This Xianxu was actually so decisive. He directly cut off his head to survive. Because his profound fire dragon's head was already entangled, and its entire body was about to be completely destroyed. He decisively cut off the dragon's head, and returned the remaining small part of the profound fire dragon to his body. One must know that this profound fire dragon's head took up more than half of the profound fire dragon's energy. In other words, the profound fire that returned to his body was already completely damaged, and its energy was less than half of its original. Originally, this was a top-grade profound fire, but now, it was probably not even comparable to a mixed fire. After cutting off the profound fire dragon's head to survive, Songyu looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with endless hatred. Yang Dingtian, you destroyed my profound fire today, and I will definitely let you die without a burial place. After saying that, Songyu suddenly pulled out his sharp sword, wanting to completely smash Yang Dingtian into pieces. At this moment, many female disciples from the Netherworld Sea were still in shock from Yang Dingtian's victory. Seeing Songyu actually wanted to kill with his sword, they could not help but angrily rebuke. Yang Dingtian looked at Songyu and sneered, "Do you think that you are still a 6-star martial revered after using the sorcery?" Yang Dingtian slowly raised the ugly sword in his hand, wielding an incomparably powerful force, and said coldly, "Originally, we did not need to fight to the death. I only wanted to break through you, and not defeat you. The best result would be that I lost, but I succeeded in breaking through you. I did not expect you to be so fierce and narrow-minded, wanting to kill me. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, Yang Dingtian's sharp sword suddenly slashed. Immediately, that huge golden profound fire dragon in the sky suddenly shot towards Songyu. "Do you think that your profound fire dragon can break through my treasure's defense?" Songyu sneered. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped by a snow-white light shield. There were countless treasures in the Netherworld Sea, and this light shield was even more valuable than Yang Dingtian's deep-sea Xian clothes. "You are courting death." Yang Dingtian sneered. He slashed his wrist. "Pah!" A bolt of lightning was directly spat out from the golden profound fire dragon's mouth. That's right, this was the lightning attribute's demonic sky split. The point attribute's attack could completely ignore all energy defense, and directly penetrate it. This blue lightning instantly turned into a golden color in the dragon's mouth, and blended with the dragon's color. Then, it fiercely slashed into Songyu's chest, and directly tore a huge crack on his light shield. "Impossible." Then, in Songyu's disbelieving exclamation, this golden profound fire dragon suddenly drilled into the light shield's crack, and fiercely hit Songyu's chest, and then directly penetrated through his body. Of course, the so-called penetrating through his body was actually crushing him, because this golden profound fire dragon's body was huge, far bigger than Songyu's body. Puff! Blood crazily spurted out. Songyu's body, like a straw, was directly sent flying a few hundred meters away, and fiercely fell into the sea. And that golden profound fire dragon made a turn in the air, and then directly flew back to Yang Dingtian, and became smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a golden flame, and directly drilled back into Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen, and turned into the heart's flame in his GC, quietly burning, elegant and peaceful, as if that ferocious dragon just now was not it. Moreover, Yang Dingtian shockingly discovered that his profound fire was no longer red in color, but golden in color. His million-spirit demon fire permanently turned golden, and carried the domineering energy of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and stretched out his hand towards Yan, and said, "Darling, let's go, leave this place." At this moment, the icy heart heavenly fire dragon's flames had stopped falling. The surrounding sea was filled with black flames and black floating ice. Yan held back her tears and reached out to hold Yang Dingtian's hand. The surrounding dozens of young and female disciples of the Netherworld Sea applauded with envy and blessings in their eyes. As for Songyu, who fell into the sea, he never got up again. Of course, he was definitely not dead. Yang Dingtian's mystic flame could not harm his life. Even though he had overdrawn his mystic chi and his body was very empty, he was still a 6-star martial revered. Yang Dingtian released countless souls of the million-spirit demonic flame and flew towards the energy barrier above his head, looking for the exit of the Netherworld Sea. The Golden Beach was a few thousand meters above the entrance of the Netherworld Sea. Therefore, the battle with the mystic flame dragon did not touch the energy barrier at the top. Soon, countless resentful spirits found the exit of the energy barrier. Yang Dingtian held Yan's hand and the ethereal mystic wings appeared on his back. He was about to fly out. Wait, suddenly, a voice seemed to come from the horizon. The voice was not loud, but it shook everyone's body. It was the master of the Netherworld Sea, Wu Yu. Greetings, master. Instantly, dozens of female disciples of the Netherworld Sea knelt down. Their faces were almost touching the sea and they did not dare to look up. The blue-black mystic flame energy scattered on the sea gradually gathered and turned into Wu Yu's appearance, floating in the air. Songyu, how long are you going to hide? Wu Yu said coldly. Immediately, Songyu flew out from the sea and knelt down in the air. His face was in a mess and he looked dispirited. Songyu, are you seriously injured? Wu Yu asked. No, master. Songyu said. Then you can't defeat Yongding Tian? Wu Yu asked. No. Songyu said, Yongding Tian is not my opponent. Then why did you lose? Wu Yu asked. Because he competed with me in Mystic Flame. Songyu said, if it was a normal battle, he would not be half as strong as me. That's right, he was using a strategy. Wu Qiong said, he used your arrogance and underestimation of the enemy. He used his strength to fight against your weakness. But why did you agree when he said that he wanted to compete in Profound Flame? Songyu immediately fell silent. That's right. Why did he have to agree? If it was a normal duel, Yongding Tian had no chance of winning at all, nor would he be able to force him out of the circle. If he wanted to compete with the Profound Flame, why should he agree? Because you are conceited, arrogant, and supercilious. I feel that no matter which direction you take, Yongding Tian is not your match at all. Wu Yu said, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. However, if one was proud, one should be proud to the end. If one was shameless, one should be shameless to the end. You cheated, you used sorcery, but so what? This was not the Tiando League, and no one would be judged by morality. Why are you hiding in the sea and not daring to show your face after losing? Do you feel ashamed to face others? Yes, Songyu replied. What's there to be ashamed about? Wu Yu sneered, you lost dishonorably, but he won dishonorably as well. Then, Wu Yu stared at Yongding Tian, don't you think so? Yongding Tian, you won dishonorably. Yongding Tian said, although I don't care about being dishonorable, I still want to ask, how did I win dishonorably? Because you stole. Wu Qiong said. Sect Master Wu Yu, please speak clearly. Yongding Tian said. Because you stole a treasure from the Sea of Hades, the golden demon core of the Naga royalty, isn't that right? Wu Yu said coldly. Yongding Tian's heart suddenly trembled. Don't try to deny it. Wu Yu said, because your last mysterious flame dragon was filled with the golden energy of the Naga royalty. You stole the demon core of the Naga royalty from the Sea of Hades from Mijituchuo. What a joke. Yongding Tian sneered, Sect Master Wu Yu, I went to Senior Mijituchuo to ask for the Naga royalty demon core, but I was rejected. Moreover, the Naga royalty demon core is in Senior Mijituchuo's hands, and you have seen it before. Still want to quibble? Wu Yu said coldly, if it wasn't for the Naga royalty demon core, how could you break through to the revered level in just a few days? When did I break through to the revered level? Yongding Tian said, I'm only a 9-star martial ancestor now, and I haven't broken through to the revered level at all. I did break through in the past few days, but that was because of the purple Naga Xian veins. I have a full 3 feet of purple Naga Xian veins. You will know my specific cultivation level with a gentle probe. Wu Yu frowned, and suddenly a cloud of black fog gushed out and drilled into Yongding Tian's wrist. A moment later, it withdrew. At this time, Yongding Tian's cultivation level had indeed not reached the revered level. Because just now, his Xian flame burned his sea of qi and decomposed into Xian qi, causing his cultivation to regress and become a 9-star martial ancestor. However, he was only half a step away from the revered level. Moreover, he let the Xian flame contain the golden energy of the Naga royalty, so this business was still profitable. As for my Xian flame containing the golden energy of the Naga, I can only say that I have a very close relationship with the Naga. I am wearing the deep sea Xian clothes, and I also have the Naga's deep sea Xian poison, Yongding Tian said. Yongding Tian absolutely could not admit that he had obtained the Naga royalty demon core. Once he admitted it, he would almost certainly die. Because he was afraid of Saint Tantai, otherwise Yongding Tian would have died long ago. And if he admitted that he had obtained the Naga royalty core, then Wu Yu would be completely justified in killing Yang Dingtian. You are really a glib talker. Sect Master Wu Yu said coldly, but all your explanations are futile. I can easily drill into the deepest part of your brain. You have no secrets to me. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled, and he said in his heart, Master, quickly protect the consciousness in my brain. Dongfang Minmi said, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee that I can resist this person's mental penetration. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, Master, how strong is this Wu Yu? Much stronger than me. Dongfang Minmi said, because the Netherworld Sea belongs to the outside forces, it is not listed in the martial arts rankings of the chaotic world. Perhaps it is second only to the people of the Hidden Sect and the Temple of Annihilation. At this moment, Wu Yu turned into a cloud of black mist and suddenly flew over, entangling Yang Dingtian's entire body. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely unable to move. Then, a completely irresistible energy suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's brain. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's brain was completely blank. It was as if when his cultivation broke through, his entire spirit entered a complete nothingness. It was as if his entire brain was completely out of his control. At this time, Wu Yu's consciousness had already entered Yang Dingtian's brain, searching for the most secret information. However, the situation was slightly different. Yang Dingtian was not completely nothingness at this moment. It was as if he was standing high up in the sky and watching his spirit and consciousness, as if this brain was not his own. All of a sudden, this cloud of black mist suddenly trembled. A light burst out from the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind. Swoosh 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 swoosh, this cloud of black mist quickly withdrew from Yang Dingtian's brain and loosened its entanglement around Yang Dingtian. It retreated a few hundred meters and then condensed back into Wu Yu's appearance. Wu Yu's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian asked in his heart, Master, did you block Wu Yu's consciousness? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment. After a long time, he said, No, this person's strength is far beyond my imagination. Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. Once Wu Yu's consciousness completely penetrated Yang Dingtian's brain, there were basically no secrets left, not to mention the information related to the Naga royalty core. Right now, Wu Yu could kill Yang Dingtian, Miju Tuchuo, and even Elder Wu Yan confidently. However, Wu Yu did not do anything. He only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. After a long time, he said coldly, Now, do you still want to say that you did not steal the Naga royalty core? Of course not. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook. The seawater surged and Yang Dingtian could not stand still. After a few minutes, Wu Yu stopped laughing and waved his hand. Okay, Yang Dingtian, you can go. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What did this mean? Wu Yu was sure that he had obtained the Naga royalty core, but he still let him go. What kind of play was Wu Yu planning? Or, what kind of conspiracy did he have? Song Yu, recuperate in the Netherworld Sea for half a month, then go out and cultivate. Wu Yu said. Then, the blue-black mysterious fire energy condensed into a blue flame and rushed back into Song Yu's body. Wu Yu disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian's eyes. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and puzzled. What kind of trick was Wu Yu playing? Previously, he looked like he wanted to kill him, but now he let him go so easily? What was his purpose? Or did he find out something? What are you still standing there for? Why are you still not leaving? Suddenly, Elder Wu Yan's scolding came from the front. Yang Dingtian only heard her voice but did not see her figure. Immediately, he pulled Yan Yan towards the direction of Elder Wu Yan's voice and bowed, Grandma, take care. Of course, Yang Dingtian had already put a holy water pill in Elder Wu Yan's medicine. He just did not tell her. Then, Yang Dingtian pulled Yang Dingtian and flew towards the exit of the Netherworld Sea. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian had left the Sea of Hades and arrived at the Silver Beach. Yan Yan looked at the Netherworld Sea under the sea and murmured, I finally left this place. Let's go. Yang Dingtian kissed her and pulled her to the other side of the Silver Beach. Stepping on the fast boat here, they rowed towards the north. On the small boat, Yang Dingtian was rowing. Yan Yan lay comfortably on his lap with her beautiful eyes closed, enjoying the beautiful tranquility. Husband, the thing that happened 6 years ago, the most painful secret in my heart, do you want to know now? Yan Yan suddenly asked. Yongding Tian, of course I want to know. I especially want to know who was so crazy to put an energy black hole in you, something even more terrible than the deep-sea shan poison. And then? Yongding Tian asked. Yan Yan tried her best to stop crying and said, after knowing that he was my cousin Yongjing, I didn't dare to bring him back to Cloud Sky City. I only dared to drive the carriage to a remote place. I settled him in a rural mountain more than 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City. I found an abandoned hut and let him recuperate there. His injuries were very serious. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take it, so I secretly returned to Cloud Sky City and asked Sister Ningning for good pills. I even brought Luer along. Luer stayed in the hut to take care of him. I went out every day to gather herbs and hunt beasts to treat his injuries. Just like that, I took care of him for 2 months before his injuries gradually recovered. And then? Yongding Tian asked, Martial Uncle Shiman, you didn't know? Yan Yan didn't directly answer Yongding Tian's question and said, after Yongzheng's injuries recovered, he suddenly left without saying goodbye. I was anxious and angry, so I ran out to find him. In the end, I found him more than 100 miles away. He had fainted on the side of the road. I was very angry and asked him why he left so quickly. He said, what can I do if I don't leave? Could it be that there was still something between us? After saying this, Yongding Tian's face suddenly frowned. Yan Yan hurriedly kissed his face to please him. Actually, when I was very young, father had already arranged a marriage for me. Yan Yan said, when he first took over the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, father said that the position of City Lord belonged to the Yang family and that he would return it to the Yang family in the future. So when I was very young, he arranged a marriage between cousin Yongjing and me. So, since we were young, Cloud Sky City treated us as a couple, so he was especially good to me. Until the year I was 10, the Yang family rebelled. They wanted to kill my father and take over the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. Father ruthlessly suppressed them and then chased the rebelling Yang family members out. That's why this marriage was left unsettled. And then? Yongding Tian asked. Then, he suddenly cried and begged me to elope with him, Yan Yan said. Do you agree? Yongding Tian asked. I didn't. I can't leave father and mother. Yan Yan said, then he said that since this was the case, there had to be an end to this matter. Let him leave, as if he had never appeared. I don't want him to leave just like that. I don't want to leave Cloud Sky City either. Thus, I said that I would bring him back to Cloud Sky City and asked him if he dared to go back with me. In the end, after thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I dare. Thus, I brought him back to Cloud Sky City. Then, what was Martial Uncle Shiman's reaction? Yongding Tian asked. Yan Yan said, I brought Yongjing back to Cloud Heaven City and knelt in front of father. My father looked at me for a long time before he sighed. Are you finally willing to face me? As it turned out, father already knew that I had saved Yongjing. And because of me, he had already fallen out with the Northwest Qin City, fought 3 wars, and killed many of their people. Then, father asked me if I had made a decision. He wanted Yongjing to stay, and I nodded. Yongding Tian asked, then, what happened next? Yan Yan said, then, father announced that my marriage with Yongjing was still valid. Furthermore, Yongjing was still the successor of Cloud Sky City. Father even personally taught him martial arts and treated him as a direct disciple. But during that time, father was very unhappy. Previously, he was very close to me and liked to coax me to talk every day. During that time, he didn't talk to me much. So, in order to please him, I began to work hard to learn how to cook. Every day, I would make different soups for father to drink. Finally, father smiled at me more often. But occasionally, he would tell me that I had to be responsible for my own choices. Yongding Tian could imagine Shiman Wuya's state of mind at that time. The Yang clan was his greatest enemy, but for his daughter, he had no choice but to compromise. Yan Yan said, I thought that life would continue like this. Although it wasn't very sweet, at least it was happy. And every time I made soup, Yongjing would come and eat it secretly. He said that he envied my father and hoped that one day, I would be able to make soup for him every day. That way, even if it was a god, he wouldn't change. Yang Dingtian asked, then? Yan Yan took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with pain. She said in a trembling voice, one day, he came to drink the soup I made as usual. When he saw me, his expression was a bit strange. I asked him what was wrong. He said that the soup was a bit salty. I thought that he was talking nonsense and didn't take it seriously. I packed the soup and brought it to father. He said that he wanted to accompany me and that he had some things to report to father. I didn't take it seriously and let him come with me. But on the way there, I asked him if the soup was really salty. He said that it might be his taste buds. It's fine, he told me to bring the soup over. At this point, Yan Yan's delicate body was already trembling. She continued, I was still worried at that time, so I scooped up a spoonful and wanted to taste it. His expression changed slightly and he told me not to drink it. I was suspicious, so I looked at him and said that he didn't want me to drink it, so I threw the soup away. The muscles on his face twitched. He smiled and said that if you want to drink it, you can drink it. So, I drank a mouthful, and nothing happened. Sister Ningning once gave me a very strange needle. She said that this needle could detect any poison in the world. After I drank it, I was still worried and secretly tested it with the needle. There were no symptoms either. So, I laughed at myself and brought the soup in. At this point, Yan Yan's face was already covered in tears. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then, after I entered father's room, I scooped out the soup as usual and brought it to father. Father took it and was about to drink it as usual. Suddenly, I realized that Yangjing didn't directly follow me. I felt strange and instinctively whispered, Father, don't drink it. Father was very vigilant. He smelled the soup and then took out the needle to test it. He laughed at me for making a fuss over nothing. Then, he directly picked up the bowl and drank it. Yan Yan sobbed. Not long after father drank the soup, a strange bird cry came from outside. Then, 4 men covered in black robes rushed over with swords in their hands. The person in the lead was the one who wore the same mask as Yangjing. He should be his elder. The 4 of them fiercely rushed over and wanted to kill father. It turned out that there was a strong poison in the soup. It was a poison that couldn't be detected by anything. At this point, Yan Yan was already out of breath from crying. Yang Dingtian gently patted her back and said, and then? In addition to these 4 people, 10 more people rushed in and surrounded father. Also, there were shouts of killing everywhere outside. They have been preparing for this day for a long time. As long as father drinks the poisonous soup, they will immediately kill him. Then, they will rebel in Cloud Sky City and kill most of the people who are loyal to father. Then, they will take back Cloud Sky City. Yan Yan's voice trembled. They have been preparing for this day for a long time. Yangjing came every day to steal the soup, just for one day, to poison father. Moreover, it was a poison that couldn't be detected by anything. Then, I drank that spoonful of soup in front of Yangjing, and he didn't stop me. He just watched me drink it, so that I could continue to feed the soup to my father. Yan Yan's entire body was trembling. She said, everything was a conspiracy. It was all for the sake of killing my father and taking back Cloud Heaven City. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan continued, then, just as the 10 or so experts were about to kill father, Yangjing appeared. He said that he would spare father's life, destroy his martial arts, and put him under house arrest. However, the masked old man said that he wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did he want to kill father and mother, but he also wanted to kill me. Yangjing was furious and said that he had to marry me. Otherwise, he would commit suicide and let the Yang family die. In the end, the masked old man had no choice but to compromise. He said that he could keep me, but father had to be killed. Furthermore, Yangjing could only marry me as a concubine. The main wife had to marry the Northwest Chin City's second Mississippi and then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then, Yangjing agreed and wanted to take me away. He said that if I couldn't see father being killed with my own eyes, I wouldn't leave. I put a sword to my neck and said that if he touched me, I would commit suicide. In the end, father smiled and told me to go out. The scene returned to 6 years ago. Shimin Wuya sat on a chair and said to Yan Yan, go out. It's best that you don't see what happens next. I'm sorry, father. It's all my fault. I won't go out. I won't go out. I'll die with you. Yan Yan was crying tears of blood. Shimin Wuya gently stroked Yan Yan's head and said, Go, you should be a good daughter. When it comes to important matters, you have to listen to father. Go find your sister Ningning, okay? Remember, go find your sister Ningning. At this moment, Shimin Wuya's gaze was gentle and firm. Every time this happened, Yan Yan had to listen to her father. Wipe away your tears. Remember that today is a small lesson, Shimin Wuya said. Yan Yan wiped away her tears and turned to leave. No one stopped her. Yang Jing quickly chased after her and said in a trembling voice, Yan Yan, don't blame me. I just wanted to take back everything that belonged to the Yang family. My love for you has never changed. Yan Yan turned around and looked at Yang Jing's face. I don't blame you. From your point of view, what you did was right. Yang Jing chased after her and said, I'll go beg my father and ask him to spare your father's life. Then you'll still marry me and we'll be the same as before. Yan Yan dodged and said, Don't dream like that. Then, Yan Yan directly circulated her Xianxia. Ignoring the fighting around her, she directly ran towards Ningning's valley. At this moment, she discovered that her Xianxia had already regressed to the great mystic martial master level. Yang Jing originally wanted to chase after her, but he knew that he had more important matters to attend to. Thus, he led the rebel forces and rushed towards the scripture pavilion. Inside Shimin Wuya's room. Junior Wuya, I've waited for this day for so long. The masked old man slowly walked forward and said, Do you know how much I sacrificed for this day? Don't you want to know who I am? Shimin Wuya sighed and said, Yang Yunchong, big brother. For today, you sold yourself to the devil. Was it worth it? The masked old man fiercely lifted his mask. It was an incomparably terrifying face. His entire facial features were all twisted and rotten. It was completely disgusting to the extreme. It was worth it, of course it was worth it. Yang Yunchong said coldly, Cloud Sky City was originally mine. I was originally going to become the most outstanding Cloud Sky City lord in hundreds of years. It was because of that disgusting pig-killing swordsmanship that I became a madman and a cripple. Do you know where I went to recover my cultivation? I went to the Dongli grasslands tens of thousands of miles away. I went to the northernmost celestial Red Sea. I sold my soul and everything to the devil in exchange for the current me to recover my martial arts and break through to the master level. However, he has become neither human nor ghost. However, I don't regret it. Because my son is normal. Most importantly, Cloud Sky City is back in the hands of the Yang family. Yang Yunchong said, and you, the usurper, will die in incomparable pain. Can you kill me? Shimin Wuya asked. Of course, we have 4 masters and 10 martial venerables here. Yang Yunchong laughed and said, and you, although you are already an advanced master. But do you know what you just drank? It's a dark crystal refined from the celestial Red Sea's water. It's enough to devour all energy. A few 100,000 pounds of seawater was refined into a dark crystal the size of a speck of dust. It's enough to completely destroy your cultivation. Right now, let alone the dozen of us, even if I were to kill you alone, it would still be more than enough. Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Yunchong indifferently. He stood up and slowly walked toward Yang Yunchong. Yang Yunchong instinctively took 2 steps back. What are you afraid of? Shimin Wuya laughed. What am I afraid of? Your cultivation is far inferior to mine. You're already a dead man. What am I afraid of? Yang Yunchong laughed and then pulled out an ugly big sword. You think too much, Shimin Wuya said. He raised his palm and slammed it toward Yang Yunchong. Yang Yunchong met it with a palm. Then, Yang Yunchong let out a shrill scream. All that could be seen was a dark shadow spreading from his palm all the way up, instantly covering his entire body. Yang Yunchong's body trembled crazily, like a ghost. Shimin Wuya said indifferently, Yan Yan told me not to drink it just now, so I didn't drink it. It looked like I drank it, but in fact, I directly used my qi to boil the soup. I saw the speck of dark dust in my palm, and then I kept it here so that I can return it to you now. Yang Yinchong screamed crazily and roared crazily. He felt that the energy in his body was quickly disappearing. Brother, I won't kill you. I'll lock you up. You and your son can spend the rest of your life together, Shimin Wuya said. At this time, the remaining experts finally came to their senses. They came over and pulled out their swords. They surrounded Shimin Wuya, trembling with fear, ready to fight. Yang Yunchong roared, Shimin Wuya, you're good. But just now, your daughter also drank a mouthful of soup. Her genius cultivation is completely destroyed. When Shimin Wuya heard this, his eyebrows furrowed and he roared angrily, bastard, go to hell. Swish swish swish. Shimin Wuya furiously attacked with his sword. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Yang Yunchong in front of him was directly torn into pieces. After that, the furious Shimin Wuya wielded his bloodthirsty sword. In an instant, he killed more than a dozen experts, 3 grandmasters, and 10 revered martial artists in the room. Swish 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 swish. The sword shadow was like a dragon. More than a dozen experts of Qin City, almost without any resistance, were torn into pieces by the furious Shimin Wuya within a few seconds. Then, Shimin Wuya rushed out of the small building and flew towards Shimin Ningning's valley. Back in reality, Yang Dingtian and Yin Yan's boat. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Yin Yan said, then father came over and desperately poured qi into my body. He used all kinds of methods to suck out the dark crystal from my body, but he didn't succeed. Instead, his cultivation was damaged. Just like that, he was delayed in suppressing the rebellion in Cloud Sky City. That night, many people died. As for that old bastard Yang Yan, he wasn't clean in this rebellion either. But when he heard that father was fine and Yang Yunchong was killed, he immediately turned around and led people to slaughter the rebels. Yang Jing, who was sent to attack the scripture depository, also died under Yang Yan's sword. Yang Jing died? Yang Dingtian asked. Dead. Yang Yan personally chopped off Yang Jing's head for everyone to see. That way, my father couldn't take the opportunity to eliminate him and let that old thief live until now. Yan Yan said. Then, Yan Yan smiled miserably and said, the whole thing is like that. I destroyed myself. I almost destroyed my father and the entire Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and asked, then? Do you love Yang Jing? Or did you love him? Yan Yan didn't directly answer Yang Dingtian's question. Yang Dingtian asked again, Yan Yan, do you love Yang Jing? Have you ever loved him? Yan Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Husband, when do you think a woman can learn to love? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I don't know. Yan Yan said, Sister Ningning has been lonely all her life. Perhaps when I told her about you, she pitied you and loved you. But I'm different. I'm a careless, bold, and unruly girl. It wasn't until I brought you to the Netherworld Sea, when your life and death were uncertain, that I learned to love. Unforgettable love. Before that, I never learned what love was, and I never loved anyone. Yan Yan said, when we were young, Yang Jing and I were childhood sweethearts. He treated me very well and was very gentle. After we grew up, he treated me even better and gentler. He never disobeyed me. At that time, father said that he wanted to betroth me to him. I didn't refuse because if I did, Yang Jing would have no place in Cloud Sky City. I didn't want him to be hurt. I had feelings for him and treated him as my family. Even when father announced our marriage again, I felt a bit suffocated. I even felt like I couldn't breathe, but I didn't object. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Because I didn't fall in love with any man. If I must get married, then marrying a man who loves me, a man who is like my family isn't bad either. But you're different. Yan Yan reached out and touched Yang Dingtian's face. She said softly, you're so gentle that you don't have any patience. No matter what I say or do, you oppose it and go against me. But in the end, it turns out that you're right. You're not as handsome as Yang Jing, and you're not as gentle and elegant as him. You're also unfaithful and stingy. But I love you very much. I love you so deeply that it's engraved in my heart. To say the most nauseating words, I can't live without you. Yang Dingtian forcefully pulled Yan Yan into his arms. Husband, are you angry? Yan Yan asked softly. Yang Dingtian shook his head. I didn't. Are you jealous? Yan Yan asked. No, no. When Yang Dingtian said this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty, because he was really jealous, very jealous. You're just jealous. Yan Yan said in a tender voice, you're so unreasonable. Yangjing and I didn't do anything, we didn't even hold hands, and you're jealous. Look at you and Dongfang Bingling. You have done so many intimate things in secret. If I were as narrow-minded as you, how could I live? Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. Yan Yan twisted her small waist and said in a tender voice, good husband, I swear to you that Yangjing really didn't even hold my finger, really. At that time, even though we were engaged and he wanted to be close to me. However, I was young at that time and felt that intimate contact between men and women was disgusting. Unlike now, I've done all kinds of shameless things with you. Seeing Yang Dingtian's complicated and awkward expression, Yan Yan said softly, husband, tell me, what do you think? Yang Dingtian said awkwardly, first of all, my thoughts are very perverted. Say it, the more perverted you are, the more I love you. Yan Yan said. I was thinking, if Yangjing didn't rebel and didn't want to harm your father, then wouldn't you marry him? Then won't you marry him and become his wife? Then you won't belong to me anymore. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. That's right, his thoughts were very perverted. Using something that didn't happen to talk about it was simply groundless. That's not necessarily true. Yan Yan said seriously, even if Yangjing didn't rebel, my cultivation is still very high. I might have broken through to revered martial artist by now. Or maybe not, but I'm still very powerful. Then, I still have to go to Yinyang school with my father and meet you like a savage. Then, you took advantage of me the first time we met. Then, I still have to slap you half to death. Then, you still have to go to Yinyang school and be hunted down by Dongfang Bingling. Then, my father will definitely be fine this time, definitely fine. Then, we'll bring you back to Cloud Sky City. Then, you'll still go against me, and you'll become more and more powerful. Then, we'll still be entangled with each other and become a pair of dogs. Maybe, Yangjing will become the lord of Cloud Sky City and I'll elope with you. We'll still be intimate every day and do some shameless things, just like now. Am I right? Then, Yan Yan became passionate and her breathing became heavy. She said softly, so, even if Yangjing didn't rebel, I would still be with you. I would still become your woman, am I right? Yes, you're mine. No matter which time or space, which world, heaven or hell, you're mine. Yang Dingtian fiercely hugged Yan Yan in his arms and kissed her little mouth as if he wanted to kiss her until she breathed her last. Yes, I'm yours, I'm yours. Yan Yan trembled and said, everything about me is yours. My mouth is yours, my face is yours, my legs are yours, my heart is yours, every inch of my body is yours. Eat me, kill me, eat me, tear me apart, and eat everything into your stomach. Then, it was the real lightning striking the earth. Mu Liani had been waiting for Yang Dingtian for a few days. At first, she obediently stayed on the island and didn't leave. Later, she found that there wasn't even a ghost around. The fiercest animal was also the dolphin that jumped out of the sea every day to act cute. She couldn't stay on the island and directly jumped into the sea. She collected from the bottom of the sea every day, but because she was worried about Yang Dingtian in the Netherworld Sea, she basically threw away everything she picked after playing with it for a while. Then, she unknowingly swam south. She didn't fear the sea at all. She was like the daughter of the sea. So, for a few days, she unknowingly pretended not to know and swam south for an unknown distance. Today, she was collecting from the bottom of the sea and playing with the fish at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, she felt that there seemed to be some movement on the surface of the sea. She couldn't help but carefully float up. When she was less than a foot away from the surface of the sea, she suddenly heard a strange sound. The words were also strange. Just kill me, tear me to shreds. It seemed that a murder was happening on the surface. Mu Liani carefully poked her head out and opened her eyes. Suddenly, she was completely stunned. Oh my god. Her eyes were going blind. Could it be any more shameless? Could it be any crazier? She, Mu Liani, was also full of wildness. She wasn't a bashful young lady, but a bold and unrestrained girl. Because of curiosity, she had read a lot of related books and picture albums. However, the scene in front of her was really beyond her imagination. Even the most shameless picture album couldn't draw what was in front of her eyes. In shock, Mu Liani felt her heart tremble, and her whole body was instantly numbed by electricity. After a few minutes, she finally saw the faces of the two people fighting on the boat. At first glance, it was even more incredible. One of them was her young master, the young master who always pushed and pinched her. One was the young lady of Cloud Sky City, the other was so beautiful that it was blinding, and her figure was so good that it made people jealous. The proud and noble young lady of Cloud Sky City, however, the princess of Cloud Sky City in front of her didn't have the slightest bit of noble and proud aura. She was completely the most shameless woman. Suddenly, Mu Liani didn't know if she should continue diving or surface. Just then, a naughty little dolphin rushed over and directly knocked Mu Liani's delicate body into the air. It originally wanted to be close to humans, but it didn't know how to control its strength. Bam! Mu Liani directly fell onto Yang Dingtian's boat. The entire boat made a loud noise and shook violently, almost flipping over. At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan saw Mu Liani fall onto the boat and were completely stunned. Hiss! Immediately after, the water snake skin suit on Mu Liani's body suddenly cracked open. Note, begging for monthly votes, thank you, everyone. At this moment, Mu Liani's worldview had been completely destroyed. She had always said that she would stick to the young master, but now that she saw such an explicit scene, she only had one thought, and that was to run away as far as possible. Therefore, she didn't care about her tight leather clothes. She just wanted to jump off the boat and hide at the bottom of the sea again. But for some reason, she didn't have any strength in her hands and feet. Not to mention jumping off the boat, it was difficult for her to even move. Therefore, she could only close her eyes tightly and pretend that she didn't see anything. When Mu Liani fell from the sky, Yan Yan also exclaimed. Her delicate body suddenly shrank, and she didn't know what to do. She directly covered her face and did everything else as usual. She buried her head in her arms and immersed herself in her own world like an ostrich, pretending that nothing had happened. A quarter of an hour later, the sea and the boat were calm. Yan Yan rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. She turned over and lay on the edge of the boat with her legs together. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He didn't know why Yan Yan did this. I've calculated. Today is the best day to have a baby, Yan Yan said. Yan Yan, are you in such a hurry to have a baby? You're still a baby yourself, Yang Dingtian said. Not in a hurry? I'm already 20. Yan Yan said, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, when I walk on the street 10 years later, I want people to think that I'm the elder sister, not the mother. At this moment, Mu Liani finally opened her eyes. She shyly took out her clothes and put them on. Then she poured a basin of water and put it in front of Yang Dingtian. Do it yourself. Then she poured another basin of water and added some natural petal fragrance oil. Then she warmed the water with qi and put it in front of Yan Yan. Yan Yan accepted Mu Liani's clothes with a red face and whispered, thank you, elder sister. You flatter me. You're a young lady and I'm a servant. It's my duty to serve you, said Mu Liani. In fact, Mu Liani had only seen Yan Yan once or twice. She didn't have much of an impression of the princess of Cloud Sky City. However, even though she disliked Yang Dingtian, she didn't dislike Yan Yan. Because at that time, Yan Yan was alone, carrying the dying Yang Dingtian for nearly 10,000 li. Her face was haggard and full of scars, so she admired her greatly. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Yan Yan said in a tender voice, I had an older sister before, Sister Ningning. Now that she's gone, I treat you as my sister. Yan Yan's coquettishness and cuteness were popular among both men and women. Mu Liani's heart softened at her words. Next, the three of them awkwardly sailed north together. However, Yang Dingtian didn't have another chance to steal her, even though Mu Liani dove into the sea to make space for them. Yan Yan didn't let Yang Dingtian have his way. Although Yan Yan was bold, she couldn't do that kind of thing with Yang Dingtian under other people's eyes. Yang Dingtian wasn't in a hurry to do that. He was just teasing his beloved wife. Most of the time, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. Previously, he had broken through to the martial honorable realm. However, in order to defeat Song Yu, he had no choice but to put his life on the line. He burned his energy C and turned it back into Xianxia, causing his cultivation to degenerate. Now, he was a 9-star martial ancestor realm. However, he was only half a step away from martial honorable realm. According to Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, he would definitely be able to break through to martial honorable realm before the martial contest. As for Yan Yan, her Xian meridians had completely recovered, so Yang Dingtian thought that she would work hard to cultivate and race against time to make up for the lost time. However, it wasn't like that at all. She was concerned about her stomach all day long. She always felt that there was a baby in her stomach. There was even one time when she said that she wanted to vomit after eating something because of self-hypnosis. She must be pregnant. The heavens took pity on her. It had been less than 2 days since she went crazy last time. It had been less than 5 days since she lost her virginity for the first time. It would take at least 2 months for her to have a pregnancy reaction. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't have much hope for Yan Yan's cultivation. If he wanted her to work hard, he should at least wait until she gave birth. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed by Mu Lianyi. Previously, Mu Lianyi kept saying that she wanted to give herself to him. But now, she was working very hard to cultivate. Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire and the golden mystic qi to easily cleanse her marrow and meridians at the 3rd level. Then, Yang Dingtian cut off 2 inches of Naga's purple Shan meridians. After melting it with the mystic fire, he wrapped the mystic vein with the mystic fire, which had no offensive properties, and sent it into her qi si to transform her Shan meridians with almost no pain. The lower the grade of the mystic vein, the more effective the Naga's purple Shan meridians were. Just 2 inches of Naga's purple Shan meridians raised the grade of Mu Lianyi's Shan meridians from the middle 6th grade to the upper 7th grade. Moreover, the remaining mystic qi energy in it directly helped her break through 3 levels, from a 9-star Xian martial warrior to a 2-star Xian martial master. However, when absorbing this Xian qi, Yang Dingtian didn't use the yin-yang devouring Xian technique on her. He only used the mystic fire to burn and refine the fire Xian qi, so Mu Lianyi still suffered a lot. Just in case, Yang Dingtian still gave her a special elixir of holy water. Speaking of which, this elixir of holy water was really embarrassing. At that time, when Yang Dingtian was healing Yan Yan's Xian meridians, he was worried that she would be in pain and in danger, so he directly poured more than half a kilogram of holy water into the bathtub. In the end, Yan Yan didn't use it, but Yang Dingtian did. After using it, there was still a lot of holy water energy left in it. Yang Dingtian didn't want to waste it, so he refined the bathtub of water into elixirs. There were dozens of elixirs. And basically, this elixir could only be used by the woman closest to him. Because the elixir's composition was too complicated. Other than the holy water, there were also all kinds of things that flowed out when Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were having fun. After Mu Lianyi took the elixir, Yan Yan moved close to her ear and told her the origin of the elixir. Mu Lianyi blushed and said that she was shameless. Then, when Yan Yan wasn't paying attention, she viciously stepped on Yang Dingtian's leg. Just like that, amidst the awkwardness and sweetness, Yang Dingtian returned to the southwest continent after 3.5 days. Right now, there were still 12 days before the martial contest for the Cloud Heaven City Lord position. After returning to the Mu clan docks, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan didn't stop at all and immediately headed north. Mu Lianqing's side was also fully prepared. After the ship reached the shore, they saw a group of knights by the shore. The leaders were actually Shimen Bao and Shui Hongxiao from the Wooden Sword Castle. When she saw Yang Dingtian, Shui Hongxiao disregarded the seawater and galloped her horse over. She shouted in surprise, "Big brother Yang." When Yan Yan saw the beautiful and wild Shui Hongxiao, she instantly rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Shui Hongxiao noticed Shimen Yan Yan. She instantly blushed and pulled on the reins. Previously, she heard that Shimen Yan Yan was very beautiful, but it was just a rumor. She didn't expect her to be so dazzling after seeing her in person. It even made her feel a little ashamed. Furthermore, she always thought that this young mistress would be high and mighty and bossy. She wouldn't be gentle to Yang Dingtian. In the end, with just one look, she could tell that Shimin Yanyan had extreme gentleness and love for Yang Dingtian. She also had a deep attachment and dependence. It could be said that Shimin Yanyan's feelings for Yang Dingtian were much stronger than hers. Instantly, she felt disappointed and happy for Yang Dingtian. Perhaps only such a girl is worthy of Big Brother Yang. A girl like me is just wishful thinking. In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Shui Hongxiao's mind. Yang Dingtian first greeted Shui Hongxiao, little sister. Then, he said to Shimin Bao, Big Brother Bao, why are you here? Junior brother Yang, Martial Uncle Mu was worried that the large group would affect your speed, so he left for the north 2 days ago. My master led many martial uncles from the Wooden Sword Castle to escort him. He was worried that no one would receive you when you returned, so he sent us here to wait for you, Shimin Bao said. Yang Dingtian's heart warmed. Although Li Guinong was a man of few words and was like an old farmer, he was really kind. But he was really warm-hearted. He had only met her once before, but he had helped her time and time again. Especially during this period of time, the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion had been causing trouble for the Wooden Sword Castle. This kind of kindness was really hard to repay. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He cupped his hands at Shimin Bao and said to Yan, this is Big Brother Bao from the Wooden Sword Castle, and this is little sister Shui Hongxiao from the Wooden Sword Castle. Big Brother Bao, little sister Shui Hongxiao. Yan called out intimately. As for Mu Liani, there was no need to introduce her. She was very familiar with Shui Hongxiao and had a good relationship with her. The few of them quickly packed their luggage and mounted their horses. They used their fastest speed to head north and catch up with Mu Lianqing and Li Guinong's large group. They didn't even return to the Mu clan docks. The few of them rode on their horses, and when they passed by the Mu clan docks, they realized that the place had been burned into ruins. Uncle Mu personally burned it, Shui Hongxiao said. Seeing that Mu Liani's eyes were a little red, Yang Dingtian said gently, Liani, I'm sorry. I caused your home to be burned down. Mu Liani shook her head forcefully and said, from today onwards, Cloud Heaven City is my home. You and young lady Yan are my family. Yes, we are going to take back our home, our Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian yelled out. Then, the group didn't look at the burned Mu clan docks anymore and sped up towards the north. Big Brother Bao, are your injuries better? Yang Dingtian asked. Almost. Shimin Bao said, it's all thanks to Madame Shimin's elixir. Yang Dingtian nodded. He felt that after leaving the southwest continent and sailing on the sea, he was going to cut off 2 inches of Naga's purple mystic meridians and use the mystic fire to melt it before giving it to Shimin Bao to reconstruct his mystic meridians. Of course, it would be very painful for Shimin Bao to reconstruct his mystic meridians. But Shimin Bao was a man and shouldn't be afraid of this pain. Recently, is the Skywind Pavilion still so domineering towards the Wooden Sword Castle? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Bao nodded and said, it is getting more and more prosperous. It almost doesn't give my Wooden Sword Castle a place to stay. He definitely had to help with this matter, but it had to wait until after the City Lord's Martial Contest. Right now, the most important thing was the City Lord's Martial Contest. Everything else had to be placed behind. Just like this, the group rode crazily and constantly changed horses. After 3 days, they traveled over 2,000 miles and caught up with the large group led by Li Guinong and Mu Lianqing. Note, begging for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Greetings to young lord. Following Mu Lianqing's command, the 500 fully armored cavalrymen knelt down in unison. Yang Dingtian looked at this group of people with fiery eyes. This was an army that Mu Lianqing had spent tens of years to build. Neat armors and neat weapons. Perhaps, their cultivation levels weren't high. In fact, their salutes weren't even very neat. However, they were his men and belonged to his army. Yang Dingtian could see that even though they had traveled 1,000 miles, their morale was still very high. This was because most of them were wandering warriors or bandits from the southwest continent. For example, Niu Dali, who was pursuing Mu Liani, had recruited all the youths in the mountain stronghold. This group of people all had lowly statuses and were looked down upon by the world. Mu Liani used Yang Dingtian's identity to recruit them and gave them a glorious background. Yang Dingtian's identity was a pressure even for a prodigy like Qin Huayu. Although Cloud Heaven City was now under the control of Yang Yan and Shimin Zhu, Yang Dingtian still had a righteous heart. However, Yang Dingtian had always been righteous. He was Shimin Wuya's designated successor. The successor of Cloud Heaven City's lord and the direct disciple of Dongfang Minmi. No matter which identity it was, to this group of low-level warriors, he was a legendary existence. To be able to become Yang Dingtian's army was an absolute honor to them. Yang Dingtian looked at the 500 warriors kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He rode on his horse and shouted, "If you all follow me, your future path will be very difficult and dangerous. I can't promise you anything. What glory, wealth, or power? I can't promise you anything. I can only say one thing. As long as you are my brothers, I will never abandon you. Die for young lord," 500 warriors shouted with all their might. They looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Ever since Mu Lianqing recruited these 500 warriors, other than training them, he only had one thing to do in his free time. That was to constantly instill Yang Dingtian's invincibility, and to constantly instill in them the kind of genius and glory that Yang Dingtian was. Yang Dingtian was not only the successor of Cloud Sky City, but he was also the successor of Yinyang School appointed by the world's #1 expert, Dongfang Minmi. If he followed Yang Dingtian today, he would become the most glorious supreme warrior in the world tomorrow. He might even become a direct descendant of the Yinyang school. Wherever he went, he would be dazzling and envied by others. All the warriors present were familiar with Yang Dingtian's deeds. It took him less than a month to advance from an enlightener to a mystic warrior. When he was still a mystic martial warrior, he defeated the Qin clan's young master, Qin Xiaobai, who was one rank higher than him. When he was still a mystic martial warrior, he had defeated the Raging Flames Castle's young lord, Tuoba Yi, who was 2 ranks higher than him and even possessed a mystic skill. In fact, Mu Lianqing had even fabricated many glorious achievements that Yang Dingtian didn't have. The most exciting thing was that a year ago, Yang Dingtian was only a mystic martial warrior, but now, he was going up north to fight for the Cloud Sky City Lord's position. And his opponent was a martial supreme expert. In short, in the hearts of all the warriors, Yang Dingtian was omnipotent and could create impossible miracles. They didn't emphasize Yang Dingtian's cultivation, but they always emphasized Yang Dingtian's invincible legend. Yang Dingtian pays his respects to Marshal Uncle Li. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan bowed deeply. Gratitude wasn't something that could be expressed with words. Yang Dingtian didn't express his gratitude towards Li Guinong's kindness. Nephew's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. It is truly delightful and fascinating. Li Guinong helped Yang Dingtian up with a smile. Mu Lianqing went forward and continued to kneel as he greeted. Old slave Mu Lianqing pays his respects to young lord and young mistress. Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan were helpless and could only allow Mu Lianqing to help him up after he finished kneeling. Then, the husband and wife both knelt down and greeted. Yang Dingtian, Shimin, and Yan Yan pay their respects to Uncle Mu. After a short chat, Mu Lianqing said, "Young lord, should we take a break or continue heading north?" Yang Dingtian looked at Li Guinong. "Everything will be up to young Lord Yang." Li Guinong said. "Continue heading north?" Yang Dingtian said. "Yes." Mu Lianqing shouted, "All warriors, continue heading north." Then, the group of over 500 people rode 2 horses each and continued heading north. Just like this, the group didn't stop and continued heading north. 2 days later, they had traveled over 1,000 miles. Right now, they were only 300 miles away from the southwest continent's northern coast. There were already 3 large ships waiting there. As long as the group arrived, they would use their fastest speed to head north and reach the northwest continent in less than 3 days. There, Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry would receive them. After another 2,000 miles, they would reach Cloud Heaven City. For the past few days, the 500 cavalrymen had frantically traveled over 3,000 to 4,000 miles and were already exhausted. Even though they had avoided the Sky Phoenix Pavilion and Raging Flames Castle sphere of influence, they were still cautious. If a large force were to launch a sneak attack, it would be a disaster for this young and inexperienced army. Young lord, we will try our best to avoid large cities and towns along the way. However, there is no way we can avoid the city in front. Mu Lianqing said, unless we are willing to take a detour of 1,000 miles and take those crisscrossed mountain paths, we will have to pass by Luofeng City. Yang Dingtian nodded. Luofeng City was considered a large city in the southwest continent's savage land and had a population of around 200,000 to 300,000. It was the gathering place for the surrounding 2,000 miles and was also the only small plain in this region. Therefore, unless they took a detour of 1,000 miles, they wouldn't be able to go around this city. This city didn't belong to any major force and was considered a commercial and trading city. It had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, but its martial Dao force was relatively weak. It was considered a neutral city. The merchant groups here were willing to serve any force. Therefore, until now, there wasn't a major force that had a hand in this city. After all, in this world, money wasn't important. Martial Dao resources were everything. Uncle Mu, who was in charge of Luofeng City? Yang Dingtian asked. The full power of this city is in the hands of the Merchant Association. There are a few influential merchants who take turns to be the city lord of Luofeng City. Mu Lianqing said. Then do they allow a large-scale army to pass through? Yang Dingtian asked. As long as they pay. Mu Lianqing said, when they pass through the city, they have to put down all their weapons. A few days ago, I had already sent an envoy to greet them and gave them a large amount of bribes. They have allowed us to pass through. Of course, we are using the name of a mercenary group. Yang Dingtian nodded. When they were 30 miles away from Luofeng City, Yang Dingtian gave the order to stop and let the 500 over cavalrymen set up camp. He then changed his appearance and brought Mu Lianqing to Luofeng City. When they arrived at Luofeng City, Yang Dingtian felt something was wrong. The city gates were closed and there were many warriors patrolling on the city walls. They were fully armed and looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian noticed that the city walls were stained with blood. Yang Dingtian went forward and cupped his hands. Fierce Horse Mercenary Group requests to enter Luofeng City. At the same time, Mu Lianqing lifted up a chest which was filled with gold coins. There were at least a few thousand of them, and it was more than enough to pay for the passage. Go away. From today onwards, there is no Luofeng City. There is only South Continent City. On the city gates, there were already warriors shouting, no armed force is allowed to enter. When Yang Dingtian saw the person on the city gates, he was instantly astonished. It was actually someone he knew. Furthermore, he was once Yang Dingtian's subordinate. Back when Yang Dingtian was impersonating as Shenlang, he was the commander of Qin Mingli's guards. Right now, the person on the city walls was a subordinate of Yang Dingtian's cavalry leader. Could it be that the northwest Qin city had already encroached on Luofeng City? Could Qin Mingli be in the city right now? Qin Mingli's husband was the nominal city lord of West Continent City. At this time, Luofeng City had changed to South Continent City. It was obvious that it had fallen into the hands of the Northwest Qin family. The Qin family had indeed sounded the horn to occupy the southwest continent. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown deeply. Once the Qin family started to move, they would be able to sweep through the southwest continent. Qin family didn't even need to show themselves. At this time, the Northwest Qin family had two hired thugs. The legal side had the Skywind Pavilion, while the underworld had the Raging Flames Castle. In the southwest continent, there was no power that could stop them. They couldn't even withstand a finger from the Qin family. What the Qin family needed to do was to build a good relationship with the upper echelons of the Tiando League, so that the many big shots of the Tiando League would turn a blind eye to their actions. Of course, the Qin family and Dongfang Bingling had completely fallen out. However, it didn't mean that Dongfang Bingling would stop Qin Wanzhou's expansion. This woman worshipped the most direct power. She wouldn't put her thoughts on these political struggles. There was only one thing she wanted to do, and that was to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. When her cultivation surpassed Qin Wanzhou's, she would directly go to Qin City and chop off the heads of Qin Wanzhou, Qin Huayu, and the others. Yang Dingtian directly took out a purple gold coin, which was equivalent to 100 gold coins. He offered it and said, "Officer, you have worked hard to defend the city. May I ask who is in charge of the South Continent city?" The cavalry leader's eyes lit up, but he suppressed his greed and coldly shouted, "Why are you asking so much? Leave immediately, or we will shoot arrows." After speaking, he raised his hand high and dozens of crossbows behind him were aimed at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian obviously wasn't afraid of these crossbows, but he frowned and took a few steps back. With so much money, the cavalry leader was very tempted, but he still suppressed his greed. It was obvious that it wasn't that he didn't want to take it, but that he didn't dare to. It seemed that the Qin family was serious about taking over the southwest region. Yang Dingtian placed the purple gold coin on the ground and asked, "Sir, when will South Oblast City open its gates?" Whoosh 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 whoosh. What answered Yang Dingtian were dozens of sharp arrows that shot directly at Yang Dingtian's feet. "What should we do?" Mu Lianqing asked. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Let's go back first. We'll discuss it later." Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the camp and held a small meeting to explain the situation. "What should we do next?" Mu Lianqing asked, "Should we bribe or forcefully attack?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Bribery is useless. The Northwest Qin city doesn't lack money. If I'm not mistaken, the person in charge of Luofeng City this time is a direct descendant of the Qin city. He has an astronomical amount of money. Even if we bribe him with all our belongings, it's useless. Could it be that the only way out is to attack by force?" Yan Yan said, "We don't know how many soldiers there are in the city, how many experts there are, and who is in charge. Forcefully attacking won't work either." Yang Dingtian said, "We have too few people, and this is a newly formed army. If we forcefully attack, the losses will be too great. Then what should we do? We are already pressed for time, and we can't afford to waste a single day." Mu Lianyi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Perhaps the highest commander in Luofeng City is an old friend of mine. Today, I will sneak into Luofeng City and investigate before making any plans." Yan Yan said, "Husband, that is someone from the Northwest Qin city. She is definitely an enemy and not a friend." Yang Dingtian said, "The situation between this person and me is very complicated. I have to confirm if it is her. If it is her, we can pass through Luofeng City without wasting any effort." Li Guinong suddenly said, "Nephew, actually, you can leave the army first and bring young Lady Shimen back to Cloud Heaven City. Brother Mu and I will lead the team and take a detour. Even though we will be late by a few days, it doesn't matter. Therefore, you don't have to enter the city and take this risk." Yang Dingtian said, "If it is during normal times, I will definitely do so. But now, the Northwest Qin city is marching southward. I don't know how many forces they have sent into the southwest continent. But according to my estimation, it could be 30,000, 50,000, or even more. Therefore, it is a foregone conclusion that the Qin city will sweep through the southwest continent. Our 500-man army will be in great danger and might be wiped out at any moment. The Qin city will definitely not allow the southwest continent to have an organized military force. Unless we are willing to scatter these 500 men, it will be very dangerous. I even feel that there are many roaming cavalrymen monitoring our surroundings." "That's right. Today, we have seen dozens of scouts scouting our camp." Shimen Bao suddenly spoke. Yang Dingtian said, "Time is of the essence. Therefore, I have to bring this team out of the southwest continent in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous." Mu Lianqing said, "I originally hoped to strengthen young Lord's forces, but I didn't expect to bring such a huge trouble to young Lord. Why don't we scatter them?" "Don't say that, Uncle Mu. As long as they follow me, they will be my brothers. I will never abandon them," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "All right, time is of the essence. I will immediately sneak into Luofeng City and meet with their supreme commander." "I will go with you," Li Guinong said. "No, Uncle Li. You have the highest cultivation level among everyone here. Stay at the camp and protect the team. I will go alone." Yang Dingtian said, "I believe that no one in the entire Luofeng City can stop me. Li Guanong didn't argue as he nodded and said, "Then, nephew, take care." Yang Dingtian dressed up a little and took advantage of the night to activate the Void Spirit Mystic Wings. He executed the flight technique and flew to 1,000 meters in the sky before flying towards Luofeng City. Yang Dingtian's flight speed was very fast. In just a few minutes, he was above Luofeng City. At this time, there were flying patrols above Luofeng City. However, it was impossible for them to discover Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian easily entered the city. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian discovered two important things. The first was that Luofeng City had completely turned into a large military camp. The original population of 200,000 to 300,000 had decreased by more than half. There were military camps everywhere in the city. At this time, the entire city was brightly lit. Countless troops were in formation as if they had just arrived at Luofeng City. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops entering Luofeng City from the north. These troops were undoubtedly shipped from the northwest Qin City from the north. Yang Dingtian roughly calculated that there were about 30,000 troops in the city at this time. Moreover, there was an endless stream of troops entering from the north. Yang Dingtian simply continued to fly north and continued to observe. Nearly 200 miles of road, there were troops advancing with torches in their hands. They were continuously entering Luofeng City. On the northern coastline, there were hundreds of large ships anchored. Countless military equipment, food, and troops were continuously disembarking. After the troops were organized at the empty space on the pier, they neatly headed south. No wonder Luofeng City's gates were closed. They didn't even dare to accept Yang Dingtian's bribes. It turned out that Qin City wanted to build Luofeng City into a large military camp to conquer the southwest continent. The troops in the city, the troops on the road, and the troops that had just disembarked were close to 100,000 people. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the pressure of Mount Tai. Any forces that tried to resist would be instantly turned into dust. It seemed that after falling out with Dongfang Bingling, Qin Wanzhou had increased the speed of his expansion. Otherwise, 30,000 to 40,000 troops would be enough to conquer the southwest continent. Now, Qin Wanzhou had actually sent 100,000 troops. Moreover, more troops were continuously disembarking. It seemed that Qin Wanzhou wanted to use the fastest speed to conquer the entire southwest continent. The fall of the southwest continent was already unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before the entire southwest continent fell into Qin City's hands. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly sank. Qin City was Cloud Sky City's greatest enemy. However, this enemy was so strong that it was completely unimaginable. All of Cloud Sky City's troops added together barely exceeded 10,000 people. Even if they gathered all of the troops in the territory, it wouldn't exceed 30,000 to 40,000. In order to conquer the southwest continent, Qin City had sent out more than 100,000 troops. Even if he obtained the final victory in the martial arts competition for the position of the city lord, he would have to face the monstrous power of northwest Qin City. If they used force, Cloud Sky City really didn't have much power to resist. It seemed that there was only one reason why Cloud Sky City didn't completely fall. That was because of Shiman Wuya, a Grandmaster-level expert. In this world, a Grandmaster-level expert was like a nuclear bomb on Earth. They were completely strategic weapons. With a Grandmaster-level expert, even if Northwest Qin City was 10 times stronger than Cloud Sky City, they wouldn't dare to completely fall out with them. Of course, under the same principle, Qin City had Qin Wanzhou, a Grandmaster. Even if they completely fell out with Dongfang Bingling, Yinyang School wouldn't dare to directly fall out with Qin City. Of course, these were all matters for the future. The most important thing now was how to get his 500 troops out of the danger of being annihilated. Could it be that he really had to completely disband this army on the spot? Previously, Yang Dingtian was still fantasizing that the highest commander in Luofeng City was Qin Mingli. This way, he could still use their old friendship to ask Qin Mingli to let these 500 people pass. But now that he saw that Qin City had sent more than 100,000 troops into the southwest continent, Yang Dingtian didn't dare to fantasize about Qin Mingli being the highest commander. Even Qin Huaiyu wasn't qualified to be the highest commander in this army. Currently, the highest commander in Luofeng City was most likely Qin Wanzhou himself. Now, Yang Dingtian's 500 troops were really facing a disaster of annihilation. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still fantasizing about sneaking into Luofeng City Lord's mansion to see Qin Mingli. Now, he definitely couldn't have this thought anymore. Currently, the people living in the city lord's mansion were either Qin Wanchou or Qin Wanchou's younger brother, Qin Zheng. At the very least, it would be Qin Huayu. If Yang Dingtian were to enter, he would be walking right into a trap. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's 500 troops were already on the verge of annihilation. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Luofeng City only had a few thousand troops. If that was the case, Yang Dingtian's 500 men might still have a chance to catch a breather. From the looks of it, the enemy could simply extend a finger and crush this 500-man army. Therefore, there was only one thing that Yang Dingtian had to do now. That was to use the fastest speed to return to the campsite and get Mu Lianqing and Li Guinong to lead the troops back to the south. The faster, the better. Once they reached the southernmost point, they would immediately board the ship and make a 20,000-mile detour back to Cloud Heaven City. They had to abandon everything and use the fastest speed to return to the south. Once the enemy caught up, it would be a complete annihilation. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to fly back to the campsite. When Yang Dingtian flew 300 miles and returned to the campsite, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This was because his 500 troops were surrounded. Furthermore, they were surrounded from all directions without a single gap. A total of 10,000 troops had surrounded Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen in a 5-mile radius. Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen had a very smooth journey. This was because in the entire southwest continent, as long as they avoided the Raging Flames Castle and Skywind Pavilion's sphere of influence, no matter how many troops passed by, no one would bother about them. This was because there were too many ownerless lands in this piece of land. Who knew that they would encounter the Qin city's army entering the southwest? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and quickly landed in the center of the campsite. Young lord, you are finally back. We have been surrounded. The number of troops surrounding us is uncountable. Mu Lianqing said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's 500 cavalrymen had all mounted their horses and pulled out their spears and swords, preparing for battle. Yan Yan, Mu Liani, and Shui Hongxiao were also fully armed. Nephew, what should we do? Li Guinong asked. Yang Dingtian replied, Marshal Uncle Li, we have been surrounded by 10,000 troops. The northwest Qin city has wantonly invaded the southwest. More than 100,000 troops have already landed and are continuously entering Falling Wind City. The southwest continent cannot be protected. Ah? Li Guinong was instantly shocked. He originally thought that the Raging Flames Castle had sent a few thousand men to surround his 500 men. Who knew that the Qin city had actually sent more than 100,000 troops into the southwest? The southwest continent could not be protected. Then what should we do now? We have to make a decision as soon as possible. Li Guinong said. Yang Dingtian replied, the troops will be in the shape of a sharp knife. Marshal Uncle Li, Uncle Mu, and Big Brother Bao will be the tip of the knife. We will charge towards the south and tear open an opening. We will not stop and will charge towards the south until we reach the most difficult seaside. We will then take the boat and take a detour of 20,000 miles to return to Cloud Heaven City. Li Guinong's expression changed. Mu Lianqing and I will lead this troop and charge out. You will bring young Lady Shimen and immediately fly towards the north and return to the northwest continent. Otherwise, when the battle starts, you will be entangled and will definitely delay the city lord marshal contest. Yang Dingtian replied, let us lead everyone out of the encirclement first. After he finished speaking, Yang Dingtian ordered the 500 cavalrymen to get into the shape of a sharp knife. He and Li Guinong would be the tip of the knife. They drew out Ah Chao's huge sword and were about to charge towards the south. At this moment, a rider quickly galloped over from the enemy's formation and shouted at Yang Dingtian from afar, who is the leader of your mercenary group? Yang Dingtian replied, I am. My master invites you over for a chat, that messenger said. Yang Dingtian asked, who is your master? 7th young lady Qin. That messenger replied. 7th young lady Qin? It was really Qin Mingli? Qin Mingli was the youngest among all the siblings. She was the 7th child. Yang Dingtian slashed with his sword. Immediately, blood flowed from Xianxia's neck to her breasts. Xianxia didn't beg for mercy. She just stared at Yangding Tian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Suddenly, 10,000 horses galloped outside, shaking the heavens and the earth. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords rubbing against their sheaths could be heard. The candles in the tent were shaking. The entire tent was shaking. 10,000 cavalrymen were like a gale, sweeping in from all directions. The beautiful Xianxia just looked at Yangding Tian with a smile, allowing the blood to flow from her neck. She didn't say anything, didn't do anything. The bright red blood dyed her thin skirt red. 10 minutes later, there was no sound of fighting. Outside, it was completely silent. Yangding Tian slashed with his sword, tearing a large piece of the tent apart. Outside, the 10,000 cavalrymen had already disappeared without a trace. A few hundred meters away, Yangding Tian's 500 brothers were safe and sound. Even their swords had been sheathed, but their faces were filled with confusion and confusion. Xianxia's 10,000 cavalrymen had completely retreated. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping wasn't an attack, but a retreat. The sound of swords rubbing against their sheaths wasn't a sword being unsheathed, but a sword being sheathed. Yangding Tian looked at Xianxia and said, "After the incense burns out, if the 10,000 cavalrymen don't receive orders, they will all retreat. They won't attack, right?" "That's right," Xianxia said. "Then why did you say that after the incense burns out, as long as you don't use the commander's seal, the 10,000 cavalrymen will kill all my men?" Yangding Tian asked. "I'm just messing with you to test you," Xianxia said. "Aren't you afraid that I'll really kill you?" Yangding Tian asked. "Didn't you not kill me?" Xianxia said. At this moment, half of her skirt was dyed red with blood. Due to the excessive blood loss, her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Her red lips were turning white and dry, but she still had a smug and mocking smile on her face. "You're crazy," Yangding Tian said. "I've already told you that I'm crazy," Xianxia said. "Not only am I crazy, but I'm also a liar." This woman was really a lunatic, using her own life to amuse others. "You are a demon woman. Compared to Dugufengwu, you are even more of a demon woman," Yangding Tian said. "Thank you for the compliment," Xianxia replied. "Then why did you send 10,000 cavalrymen to stop me and meet me today?" Yangding Tian asked. "Just to pass the time," Xianxia replied. "You won't kill me?" Yangding Tian asked. "Not now," Xianxia said. "I'm just here to meet you and have a chat. I'm also here to see who you are." "And the result?" Yangding Tian asked. "What a disappointment." Xianxia pursed her lips. "You know that I'll sweep through the entire northwest continent after taking over the southwest. When that time comes, your Cloud Heaven City will be my #1 target to eliminate. Half a year later, you will be my greatest opponent in the northwest continent. Thus, I'm here to test your foundation in advance." "And the result?" Yangding Tian asked again. "What a disappointment." Xianxia said, "Kid, half a year later, I will do my best to eliminate your Cloud Heaven City. I'm a very shameless woman and will do anything. So just you wait. Either you wash your neck clean and wait for me to kill you, or you kneel down and surrender. Even if there are 10 of you, you won't be a match for me." Yangding Tian turned a deaf ear. "But you still have a way, and that is to kill me now." "Rape me first before killing me," Xianxia suggested seriously. Yangding Tian still ignored her. This woman was a lunatic, and there was no point in talking to her. "Kid, you can leave now," Xianxia said. "You're not going to kill me now?" Yangding Tian asked. "No, I didn't plan to kill you in the first place. After I'm done with my entertainment, I'll let you go," Xianxia said. "You're still very useful. Of course, I can't kill you now." Then, she walked to the corner of the tent, lifted the carpet, and took out a purple crystal token. She handed it to Yangding Tian. "Here, for you. This token is only valid for 3 days. You can use it to pass through Luofeng City. When you reach the northern coast, you can gather ships to send you north. A few hundred meters ahead, I've prepared 553 people's armor for you. You can pretend to be Qin City's army. After she finished speaking, Xianxia clapped her hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. A black shadow stopped in an instant and silently entered the tent. She took out an elixir and stuffed it into Xianxia's mouth. Then, she drew a line across Xianxia's neck. Instantly, the blood on Xianxia's body froze. The black shadow waved her hand, and all the blood and ice shattered and flew out. The blood on Xianxia's body disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a faint red mark on her neck. Then, the black shadow carried Xianxia and walked out. Xianxia waved her snow-white hand and said to Yangding Tian, "Little man, I'll see you in half a year or never. I wish you success in obtaining the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Of course, I don't think you'll win the martial arts contest. You have an 80% chance of losing. Qin Huayu left you a very powerful secret weapon. Even if you become the Cloud Heaven City Lord in the end, that's not bad. Wait for me to torture you until you wish you were dead." Xianxia said sweetly. How old was she? She actually called Yangding Tian little man? Little man, don't lose the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. Don't disappoint me. Then, the black shadow woman carried Xianxia and left silently. From the beginning to the end, the black shadow woman didn't even look at Yangding Tian. It was as if he didn't exist. However, Yangding Tian clearly knew that this black shadow woman was a master-class expert. She was Xianxia's personal bodyguard. Just now, Yangding Tian wanted to kill Xianxia, but it was all a pipe dream. Xianxia left, leaving behind an enchanting fragrance. Demonic woman. Demonic woman. From now on, Dugufengwu could no longer be called a demonic woman. Compared to Xianxia, Dugufengwu was as pure as a child. She was Qin Wancho's daughter? Yangding Tian didn't believe it. Qin Wancho might be cunning, but how could he give birth to such a vixen-like daughter? Half a year later, he would meet this demonic woman again. When that time came, it would be a battle to the death. Half a year later, this demonic woman would attack Cloud Heaven City. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yangding Tian could successfully obtain the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be this demonic woman's opponent. Demonic woman, when that time comes, I will really make you wish you were dead. Yangding Tian said viciously and left the tent. When he returned to the main camp, countless admiring and strange gazes looked at Yangding Tian. That was because many people had seen it clearly just now. A black-clothed woman walked out while carrying a delicate and beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was weak and pale as though she had been ravaged. The most terrible thing was that the black-clothed woman got rid of all the blood stains on Xianxia's body, leaving only a piece on her dress. When the black-clothed woman entered the tent, her speed was very fast, and no one could see her clearly. But when she carried Xianxia and left, she walked very slowly, and Yangding Tian's men saw it clearly. At this moment, Yangding Tian wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Everyone's mind was engraved with an iron-like fact. Yangding Tian used his beauty to subdue the enemy's owner, Xianxia, both physically and mentally. He took the initiative to release his mortal enemy, Yangding Tian, and his 500 men. At this moment, the admiration of the 500 brothers for Yangding Tian was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. What did it mean to subdue the enemy without fighting? What did it mean to break the enemy's plan? That was it. Moreover, the enemy's owner was a soul-stirring beauty that could make one's heart tremble. Oh my God, however, the 500 brothers were still worried. After all, young Master Yangding Tian's wife was here. In front of his wife, he made another woman bleed until she couldn't walk. Although he was brave and honorable, he would still be angry, especially since the other woman's beauty was inferior to hers. Yan rushed forward on her horse. Everyone's heartstrings were pulled, waiting for the Cloud Sky City's princess to fly into a rage. Brother, you've worked hard, Yan said gently. Suddenly, everyone fell down and looked up at the sky speechlessly. Was there any justice in this? Her husband had conquered another beauty, and he had done it in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone knew about it. Not only was his wife not angry, but she even said that her husband had worked hard. For a man to do this, he was forcing other men to commit suicide, Yan Yan obviously wasn't acting. In fact, she could tell that nothing had happened between Yang Dingtian and the seductive vixen. She saw Yang Dingtian's deep helplessness. "Husband, is she difficult to deal with?" Yan Yan asked. "She will be Cloud Sky City's most dangerous enemy," Yang Dingtian said. "You couldn't kill her just now?" "I think her martial arts are very weak," Yan Yan said. "I can't kill her." Yang Dingtian said, "Even if she doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, she will destroy Cloud Sky City in half a year. She will bring more power than she has today." "Then what should we do?" Yan Yan asked. "Powerful, powerful, powerful," Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yan Yan felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. She smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Maybe we should be obedient to Dongfang Bingling and coax her to kill this little vixen." Yan Yan clapped her hands and said, "Good idea. Even if you have to sacrifice your body for Dongfang Bingling, I won't mind." Then, 3,000 meters ahead, they found 553 sets of armor. They were all Qin City's army uniforms. Not one more, not one less. It was obvious that Qin Chichi knew the details of Yang Dingtian's team very well. Then, Yang Dingtian was even more surprised to find that every set of armor had a name written on it. After putting it on, everyone's armor fit very well. Qin Chichi, this demoness, knew the situation of his team like the back of her hand. She almost knew everything about them. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that this woman was even more dangerous and scary. Then, when Yang Dingtian brought his team of 500 people to Luofeng City, he only showed his token. As expected, they entered the city and left without a hitch. 3 hours later, the team of 500 people arrived at the seaside and successfully obtained 3 large ships. 2.5 days later, Yang Dingtian successfully arrived at the northwest continent. Then, the team of 500 people madly rushed and left Qin City's territory. 1 day later, Yang Dingtian brought the team of 500 people and arrived 30 li away from Wind Cloud Castle. In front of them, a ball of flame was rushing over. It was Madame Shimen. She brought her team to welcome Yang Dingtian and her daughter. "Bower." From afar, Madame Shimen opened her arms and ran towards Yan Yan. She then hugged her tightly. It had already been more than a year since Madame Shimen last saw her daughter, and she had long been worried sick about her daughter. After hugging Yan Yan, she didn't let go. Everyone stopped. Yang Dingtian stood at the side and watched as Yan Yan and her mother hugged and cried. In the end, Madame Shimen released her arms and hugged Yang Dingtian as well, hugging him and Yan Yan together. After Madame Shimen finished crying, Mu Lianqing and Mu Lianyi went forward and knelt down to greet her. Old slave Mu Lianqing greets Madame. Servant Mu Lianyi greets Madame. Madame Shimen quickly went forward to help the two of them up. Mu Lianqing and Madame Shimen hadn't seen each other for 20 years. Mu Lianqing sobbed and said, "Old slave earnestly requests Madame to let old slave and my daughter return to Cloud Heaven City. You are an old friend. Of course, I hope you are by my side." Madame Shimen smiled and said, "However, I am a housewife. Cloud Heaven City is under Little Tian's control. Uncle Mu is an elder. With your help, of course, we would like it." Yang Dingtian smiled and said. Next, Madame Shimen, Li Guinong, and the others greeted each other. At this moment, a person in black armor came forward and said to Yang Dingtian, "Sir, since you have returned to the northwest continent, I shall return to report." This person was Qin Chichi's trusted aide and had been following him since Luofeng City to monitor him. N. Yang Dingtian nodded. "This is a letter from my master." The black-armored person handed over a letter. Yang Dingtian opened the letter and read it. Yang Dingtian, I took the southwest, and Qin Huayu took the northwest. I used weapons, and Qin Huayu used strategies. I am greedy and want both the southwest and the northwest. Therefore, you must not let Cloud Heaven City fall into Qin Huayu's hands. This is why I let you leave the southwest continent. Finally, I have 2 sentences for you. The first sentence, your current cultivation is far from enough to win the Grand Martial contest for the position of City Lord. The second sentence, even if you lose the duel, don't fight to the death. Leave your life, I have uses for it. Qin Chichi. This witch's handwriting was very beautiful and graceful, unlike Dongfang Bingling's handwriting which was full of sword qi. After reading the letter, Yang Dingtian became even angrier and colder. First of all, the reason why Qin Chichi let him off in the southwest continent was definitely not because she had some **t feelings for him. The reason why she let him and his 500 brothers go was because of the internal strife in the northwest Qin city. She and Qin Huaiyu were fighting for power. This witch had obtained the initiative in the southwest continent, while Qin Huaiyu had obtained the initiative in the northwest continent. Not only did Qin Chichi want to monopolize the southwest continent, but she also wanted to prevent Qin Huaiyu from successfully taking over Cloud Heaven City. Hence, she didn't hesitate to go easy on Yang Dingtian and sabotage her own brother, Qin Huaiyu. Of course, Yang Dingtian was not angry about this, but the utter arrogance in her words. She saw Cloud Heaven City as something in her pocket and Yang Dingtian as a puppet. She didn't care about him at all. Yang Dingtian came in front of the black-armored man and said in a low voice, "Go back and tell your master something." "Please speak," the black-armored man said. "I will definitely rape her and kill her," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian insulted his master, but the black-armored man remained expressionless. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will pass the message." Whoosh. Then, a pair of profound chi wings suddenly appeared on the black-armored man's back, and he directly flew towards the south. This person was merely a messenger and a watcher, but he had the cultivation of a martial honorable. It could be seen how powerful the northwest Qin city was. On the way back to Stormy Valley, Yang Dingtian saw that Madame Shimin had brought over 200 people, but they were not the Black Blood Cavalry. Instead, they were a strangely dressed army. Every one of them had a fierce face, naked upper body, and hideous tattoos. He couldn't help but ask, "Madam, where is Brother Shimin Lai?" "In Stormy Valley." "He has to protect the castle," Madame Shimin said. Yang Dingtian asked, "During this period of time, where have you and the Black Blood Cavalry stayed?" "Is it this Stormy Valley?" "Since half a year ago, we stopped wandering around and entered Stormy Valley," Madame Shimin said. "All the forces in the northwest continent are afraid of the northwest Qin clan. No one dared to take us in, right? Why is the Stormy Valley so daring?" Yang Dingtian asked. Stormy Valley was 3,000 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was considered a very strange force. If one said it was big, it was very big. It had a territory of 2,000 miles. If one said it was small, it was very small. The total number of residents in the territory was only 200,000. The reason for this was because it was located in the largest mountain range in the northwest continent, the Sunset Mountain Range. There were lofty mountains and steep ridges everywhere. It was very remote and cold. The people who lived in this mountain range had a very low level of civilization. They had always been regarded as a barbarian tribe. The Sunset Mountain Range ran through half of the northwest continent from east to west and stretched for almost 10,000 miles. It directly separated the north and south of the continent. The south had a pleasant climate. It was humid, rainy, and lush. The north was dry and had little rain. Everywhere was cracked by magma and was full of scars. However, because the south was full of hills and the north was flat, the north was more prosperous than the south. This Stormy Valley was the biggest force in the Sunset Mountain Range. It was almost completely isolated from the other forces in the northwest continent. They did not interact with each other. Furthermore, the Stormy Valley was full of hostility towards people outside the mountain range. Therefore, the Stormy Valley was probably the only force that was not afraid of the northwest Qin city. The northwest Qin city did not even have the slightest desire to conquer the Stormy Valley. Moreover, the current master of the Stormy Valley, Huamo Sha, was a violent master. Therefore, basically no one was willing to provoke this solitary, barbaric, and violent tribe. However, they did not expect Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai to enter Stormy Valley. "We were forced to enter Stormy Valley," Madame Shimin said. Madame Shimin said, "More than half a year ago, Qin City had increased the destruction and annihilation of our Black Blood Cavalry. Our losses were extremely huge. They fled in all directions, but could not find any place to hide. Helpless, we hid in the deep mountains and forests of the Sunset Mountain Range. Only then were we able to survive." This Huamo Sha did not allow any outsiders to enter his territory. You entered the Sunset Mountain Range. Were you not afraid that he would kill you? Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Shimen said, that day, we were chased for thousands of miles. We had nowhere else to go, so we fled to the Sunset Mountain Range. Not long after, we were surrounded by Hua Mo Sha's barbarian cavalry. We were supposed to be wiped out and even eaten alive by these barbarians. In the end, Madame Shimen's face trembled slightly. Then, she said softly, Hua Mo Sha found me and seemed to like me very much. He wanted to marry me as his third wife. Therefore, he took us in. Yan was shocked. She said softly, Mother, you must not marry such a big demon. Of course not. Madame Shimen's face turned red, and she said, but, at that time, the pursuers were right behind us. Seeing that over 1,000 black blood cavalry were about to be wiped out, I couldn't just watch them die, so I could only feign civility with him. What did you say then? Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. I said, little Tian is now the head of the family. I need his consent before I can remarry, Madame Shimen said softly. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Madame Shimen continued, this person has a violent personality. He is barbaric and straightforward. At first, he was still pretending to pursue me. Later, when he saw that I did not give him any face, he felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, he became more and more impatient. A few days ago, he even found an opportunity to kill a brother of the Black Blood Cavalry. Recently, he has even started to put me under house arrest. I am worried that one day, he will go berserk. Yang Dingtian asked, then why did he allow you to come out again this time? Madame Shimen said, at that time, I said that I could only remarry with your consent. Therefore, I told him that you had returned to the northwest continent and that I was going to pick you up. He was very anxious, so he sent out 200 barbarian cavalrymen. Half of them were to monitor and the other half were to protect you. He agreed to let me pick you up. Then, Big Brother Shimen Lai and more than 1,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry are all detained in the Stormy Valley? Yang Dingtian asked. Madame Shimen nodded and said, therefore, unless you agree to his request, he will definitely let them go. Otherwise, he will definitely not let the Black Blood Cavalry leave. He will even start a massacre. Yang Dingtian could not help but furrow his brows tightly. There were only 4 days left until the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. However, such a thing happened again. Little Tian, why don't you go to Cloud Heaven City to participate in the martial arts contest first? Then, you can come and pick us up? Madame Shimen asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, impossible. That lunatic, Hua Mo Sha. If he didn't see me this time, he would have run out of patience and start a massacre on the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry. Then what should we do? We can't possibly let Mother marry that beast, right? Yan said. There will always be a way. I will go and meet him. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian increased his speed and rushed towards the Stormy Valley. Time was tight. Before going to Cloud Heaven City, Yang Dingtian still had to go to the abandoned mine and the other side of the unfreezing pool. He had to kill the Abyss Lord and dig out the remaining 9,010,000-year-old blood metal metals. He would then use the mystic fire to forge a true soul sword. This way, he would have more confidence in defeating Shimenju. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. After 5 hours, he rushed into the Stormy Valley with Madame Shimen. Yan, Mu Lianqing, and the 500 cavalrymen did not enter. The people in the Stormy Valley were all barbaric tribes. If they were to see Yan's absolute beauty, there would be trouble. Furthermore, time was tight. Yang Dingtian had to settle this Hua Mo Sha within a day and let him release Madame Shimen and the Black Blood Cavalry. The center of the Stormy Valley was obviously the Stormy Castle. The so-called Stormy Castle was just a bunch of buildings made of huge wood and was built in a valley. The entire castle had less than 30,000 people living in it. Most of the people inside were topless, had terrifying tattoos, and wore all sorts of things on their noses. Just as Yang Dingtian entered the valley, he heard a thunderous voice. You are Yang Dingtian? You have the final say on Pep's matters? Alright, I will give you a choice now. Either you let me and Pep consummate tonight, or I will kill all of you and forcefully capture Pep to consummate with her. This should be the owner of the stormy valley, Huamo Sha. Then, a gust of hot wind blew over. A group of nearly 1,000 wolf cavalry barbarian soldiers came over. The leader was a giant man who was more than 2 meters tall. The muscles on his body were as taut as mountains. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with scars. His face was not very ugly, but his nose was unusually big, which was really abrupt. The beard on his face was like steel needles. In his hand, he held a huge black iron rod, which was at least a few thousand kilograms. It was covered with terrifying barbs. Anyone who was hit by this rod would immediately be badly mutilated. Whether it was his face, facial features, or his entire body, they were all filled with violent killing intent. A timid person would probably be scared out of their wits just by looking at him. When this fire melt Mo Sha saw Madame Shiman, his gaze was fiery. After glancing at her beautiful face, his gaze landed on her moving parts without hiding it. His gaze became more and more intense, as if he wanted to directly burn her clothes. After looking for half a minute, Fire Melt Mo Sha looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "You are her son-in-law, Yang Dingtian. Can you make the decision for little beauty Pepe?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I can make the decision for my mother-in-law." Fire Melt Mo Sha said, "Then it's easy. Immediately agree to the marriage between the two of us. From now on, I will be your father-in-law. If you have any problems, I will help you. Let's get married now and consummate our marriage tonight." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible." "What's wrong with that?" Fire Melting Mo Sha's shout was like a clap of thunder, almost deafening everyone's ears. "My mother-in-law already has a husband," Yang Dingtian said. "I know. Didn't he die long ago?" Fire Melt Mo Sha said, "It's that Shiman Wuya. He died more than a year ago. Not to mention that he's already dead. Even if he's not dead, I want this woman. Not to mention remarriage, it's normal for a woman to have 2 or 3 husbands. How about this, Fire Melt Valley Lord? I've heard that you have a son, and he's your greatest pride. He was once heavily injured by a demonic beast, and not only was his cultivation destroyed, he was even bedridden. Yang Dingtian, I can save your son. As a condition, you have to let Madame Shiman and all the Black Blood Cavalry leave." Yang Dingtian had inquired about this matter on the way. This son who was seriously injured by the demonic beasts was called Zhan Lang. He was the most outstanding son of Mo Sha, and even his successor. "In your dreams," Mo Sha shouted, "I have dozens of sons. If one dies, there will be dozens more. There's only one such beauty in front of me. Do you think I'm stupid enough to trade my son for a beauty?" Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This barbarian king before him was truly unimaginable. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. However, this barbarian king actually didn't care about his son's life at all. Yang Dingtian wanted to negotiate again, but Mo Sha directly raised his huge magic wand and roared, "If you say another word, I'll smash you into meat paste. Then, in front of everyone, I'll consummate my marriage with your mother-in-law here." Yang Dingtian immediately shut his mouth. Yang Dingtian and Madame Shiman were locked in a room. The two of them were silent. "Little Tian, as a great woman, is it because you want to sacrifice yourself to save the lives of more than 1,000 Black Blood Cavalry?" Madame Shiman suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Of course not. Yes, as a great woman, I have to do this. I have to marry that huge man." Madame Shiman said, "I've told myself countless times that I should do this, but I just can't do it. I can't do it no matter what. Am I a selfish woman?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "If you really want to sacrifice yourself, then I can only kill myself in front of Martial Uncle Shiman. I can't even protect his wife." "Then what should we do?" Madame Shiman said, "I'll fake a marriage with him and then let him release the Black Blood Cavalry. Then. Anyway, I definitely won't let your father-in-law be humiliated." Madame Shiman's meaning was very clear. She was going to fake a marriage and let Mo Sha release the people. Then, she would commit suicide to protect her innocence. Although this barbarian king is violent, he's not stupid. He will definitely release the Black Blood Cavalry after getting you. Yang Dingtian said, now, where are the brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry? They are all locked in the dungeon. A few million kilograms of magma can surge out at any time and burn them alive. Shiman Lai is also there. He said that he will leave everything to you and that he will be together with his brothers. Madame Shiman said. Then, Madame Shiman looked at Yang Dingtian and suddenly said, Little Tian, if I commit suicide after being defiled, do you think I can still save my innocence? Do I still have the face to see your father-in-law? Don't even think about it. Yang Dingtian shouted. Madame Shiman immediately went forward and hugged Yang Dingtian. She cried and said, then what should I do? I can't just watch more than 1,000 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry die. They have already sacrificed too much and suffered too much by following me. Mother-in-law, I'll think of a way, I'll think of a way. Yang Dingtian patted Madame Shiman's back gently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yang Dingtian helped Madame Shiman sit up and wiped her tears. Then, he said, come in. A maid walked in. Suddenly, a fragrant wind rushed in. Looking at this maid again, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Even Imo Sha's maid had such an enchanting figure. This maid was wearing beast skin, and most of her beeswax skin was exposed. She had long legs and a slim waist. Her figure was actually very attractive. Looking at this woman's face, she was even more enchanting. Yang Dingtian rarely saw such a seductive woman. She was a pure demon, even more seductive than a fox spirit. Obviously, she was definitely not a maid, and there wasn't such a beautiful and seductive maid. I am Imo Sha's wife, Jiao Liao. This woman introduced herself. Jiao Liao was obviously a barbarian name. What do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Do you not want your woman to marry Imo Sha? Jiao Liao asked. This is my mother-in-law, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Alright, is it because you don't want your mother-in-law to marry my husband, fire-melting Masha? Snaketail said. Of course not, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, then we have common interests, Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian asked, do you have a way? Yes, there is a very direct way, Jiao Liao said. What way? Yang Dingtian asked. Just kill Imo Sha, Jiao Liao said. Kill him? He is a master-level powerhouse. Who can kill him? Yang Dingtian said. Of course not. He is just a 9-star martial venerable who brags that he is a master-level powerhouse. Jiao Liao said, because the grade of his Xian veins is not high enough, he can't become a master. This is his biggest regret. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps, he had a way. Madam, Huarong Imo Sha is your husband. Although he is going to marry another woman, I don't think this is enough for you to have the intention to kill him. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, I really want to know the reason why you want to kill him. Yang Dingtian stared at Jiao Liao. Of course, he was afraid that this was a trap, although the possibility was not high. Because Huarong Imo Sha had the advantage, there was no need to arrange any traps. Reason? Jiao Liao said, you know that Huarong Imo Sha has the most outstanding son, but he was injured by a monster. As a result, his cultivation is completely destroyed and he is almost dead. That Zhan Lang is my son. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, even so, you have no reason to kill Huarong Imo Sha. Jiao Liao said, Zhan Lang was injured by a monster. It was not an accident, but he was framed. The person who did it was Huarong Imo Sha. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, that's impossible, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Jiao Liao said, because he has always suspected that Zhan Lang is not his biological son. Because Zhan Lang is very handsome and delicate, completely different from Huarong Imo Sha. And do you know who the previous master of Raging Storm Valley was? Who? Yang Dingtian. It's my father, Snake Demon Buddha. Jiao Liao said, after Huarong Imo Sha married me, he used very dishonorable means to seize the position of Valley Master. Among his many sons, Zhan Lang's performance was very outstanding. Huarong Imo Sha acted like he liked Zhan Lang, but in fact, he hated him very much. He hated him and was afraid that one day Zhan Lang would sit on the position of Valley Master. Then, is Zhang Lang Mo Sha's biological son? Yang Dingtian asked. Jiao Liao shook her head and said, of course not, that beast Huolong Mo Sha can't have such a son. Then, Jiao Liao looked at Yang Dingtian. Now, do you believe that I have the reason and determination to kill Fire Mo Sha? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, alright, since you've decided to work with me to kill Fire's Melt Mo Sha, what's your plan? Although he is not a master stage expert, he is still a 9-star martial venerable. I am not his match at all. How do you want to kill him? What's your cultivation level? Jiao Liao asked. A 9-star martial ancestor is still half a step away from becoming a martial saint. However, I can defeat a beginner martial saint. Yang Dingtian said. Madame Shimin said in surprise, Little Tian, you're actually a 9-star martial ancestor? This is too shocking. A year ago, you were only a Xian martial warrior. Yang Dingtian smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't say that he had already broken through to martial saint and for some reason dropped to the level of a 9-star martial ancestor. But more than a year ago, Shiminju was already a martial saint. You're a 9-star martial ancestor, but you're still not his match. Madame Shimin said. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I still have a lot of confidence. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Jiao Liao, Madam, I once fought a battle between a martial saint and a half-master stage expert. 4 5-star and above martial saints were barely able to fight 1.5 master stage experts to a draw. This Fire's Melt Mo Sha is a typical half-master stage expert. If you want to kill him, you'll need at least 5 5-star and above martial saints. Then I want to know how many martial saints we have on our side. Jiao Liao said, You're 1, I'm a 3-star martial saint, your mother-in-law is 1, and your Black Blood Cavalry's commander is also 1. We only have 4 martial saints. Madame Shimin said, although we have 4 martial saints, we don't have a single 5-star martial saint or above. I originally had 1, but because of the poison a year and a half ago, coupled with the fact that I'm mentally exhausted, my cultivation has been regressing. Now, I'm barely a 2-star martial saint. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. For 2-star and 3-star martial saints against a 9-star martial saint, there was really no chance of winning. In less than 10 minutes, they would all be killed. For experts above the martial ancestor stage, even if they were 1 level higher, the difference in cultivation would be huge. In Yang Dingtian's situation, a 9-star martial ancestor being able to defeat a 2-star martial saint was completely heaven-defying. How many people could have 2 mysterious flames, a peerless treasure sword, the heaven-defying yin-yang qi transformation technique, and even lightning attribute Xian skills? Yang Dingtian had 5 trump cards, which was why he could defeat a martial artist who was 3 or 4 levels higher than him. Madam, we're not strong enough. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly. That's right. Under normal circumstances, the 4 of us together wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiao Liao said, but, I can think of a way to drink his wine and cause his cultivation to deteriorate greatly. If we use poison, we'll be discovered. He'll be very careful. Yang Dingtian said. That's right. This beast looks violent and rough on the surface, but he's actually very cunning. Jiao Liao said, so, we have to make him completely believe that he'll drink the poisoned wine. What do we have to do to make him completely believe? Yang Dingtian asked. That requires your mother-in-law to make a certain sacrifice. Jiao Liao said, at our wedding, the bride and groom have to drink cross-cupped wine. I've already poisoned the wine. First, we have to make your mother-in-law drink it. Then, we can make him completely believe that he'll drink the poisoned wine. Then, after entering the bridal chamber, I'll suggest that the new madam and I serve him together. However, we have to do it in my room. This is a scoundrel, so he'll definitely agree. I've already prepared a secret passage in my room. You can use the secret passage to enter the room. When the poison takes effect, the 4 of us will work together to kill him. Yang Dingtian looked at Jiao Liao and asked, what kind of poison is this? Is there an antidote? Ghost powder. There's no antidote. Jiao Liao said. What happens after being poisoned? Yang Dingtian asked. Jiao Liao said, after being poisoned, the entire body's profound veins will be surrounded by an evil energy. Then, the profound veins will start to wither, and the cultivation will start to deteriorate until the profound veins are completely withered. Jiao Liao finally looked at Madame Ximen and said, in the end, the poisoned person's meridians will tighten and their body will wither to only half of its original size. Their cultivation will be completely destroyed. I'm willing, little Tian. Madame Ximen said straightforwardly, I'm willing. My only wish now is for you to take back the Lord of Cloud Heaven City and quickly have a baby with Yin Yin. As long as these wishes are fulfilled, I can't wait to see your martial uncle Ximen. I'm willing to do this. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, can you do this? Do something to the cup and create a mechanism. The wine my mother-in-law drinks is not poisonous. When she drinks it and hands it to Huarong Mo Sha, she can activate the mechanism and release the poison. Impossible. Jiao Liao said, because I've been raising this cup for a few years. The wine is not poisonous, but the cup is poisonous. I've been waiting for his wedding day for many years. Because every time he gets married, he will use that profound jade cold ice cup. Yang Dingtian's heart instantly turned cold. This Jiao Liao was indeed planning to kill Huarong Mo Sha. Many years ago, she had already started preparing. She raised the poison in the cup so that Huarong Mo Sha could drink it during his wedding. Only this kind of poison is effective on an expert like him. Otherwise, no matter what kind of poison it is, as long as he feels that something is wrong after drinking it, he can immediately use his profound qi to force it out, Jiao Liao said. This ghost powder was of course a strange poison, but it couldn't be compared to the deep sea Xian poison. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the dark crystal either. Little Tian, let me do it, Madame Ximen said. I'm willing to be poisoned. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Mother-in-law, actually, even if you are poisoned, I'm 100% sure that I can cure you. Impossible. Jiao Liao said, there's no cure for ghost powder. If I say I can cure it, then I can cure it, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. As long as little Tian says something, even if it's impossible, he can do it, Madame Ximen said. Since it's like this, little Tian, you should agree to this plan even more. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. I don't agree. Why? Why? Madame Ximen and Jiao Liao asked in unison. Getting married is a very sacred matter. I don't want you to get married to Huarong Mo Sha. If you do that, I won't have the face to see martial uncle Ximen, Yang Dingtian said. But, this is fake. I'm forced to save people, Madame Ximen said. Yang Dingtian, don't be so pedantic. It's very disappointing, Jiao Liao shouted coldly. Yang Dingtian said, I have another way to deal with Huarong Mo Sha. However, I need your cooperation. Really? Jiao Liao asked, how confident are you? 80%. Yang Dingtian said, or even higher. Jiao Liao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, if I had 30% confidence, I would dare to fight with my life on the line, let alone 80%. Tell me the plan. Yang Dingtian moved closer to the two of them, lowered his voice, and told them the entire plan. 3 minutes later, Yang Dingtian finished telling them the entire plan. Jiao Liao's expression became more and more joyful, and she said, you can really weaken him by 30%? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, then it's settled. This beast is dead for sure this time, Jiao Liao said. Okay, then let's split up. Yang Dingtian said, Mother-in-law, go dress up, and go to Jiao Liao's room to make the necessary preparations. Madame Ximen's beautiful face turned slightly red, and she said, really do we have to do this? Won't it damage your reputation? I don't care. Yang Dingtian then said to Jiao Liao, Madam, I'll give you a token. Think of a way to give it to Ximen Lai, and then think of a way to bring him here. Jiao Liao said, that's easy, I'll do it immediately. After saying that, Jiao Liao took out a thin mask and put it on, turning into an ordinary maid, and walked out. When she reached the door, Jiao Liao's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of flirtatiousness, and she said, in order to make it look real, when we do that thing later, it's best to make it look real. Madame Ximen's face turned red, and after she left, she muttered, this woman is really shameless. An hour later, 4 women came in with all kinds of clothes in their hands, and they said, we'll help third madam bathe and change clothes. Madam, please. Yang Dingtian said, please tell Huarong Mo Sha that I have something to tell him. Sorry. A middle-aged woman said, our king said that before he consummates with the new madam, he doesn't want to see you, and he doesn't want to say anything to you. If you let us pass the message, he'll cut out our tongues. Yang Dingtian said, don't worry, if I let you pass the message, not only will you not be punished, but you will also be greatly rewarded. Just tell him that I have a way to let him break through to the master level and become a real master level powerhouse. The middle-aged woman was stunned, and then a light flashed in her eyes. She knew Huarong Mo Sha quite well. Although this ballet master was called a master-level powerhouse, he was a 9-star revered martial artist, and seemed to be very close to the master level, but he was still unable to cross it. This could be said to be his biggest regret. Breaking through to the master level was Huarong Mo Sha's biggest wish, and it definitely surpassed marrying Yan Peipei. Then, the middle-aged woman shook her head and said, sorry, I won't pass the message for you. Yang Dingtian directly took out a handful of purple gold coins from his bosom, and there were at least a few thousand gold coins. For these people in front of him, it was almost 10 lifetimes worth of wealth. He directly stuffed the purple gold coins into the middle-aged woman's hand and said, after you pass the message, I'll give you the other purple gold coins. With so much money, I think it won't matter even if your tongue is cut off. The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly lit up, and an extremely greedy look burst out, but she also looked at the 3 women beside her with some worry. Yang Dingtian took out a few more purple gold coins and gave one to each of the 3 women. Now, absolutely no one will know that you took my money. Yang Dingtian said. The 3 women nodded desperately. The middle-aged woman put the purple gold coins into her bosom and said, young master, please wait a moment, I'll pass the message for you now. Only 10 minutes later, the middle-aged woman returned. Her tongue was not cut off, and her face was full of excitement as she said, young master, my king invites you over. Then, she immediately looked at Yang Dingtian eagerly. Yang Dingtian directly took out a handful of purple gold coins and stuffed it into her hand. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. The middle-aged woman directly knelt down to thank him, and she was so excited that her whole body trembled. Then, he took out another purple gold coin and gave one to each of the 3 maids. Immediately, the 3 maids all knelt down to thank him. None of you are barbarians from the Sunset Mountain Range, right? Yang Dingtian asked. No, we are all poor people at the foot of the mountain. The king felt that the women in the mountains did not know how to serve people, so he half bought and half robbed us and brought us here. The middle-aged woman said. After you get this money, think of a way to leave here and return to your hometown to live. Yang Dingtian said. That's for sure. The middle-aged woman said, this servant will not be able to spend this money in 10 lifetimes. Who would be willing to be a barbarian servant? Yes, yes. The other 3 women nodded, and their eyes were full of longing. Even if it was 2 purple gold coins, it was enough for a family of 4 or 5 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. 10 minutes later, Yang Dingtian saw Mo Sha again in his incomparably huge palace. Mo Sha took out a piece of paper, and with a stroke of his chi, the paper immediately burned. You said that you have a way to help me break through to the master level. Convince me before this paper burns, or I will smash you into a pulp. Mo Sha said coldly, raising a huge magic wand in his hand. The whole piece of paper burned up in less than 15 seconds. By the time Mo Sha finished speaking, half of it had already passed. You have inferior 7th grade Xian veins, so you can't break through to the Grandmaster realm. Yang Dingtian said. Nonsense, do you think I don't know? Mo Sha shouted angrily. This was the most painful part in his heart. He was already 60 years old. More than 10 years ago, he had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 9-star Martial Venerable. Then, in the past 10 years, he had not made any progress. He didn't know how many pills and treasures he had used, but his cultivation had not made any progress. Because he had inferior 7th grade Xian veins, the 9-star Martial Venerable in front of him was already his limit. At this time, 3/4 of the paper had been burned. I can help you improve the grade of your Xian veins. Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the paper was almost burned up. Mo Sha's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the magic wand smashed towards Yang Dingtian's head, not listening to a word of explanation. Because he felt that Yang Dingtian's words were extremely ridiculous. Improve the Xian veins? He had almost never heard of fire-melting Masha. He had only seen it in some ancient records. Even a Grandmaster realm expert could not help people improve the grade of their Xian veins, let alone a mere 20-year-old child. The furious Mo Sha felt that he had been deceived and teased, and directly wanted to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Yang Dingtian stood there motionless, and directly took out something from his arms. Crystal clear, purple light overflowed. It was only an inch, but it lit up the entire palace. Inside the 1-inch crystal, there seemed to be countless energy flashing, as if countless stars were breathing and shining. Mo Sha stopped his hand, and the magic wand stopped an inch away from Yang Dingtian's head. The strong wind directly blew Yang Dingtian's face, and he felt a sharp pain, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Mo Sha did not know what it was, but he could see that it was a treasure, and an extremely rare treasure. What is this? Mo Sha asked. The Naga's Xian veins. Yang Dingtian said. What? Fire Melt Mo Sha was immediately shocked and surprised. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, the profound veins of the Naga race? Impossible? How did the ancient Naga race's Xian veins end up in your hands? That's impossible. They're demigods. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, I just came out from the Netherworld Sea. Mo Sha was stunned. The Netherworld Sea was world famous. Especially in the hearts of people like Mo Sha, the Netherworld Sea was omnipotent. It possessed all the treasures in the world. It was the most mysterious and powerful place. If it was really the Naga's Xian veins, then it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Master Realm. If there was one thing in the world that could increase the grade of Xian veins, it would undoubtedly be the Naga's Xian veins. This matter was recorded in many ancient books. The Naga's Xian veins were almost the only treasure that could raise the grade of Xian veins. This inch of purple Naga's Xian veins is enough for you to break through to the 8th grade, even if it's only the lower grade. But it's more than enough for you to break through to the Master Realm. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, if you let go of my mother-in-law and all the black blood cavalry, I'll give you this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins. Mo Sha's whole body trembled, and his eyes lit up. At this time, he really threw all the beauties aside. Compared to breaking through to the Master Realm, what were beauties? For more than 10 years, his cultivation had not improved at all. Today, he was finally going to break through to the Master Realm. After the ecstasy and excitement, Mo Sha's face suddenly revealed an incomparably cunning light, and his palm suddenly opened. Swoosh! An incomparably powerful energy sucked this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins from Yang Dingtian's hand. Mo Sha grabbed this inch of purple Naga's Xian veins. His eyes were incomparably infatuated and fanatical. He moved closer and admired it desperately. How is it? Valley Master, do you agree to my deal? Yang Dingtian sneered. Ha 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 ha. Mo Sha laughed wildly and said, in your dreams, idiot. I want this purple Naga's Xian veins, but your mother-in-law, I'm still going to marry and sleep with her. If you don't want to die, leave immediately and wait for my wedding wine. Otherwise, I'll smash you into meat paste right now. Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. He had long been mentally prepared for Mo Sha's shamelessness. Valley Master, you're turning hostile too quickly. Yang Dingtian sneered. I've never been hypocritical. I've always been straightforward and shameless. Mo Sha said proudly, now that this Naga's Xian veins is in my hands, do you still want to take it away? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Valley Master, this Naga's Xian veins is in your hands. But it's useless? Mo Sha said angrily, what did you say? What trick do you want to play? I'll smash you to death. Because, you've melted this Naga's Xian veins, so you can't absorb its energy. Yang Dingtian said. I don't believe it. Mo Sha roared. Immediately, he activated his Xianxia. In an instant, his huge palm suddenly turned red. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the temperature was getting higher and higher. In the end, Mo Sha's palm was completely red and grabbed the devil's palm. Suddenly, the black iron devil's palm also turned red. Haha, Do you know how high the temperature of this black iron needs to be to turn red? You actually said that I can't melt this Xian veins, haha. Huemosha laughed crazily. Yang Dingtian could see that this black iron needed about 5,000 degrees to melt. And this Huemosha, with just his Xianqi and heart fire, could increase the temperature to 5,000 degrees. It was really shocking. It could be seen that he was jealous of the extreme Yang's martial arts. Then, Huemosha used his burning red palm to grab this purple Naga's Xian veins, trying to melt it. Yang Dingtian laughed inwardly. Really, the ignorant were fearless. With just his Xianqi and heart fire, he couldn't even heat up the bloody black gold. He wanted to melt the Naga's Xian veins. What a dream! Ordinary Xian fire couldn't melt the purple Naga's Xian veins. Huemosha tried his best, but this purple Naga's Xian veins were still cold and didn't have any reaction. Ah! Huemosha roared, and the flames on his body burned fiercely. Suddenly, the table and chair beside him couldn't withstand such a high temperature and began to carbonize. And the black iron devil's staff in his other hand turned red. Huemosha had reached his limit. However, this purple Naga's Xian veins were still cold. Finally, Huemosha gave up. He knew in his heart that he couldn't melt this Naga's Xian veins. Yang Dingtian, you have a way to melt this Naga's Xian veins? Huemosha asked coldly, his eyes full of disdain and doubt. Of course. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on. Huemosha sneered, what's my cultivation and what's your cultivation? I can't do it. You want to melt this Naga's Xian veins? You're dreaming. Of course I can do it. Yang Dingtian said, because I have the Xian fire. What? Huemosha was shocked, what? You have the Xian fire? No wonder Huemosha had such a huge reaction. Because the Xian fire was almost every warrior's dream. Having the Xian fire almost meant the birth of a great grandmaster. Of course, Huemosha didn't know about such a mysterious force like the Netherworld Sea. But in this world, Huemosha could defeat anyone who had the Xian fire with one hand. Even in the northwest Qin city, such a powerful force, only Qin Wanzhou had the Xian fire. And as the number 2 expert of Qin city, Qin Wumian didn't have the Xian fire even though he was an 8-star great grandmaster, so he couldn't break through to the great grandmaster level. And this kid in front of him actually said that he had the Xian fire. A 20-year-old kid actually said that he had the Xian fire. Even Dongfang Bingling didn't have the Xian fire. Of course, Huemosha didn't know that Dongfang Bingling had the Xian fire. Kid, you're dreaming. Huemosha laughed, if you have the Xian fire, I'll have the King Sword Soul and break through to the great grandmaster level. Huemosha would rather die than believe that this kid had the Xian fire. Yang Dingtian didn't explain. His finger gently moved, and suddenly, a flame soared into the sky. It was bright red and incomparably beautiful. Huemosha's eyes trembled, then he sneered, how can you prove that this is the Xian fire? It's clearly an ordinary heart fire. Swoosh. Yang Dingtian lightly pointed. Immediately, the Xian fire turned into a light sword, shooting through Huemosha's Xian iron wand. Silently, the Xian fire directly passed through the Xian iron wand, instantly burning a hole in the wand. That piece of Xian iron almost directly vaporized and disappeared. Huemosha was shocked, only the Xian fire could do this. Instantly burning through his Xian iron wand, what kind of terrifying temperature was this? This kid in front of him indeed had the Xian fire. Immediately, Huemosha's heart was filled with boundless jealousy and hatred. Why? Based on what? He was already 60 years old, and he was the master of the Storm Valley. Why couldn't he obtain the Xian fire? And this kid who was still wet behind his ears could actually obtain the Xian fire. Why? Instantly, Huemosha's heart was filled with soaring killing intent. After a full few minutes, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said to Yang Dingtian with a smile, how about we make a deal? You melt this inch of Naga's Xian vein, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but gasp in amazement at his shameless face. Yang Dingtian said coldly, let go of my mother-in-law, let go of all the black blood cavalry, let me take them away, and I'll help you melt Naga's Xian vein. No, don't push your luck. Huemosha shouted fiercely, I can let you and all the black blood cavalry go, but I must have your mother-in-law. Yang Dingtian said coldly, let go of my mother-in-law, let go of the black blood cavalry, and I'll help you melt Naga's Xianvein. I'll smash you into minced meat right now. Huemo Sha roared, and then smashed down with his Xian iron wand that was still completely red. Yang Dingtian stood there without moving, and only looked at Huemo Sha coldly. This barbarian king naturally wouldn't kill Yang Dingtian. His demonic palm stopped an inch away from Yang Dingtian's head, and said coldly, okay, I promise you. You swear? Yang Dingtian said. I swear, if Yang Dingtian helps me melt this section of Naga's Xianvein, I'll let go of Yang Peipei and all the black blood cavalry. If I go against my oath, I'll let my ancestors never rest in peace and never be reincarnated. Huemo Sha's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he shouted loudly to finish his oath. Okay, our deal is a success. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand. Huemo Sha said, melt it in my hands. Yang Dingtian sneered, and then summoned the Xian fire again, condensing it into a ball. Whoosh! The condensed million spirit demon fire suddenly drilled into that inch of Naga's Xianvein. Suddenly, this section of Naga's Xianvein burst out with incomparably bright light, illuminating the entire palace to the point that it was almost impossible to see anything. Huemo Sha's eyes were filled with amazement and jealousy, and he looked at all of this with fanaticism. When the Naga's Xianvein reached its peak, it exploded with a loud bang. Suddenly, countless purple rays of light burst out, covering Huemo Sha's entire body, fiercely spreading, almost bursting the entire palace. Quickly condense them, or I'll tear you to pieces. Huemo Sha roared. Seeing countless Naga's Xianvein photons desperately escaping, his heart ached. These were all treasures of heaven and earth. He desperately swallowed these purple photons. After the purple Xianvein energy entered the Xianvein, it immediately started to take effect. Huemo Sha felt his Xianvein start to heat up, starting to regenerate and reconstruct. This was real, this was the real Naga's Xianvein, it could really raise the grade of Xian Vein. Although the process was incomparably painful, even more painful than cleansing the marrow and meridians, he could clearly feel his Xianvein start to improve and sublimate. This kind of pain, as a 9-star honorable martial artist, was still bearable. What made his heart ache was that countless purple Xianvein photons were crazily overflowing, and he could not swallow them no matter how hard he tried. Quickly think of a way to retrieve these Xianvein energy, or else I'll kill all of you, and rape your mother-in-law first before killing her. Huemo Sha roared violently. Don't be anxious. Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart, and summoned the darkness profound flame from his spatial ring, and then the million spirit demon fire. Immediately, countless purple Xianvein energy photons started to condense towards the profound flame. In a short few seconds, all of the escaping Xianvein energy photons flew back into the profound flame, turning into a purple ball of light. Although this purple ball of light was a little strange, and it even had a faint black color, making it look even more mysterious. But at this time, the fanatical Huemo Sha already completely did not notice it. My profound flame won't be able to last for too long. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, so, you have to swallow this purple ball of light, and then reconstruct your Xianvein bit by bit. This process will be very, very painful, 10,000 times more painful than cleansing the marrow and meridians. Huemo Sha nodded and shouted, Elders, come and protect me. Immediately, 4 figures flew out from the shadows of the imperial palace. Every one of them was an honorable martial artist, and they sat around Huemo Sha. Remember, when this ball of light enters my mouth later, if I die, I will tear this Yang Dingtian into pieces. Huemo Sha said. Yes. The 4 honorable martial artists elders said in unison. Huemo Sha opened his mouth and said, all right, release it. Yang Dingtian pushed his palm, and a purple ball of light suddenly drilled into Huemo Sha's mouth. Then, Yang Dingtian withdrew the million spirit demon fire and darkness profound flame as quickly as possible. Boom. Countless purple Xianvein energy photons suddenly exploded in Huemo Sha's body. A miserable howl sounded. Immediately, countless cracks appeared on Huemo Sha's body, and blood spurted out. The 4 elders' expressions changed, and they wanted to smash Yang Dingtian to death. Huemosha's body was distorted, and it was obvious that he was enduring hellish pain. Fortunately, he was a 9-star honorable martial artist, and he only had 1 inch of purple Naga Xian vein. If it was Yangding Tian, he would not be able to withstand such a huge impact. Soon, Huemosha desperately devoured the Xian vein energy. Countless Naga Xian vein factors slowly transformed Huemosha's Xian vein. Gradually, Huemosha's pain weakened. 10 minutes later, his body was no longer distorted, and he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to devour the Xian vein energy and transform his own Xian vein. Yangding Tian said, "Lord Valley Master, you should have felt the energy of the purple Naga Xian vein by now. You should fulfill your promise. I will take my leave." Huemosha did not open his eyes, and directly stretched out his hand and cut his neck. His intention was very obvious, and that was to kill Yangding Tian. This person was really shameless, breaking the oath he made, and directly wanting to kill Yangding Tian. The 4 honorable martial artists stood up, pulled out their sharp swords, and were about to kill Yangding Tian. Yangding Tian was already prepared for this scene, and said with a cold smile, "Lord Valley Master, I forgot to tell you something. I actually have 1 inch of purple Naga Xian vein, which is enough for you to break through to the 8th grade. You can even break through to the 8th star honorable master." After that, Yangding Tian took out another inch of purple Naga Xian vein from his spatial ring, and flashed. Huemosha quickly waved his hand, stopping the 4 honorable martial artists from killing Yangding Tian. "Of course, even if you snatch this purple Naga Xian vein now, it will be useless, because only I can use Xian fire to melt it." Yangding Tian said, "In view of your shamelessness, I have decided to wait until you release my mother-in-law and everyone else, then I will melt it and give it to you." Then, Yangding Tian turned and walked out. "Then, I will take my leave now." After that, Yangding Tian did not stay any longer, and directly left the imperial palace. Huemosha's body trembled, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He had already decided that he would not let Yangding Tian leave alive. As for the other inch of purple Naga Xian vein, it was very simple. He would capture Yang Peipei and strip her naked. If Yangding Tian did not melt it and hand over that inch of purple Naga Xian vein, he would torture Yang Peipei to death. Without a doubt, Yangding Tian would definitely compromise. "Idiot, you want to fight with me? I'll make you beg for death, but you can't die. After you melt the other inch of purple Naga Xian vein for me, I will ravage your mother-in-law again and again in front of you, and let you die in pain and humiliation," Huemosha said fiercely. Then, he hurriedly swallowed the energy of this inch of purple Naga Xian vein, and continuously transformed his own Xian vein. Of course, what he did not know was that the world's most terrifying energy black hole had already seeped into his Xian vein. Not long after Yangding Tian left the imperial palace, a woman came over and said, "Young master, the madams are ready, you should go immediately." Then, the maid led the way in front. Yangding Tian followed her to the east corner of the castle, inside a fragrant courtyard. "Madam, I'm here," Yangding Tian said. At this time, there was no one in the courtyard. "Young master, come in. Let's make the show real, and let you see my unique ability." An incomparably charming voice came from inside. "Shameless woman." There was also a very shy and soft voice. Yangding Tian, Jiao Liao, Madame Shiman Lai, the 4 of them circulated their profound qi to the extreme and prepared their strongest profound skill-killing moves. Yangding Tian held Ah Chao's Youngling sword in his right hand and circulated the energy of Million Spirit Demon Fire to the extreme. The 8th grade Devil Flame Island Art's 3rd move, Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Blade, was also prepared. The reason why he didn't use Devil from the Heart was because the time required was too long and there were too many requirements for the target. On the left and right, he circulated the lightning attribute Mountain Split to the extreme. Normally, Yangding Tian would never use lightning attribute profound skill because it might expose his identity as the hidden sex disciple, which was very fatal. But now, in order to kill Huemosha, he had to use this move. Although Huemosha's body was penetrated by the energy black hole and he suffered great pain from the transformation of his profound veins. So his current cultivation was far from his peak. But he still couldn't be underestimated. Yangding Tian had to use lightning attribute profound skill to tear apart his defense. The four of them held their breaths, waiting for the moment to kill. "Bitch, I'll kill you," Huemosha roared furiously. Carrying a soaring murderous aura, he turned into a raging fire and charged into the room. Boom. Instantly, the sturdy wall shattered into pieces. Huemosha charged in like a wild beast, raised his huge devil wand and smashed it on the bed. Mountain split, the lightning attribute profound skill in Yang Dingtian's left hand suddenly struck out. Instantly, an incomparably huge lightning struck down on Huemosha's head. Lightning attribute. Profound skill ignored any defense. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was already infinitely close to revered martial artist. So the power of this lightning strike was extremely huge. After Huemosha was concentrated, the raging fire shield on his body instantly extinguished. His beast-like huge body was instantly paralyzed. Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute profound skill couldn't kill him, or even seriously injure him, but it could tear apart his energy defense and paralyze him to the ground. This was enough. Kill, after the lightning strike. Yang Dingtian's Yangling sword slashed down. Demonic prison-splitting saber. Instantly, a set of huge black and red flaming sabers slashed down at Fire's Huemosha. At the same time, Shimen Lai, Madame Shimen, and Jiao Liao unleashed their strongest profound skills at the same time. Madame Shimen's profound skill was a red sleeve of light that fiercely wrapped around the neck of the fire-melting Masha. Shimen Lai's profound skill was a gigantic light sword that descended from the sky. On the other hand, Jiao Liao's profound skill was countless light shadow illusionary snakes that drilled through the fire-melting Masha's body. Furthermore, these light shadow illusionary snakes were poisonous. This was because snake-tailed Jiao practiced the art of poison. Being attacked by four profound skills, fiery molten sand's enormous body shook violently. Its eyes, which were the size of copper bells, suddenly widened and shot out rays of disbelief. Boom. For enormous bursts of energy suddenly drilled into his body, violently tearing apart his internal organs, his profound veins, and his sea of energy. PFFF, no, an intense roar rang out. Blood spurted out from fiery molten sand's 7 orifices like arrows. At first, it was bright red, then purple red, and then black red. At the same time, fiery molten sand's body instantly turned black. He had been poisoned by Jiao Liao. At this moment, fiery molten sand's eyes were filled with blood. He stared at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You tricked me?" "That's right, I tricked you." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Don't you feel that your cultivation has deteriorated greatly?" It directly went from a 9-star revered martial artist to a 5-star revered martial artist. Coupled with the pain of reconstructing the profound veins, your cultivation is even more unbearable. That inch of purple Naga's profound veins are fake? Fiery molten sand asked. Of course it's real. Yang Dingtian, but I poisoned it, a poison that will devour all of your profound energy. I understand, you are indeed sinister and powerful. Fiery molten sand said. Then, fiery molten sand looked at Jiao Liao and said, "You betrayed me?" "Yes, I betrayed you." Jiao Liao said in a coquettish voice, and even had a lustful smile on her face. "You didn't sleep with Yang Dingtian. You were just acting to kill me." "You didn't sleep with him, did you?" Fiery molten sand said. "Is that important?" "We want to kill you." "Why do you care if I didn't sleep with him?" Jiao Liao said. "Of course it is important. My woman can't be slept with by other men." Fiery molten sand said. "Then don't worry, I will definitely make you wear a green hat." Jiao Liao said, "I will definitely find a man and let him enjoy every inch of my body. In bed, I will definitely be 100 times more slutty." Fiery molten sand immediately roared when he heard this. Immediately, blood spurted out of his mouth. "You harmed my father, you harmed my son. You should have known that this day would come." Jiao Liao said coldly, "I have been waiting for this day for many years. In my dreams, I want to kill you all the time. Today, I finally get what I want." Fiery molten sand immediately looked at Madame Shimen and said, "I really regret it. I really regret that I didn't force myself on you. Otherwise, I would have slept with you thousands of times." "Impossible." Madame Shimen said coldly, "Before you tainted me, I had already become a corpse." I will definitely not betray my husband, even if I am forced. My husband is not like you. He is an indomitable hero, so I will keep my chastity for him. Not like you, your wife not only wants to make you wear a green hat, but also wants to kill you. Fiery Molten Sand ignored Madame Ximen's words. Instead, he looked directly at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, I regret that I didn't smash you to death just now. Because you are blinded by greed. Yang Dingtian sneered. However, it is still not too late now. It is still not too late. Suddenly, Fiery Molten Sand's face became extremely ferocious and fierce. His eyes seemed to shoot out two balls of flames. Let's all die together. Let's all die together, Fiery Molten Sand laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his whole body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Jiao Liao's expression changed, and she said, not good, he is going to explode his sea of qi. Run. Even if Fiery Molten Sand's cultivation had regressed to a 4-star revered martial artist, his sea of qi was still extremely shocking. Once he exploded, Yang Dingtian and the other three basically had no chance of survival. Want to run? It is too late. Fiery Molten Sand roared, you are really stupid. Why didn't you just kill me directly? You actually made me talk so much and gave me the chance to burn my sea of qi with my heart fire and explode it. Let's all die together. Let's all die together. Fiery Molten Sand's body emitted a terrifying red light. Then, he pounced in the direction of Yang Dingtian and Madame Ximen. Madame Ximen's beautiful face was pale. Fiery Molten Sand was about to explode his sea of qi and die together with everyone. At this moment, Yang Dingtian sneered, let's all die together? Stop dreaming. Then, Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, a bright red flame burned out of Fiery Molten Sand's stomach and directly burned through his sea of qi. What exploding his sea of qi? Don't even think about it, this was the secret move of the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, Birth of Demon from the Heart. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian could not use this move. Because once it was discovered by the enemy, he could immediately stop it. Right now, Huemo Sha was bent on perishing together with Yang Dingtian. He had completely disregarded the qi vessel's defense. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had cast birth from the devil's heart, and it had burned through his qi vessel and abdomen. Fiery Molten Sand looked at his sea of qi and lower abdomen that were burned through. At this moment, he could no longer feel the existence of his sea of qi. He could clearly feel that his profound veins were rapidly withering. No, no. Fiery Molten Sand roared unwillingly. Countless amounts of blood spurted out. At this moment, he had completely changed from a 9-star revered martial artist to a useless trash without the strength to truss a chicken. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and withdrew the Birth of Demon from the Heart Mystic Flame. Originally, Birth of Demon from the Heart could not be stopped or withdrawn. But ever since he had the Mystic Flame, Yang Dingtian could freely release and withdraw it. Then, he let Fiery Molten Sand consume a Saint Spirit pill. He could not let him die like this. Come, let's go out. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, if you want to leave Raging Storm Valley smoothly, there is still one last test. Yang Dingtian, Jiao Liao, Madame Ximen, and Ximen Lai walked out of the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was surrounded by thousands of people. 5 revered martial elders, more than a dozen martial ancestor realm experts, more than 100 martial mystic realm experts, and thousands of barbarian cavalry surrounded Yang Dingtian and the other three. When Yang Dingtian and the other three came out, everyone immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Yang Dingtian. A great battle was about to break out. You killed our valley master? An old man stepped forward and asked. He is not dead yet. Yang Dingtian said. The old man said coldly, you just barged into Raging Storm Valley and killed our valley master. We will definitely trample you into meat paste. You can't do it. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, we have 4 revered martial artists and 5 of you. So, you can't kill us. So, I will make a deal with you here. Release my 1,000 over black blood cavalry and I will return Fiery Sand to you. He is already trash. What do we need him for? The old man said coldly. The barbarians were so snobbish and ruthless. If you are smart enough, you should know clearly that your biggest enemy is not me, but your inner circle. Once Fiery Sand is finished, someone will have to become the new Valley Master. Don't tell me that you will use up most of your strength to help someone else? Yang Dingtian sneered. The faces of the experts from Raging Storm Valley changed slightly. Of course, they knew this logic. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was right. The most important thing now was to fight for the position of Valley Master. Jiao Liao, where is your son? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Jiao Liao was slightly stunned, then shouted, "Dummy, bring Wolf Cub out." Oh. In the distance, a strong man responded loudly. After a while, a huge strong man ran over with a dying young man on his back. This strong man was Jiao Liao's most loyal servant, called Dummy. Because there was something wrong with his brain, he was always loyal and would never betray. The 18-year-old young man on his back was Zhang Lang. He was once the most outstanding young man in Raging Storm Valley and the most outstanding son of Fiery Sand. However, he did not look like Fiery Sand's son. He did not look like a barbarian. Instead, he looked like someone from outside the mountains. He was very delicate and pretty. However, he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that only bones were left. When he saw his mother, he could not even open his eyes, let alone speak. It made people suspect that he would die at any time. Seeing her son, Snaketail's tender tears immediately gushed out. As everyone knows, Jiao Liao's son, Zhang Lang, was seriously injured by a demon beast. His cultivation was completely destroyed and he was in critical condition. Everyone knows that he can't be saved. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone present nodded. Everyone knew about this matter. Jiao Liao did not know how much she had to pay, but she could not save her son's life. At this time, Yang Dingtian took out a small pill from his arms and stuffed it directly into Zhang Lang's mouth. Then, he directly pushed the pill into Zhang Lang's stomach with his profound qi. He used his profound qi to catalyze the holy water inside and let it permeate throughout his body. In just a few minutes, a miracle appeared. Zhang Lang's pale and terrible skin actually recovered its rosy color. The originally thin skin and flesh gradually recovered its elasticity. A strong vitality was revived in Zhang Lang's body. Everyone was stunned and looked at the miracle in front of them in disbelief. Jiao Liao, who was in ecstasy, was completely shocked. Although she begged Yang Dingtian to save her son, in fact, she did not have much hope in her heart. Who would have thought that Yang Dingtian would be so amazing that he could save her son in such a short time? It was completely a miracle. After opening his eyes, Zhang Lang seemed to have slept for too long. His eyes were confused and finally, his gaze fell on his mother. Little wolf. Snaketail let out a mournful cry and pounced on Zhang Lang, hugging him tightly in her arms. At this time, all the thousands of people on the field stared blankly at Yang Dingtian. They were completely stunned by Yang Dingtian's means. I don't know who among you will be the final winner and who will become the new Valley Master. Yang Dingtian said, but, all of this has nothing to do with me. I don't want to interfere in any of your Stormy Valley's affairs. However, no matter who becomes the new Valley Master, they will be my allies. I will give you a holy water divine pill for free, a divine pill that can bring the dead back to life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. With such a pill, it was almost equivalent to having an extra life. Who wouldn't be envious and crazy? Do you want to make this deal? Yang Dingtian said, no matter who becomes the Valley Master of the Stormy Valley, they will be Cloud Sky City's allies. I will immediately give you the divine pill. Do you want to make this deal? Suddenly, the 5 elders present looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and danger. Of course, it was not directed at Yang Dingtian but at each other. The 5 elders represented the 5 biggest forces in the Stormy Valley. The Valley Master of the Stormy Valley would definitely be one of the 5. Therefore, they were each other's biggest enemies. If they killed Yang Dingtian in order to avenge Imo Sha, the price they would have to pay was too high. It was not worth it. Moreover, Yang Dingtian's last condition made their hearts burn with passion. Whoever became the Valley Master would be able to obtain a divine pill. At this moment, none of the 5 elders were willing to offend Yang Dingtian. After all, they had 4 martial honorables on their side. It was impossible to kill them. The 5 of them nodded at the same time and said, "We agree." Yang Dingtian stepped forward and high-fived the 5 elders, "Happy deal." Then, he placed the dazed Emo Sha on the ground and said, "I'll return the Valley Master of the Stormy Valley to you. Please release over 1,000 of my Black Blood Cavalry brothers." The 5 elders nodded and took out 5 tokens. They handed them to a barbarian and said, "Release all the Black Blood Cavalry and return all their weapons and horses." "Yes." The barbarian held the token and flew away. After an hour, Yang Dingtian saw the 1,000 over Black Blood Cavalry brothers. Their faces were filled with anger and unwillingness. The reason why they were disarmed was not because they were weak. In fact, even though the Stormy Valley had tens of thousands of barbarian cavalrymen, it was not easy to annihilate the 2,000 over Black Blood Cavalry. However, Madame Shiman had fallen into the hands of Emo Sha and the Black Blood Cavalry did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, their hearts were filled with anger and unwillingness, and they wanted to fiercely charge forward and kill. Therefore, they looked at the barbarian cavalrymen of the Stormy Valley with hostility. However, the moment they saw Yang Dingtian, all the Black Blood Cavalry's eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. "Greetings, young lord." All the Black Blood Cavalry knelt down and shouted in unison. Yang Dingtian rode on his horse and shouted, "Brothers, get on your horses. Let's kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City." All the Black Blood Cavalry brothers shouted crazily. "Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City. Kill our way back to Cloud Sky City." The shouts of more than 1,000 Black Blood Cavalry brothers shook the sky. Then, under the leadership of Yang Dingtian, the Black Blood Cavalry left the stormy castle like a tide. The barbarian cavalry in the castle looked at the Black Blood Cavalry brothers with complicated feelings and envy. Although these barbarian cavalry were rough and wild, they could faintly feel that the black torrent in front of them was very different from them. Their opponent's spirit and aura made them feel proud and powerful forever. Of course, any army with faith was incomparably powerful. There was no doubt that the Black Blood Cavalry was an army with faith. Their faith was the omnipotent Yang Dingtian. Of course, these barbarian cavalry were even more unaware of the catastrophe that was about to befall the Stormy Valley. In the Stormy Valley, Emo Sha was the most powerful. He was a 9-star marshal revered and was infinitely close to becoming a grandmaster. Among the many experts in the Stormy Valley, he was far ahead. Therefore, he was able to secure his position as the Valley Master. The remaining 5 elders were all martial revered experts and their martial arts cultivation was about the same. Then, there would definitely be a fierce battle to determine who would become the new Valley Master. Following this, no one knew how much blood would be shed in the Stormy Valley. No one knew how long it would take for the dust to settle. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. His heart was filled with high spirits as he led the Black Blood Cavalry, who were extremely loyal to him, out of the mountain. This time, the crisis in the Stormy Valley only lasted for less than 6 to 7 hours before it was perfectly resolved. It would not delay the grand duel for the position of the city master in 4 days. After leaving the valley, the Black Blood Cavalry stretched along the mountain road. Yang Dingtian flew into the sky and was on high alert for over 100 miles. Yang Dingtian flew in the sky and was on high alert. Suddenly, he realized that the Black Blood Cavalry that was chasing after Yang Dingtian with all their might was Jiao Liao, the seductive Jiao Liao, and his son, Zhan Lang. Yang Dingtian descended from the sky, and after the Jiao Liao caught up to him, she dismounted from her horse and knelt in front of Yang Dingtian, saying, "Jiao Liao and Zhan Lang beg City Lord Yang Dingtian to take us in. From now on, we will be at your beck and call." Yang Dingtian was stunned. This Jiao Liao had actually requested to join him and even brought her son along. "Madam, why are you like this? The Stormy Valley has no leader now, and it is your ancestors' foundation. It is time for you to develop your grand plans. Your son is very likely to be the future master of the Stormy Valley. Why do you want to follow me? Our futures are uncertain." Yang Dingtian said. Jiao Liao smiled sadly, "I betrayed and killed my husband. How can the Stormy Valley tolerate me? If I stay here, my life and little wolf's will be in danger. Of course, if I use my beauty to rely on a man, I believe that I can stand firm and even slowly control the stormy valley. However, I, Jiao Liao, am not a licentious and shameless woman. I have enough of this deceitful life. This stormy valley is your ancestors' foundation. Are you willing to give it up? Yang Dingtian said. Jiao Liao smiled bitterly. This stormy valley is not my ancestors' foundation. My grandfather snatched it from someone else. It was only passed down for one generation before it was snatched away by Huarong and Amo Sha. Therefore, I don't have the slightest attachment to this stormy valley. I only want to lead Little Wolf and live a peaceful life. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Peaceful? If you follow me, it might be hard to find peace. This time, I am going to take back the Cloud Heaven City Lord position. My enemy is stronger than me. Furthermore, even if I take back the Cloud Heaven City Lord position, I will face an incomparably strong enemy in half a year. If you follow me, there will be countless battles before I break through to the Grandmaster realm. Jiao Liao smiled and said, The peace I am talking about is a kind of trust, a kind of reliance in the heart. For Madame Shimin, you did not hesitate to risk your life to enter the stormy valley and kill Huarong and Amo Sha, who were much stronger than you. For more than 1,000 black blood cavalry, you did not hesitate to enter the stormy valley's 5 elders to negotiate. This let me know that you will not give up on anyone who follows you. This is more important than anything else. Following that, Jiao Liao said to Zhang Lang, Little Wolf, come, kneel. Zhang Lang's expression was slightly complicated as he looked at Yang Dingtian with an unruly gaze. However, he was extremely filial to his mother. If his mother asked him to kneel, he would kneel. Quickly, pay your respects to your master, Jiao Liao said. When these words came out, even Yang Dingtian was shocked. This Zhang Lang was around 18 years old, which was about the same age as Yang Dingtian. He actually acknowledged Yang Dingtian as his master. What was going on? Zhang Lang was also shocked. Although Yang Dingtian had saved him, he only thought that it was because of that pill. Yang Dingtian was so young, but he was actually his master? How could this be? One had to know that Zhang Lang also thought highly of himself and felt that he was stronger than all the young people in the world. Mother, I reached the martial mystic realm when I was 17 years old. How old is he? He's almost 30 years old, and he's still a martial ancestor. He doesn't have the qualifications to be my master, right? Zhang Lang said. Jiao Liao's expression changed. City Lord Yang Dingtian is not even 22 years old this year and is a martial ancestor realm expert. Do you think he has the qualifications to be your master? Zhang Lang was slightly startled. He had always thought that Yang Dingtian was almost 30 years old because everyone called him the City Lord. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian's face was covered with a beard, and he did look older than his actual age. A 22-year-old martial ancestor realm expert was indeed strong enough. Zhang Lang felt a little more admiration in his heart, but he still said proudly, when I'm 21 years old, even if I'm not a martial ancestor realm expert, I'm not far from it. Moreover, when I was young, I was delayed by fire and sand for a long time. Otherwise, it's not certain who's stronger than who. If you want to be my master, you have to be at least a Grandmaster realm expert. As soon as he said this, all the black blood cavalry turned around and glared at Zhang Lang. Jiao Liao laughed coldly. City Lord Yang Dingtian was just an enlightener a year and a half ago. In just a year and a half, he almost broke through to martial ancestor realm. Do you think he has the qualifications to be your master? Immediately, Zhang Lang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A year and a half, from a novice warrior to a 9-star martial ancestor realm? How was this possible? This completely went against the common sense of this world. This completely went against all his knowledge. He, Zhang Lang, had such a high talent. According to the humans outside the mountains, he could be considered an early 8th grade Xianbane talent. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 5 and only broke through to martial profound after more than 10 years. Now, there was a person who started practicing martial arts at the age of 20 and almost broke through to martial ancestor realm in a year and a half. How was this possible? This completely subverted the truth of this world. How is this possible? Zhang Lang looked at Yang Dingtian with a mysterious gaze. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly. Looking at this handsome young man, he liked him a little more. Obviously, this young man was not the flesh and blood of Huaymo Sha. He did not know who his biological father was, but he actually gave him an early 8th grade Xianbane talent. Lady Snaketail, are you sure you want to follow me? Yang Dingtian asked. Please accept me, master. Jiao Liao lay down and touched the ground with her forehead. Good. Yang Dingtian dismounted and helped Jiao Liao up. He said, I am very happy that lady can join Cloud Sky City. Thank you, master. Jiao Liao said happily. Then, Yang Dingtian walked in front of Zhanlang and said, Little wolf, I like you very much. If you are willing, you can become my sword servant. Of course, you have to be willing. How long will it take for you to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm? Zhanlang suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, When I broke through to Martial Ancestor Realm, I took a lot of shortcuts and was a little impatient. Next, I will take it one step at a time, so I think it will take 3 years to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm. Maybe more, I don't know. Zhanlang's eyes lit up. You are so powerful, I am willing to be your sword servant. Then, Zhanlang handed over the sword with both hands and said, Sword servant Zhanlang greets master. Yang Dingtian took the long sword and gently touched the tip of the sword to the top of Zhanlang's head. Thank you for your trust. I welcome you to be by my side. Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Zhanlang was slightly surprised. Is it over? Aren't you going to say something impassioned? Yang Dingtian smiled and turned to mount the horse. Jiao Liao giggled and pulled her son up. After the two of them mounted their horses, Jiao Liao said to Zhanlang, Little wolf, follow your master. Then, she rode her horse to Madame Shimon's side and bowed. Jiao Liao greets Madame. Madame Shimon's expression was a little complicated, but she still smiled gently. Welcome to Cloud Heaven City. Let's go, full speed ahead. Yang Dingtian ordered. Instantly, all the cavalrymen rushed out at full speed. Yang Dingtian suddenly extended his wings and flew into the sky. Zhanlang on the ground looked at Yang Dingtian in the sky and was instantly filled with admiration. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian's army met up with the army led by Li Guanong and Mu Lianqing. The moment they saw Yang Dingtian and the others, the anxious Yan let out a sigh of relief. She resisted the urge to throw herself into Yang Dingtian's embrace and went forward to greet Shimen Lai, big brother. Shimen Lai, who was like a mad lion, now had a look of vicissitudes on his face. He held his sword and bowed. Shimen Lai greets Madam. He wasn't referring to young mistress, but Madam. This was because he had already treated Yang Dingtian as the master of Cloud Heaven City. Everyone met each other one after another and expressed their warm and generous intentions. Yang Dingtian pointed at Jiao Liao and said, This is Madame Jiao Liao. She just joined us. Jiao Liao was very low profile and was very respectful to Yan, Li Guanong, and Mu Lianqing. Yang Dingtian pointed at the 500 cavalrymen and said to Shimen Lai, Big brother, these are the warriors that Uncle Mu spent all his wealth to recruit. In the future, I will have to trouble you to train them into an elite army. Yes, I will obey the city lord's orders. Shimen Lai bowed. At this moment, the 500 cavalrymen were suddenly excited. Looking at the black blood cavalry that was close to 2,000 people, their hearts were filled with envy. They hoped that one day, they could also become such a mighty army. Good, continue north to Cloud Heaven City. With Yang Dingtian's command, the 2,000-strong army immediately headed north towards Cloud Heaven City. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian's army was only 300 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. Everyone here was a cavalryman. Because the endurance of the warhorses here far exceeded that of the warhorses on Earth, if they traveled at full speed, they could reach Cloud Heaven City in less than a day. At this moment, they had already entered Cloud Heaven City's territory. However, along the way, they didn't encounter any obstructions or attacks. The forces within Cloud Heaven City's territory didn't come out to welcome them, nor did they attack them. They only looked indifferently at Yang Dingtian's army. Arriving at an abandoned city in a valley that was easy to defend and hard to attack, Yang Dingtian's army entered. Yang Dingtian summoned Madame Shimen, Shimen Lai, Li Guanong, Jiao Liao, and Mu Lianqing for a meeting. There are still 2 days before the city lord martial contest. I need to make a trip 800 miles away from here. All of you will set up camp here and wait for me to return. Yang Dingtian said. He wanted to go to the abandoned mine, kill the Lord of the Abyss, and forge a real soul sword. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Although this was an abandoned castle, Yang Dingtian wasn't too worried about the safety of this army. That was because there were already 4 Grandmaster-level experts here. In terms of top-notch martial strength, they were not much weaker than Yang Yan, Shimin Ju, and the others. Therefore, even if he left, this army would not be in any danger. Yan Yan opened her mouth. She really wanted to follow Yang Dingtian. At this moment, she really didn't want to be separated from Yang Dingtian for even a minute. However, she only opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Instead, she smiled sweetly at Yang Dingtian. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian spread his wings and flew towards the west. This place was only 800 miles away from the abandoned mine, which was about the same as Cloud Sky City. To Yang Dingtian, a distance of 800 miles was as easy as blowing off dust. Flying a few thousand meters in the air, Yang Dingtian flew west at a speed of a few hundred miles per hour. In less than 2 hours, he would reach the abandoned mine. Here, he had to pass through the abyss. This place was the border between Cloud Sky City and Northwest Qin City. It was a few thousand meters deep magma abyss, and there was only one suspension bridge. Moreover, every 100 meters, there was an anti-air sentry post to prevent anyone from flying over on a flying mount. There were also many patrolling flying cavalrymen. But to Yang Dingtian, these were nothing. Using flying mystic skills and the empty spirit mystic wings, Yang Dingtian could fly a few thousand meters in the air. This was a height that the anti-air crossbows and patrolling flying cavalrymen could not reach. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was able to cross the border with ease. Yang Dingtian did not look at Cloud Sky City's last line of defense, the Abyss Castle. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian and Ningning had passed through here. In the Metal Sword Gathering Inn, the two of them had even discovered an extremely intimate relationship. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian still had to sneakily disguise himself and pass through this border. At this moment, things were still the same, but people had changed. Sister Ningning's gentle and sweet voice seemed to still be by his ear, but the beauty had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where Shimin Ningning had gone. More than a year ago, after she displayed her power in Cloud Sky City and poisoned countless people, she had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Yang Dingtian flew in the air and stared at the ground. It was as if he could feel Sister Ningning on a horse, smiling sweetly with him. Soon, Yang Dingtian landed outside the abandoned mine. There was still no one here. It was almost the same as it was a year ago, but it was more desolate and the weeds were more lush. At that time, Ningning had been waiting for him outside, and she had single-handedly fought 4 assassins sent by Qin Xiaobai. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked into the abandoned mine. The abandoned mine was still dark, but with Yang Dingtian's eyesight, he could see clearly even in the dim light. Yang Dingtian easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the mine. More than a year ago, there were only a small number of demonic beasts here, and they were all cleaned up by Yang Dingtian, so they were almost extinct. But now, along the way, there were traces of some demonic beasts. However, they were all level 1 and level 2 gold-eating beasts. Back then, Yang Dingtian had a hard time fighting them alone. He could not even defeat a level 2 demonic beast. At this moment, he didn't even need to use half a finger to clean up these low-level gold-eating beasts. However, he wouldn't do that. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't be willing to take the lives of demonic beasts. However, it was obvious that the youngling sword in his possession had greatly attracted the gold-eating beast's greed. Many gold-eating beasts became restless and sneakily followed him. They even tried to sneak attack Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian smiled slightly, internal force suddenly burst out from his body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, all the gold-eating beasts fled at lightning speed. They no longer dared to approach within 100 meters of Yang Dingtian. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian arrived at a collapsed area. The collapsed area here was at least a few hundred meters. It was caused by the fiery earth dragon's final madness. Yang Dingtian used Ah Chao's youngling sword and easily cleared out a passage. He continued to go deeper. Suddenly, he felt that the collapsed area here seemed to have been cleared out by someone, but was later buried again. Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. Who could it be? Someone actually entered the mine. His heart was immediately filled with uneasiness. Was the 10,000 years old bloody black gold under the unfreezing pond extremely important? If someone came in, what was his purpose? Could it also be 10,000 years old bloody black gold? That would be very bad. Immediately, Yang Dingtian acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He activated all the mystical skills in his body and prepared to fight at any time. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian walked through a few hundred meters of collapsed area. As he continued to go deeper, everything in front of him was already pure white. He was getting closer and closer to the unfreezing pond, so the mine tunnel was also filled with icicles. Very quickly, he reached the end of the mine tunnel. Below, there was an incomparably huge cave. It was at least the size of a few football fields. The unfreezing pond was just below. Previously, there were a few cold snakes living in the unfreezing pond. Later on, they were all killed by Yang Dingtian. At this moment, there were actually a few demonic beasts leisurely cruising around in the unfreezing pond. Just that, they were all very low-level ice attribute demonic beasts. Yang Dingtian directly flew down from above and dived into the unfreezing pond. Instantly, a burst of cold air attacked him. And the energy released from his body instantly scared the surrounding metal attribute demonic beasts away. Yang Dingtian hugged Da Chao's youngling sword and dived down at lightning speed. The unfreezing pond here was much smaller than the central lake in Dongli grassland. Therefore, the cold energy here was also much weaker. More than a year ago, Yang Dingtian was completely unable to endure it. In the end, he completely fainted and became numb. He almost lost his life. And now, Yang Dingtian was completely carefree. This bit of cold did not have much harm to him. He dived down 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. At 100 meters, which was the coldest place in the unfreezing pond, Yang Dingtian felt an unbearable chill. At this moment, Yang Dingtian only needed to summon the mystic fire and he would not feel any cold. But, there was no need for that. After passing through 100 meters, the gravity field reversed. Yang Dingtian began to float up. The temperature was getting higher and higher. After floating up 100 meters, Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped out of the water and arrived at the other side of the unfreezing pond. Yang Dingtian directly flew into the purplish-red tunnel and went deeper. So far, he did not see any traces of outsiders entering. What he was most concerned about was whether the 10,000 years old bloody black gold was still there. Yang Dingtian's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already dived down 2,000 meters. The turn in front was an incomparably huge magma abyss. Inside lived an incomparably powerful abyss lord. At this moment, even though he was 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian felt a wave of silence. He could not feel any energy fluctuation at all. Could it be that the abyss lord was killed? Yang Dingtian was worried. He slowly approached. After going around this turn, the huge magma abyss was in front of him. On the walls of the abyss, the 10,000 years old bloody black gold were inlaid like lanterns. There were 950 of them. Not one more, not one less. Yang Dingtian immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. It was good that the 10,000 years old bloody black gold was still there. This was the only guarantee that Yang Dingtian could forge soul swords of absolute grade and above. But, someone had indeed entered the cave. Why didn't they dig out the 10,000 years old bloody black gold? Could it be that they were killed by the Abyss Lord? Yang Dingtian walked forward and glanced at the blood-red magma. He wanted to check if the Lord of the Abyss was still there. The blood-red magma was quiet. He could not see the Abyss Lord at all. Yang Dingtian could not help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that the Abyss Lord was killed? That was impossible. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but reach out to touch the 10,000 years old bloody black gold beside him. As expected, the blood-red magma below moved violently. Then, a huge eye opened. It was an eye with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The diameter of the eye was 1 meter. It was obvious how huge the Abyss Lord was. Dongfang Minmi said that this Abyss Lord was the overlord of the demonic beasts within a few thousand miles. It was definitely a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. In terms of pure strength, even a great grandmaster was no match for it. To kill it, one had to use intelligence. However, Master Dongfang Minmi once said that as long as one had the mystic fire, even if one's cultivation was lower, one could kill the Abyss Lord. Master, I have returned to the abandoned mine. How should I kill the Abyss Lord? Yang Dingtian asked. Just use the mystic fire. Dongfang Minmi said, put the mystic fire into the blood-red magma. This Abyss Lord lives by absorbing the fire-type energy in the magma. After your mystic fire enters the magma, it will be automatically absorbed into the body of the Abyss Lord. Then, you can kill it by igniting it in its body. Although its shell is extremely tough and has an extremely huge energy shield, as long as the mystic fire is in its stomach, it can be easily burned to ashes. So simple? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Yes, it's that simple. Dongfang Minmi said, and there won't be any danger. The Abyss Lord will almost not fight back. It just needs a longer time. How long will it take? Yang Dingtian asked. About half a month, Dongfang Minmi said. It needs to swallow enough mystic fire energy before it can be burned to death. Half a month? Yang Dingtian said, if it's half a month, there won't be enough time. In 2 days, I have to return to Cloud Sky City to participate in the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. Master, is there any way to kill it in 2 days? Dongfang Minmi said firmly, absolutely not. This Lord of the Abyss was as powerful as the Millennium Owl in the Horror Mountain village. It's just that the Millennium Snack is electric type, so it's extremely precious. However, in terms of true energy, the Millennium Snack might not be comparable to this Abyss Lord. In a direct battle, even a Grandmaster is no match for the Abyss Lord. The energy of humans and demonic beasts is completely unmatched. Yang Dingtian immediately panicked. If he couldn't kill the Abyss Lord in 2 days and forge a soul sword, then what was the point of him coming here? In order to ensure his victory in the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord, Yang Dingtian came here to forge a real soul sword so that he could achieve twice the result with half the effort in the contest. If he needed half a month to kill this Abyss Lord, then it would be too late. Master, is there no other way? Yang Dingtian asked. There's no other way, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. What should he do? He wasn't that stupid to rush down and fight with the Abyss Lord. He wouldn't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. Should he give up and return to Cloud Sky City first? He was really unwilling to do that. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly smelled a familiar and soul-stirring fragrance. Then, he saw a green skirt. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. He said with a trembling voice, Sister Ningning, is that you? Sister Ningning, is that you? There was no response. There was still only the soul-stirring fragrance. Sister Ningning, are you there? Yang Dingtian shouted. Suddenly, the Lord of the Abyss in the magma below opened its eyes. There was still no response. Yang Dingtian turned and walked toward the green figure. At the corner of the stone wall on the right, he saw a green dress tied to it. There were beautiful words written on the stone wall. Little Tian, before I left, the only thing I was worried about was you. But I didn't know where I could help you. I thought that in a year, you would come here to kill the Lord of the Abyss and excavate 10,000-year-old bloody black gold to forge a soul sword. This Lord of the Abyss is extraordinarily powerful. I was worried that you couldn't kill it, so I condensed a deep-sea mystic poison blood pill. You can find a way to wrap it in flames and lure it to consume it. There were thousands of words, thousands of thoughts, but she didn't know where to start. Don't worry about me. No matter what the future is, no matter who I am, you just need to know that you are the only man I have ever loved. I will love you forever, Ningning. Below the runes, there was a green pill. However, this pill was not in a solid form, but in a liquid form. It was condensed from fresh blood. Looking at the beautiful words and the deep-sea mystic poison condensed from blood, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. He was moved, full of doubts, and full of complicated emotions. In order to help Yang Dingtian, Shima Ningning was really meticulous. She came here specially and left this deep-sea mystic poison pill condensed from blood for Yang Dingtian. But who was Sister Ningning? What was her identity? Yang Dingtian held the deep-sea mystic poison pill condensed from blood in the air. This thing was suffused with a terrifying and beautiful green light. He was worried that he couldn't kill this Lord of the Abyss in a short time. With the mystic fire, it would take at least half a month to kill this extremely powerful 1,000-year-old demon beast. Now, with this deep-sea mystic poison condensed from Ningning's blood, killing the Lord of the Abyss became simple. Yang Dingtian released the mystic fire and directly burned the deep-sea mystic poison. Suddenly, the deep-sea Xian poison spread out. The blood inside boiled and vaporized, leaving behind only the faintly discernible deep-sea Xian poison. The mystic flame continued to burn. In the end, the deep-sea mystic poison could no longer be seen. However, this flame had become slightly green. Yang Dingtian controlled the flame and directly fell into the magma below. Unexpectedly, this flame seemed to have an incomparably strong attraction to the Lord of the Abyss. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the slightly green mystic flame. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. But in this way, the speed of killing the abyssal overlords became even faster. After swallowing the poisonous flames, the Lord of the Abyss was startled at first, and then it opened its mouth to spit them out. But at this moment, the poisonous fire in its stomach suddenly exploded, instantly turning into countless green energy that seeped into the abyssal lord's body. The Lord of the Abyss let out an earth-shattering howl. Then, he frantically tried to use the magma to jump up. Its incomparably huge body instantly appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. This Lord of the Abyss was even bigger than the Millennium Owl. Its eyes were more than 1 meter in diameter, and its entire head was dozens of meters long. The body that rushed out of the magma was already more than 200 meters long before it was fully exposed. Such a huge behemoth, even the movie Behemoth Godzilla from the Earth era was far from comparable. Therefore, its roar alone was enough to shake the heavens and the earth and shake the mountains. Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb, and his whole body trembled. Boom! Before the Lord of the Abyss could completely jump up, its incomparably huge body condensed and froze in the air. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was quickly petrified. Immediately after, it fell into the magma. Countless streams of magma suddenly shot up into the sky. After falling into the magma, the Lord of the Abyss's entire body was quickly petrified, and it was trapped in the magma, unable to move. Roar! The raging Lord of the Abyss suddenly opened its mouth toward Yang Dingtian, and breathed out earth-shattering flames. When it was still a few hundred meters away from Yang Dingtian, he already felt a completely unbearable energy and temperature. Wherever the flames passed, all the cliffs and stone walls were instantly burned into water. Only more than 9,010,000-year-old bloody black gold remained untouched. Looking at the flames rushing toward the sky, Yang Dingtian's body instantly felt as if it was going to be burned to a crisp. He knew that he absolutely could not resist this terrible flame. He hurriedly summoned the dark profound flame from the soul ring and blocked in front of him. Hopefully, this dark profound flame would be useful, otherwise, Yang Dingtian would really be burned alive. The endless flames of the Lord of the Abyss frantically devoured Yang Dingtian, and Yang Dingtian was about to be completely burned to ashes. This flame was completely comparable to the flames of a nuclear explosion, as if it was the devil's fire released from the depths of hell. At this moment, the dark profound flame suddenly became excited, and suddenly soared into the sky. The originally thin dark profound flame suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh! The endless flames were quickly devoured. The dark profound flame was like a space door. After the endless flames were devoured, they instantly disappeared without a trace. Devouring, endless raging flames frantically entered the darkness of the darkness profound flame. All over the sky, the endless flames were completely devoured by the dark profound flame that was less than 5 inches long. Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This darkness celestial flame was simply too stunning. The Lord of the Abyss below had already entered a state of complete madness. With nearly half of its body petrified, it madly spat out raging flames aimlessly, and then it was continuously devoured by the dark profound flame. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of something and said, "Master, is the energy flame of a Grandmaster stronger, or the energy flame of the Lord of the Abyss stronger?" "Of course it's the energy flame of the Lord of the Abyss. These two cannot be mentioned in the same breath," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, if that's the case, then in the future, even if you fight against a grandmaster, as long as you release the dark profound flame, won't you be able to completely devour the opponent's energy attack? Of course not. Dongfang Minmi said, although the energy of this Lord of the Abyss attack is incomparably huge, it's aimless, and it's purely spitting fire. Therefore, the energy within the unit space is not strong, and the direction is fixed, so it's easy to be intercepted by the dark profound flame. If it's an attack from a human martial artist, it's completely traceless, and your dark profound flame will have a hard time intercepting it in a certain direction. Roar. At this moment, the Lord of the Abyss suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, the flames that it spat out suddenly turned into a terrifying blue color. Then, something even more terrifying happened. These endless blue flames actually spread over the dark profound flame, and suddenly pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Although this dark profound flame was heaven-defying, it was indeed not invincible. As long as the Lord of the Abyss changed its direction, or the energy it spat out became stronger, the dark profound flame would not be able to completely devour it. Run, run! Dongfang Minmi shouted loudly. Without his master's reminder, when the blue flames came over, Yang Dingtian frantically ran backwards. His speed was incomparably fast, and the distance of 2,000 meters was covered in less than half a minute. But the terrifying blue flames chased closely behind, and were already licking towards Yang Dingtian's back. Yang Dingtian was greatly alarmed. If he was really licked, even with the deep-sea mystic cloves, he would not be able to prevent the fate of being burned to ashes. The counterattack of this Lord of the Abyss before its death was simply too shocking. Quick, quick, quick! Yang Dingtian used all his strength and profound energy to rush towards the unfreezing pool. In an instant, the endless blue flame swallowed everything in the cave. The solid ice in the cave melted instantly, vaporized, and disappeared. The stone walls and countless crystals melted into water in an instant. A few thousand meters of mine tunnel melted in an instant. After Yang Dingtian jumped into the unfreezing pool, he finally avoided the terrifying flame attack. However, he could clearly feel that the temperature of the unfreezing pool was actually rising, and even the position of the unfreezing water was dropping. The blue flame spewed out by the Lord of the Abyss had actually boiled and vaporized the unfreezing pool. It was truly powerful to the point of no return. Yang Dingtian could only continue to dive, and then he was surprised to find that the blue flames had actually entered the unfreezing pool and chased after him. Yang Dingtian frantically dove down, 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 desperately trying to get rid of the blue flames. After diving for nearly 100 meters, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the earth-shattering tremors above had ended, and the terrifying blue flames did not continue to chase after him. Yang Dingtian stayed in the unfreezing pool for a while. After confirming that there was no movement above, Yang Dingtian floated up. At this time only more than half of the unfreezing pool was left, and the temperature was far lower than before. Yang Dingtian jumped out of the pool. At this time, the ground here and the mine tunnel were all flowing with magma. Because the blue flames had burned all the stones into magma, the magma was constantly flowing into the unfreezing pool. Yang Dingtian could not land on his feet. He floated in the air and flew in the direction of the Lord of the Abyss. Along the way, it had been completely destroyed. All he could see was flowing red magma. Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the magma abyss of the Lord of the Deep Sea. At this time, the Lord of the Deep Sea was already on the verge of death. Its entire body had been petrified, and countless huge cracks had cracked open. Glaring flames were burning from the cracks of its body. Its eyes had been completely petrified, leaving only the last bit of light. Its incomparably huge body was sinking bit by bit. Little Tian, quickly, go and dig out the demon core of the Lord of the Abyss. You have the mystic fire and yin yang qi transformation technique, you can devour the powerful mystic qi inside. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. He immediately jumped down, pulled out his youngling sword, and stabbed the head of the Lord of the Abyss. In the process of falling, Yang Dingtian saw the darkness profound flame floating in the air. At this time, the darkness profound flame was only a little bigger than before. But its color became darker and darker, making people feel intimidated. Just now, he didn't know how much flame energy it had devoured. Yang Dingtian took out the soul ring. In the process of falling, he quickly put the darkness profound flame back into the spatial ring. Unfortunately, this darkness profound flame had not grown up yet. It couldn't be refined into the Qi, so he couldn't use it as he wished. Bang! Yang Dingtian fell on the head of the Abyss Lord. However, at this time, the Abyss Lord was already unable to react. Yang Dingtian's sword easily pierced through. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian was completely unable to pierce through the shell of the Abyss Lord. But with Ah Chao's Youngling's sword, it was not a problem at all. He quickly cut open the head of the Abyss Lord. Immediately, he saw a fiery red crystal clear demon core. It was only the size of a fist, like an agate. And below the demon core, the brain of the Abyss Lord was quickly petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! With a slash of the ugly sword, Yang Dingtian easily dug out the demon core. Holding the demon core, Yang Dingtian flew up. Poochie! After the huge Abyss Lord was completely petrified, it finally sank into the magma completely. Yang Dingtian held the red demon core and floated above the magma. What a beautiful demon core, it was completely pure fiery red. But compared to the golden Naga royalty demon core, it was still a lot worse. The Naga royalty demon core seemed to have the universe and stars inside, it was incomparably mysterious. But the demon core of the Abyss Lord in front of him was only beautiful and pure, but it didn't give people a mysterious feeling. Yang Dingtian summoned the million spirit demon fire, condensed it into a ball, and then suddenly drilled into the demon core. Huff! The million spirit demon fire easily pierced through the demon core of the Abyss Lord. Then, the red demon core melted little by little, turning into a red energy ball. Boom! In an instant, it turned into an incomparably vigorous profound Qi energy, a profound Qi that was filled with fire energy. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and quickly circulated the fire transformation art along with the mystic fire. He quickly refined the fire attribute profound energy into pure profound energy, and then quickly swallowed it into his body. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that his Qi vessel had started to expand. Clearly, he was about to make a breakthrough. This was because Yang Dingtian's cultivation was very close to that of a martial honor. In addition to his heaven-defying 9 yang profound veins, breaking through to martial honor was extremely difficult for others. However, for Yang Dingtian, as long as he had enough pure profound Qi, breaking through to martial honor was a piece of cake. Expand, expand, expand. Yang Dingtian's sea of Qi expanded to its limit. Boom! A ball of white light suddenly exploded in front of his eyes, and then everything entered into nothingness. Yang Dingtian had broken through. He had once again broken through to the martial honorable realm. However, this time, Yang Dingtian did not have the time to be excited. This was because the Abyss Lord's demon core was still overflowing with profound energy. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and quickly refined and swallowed it. Time passed by minute by minute. The red demon core in Yang Dingtian's palm shrank little by little and dissipated in the air little by little. At this time, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel it. The energy of the Abyss Lord's demon core and the Naga royalty demon core were completely different. The profound Qi energy per unit of time was much less. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 10 hours, 12 hours, a full 15 hours passed. The energy in this Abyss Lord's demon core was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, the entire demon core was only left with a weak light. The swallowing was over. Unfortunately, after a full 15 hours of swallowing, Yang Dingtian only broke through about half a level. In other words, the profound Qi energy contained in this Millennium Abyss Lord's demon core only allowed Yang Dingtian to break through about half a level. However, the Naga royalty demon core allowed Yang Dingtian to break through 4 levels. Moreover, the profound Qi energy in it was not exhausted. It could be seen that the energy contained in the Naga royalty demon core was dozens of times more than that of this Millennium Abyss Lord. If the 1,000-year-old Abyss Lord was already so powerful, then how powerful was the Naga clan? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. At this time, he was already a 1-star martial honorable. He was still half a level away from 2-star martial honorable. Next, it was time to collect the 10,000 years old bloody black gold and forge the real soul sword. Yang Dingtian flew into the air and quickly used his youngling sword to dig out the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold that looked like small lanterns. These 10,000 years old bloody black gold seemed to have a life of its own. Every time he dug it out, he seemed to hear a soft cry full of excitement and reluctance. Soon, Yang Dingtian dug out the remaining 950,000 years old bloody black gold. To be exact, there were 954,000 years old bloody black gold. The weight of these 950,000 years old bloody black gold added together was more than 10,000 pounds, close to 20,000 pounds. Yang Dingtian piled them on the ground and built a beautiful pyramid. Master, I returned the mysterious fire devil hammer to the divine weapons villa. How should I forge the soul sword? Yang Dingtian asked. That mysterious fire devil hammer is useless to you now. Using it to forge your soul sword will only destroy the entire hammer. Dongfang Minmi said. Then how should I forge the soul sword now? First, use the mysterious fire to melt all the bloody black gold and wrap your youngling sword tightly. Dongfang Minmi instructed. Yang Dingtian released the million-spirit demonic fire and drilled into the bottom of the pyramid made of 10,000 years old bloody black gold. Immediately, the mysterious fire started to burn. Originally, these 10,000 years old bloody black gold that were plucked out had already turned dark. Now that they were burned by the mysterious fire, they turned red again. Merely half a minute later, these 10,000 years old bloody black gold started to melt. The mysterious fire was indeed much stronger than the best quality earth fire. It could melt the 10,000 years old bloody black gold so easily. 3 minutes later, all the 10,000 years old bloody black gold had completely melted. Yang Dingtian used his mysterious qi to sprinkle the 10,000 years old bloody black gold on the youngling sword. Immediately, the youngling sword became longer and thicker and bigger. Finally, 900,000 years old bloody black gold completely melted and wrapped around the youngling sword. It turned into a giant sword that was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. At this moment, this treasure sword weighed close to 20,000 pounds. In this world, no one would use such a heavy weapon. Next, it's time to truly forge the soul sword. Dongfang Minmi said. Next, you have to condense the mysterious fire's energy to the extreme. Then, you have to force out all the impurities in this giant sword and burn them. After refining it to the extreme, you have to use your mysterious qi and mysterious fire to grind the treasure sword and turn it into a true soul sword. Yang Dingtian's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. A true soul sword was about to be born from his hands. What grade would it be? He was incomparably looking forward to it. This nearly 20,000 kilogram giant sword floated in the air. It was completely edgeless, but it was domineering and awe-inspiring. Yang Dingtian even had an impulse to stop forging and directly grab this 10-meter-long giant sword to fight. If it was in a large-scale exhibition, he would really kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his way. With a sword, he was afraid that hundreds of people would be turned into minced meat. However, this kind of flashy thing could only be thought of. He was not Sun Wukong holding a 20,000 kilogram weapon to fight. Yang Dingtian began to condense the mystic fire, condensing it like never before. He drew out the mystic fire, and then poured all his mystic qi into it. Boom! Suddenly, the bright red flame soared hundreds of meters into the air. Although the momentum was not as shocking as the Abyss Lord's giant flame of a few thousand meters, it was still extremely shocking. Then, this 100-meter mystic fire began to condense, and condense. When it condensed to only 1 foot, it was already extremely dazzling. Even ordinary martial artists could not directly stare at it, otherwise, they would be directly blinded. This bright red light reached the extreme and completely turned into a dazzling white, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Go! Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. The mystic fire in his hand shot out. Boom! The mystic fire fiercely hit the nearly 20,000 kilogram giant sword, and countless sparks burst out, like a giant firework erupting. These were the impurities in the giant sword. However, before these impurities completely dissipated and fell to the ground, Yang Dingtian suddenly used his mystic qi to gather these impurities under his feet. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed his mystic qi again, and then suddenly bombarded. Every time the mystic fire bombarded, it was not inferior to a powerful mystic skill attack. Therefore, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he could only sustain 10 bombardments, and then the mystic chi in his body was completely exhausted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly took a mystic gathering pill, and then closed his eyes to absorb the mystic gathering pill's mystic gathering pill. After 15 minutes, the mystic chi in Yang Dingtian's chi was filled again. Boom, Yang Dingtian launched another mystic flame attack. Every time, he would condense the mystic flame to the extreme. Then, like Mars crashing into Earth, he would fiercely smash the sword, forcing out the impurities in the huge sword and burning them. Merely 10 minutes later, the 10 rounds of profound fire bombardment ended, and Yang Dingtian had exhausted his profound energy once again. At this moment, there was only less than 2,500 kilograms of weight left in the 20,000 kilogram greatsword. His size had also shrunk by 3/4. The impurities of the giant sword under Yang Dingtian's feet had also piled up into a small hill. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to devour all the battle profound energy around him. There was no doubt that the profound chi here was extremely dense, especially for battle profound chi. In addition, Yang Dingtian's body was special. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would take a full 4 to 5 hours to fill the sea of chi. However, Yang Dingtian only needed 2 hours to fill the sea of chi to the brim. After filling it to the brim, Yang Dingtian repeated the previous mystic fire bombardment. Just like that, the obsidian flame bombarded him again and again. Time passed by minute. After a full 20 hours, Yang Dingtian had already carried out a total of 11 mystic fire bombardments. At this moment, the entire greatsword's weight was less than 1/20th of its original weight. It was only about 400 kilograms. Moreover, its length was only about 7 feet. From the looks of it, it indeed looked like a normal and awe-inspiring treasure sword. However, the forging was not over yet. Next was the most crucial refinement. Just the mystic fire bombardment alone was not very effective. Huff. Yang Dingtian condensed the mystic fire to the extreme, and then calcined it inch by inch. The sword embryo was completely burned into red-black gold water, which dripped down bit by bit. Below, he had to use his other hand to catch the dripping black gold water and condense it into a treasure sword again. This could be said to be the most crucial step in forging a soul sword. The grade of a soul sword basically depended on this procedure. The success of this procedure was related to one's cultivation to a certain extent, but it was not the most important. It was related to the mystic fire the most, followed by the grade of the sea of chi and mystic veins. Furthermore, the entire process could not be disturbed at all. Yang Dingtian held his breath and calcined the sword embryo bit by bit. He watched it turn into red water bit by bit, dripping down bit by bit. Then, Yang Dingtian used the mystic chi in his other hand to catch it and float in the air. The calcination was extremely slow and difficult. Not long later, Yang Dingtian's body broke out in sweat. This sword embryo melted inch by inch, dripping inch by inch. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. 4 hours passed. Yang Dingtian's sweat had almost dried up. His entire body was so dry that it was about to split open, and his mystic chi seemed to be completely exhausted. However, there were still 2 inches of sword embryo that had not melted. However, his mystic chi was about to be exhausted. Master, why is it like this? I've heard that although the reconstruction of the sword body is extremely important, it can be completed without even half of the mystic chi being exhausted. Why is it that my mystic chi is completely exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not over yet? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi was speechless. After a long while, he said, the higher the grade of the soul sword, the slower the reconstruction of the sword body. You have the heaven and earth mystic fire and the 9 yang mystic veins. According to normal circumstances, 1/3 of the mystic chi is enough for you to complete the reconstruction of the sword body. Now that the mystic chi is exhausted, it is still not completed. I really can't imagine how high the grade of this soul sword will be. This is a good thing, but if the mystic chi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is not completed, what should we do? There is only one chance. Yang Dingtian, if the mystic chi is exhausted and the reconstruction of the sword body is interrupted, what will happen? The grade of the soul sword will be greatly reduced. That is a complete waste of God's gift. Dongfang Minmi sighed, I thought that your cultivation is enough to forge the soul sword, but I didn't think that the grade of your soul sword would be so shockingly high, so your mystic chi cultivation is not enough. What should I do? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, you need to make the decision yourself. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, I know. In any case, the reconstruction of the sword body could not be interrupted. Yang Dingtian suddenly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had already done this before. Now, he had to do it again. Last time, he fought to live from the brink of death. He used the heart flame to burn his Qi and turned it into golden mystic Qi to defeat Song Yu's mystic fire dragon. This time, Yang Dingtian wanted to burn his Qi again, turn it into mystic Qi and pour it into the mystic fire to continue forging the soul sword. After making up his mind, Yang Dingtian immediately used it. The heart flame directly burned the inner wall of the Qi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. The energy in his body shook violently and became restless. It was as if a nuclear bomb was about to explode. At this time, it was the most dangerous time. The Qi could explode at any time. Yang Dingtian was very careful. The heart flame burned the golden Qi bit by bit. Boom. Suddenly, countless golden mystic Qi surged out. Whoosh. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire turned golden. In fact, Yang Dingtian's mystic fire had already penetrated the golden color because it contained the Naga royalty's mystic Qi. At this time, he directly used the golden mystic Qi to burn the mystic fire. The entire mystic fire was completely dazzling golden. At the same time, the speed of the reconstruction of the sword body suddenly accelerated. Originally, the sword embryo was melting bit by bit. According to the normal speed, the remaining 2 inches would take at least more than an hour. And in this more than an hour, how much Qi would be burned and how much his cultivation would degrade? Yang Dingtian had no idea and no way to think about it. However, he would at least fall by about 2 levels. However, for the sake of the grade of the soul sword, he had to fight. But he did not expect that after the golden mystic Qi was added to the mystic fire, the progress would suddenly accelerate. After only a dozen seconds, the remaining 2 inches of the sword embryo had completely melted and dripped down. Below him, the black gold water condensed into a sword once again. This treasure sword was only 4 feet and 3 inches long. It was the same length as a normal treasure sword, but it was slightly longer. However, the treasure sword was still very thick. It was more than 2 fingers thick. At this time, the treasure sword was already 80% complete. The next thing to do was to forge it into shape. At this time, the treasure sword was still blunt. Yang Dingtian first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Once again, he swallowed the battle mystic Qi and let the treasure sword float in front of him. His luck was really good. When he burned the Qi just now, he was prepared to fall by 2 levels. He did not expect that it was just a step away. The loss of the Qi cultivation was almost insignificant. At this time, he was still a 1-star intermediate martial venerable. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian filled the battle mystic Qi again. Then, he condensed the mystic fire again and turned it into a golden energy hammer. Then, he continued to inject mystic Qi into the energy hammer formed by the mystic fire. In the end, the hammer shone with golden light. It was dazzling, as if it was real and full of texture. Boom. Yang Dingtian smashed down fiercely. There was a loud sound and a burst of light. Suddenly, a layer of the thick sword blade was flattened. It was exactly the same as a normal treasure sword. However, the soul sword needed to use the mystic fire as the hammer and the air as the anchor to smash down crazily. The more Yang Dingtian smashed, the faster he got. Ultimately, all that was left was an afterimage. The golden mystic fire hammer was like a meteor smashing down crazily on the treasure sword. 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times, there was no limit to this kind of crazy forging until the mystic Qi was exhausted. This kind of crazy forging, in addition to letting the treasure sword finally form, could also force out the last and most difficult impurities. Bang, 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 countless smashes. Yang Dingtian completely closed his eyes and followed his feelings to smash. He had no idea what his treasure sword had become. Bang. The last smashed down. The mystic fire dissipated, and the heart fire returned. Inside Yang Dingtian's chi vessel, there was no one. It was completely empty. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and saw his treasure sword at first glance. In an instant, he was completely stunned, shocked, trembling. Is this the soul sword that I forged with my own hands? What kind of rank would it be? Yang Dingtian had seen two completed soul swords. One was Song Yu's, and the other was Shimin Wuya's. The remaining ones were Dongfang Bingling and Dugu Wu's fledgling swords. Song Yu's soul sword was extremely beautiful, like a pool of autumn water. As for Shimin Wuya's sword, it was simple and mysterious. As for Yang Dingtian's soul sword, no words could be used to describe it. It gave people the feeling that it was completely transparent. From the sword hilt to the body, it was completely integrated, sparkling, and translucent. It was as though it was created by the heavens, and there were no traces of forging. Actually, it wasn't transparent. For some reason, it might be because it was extremely pure, and it gave people the feeling that it was transparent. Song Yu's soul sword was as pure as water. However, water wasn't absolutely pure, and there were still impurities. Yang Dingtian's sword was completely like a ray of light. That's right, it was like a ray of light, and it didn't seem to have any substance. Furthermore, it was golden in color. That's right, a golden color that was even more dazzling than gold. During the Earth era, there was a type of iPhone that was considered nouveau riche gold, and it was said to be dazzling. However, compared to the golden color in front of him, it was completely like a pile of yellow mud. Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was like a ray of light was truly so dazzling that it could blind people's eyes. It was so dazzling that during a battle, it was very likely that the enemy's attention would be completely attracted to it, and they would forget to fight. This was a treasure sword that Yang Dingtian had completed by himself. Every piece of bloody black gold was dug out by himself, and every hammer was hammered down by himself. Now, it had finally become the most perfect work of art. After admiring it for over 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian asked, "Master, what grade should my treasure sword be?" Dongfang Minmi saw the image of this treasure sword in Yang Dingtian's mind and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "What grade?" "Who knows?" "Huh?" Yang Dingtian asked, "What do you mean?" Dongfang Minmi said, "My soul sword is a 1-star peerless soul sword." At that time, I already felt that it was perfect. I felt that there wouldn't be a more outstanding soul sword in this world. But in front of your treasured sword, I can clearly feel that my soul sword is completely dim. Dongfang Minmi continued, "Some people have categorized the soul swords into different grades, supreme grade, and imperial grade. Every grade is divided into 10 stars. Then will my soul sword be of the emperor grade?" Yang Dingtian asked. Maybe there isn't even a sovereign grade. The grade of a soul sword was different from one's martial cultivation. One had to climb through the threshold. The emperor grade was the pinnacle of perfection, the pinnacle of the universe. I think that there shouldn't be any real emperor grade. It's just an unreachable ranking set by martial artists. Dongfang Minmi said, "But if there really is an emperor-grade soul sword in this world, then if your soul sword isn't included, I feel that the term emperor grade is meaningless." Yang Dingtian laughed. Yes, in the Earth era, it was said that there was no pure gold. The highest purity of gold could be 9,999%, but no matter how many nines there were, it would never reach 100%, but the soul sword in front of him undoubtedly made Yang Dingtian extremely satisfied. "Okay, don't be intoxicated. There's still one last procedure left. This soul sword will truly belong to you," Dongfang Minmi said. The last procedure of the soul sword was the soul engraving. When forging the sword, there was also an engraving procedure, which was to let the treasured sword recognize its master. At that time, blood was directly sprinkled on the treasured sword, and then it was burned and refined by the supreme great earth fire. And the soul sword's recognition of its master was even more profound. It was directly the engraving of the soul. Although the soul sword's recognition of its master had no use in increasing the grade of the soul sword, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous stage. Even if there were mistakes in the previous procedures, at most the soul sword's grade would be a little lower. But this soul sword would not have any problems. But once the final soul engraving failed, it meant that this treasured sword would never recognize you as its master. It would never become a real soul sword. It could only be an incomparably sharp and terrifying sword with the addition of Xianxia. And the soul engraving was also very simple. It was to cause the energy in the soul sword to tremble and resonate, and establish some kind of compatibility and connection with the master spirit. Once successful, this soul sword would belong to you forever. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. They might even be hurt by the backlash. Therefore, in order to cause the soul sword to resonate and tremble, there were many ways. But most of them used an extreme suicide method because this method had the highest chance of success. The method was as follows. The master gave up all defense and threw the soul sword into the air, letting the soul sword fall directly to the top of his head. At this time, the soul sword already had an extremely weak consciousness. Generally speaking, it would not have any active reaction because this consciousness was extremely weak. It was not even comparable to the consciousness field produced by a plant. But when it found that it was about to kill its master and had no strength to stop it, it would desperately try to stop itself. It would tremble and resonate with its master's consciousness. According to Dongfang Minmi, the soul engraving of the soul sword had a very high failure rate in the past, even more than 80%. Later on, some heaven-defying genius invented this suicidal awakening method. As a result, the success rate of the soul engraving increased greatly, exceeding 50%. Even so, half of the soul engraving still failed. Some people were unwilling to accept this and even died under their own soul swords. This was because the suicidal soul engraving had to be completely real. As long as one took the initiative to have a trace of defense, it would become an incomparably huge wall, firmly blocking the soul sword's consciousness outside. And the success of the soul engraving mainly depended on the youngling sword. The better the youngling sword forged by the master and the closer the relationship with the master, the higher the success rate of the soul engraving. Of course, a shameless soul sword like Zhao Wuji's couldn't be counted. After all, his wasn't even considered a real soul sword. Those fake soul swords that used demon cores as sea spirit crystals didn't need to care too much about the soul engraving. The soul engraving stage was no problem for Yongding Tian. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had a muddled consciousness. This consciousness even knew attachment, excitement, and sadness. It would often communicate with Yongding Tian mentally. Therefore, Du Gufengwu had always said that Yongding Tian's youngling sword was abnormal. When it was still a youngling sword, it already had consciousness. Other people's artifact swords wouldn't have consciousness even if they were soul swords. Therefore, the final soul engraving was something that Yongding Tian could complete with his eyes closed. Yongding Tian closed his eyes and threw the soul sword up. Then, he waited for the soul sword's soul to tremble. His entire body had completely relaxed. At this moment, even if a child took a stone and smashed it at the back of Yongding Tian's head, it might be able to smash Yongding Tian to death. But the truth made Yongding Tian tremble, because the soul sword didn't react. Really, the soul sword didn't have any reaction. The golden soul sword fell from 80 meters and pierced towards Yongding Tian's head, but the soul sword's consciousness didn't have any reaction. What was going on? Yongding Tian's relationship with the youngling sword was obviously very close. It was completely like his own child. And that youngling sword's consciousness was clearly like a baby. It could be happy, depressed, excited, and even act spoiled. How could this be? This suicidal soul engraving was actually useless. The soul sword still continued to fall. Yongding Tian couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. And he didn't dare to activate his defense at all. Once he activated his defense, it would be a complete distrust of the soul sword. No matter how close their relationship was, it would be completely destroyed. There was only one chance for this soul engraving. And there was only one chance for this kind of loyalty test. If he succeeded, the soul sword would be loyal to him for life and would live and die with him. If he failed, he would lose the opportunity forever. Time passed quickly, but in Yongding Tian's mind, it passed extremely slowly. As if every millisecond was a painful ordeal. He could clearly feel the wind from the soul sword stab. It was getting closer and closer to his head. But he didn't know how close it was. Perhaps in the next moment, it would directly pierce through his head. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was incomparably worried about his gains and losses. He even felt that it was because the Naga royal tribe's profound chi energy in the soul sword had suppressed the soul sword's divine sense, and this soul sword was no longer that intimate Cho youngling sword. If this was the case, if he didn't defend himself, he could only be killed by his own soul sword in vain. Perhaps, this was also an alternative revenge of the Naga royalty. Little Tian, quickly defend, quickly give up. Dongfang Minmi exclaimed. No, if it wants to kill me, let it kill me. Yang Dingtian completely relaxed all his mind, waiting for the last moment to happen. Whether this last moment was the success of the soul engraving, or his head was directly pierced through. Whoosh! The soul sword, like a golden light, directly pierced the top of Yang Dingtian's head. The incomparably sharp tip of the sword directly pierced the flesh on the top of Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly went blank, as if his consciousness, soul, instantly and completely dissipated, as if he directly experienced the feeling of his consciousness being destroyed. However, at this moment, the soul sword directly floated above Yang Dingtian's head. The tip of the sword touched Yang Dingtian's scalp, but it didn't penetrate even a millimeter. Then, the soul sword violently trembled, violently trembling. Immediately, Yang Dingtian felt that a special spiritual energy in his mind suddenly flew out, drilling into the soul sword. This spiritual energy was incomparably mysterious and incomparably powerful. In an instant, the soul sword once again erupted with incomparably bright light, and the trembling above Yang Dingtian's head became even more intense. After an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian finally woke up. Just now, his soul and consciousness were directly lost. Because, he thought that he was killed by the soul sword. Countless thoughts gradually returned to his mind. Yang Dingtian found that the soul sword was lying on his leg, quiet and gentle, as if the thing that stabbed down just now was not it. The soul engraving was successful. This unprecedented soul sword finally officially recognized its master. However, this was really a soul engraving that was deeply engraved into the bone. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, there was a pile of red dust under his feet, emitting a flame-like glow. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that it was no less than 500 kilograms. These were all the impurities of the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian lifted his soul sword, 99 kilograms, that's right, only 99 kilograms. The fledgling sword that he forged with 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold still had a few hundred kilograms, and this soul sword forged with 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold was only 99 kilograms. And these 500 kilograms of impurities that were refined, although they were called impurities, were completely excellent treasures. It was even better than ordinary bloody black gold. After all, this was more than 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold that was refined from 20,000 kilograms. This 500 kilograms of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold impurities, other than forging a scabbard for himself, was just enough to forge a dozen or so treasured swords. Although it could not become a soul sword, in terms of celestial chi and sharpness, it was believed that no treasured swords in this world could match it. Yang Dingtian was confident that these were enough to become the world's top divine weapon. However, time was tight, and Yang Dingtian was now unable to forge them into treasured swords. Next, Yang Dingtian used the fastest time to draw 20 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes and used celestial fire to forge a scabbard. His treasured sword was too eye-catching, so it was better to hide it in the scabbard most of the time. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian carried 500 kilograms of bloody black gold ashes, flew out of the abandoned mine, and returned to Cloud Sky City. At this moment, there were less than 8 hours before the martial arts contest for the position of the city lord. More than 1,000 caddies of 10,000 years old bloody black gold ashes were not much in volume, enough for Yang Dingtian to put into the space ring, but it would make the space ring seem more crowded. At this time, Yang Dingtian flew towards the abandoned castle at a speed of 400 to 500 miles per hour. In the air, Yang Dingtian held the soul sword, still surging with emotions. This was truly a perfect artifact sword. It was even more perfect than the artifact swords that Yang Dingtian had used and seen before. Master, what name do you think should be given to this sword? Yang Dingtian. Dongfang Nimi smiled and said, "This sword is yours, so you will be the one to name it." Yang Dingtian thought of several names: Flowing Light, Star, Red Sun, and so on. But he felt that they were not satisfactory. Flowing Light was too ordinary and not domineering. The stars were too empty. Red Sun was domineering enough, but it was not mysterious enough. But then, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly emerged an even more parody name. Xianyuan Sword. The legendary ancient divine weapon of the Earth era, and it was also a very famous name in the game. All this while, Yang Dingtian's life had been too heavy and solemn. So let's spoof it. It's settled, you'll be called Xianyuan Sword. Yang Dingtian. Then, he clearly felt a surge of divine sense coming from the sword. However, there were two emotions vaguely. One was like a child cheering, and the other was indeed a disdainful snort. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What was this situation? Inside his treasured sword, there were actually two kinds of emotions. Just what was going on, but then, the divine sense in the sword quieted down. After Yang Dingtian tried many times, the sword no longer had any emotions. Master, how much profound chi does my soul sword have? Yang Dingtian asked. I thought you would never ask this question. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, the profound chi of a superb soul sword will reach 99%, how much do you think your sword can reach? I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. I don't know how much it is, Dongfang Minmi said, but it's definitely more than 150%. Yang Dingtian exclaimed. A 150% Xianxia bonus was completely shocking and unheard of. Even the legendary swords in the history of the chaotic world did not have such a heaven-defying Xianxia bonus. Master, that soul sword of yours at that time, how much profound chi did it add? Yang Dingtian asked. About 80%. Dongfang Minmi said, about half of your team. A 150% increase in profound chi, even without a sword soul, the power was incomparably shocking. Yang Dingtian was currently a 1-star martial honorable. In addition to the 150% increase in Xian Qi, his attack power had completely surpassed that of a 2-star martial honorable. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. However, more than a year ago, Yang Dingtian had thought of refining a sword soul before the Grand Martial Arts competition. At that time, ignorance was bliss. It was completely impossible. Compared to others, Yang Dingtian was already very impressive. Other people's soul swords would need at least 10 years to have a clear consciousness that could communicate with its master. Yang Dingtian's soul sword already had a consciousness, which was equivalent to saving Yang Dingtian almost 10 years. Originally, he wanted to refine the soul of the Lord of the Abyss and use it to cultivate the soul sword. In the end, there was no time at all. Most importantly, the soul sword did not have Xian vein essence and sea spirit crystal, so even if it was refined after devouring the soul of the Lord of the Abyss, the energy could not be stored in the soul sword. Therefore, from the looks of it, this soul sword could only be used as a peerless treasure sword with profound chi. Just over an hour later, Yang Dingtian flew back to the abandoned castle. At this time, close to 2,000 Black Blood cavalry and 500 new cavalrymen had all finished forming up. Madame Shiman, Shiman Lai, Li Guanong, and the rest had all mounted their warhorses and were ready to set off at any time. At this time, the sun had just risen. It was really dawn. When Yang Dingtian flew over, everyone on the ground cheered loudly. It was thunderous. Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live the city lord! Yang Dingtian descended from the sky and rode on the leading white horse. He shouted, "Let's go!" Instantly, more than 2,000 cavalrymen rushed out of the abandoned castle like swords and headed north to Cloud Sky City. With the warhorses galloping at full speed, the distance of less than 300 miles could be covered in less than 5 hours. Along the way, it was the most direct territory of Cloud Sky City and they had to pass through 4 to 5 large castles. However, at this time, there were not many warriors guarding the castles. It seemed that the warriors with slightly higher cultivation in the castles had all rushed to Cloud Sky City to watch the battle. After all, today was the most important day for Cloud Sky City. Originally, Yang Dingtian could have directly bypassed these castles, but Yang Dingtian did not. He chose to pass through them. These castles were the most direct forces of Cloud Sky City. He had to openly announce to everyone that he was back. After an hour, Yang Dingtian arrived at Cloud Sky City's first guardian castle, Heavenly Stone Castle. This castle was about 500 acres. Normally, there would be less than 1,000 warriors guarding it. If there was a battle, 4 to 5,000 soldiers could be stationed at any time. He led a few thousand cavalrymen and rushed to the front of the castle. He took the lead and shouted, "The successor of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, will lead the army past Heavenly Stone Castle and open the gates." The few warriors on the city wall were slightly stunned. Most of the warriors had a fanatical look in their eyes when they first saw Yang Dingtian. After all, they had seen the scene of Yang Dingtian defeating Xianxia with their own eyes. They were very clear about Yang Dingtian's peerless talent and unyielding character. Therefore, most of the warriors in Cloud Sky City admired and worshipped Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian had repeatedly created impossible miracles, they supported Yang Dingtian to become the new Cloud Sky City lord from the bottom of their hearts. In the past year, in order to brainwash the people of the territory, Yang Yan and the others had done everything possible to slander Yang Dingtian. Not only did they say that Yang Dingtian was a spy of the evil ways, but they also said that Yang Dingtian's life was extremely promiscuous and he did not even let his own mother-in-law go. However, this kind of brainwashing was not very useful. After all, the warriors of Cloud Sky City clearly knew what kind of person Yang Dingtian was. Especially after defeating Qin Xiaobai, Yang Dingtian, Shimen Zhu, and the others had called a deer a horse and wanted to directly kill Yang Dingtian. This was still fresh in the minds of many warriors. On top of Heavenstone Castle, an officer walked out and said loudly, "Yang Dingtian, you have already been expelled from Cloud Sky City. You are not allowed to pass through Cloud Sky City. If you force your way through, that is an act of war. I have the right to kill all of you without mercy." Without a doubt, the officers of the various castles in Cloud Sky City had all been replaced by Yang Yan and Shimen Zhu's direct subordinates. Therefore, these people were full of hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold. That day, the successor of the hidden sect, Nameless, clearly stated at the Tiando League's Northwest meeting that I, Yang Dingtian, am not a spy of the evil ways. Furthermore, I am one of the successors of Cloud Sky City. This was passed by the Tiando League meeting. Are you going to overturn it? The officer said coldly, "I don't care about the Tiando League meeting. I only know that you, Yang Dingtian, are a traitor of Cloud Sky City. If you want to pass through this door, it's very simple. Just kill me. You're not afraid of death?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "I'm not afraid of death," the officer said with a cold smile. "Pooh." Before he could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp sword directly pierced through his heart. Under his incredulous gaze, the officer fell from the top of the city wall. Behind him, a warrior with a full beard held a blood-stained sword in his hand. After killing the officer, the warrior behind him directly went down the castle and opened the city gate. Ling Zhen, the former vice-captain of Heavenstone Castle's cavalry, greets the young master. The bearded warrior led a dozen warriors and knelt behind the city gate. It was obvious that this person was a direct subordinate of Yang Dingtian who had been purged. That was why he was so determined to support Yang Dingtian. He directly pulled out his sword and killed without considering any other options. "Get on the horse and follow me back to Cloud Sky City," Yang Dingtian ordered. "Yes," Ling Zhen said loudly. A few minutes later, a cavalry team of nearly 100 people followed behind Yang Dingtian. When they left the second castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by nearly 200 people. When they left the third castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 200 people. When they left the fourth castle, Yang Dingtian's team had increased by another 300 people. The fifth castle was the largest, Black Blood Castle. Here, the city gate was wide open. However, all the warriors stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian didn't recognize any of these warriors, because none of them were from Cloud Sky City. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian arrived at the foot of Cloud Sky Mountain. The majestic Cloud Sky City on the mountain was already in sight. It still stood on the mountain peak like a giant beast. Looking at Cloud Sky City on the mountain, Yang Dingtian didn't stop and immediately ordered his troops to go up the mountain. At this moment, the army behind him had already reached more than 3,000 people. Halfway up the mountain, when they were less than 10 miles away from Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. A valiant warrior led dozens of horses and rushed over. When he saw Yang Dingtian's army, he didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. Yang Dingtian continued to rush up the mountain. Both sides didn't give way and were about to collide. Whoosh, the leader of the warriors was enraged. When he was about to collide with Yang Dingtian, he pulled on the reins and stopped less than a meter away from Yang Dingtian. The leader of the warriors took off his helmet, revealing his handsome and cold face. Shiman Nu, the owner of the Abyss Castle, Shiman Wuya's third most outstanding godson. Madam. Yan. Big brother. Shiman Nu is here to welcome you. Shiman Nu bowed to Shiman Lai, Yan, and Madam Shiman. However, he acted as if he didn't see Yang Dingtian at all. Immediately, the people behind Yang Dingtian were enraged. They looked at Shiman Lai with murderous eyes. Shiman Lai, Madam Shiman, and Yan also ignored Shiman Nu. Shiman Lai stepped forward and said coldly, "Young master is entering the city. Unrelated people, don't block the way." Young master? Him? Shiman Nu sneered, "Boss, if you were the one fighting for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord, there would be some hope. Just him? Forget it." Yang Dingtian looked at Shiman Nu and said indifferently, "Wait, are you going to participate in the martial arts competition?" "Of course," Shiman Nu said with his head held high. His eyes were filled with pride and confidence. Because this person was Ling Ao and was in the Abyss Castle all year round, he didn't have much contact with the people of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, very few people knew what his cultivation was like. Then there's no need to talk nonsense. "Let's meet in the martial arts field later," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Haha." Shiman Nu laughed, "I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter the city, so I came to lead the way. Cloud Heaven City is no longer the same as before. I'm afraid that you'll be chased away halfway. It won't look good for everyone, and the world will think that we're intolerant. Before the competition even starts, you'll be chased away." Yang Dingtian smiled, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." "Haha." Shiman Nu laughed wildly again. "Let's go. I'll bring you into the city. Perhaps this will be the last time you enter Cloud Sky City. Either you'll never come back or you'll never get out. Who knows?" Shiman Nu laughed as he turned his horse around and led the way. Half an hour later, Yang Dingtian galloped and arrived at Cloud Heaven City. Today was Cloud Sky City's biggest day. Almost the entire northwest continent had been waiting for this day. On the city wall, rows of warriors were fully armed, looking straight ahead. In the sky, there were flying patrols, looking at everything on the ground with caution. At this moment, Cloud Sky City was silent, but it made people feel extremely oppressed. The turbulent tide under the sea could reach the sky at any time and tear everything to pieces. Shiman Lai stepped forward and said loudly, "Cloud Sky City's successor, Yang Dingtian, has arrived. Open the city gates." The warriors on the city wall were like wooden stakes, as if they didn't hear him. Of course, they wouldn't be like Heavenly Stone Castle, where a clown came out to mock him. They just ignored him coldly. Shiman Lai said angrily, "Cloud Sky City's successor, Yang Dingtian, has arrived. Open the city gates." On the city wall, there was still no response. They didn't even look at Yang Dingtian. Obviously, when they entered the city, they wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian couldn't choose to attack the city gates directly. At this moment, Shiman Nu stepped forward and said, "Cloud Sky City's Elder Guild's member, Abyss Castle Master Shiman Nu, wants to enter Cloud Sky City. Open the city gates." "Yes." The officer on the city wall shouted. Then, the thick city gates were opened. Shiman Nu smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "Looks like it's necessary for me to lead the way. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be locked out." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly. Since the other party used such a clown's trick, he didn't need to lower himself to the same level of shamelessness as the other party. The thick city gates opened, and a few people walked out. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. It was actually Shiman Ju, Yang Yin, Tang Buizhao, and the others. Moreover, a gentle and beautiful young woman followed behind Shimanju. What surprised Yang Dingtian even more was that the northwest Qin city's young master, Qin Huayu, came out with them. Qin Huayu stepped forward and bowed. Qin Huayu greets Madame Shiman. Madame Shiman nodded on her horse and didn't reply. Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian, smiled and bowed. Junior brother Yang, long time no see. His smile was gentle and polite, just like a gentleman. It made people feel that the person in the Dongli grassland was not him. Yang Dingtian dismounted and returned the greeting. Senior Marshal Brother Qin, I trust you have been well since we last met. Shimanju took a step forward and said, Come, let's enter the city. Then, Qin Huayu and Shimanju walked at the front, Yang Yan and Tang Bosheo were in the second row, and Shimanju followed closely behind. Yang Dingtian and the others walked behind Shimanju and entered Cloud Sky City. After entering Cloud Heaven City, countless gazes were directed at them. Even though Shimanju and the others had deliberately planned for the ranking, after entering the city, the majority of the countless gazes in the plaza were directed at Yang Dingtian, who was at the back. No matter how the other party slandered him, no matter how shamelessly the other party tried to frame him, Yang Dingtian was still the person who received the most attention today. He was the absolute main character today. Because he was the successor chosen by Shiman Wuya. Because he was the husband of Shiman Yanyan. Because he had created many miracles. Today was the most important day in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, the number of people in the plaza was unprecedented. The scene was much grander than the duel between Yang Dingtian and Qin Xiaobai. During the previous duel with Qin Xiaobai, all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory had sent people. And today, in addition to all the forces in Cloud Sky City's territory, all the important people in Cloud Sky City's subsidiary castles, and all the others had come. Almost all the forces in the Northwest continent had sent important people to participate. All the members of the Tiando League had sent people to participate. Moreover, the members of the Tiando League who had come to participate were either successors of sects, sect masters, or at least elders. All the members of the Tiando League's Northwest Conference had arrived. At the top of the plaza, there were hundreds of high and mighty seats. Every seat was occupied by an important person in the chaotic continent. Yang Dingtian even saw Zhu Hongxue of the Black Sky Sect, the Manor Lord of the Divine Weapons Mountain Villa, the Pavilion Master of the Skywind Pavilion, First Madame Gong Son of the Seven Refined Lane, and so on. More than half of the sect masters of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches had come. The rest were all the young masters of the sections. This should be the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Although they were regarded as traitors of the Yinyang school and didn't enter the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, they were one of the core forces of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian's gaze searched for the people of the Yinyang school, hoping to see that familiar figure. But it was obvious that she wouldn't come. However, the relationship between the Yinyang school and Cloud Sky City was special. Although they were like fire and water, they were of the same origin. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Yang Dingtian to see 5 people from the Yinyang school in the most prominent seats. These 5 people were all elders of the Yinyang school. Among them, Yang Dingtian saw Ling Ao. He was the young disciple of the Yinyang school who was second only to Dongfang Bingling. His talent wasn't inferior to Zhu Hongxue and Qin Huayu. After Ling Ao felt Yang Dingtian's gaze, he didn't have any special reaction. He just glanced at him and ignored him. This person was extremely arrogant and didn't have any good feelings towards Yang Dingtian. Of course, he didn't show any hostility towards Yang Dingtian. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, the 20,000 people in the plaza were in an uproar. Countless people stretched their necks, wanting to take a closer look at Yang Dingtian. After all, there were too many legends about Yang Dingtian. Countless people were waiting for Yang Dingtian to create another miracle. Other than the VIP seats at the top of the plaza, there was another row of seats below. All of them were Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild. However, Shimanju and Shimanju weren't there because they were going to participate in the martial arts competition. The Elders Guild was the arbiter of the martial arts competition. The two of them couldn't participate in the martial arts competition and be the judges. However, among these elders, Yang Dingtian had never seen more than half of them before. It seemed that in the past year, Yang Yan and the others had made a lot of changes to the upper echelons of Cloud Sky City. After Yang Dingtian and the others entered, the 3,000 cavalrymen found an empty square seat and sat on the ground. Their war horses were all tied up outside the city. After everyone was in place, Yang Yan stood up and bowed towards the VIP seats. The time has come. Cloud Sky City requests the Tiando League to officially start the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord. In the middle of the VIP seats, a solemn and cold woman stood up. She was the pavilion master of the Skywind Pavilion. Yang Dingtian didn't know when she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Tiando League. Furthermore, the Skywind Pavilion was from the Southwest continent. Of course, this was definitely under the manipulation of the Northwest Qin City. That was how she became the chief of the Northwest Division of the Tiando League. This was obviously a deal with ulterior motives. He didn't know if this was also the result of Qin Chichi's plan. The pavilion master of the Skywind Pavilion said coldly, "I hereby announce that the martial arts competition for the position of Cloud Sky City Lord has officially begun." Everyone was shocked. The big show that they had been waiting for over a year had finally begun. "Competitors of Cloud Sky City, step forward," Yang Yan shouted. Immediately, 4 people stepped forward. Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, Shimin Ju, and Yang Dingtian. The scale of the Cloud Sky City Lord's grand duel was much smaller than the previous one. Last time, there were more than 10 people participating, or it could be said that Shimin Wuya fought against more than 10 experts. This time, there were only 4 people participating. 3 of Shimin Wuya's adopted sons and a son-in-law. Actually, there was one more person who definitely had the qualifications to participate in the grand duel, and that was Shimin Lai. As Shimin Wuya's most outstanding adopted son, it was perfectly justifiable for him to become the successor of Cloud Sky City. If he participated in the grand duel, he would take a lot of pressure off Yang Dingtian. Previously, Madame Shimin and Yan Yan had mentioned this tactic, but they were rejected by Yang Dingtian. "Verify your identity," Yang Yan shouted. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Chief of Internal Affairs, Shimin Ju. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Abyss Castle Commander, Shimin Nu. Member of Cloud Sky City's Elder Association, Blood Cavalry Commander, Shimin Yan. After Shimin Yan proudly introduced himself, Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shimin Yan to become a member of the Elder Association and the Blood Cavalry Commander. On the surface, he seemed to be on the same level as Shimin Lai, but everyone knew that he was just a puppet. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and said, "Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian." This self-introduction caused a burst of laughter. This was because the first 4 people had said their prominent positions, while Yang Dingtian was just a rookie in Cloud Sky City. His identity as Shimin Wuya's son-in-law couldn't be considered a position. After the 4 of them reported their identities, the Elder Association of Cloud Sky City verified their identities. However, this was just a procedure. These 4 people, especially Yang Dingtian, could be recognized even if they were burned to ashes. The verification is complete. The duel begins and the lots are officially drawn, Yang Yan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up and said, "Please wait." Immediately, everyone raised their heads. Yang Yan and the others frowned, not knowing what Yang Dingtian was up to. Yang Yan said with a frown, "Do not casually interrupt the arbitration council. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the competition." "I'm just pointing out some mistakes," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Speak," Yang Yan said coldly. "Firstly, may I ask Cloud Sky City's Elder Council if Commander Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin's qualifications to join the Elder Council were not revoked during the previous Tiando League Northwest Conference?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Didn't young Master Wu Ming say that it was illegal for Cloud Sky City to expel Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin from Cloud Sky City?" Yang Yan's expression changed. In particular, Qin Huayu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. "Damn it, wasn't that bullshit young Master Wu Ming yourself? This is a huge matter. Once it's exposed, there won't be a place for you, Yang Dingtian, in this world. Now, you're actually recklessly bringing it up?" "That's right. I didn't say that Shimin Lai and Yang Peipei were expelled from Cloud Sky City," Yang Yan said. Then in this martial arts arbitration council, shouldn't there be a spot for Madame Ximen and Ximen Lai? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yan's expression instantly became extremely ugly and was about to scold him. Suddenly, Qin Huayu's gaze shot over. Yang Yan hurriedly bowed towards the VIP seats and said, "May the Tiando League Northwest Conference make a decision." The Skywind Pavilion sect master and the surrounding Tiando League members looked at each other and nodded. Yang Yan said, "Add 2 more spots for Yang Peipei and Ximen Lai to join the Martial Arts Arbitration Council." After saying that, Yang Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. He felt that Yang Dingtian's actions were laughable and pointless. Could it be that he would win and stand up alive? What a joke! Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen entered the Martial Arts Arbitration Council. Yang Yan frowned and said, "Let the drawing of lots begin." "Hold it!" Yang Dingtian shouted. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people in the hall were shocked. Yang Yan's expression turned cold as he coldly scolded, "Yang Dingtian, shut up. Don't think that we won't dare to disqualify you." Yang Dingtian laughed mockingly, "Don't worry, you won't." Of course they wouldn't. They still wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of this scourge, Yang Dingtian, in broad daylight. Then, Yang Dingtian ignored Yang Yan's reaction and walked to the VIP seats. He bowed and said, reporting. Tiando League Northwest Branch. Wooden Sword Castle is a member of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. Tiando League. Castle Lord Li Guanong came to Cloud Sky City to observe the ceremony. Shouldn't he be seated in the VIP seats? Once these words came out, the faces of the people in the VIP seats became slightly awkward and angry. That's right, the Wooden Sword Castle was in dire straits now. They were worse than a countryside force. But they were still a member of the 27 branches and Tiando League. A few hundred years ago, they were even one of the leaders of the Tiando League. They couldn't treat them coldly when they were in dire straits and not even give them a seat. The Skywind Pavilion master stood up and saluted Li Guanong. "My apologies, Senior Brother Li, I didn't see you earlier." Then, the Skywind Pavilion master ordered an extra seat in the VIP seats. Li Guanong sat in the most prominent seat of the day. Coincidentally, he sat directly beside Qin Huayu. At this moment, Yang Yan's complexion was extremely unsightly. Yang Dingtian had repeatedly ruined the drawing of lots, causing his prestige to be swept to the ground. "Yang Dingtian, can we begin? What else do you have to say?" Yang Yan said coldly. "No, please." Yang Dingtian returned to his seat. "The drawing of lots has officially begun." Yang Yan said coldly, "The rules are the same as the previous martial contest. One of the lots is the stage master, and the rest are the challengers, from number 1 to 3. The person who draws the stage master's lot will take turns to accept the challenges of all the opponents on the stage until they are defeated. The winner will automatically become the new stage master. The last person to stand on the stage will become the new Cloud Sky City Lord." When this rule was announced, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too cruel. It was simply a tag team battle. That's right, it was a tag team battle. This rule was tailor-made for Ximen Wuya by the Yang clan. It couldn't be described as shameless. Moreover, they had prepared more than a dozen challengers for Ximen Wuya, each stronger than the last. Not only that, they even schemed to frame Ximen Wuya and poison him, weakening his cultivation. But even so, Ximen Wuya still defeated more than a dozen challengers with incomparable valiance. He won the martial contest and became the first city lord to defy the heavens in more than 200 years. This time, Yang Yan and the rest were considered kind. They only prepared 3 challengers for Yang Dingtian. However, this was also a form of disdain. They felt that Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian were worlds apart. 3 challengers were more than enough to kill Yang Dingtian. With regards to Yang Dingtian's cultivation, they were extremely clear about it. 1 month ago, in the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian was completely defeated by Du Gufengwu and didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. After the Tiando League chairman checked the lot, the drawing of lots began. Many people present held their breaths and waited for the result of the drawing of lots. Yang Dingtian went forward and casually drew a lot before handing it over to Yang Yan. The result of this drawing of lots was certain. Yang Dingtian would definitely get the stage master position. Yang Yan opened the lot and flipped it over to show it to everyone. He then announced loudly, Yang Dingtian has drawn the lot, stage master. Hush. Instantly, countless people below booed. Yang Dingtian also sneered. Regarding the shamelessness of Yang Yan and the rest, no matter how high their estimation was, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, on the surface, this was very fair and transparent. All the lots had been carefully examined. These lots were all made of energy crystals. If one wanted to cheat, it was really too easy. Following that, Shimin Yan and the rest drew lots even more blatantly. Shimin Yan drew the first challenger. Shimin Nu drew the second challenger. Shimin Ju drew the third challenger. It was a completely undisguised battle of attrition from low to high. The tens of thousands of people present booed unceasingly. Cloud Heaven City's way of eating was simply too unsightly. Yang Yan's expression was cold as he said to Yang Dingtian and the rest, do you have any objections to the result of the drawing of lots? No. 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 Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju said at the same time. Yang Yan's gaze landed coldly on Yang Dingtian's face and said in a cold voice, Yang Dingtian, do you have any objections? Immediately, everyone's gazes all looked at Yang Dingtian, waiting for him to peel off Yang Yan's face again. The corners of Yang Dingtian's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he shook his head and said, I have no objections. If you have no objections, then stand on the stage. Yang Yan said. The stage was in the center of the huge plaza. Paved with huge stones, after dozens of steps, the stage was more than 10 meters high and about 500 square meters in area. Yang Dingtian stepped onto the stage step by step. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian who was walking up step by step and had a very strange feeling. Yang Dingtian seemed to not be competing, but ascending to the throne as a king. He walked to the center of the stage. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of warriors below cheered in unison. Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Long live Yang Dingtian! In the beginning, it was only the Black Blood cavalry that was shouting. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian's 500 new direct subordinates also started to shout. Subsequently, most of the martial artists in Cloud Heaven City also started to shout. Finally, almost all the martial artists were shouting. Anyway, the law can't punish the masses. Most of the people sitting in the plaza were basic level warriors. They yearned for the legend of Yang Dingtian's rise very much. If they were previously filled with jealousy towards Yang Dingtian because he had married Shimin Yan, they were now filled with jealousy. But now, this jealousy had almost disappeared. They only felt that Yang Dingtian was like their spokesperson. From the weakest martial artist, he had walked to the peak of this world. This feeling made them empathize with him. Hearing everyone cheering for Yang Dingtian, the faces of Yang Yan and the rest turned ugly. Let him be proud for a while. In any case, he will definitely die today, Tang Buezhao said coldly. In terms of hatred towards Yang Dingtian, no one present could surpass Tang Buezhao. His son and daughter, whether directly or indirectly, had died in the hands of Yang Dingtian. He really wished he could skin Yang Dingtian alive. Challenger number 1, go. Yang Yan said. Shimin Yan bowed towards the VIP seats and gently bounced. He landed lightly on the contest stage and stood 10 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. Draw your sword, you bastard picked up. Shimin Yan said coldly, originally, you should have died under my sword more than a year ago. Killing you today can be considered letting you off too easily. When he said more than a year ago, he was obviously referring to when they were at sea. A year and a half ago, you bastard used despicable means to defeat Qin Shaobai. You used the power of heaven and earth to break through from a novice warrior to a Xian martial artist and steal the title of a peerless genius. Shimin Yan sneered and said, I want to see how strong a peerless genius like you has been in this year and a half. Because there won't be a second Yin Yang festival for you to take advantage of. Did a peerless genius like you break through to the great Xian martial master? Shimin Yan actually did not know his cultivation. Qin Huayu clearly knew, so Shimin Ju definitely knew as well. However, he did not tell Shimin Yan. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked at Shimin Yan like an idiot. In this year and a half, I have already broken through from a 9-star martial profound to a 2-star martial ancestor. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xi Minyan slowly drew his sword. Yang Dingtian looked at Xi Minyan with a gaze filled with pity. This idiot was clearly a cannon fodder that Xi Minju and Yang Yan pushed out to die. Yang Dingtian, draw your sword. Xi Minyan shouted. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and said indifferently, against trash like you, there is no need to draw my sword. Your blood is not enough for my sharp blade to drink. Hearing Yang Dingtian's humiliating words, Xi Minyan was enraged and roared, die. Then, he held his large sword and ferociously charged towards Yang Dingtian. Xi Minyan instantly channeled his Xianxia to the extreme. He clearly knew that he had no hope of winning the city lord's grand duel this time. Compared to Xi Minnu and Xi Minju, he was much worse. However, in front of everyone's eyes, he must perform to the extreme. Therefore, he had to use the most gorgeous effect to instantly defeat Yang Dingtian and leave a deep impression on the tens of thousands of people present. Most importantly, in the future, he would obtain an important position with real power in Cloud Sky City. Even in the entire Northwest continent, he would obtain an important position. At this moment, in his heart, he no longer regarded Cloud Sky City as Cloud Sky City. He had long chosen to work for the Northwest Qin family. When Yang Dingtian saw Xi Minyan rushing over, he immediately stood still. He still did not draw his sword. In an instant, Xi Minyan was in front of him. The large sword in his hand directly slashed down on Yang Dingtian's head. Immediately, everyone cried out in surprise. Die, bastard! Xi Minyan roared and wanted to chop Yang Dingtian into meat paste. At this moment, Qin Huayu turned his head away, unwilling to see the next scene. Yang Dingtian's sword was still sheathed. He held the sword in his right hand and suddenly raised it. Dang! A crisp sound and sparks flew. Immediately, Yang Dingtian blocked Xi Minyan's sword. When Xi Minyan saw that his sword was easily blocked, he was immediately startled. Xi Minyan roared crazily. Holding the sword with both hands, he crazily pressed down. Yang Dingtian easily withstood all of Xi Minyan's energy suppression with one hand. Xi Minyan used all his strength. His face became redder and redder. Cold sweat burst out, but the sword in his hand still could not be pressed down. Idiot, Xi Minju and Qin Huayu deliberately sent you to your death. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then, he gently exhaled his Xianxia. Puff. Immediately, the sharp sword in Xi Minyan's hand shattered into pieces and turned into ashes. This effect was really incomparably gorgeous. Although Xi Minyan's hand was not a divine weapon, it was still a one-in-a-million treasure sword. Just like that, it dissipated in the wind, turning into countless powder that flew away. Then, under Xi Minyan's shocked gaze, he violently spurted out blood, and his entire body flew out a few hundred meters like a kite. Bang! Xi Minyan's body fell directly in front of Yang Yan. Blood continuously spurted out from his mouth and nose. After falling to the ground, he fiercely supported himself with both hands, trying to get up. However, he discovered that there was no strength in his entire body. The profound veins in his entire body seemed to have turned into a pile of mud. No! Xi Minyan let out a miserable howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground, unconscious. From the beginning to the end, Yang Dingtian did not draw his sword, nor did he use any techniques, let alone any profound skills. He killed Xi Minyan in an instant just like that. There was silence in the square. Everyone looked at everything in front of them in horror. The tens of thousands of people present did not know Yang Dingtian's exact cultivation level. They only knew that a year and a half ago, he was only a 3-star Xian martial artist. Now, Xi Minyan was a martial ancestor realm expert. Yet, he had been easily defeated by Yang Dingtian. Then, what level was Yang Dingtian at? Even Yang Yan, Xi Minju, Qin Huayu, and the rest revealed astonished and grave expressions. They knew Yang Dingtian's cultivation level and deliberately sent Xi Minyan to his death. However, they did not expect that Yang Dingtian would actually kill Xi Minyan in an instant so easily. Long live, Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates reacted first and then roared excitedly. Following that, everyone present began to shout loudly. Long live Yang Dingtian! Yang Yan took a deep breath and said loudly, the first battle, platform master Yang Dingtian wins. Challenger number 2, come on stage and challenge. Following Yang Yan's order, Shimin Nu walked up the stage step by step with his sword in hand. He was very handsome and cold, so he had an imposing manner when he walked. However, gradually, people began to cry out in surprise. Immediately after, everyone discovered that every step Shimin Yan took left behind a deep footprint. This was not much, but the key was that the hard rocks of every footprint were all burnt black. How hard were these rocks? If one wanted to shatter them, perhaps many people could do it. However, the fact that there was not a single crack after leaving a deep footprint on the ground was very shocking. What was even more terrifying was that the mystic chi released from his feet actually burnt the rocks. One must know that burning rocks was much harder than burning steel. It could be seen how astonishing this Shimin Nu's cultivation was. Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Lai, what is this Shimin Nu's cultivation level? Madame Shimin asked. This person has always been very distant with us. I really don't know his specific cultivation level. Shimin Lai said, but from the looks of it, his cultivation level is not inferior to mine. Then comparing you and little Tian, whose cultivation is stronger? Madame Shimin asked. Shimin Lai said, purely in terms of mystic chi cultivation, I am slightly stronger than young master. Immediately, Madame Shimin's heart was filled with uneasiness. This Shimin Nu's cultivation level was actually slightly higher than Shimin Lai's, and Yang Dingtian's cultivation level was slightly lower than Shimin Lai's. Then, this battle seemed to be really worrying. Shimin Nu walked to Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, your performance just now was really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dingtian said. The speed of your cultivation is really far beyond my imagination. Shimin Nu said, I have never seen or heard of it before. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dingtian said. However, all of this is over. Shimin Nu said, you took something that you shouldn't have taken, and you provoked an enemy that you shouldn't have provoked. So, everything ends here. In the future, perhaps you will leave behind your reputation as an absolute genius, but all of this ends here. Yang Dingtian nodded. I am a 3-star revered martial artist. Shimin Nu said indifferently, my cultivation level should be 1 level higher than Shimin Lai's, and at least 1 level higher than yours. So, you have no hope. Remember, after I kill you, don't blame me when you go to hell. You are the one who brought about your own death. Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but frown and ask, Shimin Nu, can I ask you a question? Speak. Shimin Nu said. You are one of Martial Uncle Shimin's most valued foster sons. Why did you betray him and collude with those traitors? Yang Dingtian said, Big brother Shimin Lai once said many times that you could be our comrade. Why did you become our enemy? Shimin Nu laughed and said, you are about to be killed. Why do you care so much about this answer? Yang Dingtian nodded. And said, of course. If I don't ask now, I am afraid that I won't have the chance to ask in the future. Alright, then I will tell you. There are 2 reasons. Shimin Nu said, the first reason is that among my foster father's many foster sons, I am the most handsome one. So, I always thought that Yan Yan and I were a match made in heaven. However, my foster father actually betrothed Yan Yan to you, an outsider of unknown origin. When I heard this news, I smashed the entire room and killed dozens of innocent people. Then what is the second reason? Yang Dingtian asked. The second reason is that I will only stand on the side of the strong. Shimin Nu said, you want me to be loyal to an outsider who is still wet behind the ears like you. I am not as stupid as Shimin Lai. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Actually, there is a third reason. Shimin Nu's eyes revealed a trace of gloominess as he said, among my foster sons, my cultivation is not inferior to Shimin Lai's. My intelligence is not inferior to Shimin Ju's. My appearance and bearing far surpass theirs. So why did my foster father send me to the Abyss Castle so early and make me stay away from Cloud Heaven City? This made me very angry and dissatisfied. Especially when he chose you as his successor, I no longer treated him as my foster father. I want to smash his everything. I want to let him know that his choice was wrong. Yang Dingtian completely understood. Shimin Nu was not only a scheming person, but most importantly, he was extremely narrow-minded and selfish. The reason why he stood on the side of the northwest Qin city was because of his hatred towards Shimin Wuya. It was obvious that Shimin Wuya had seen through his character long ago, so he sent him far away from Cloud Heaven City and made him guard the Abyss Castle at the border. Alright, I have said all that needs to be said. Let's fight. Shimin Nu said, that's right, after killing you, I will lose to Shiminju later. Do you know the conditions for me to join the Northwest Qin City? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. It is Shimin Yanyan. Shimin Nu said, after this matter ends, I will still return to my Abyss Castle. However, Shimin Yanyan must belong to me. Of course, she may have already been sullied by you, but I don't care. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with anger. You can use mystical skills or fight directly. It's up to you. Shimin Nu said, let's end this quickly. After killing you, I still have time to rush back to the Abyss Castle and consummate my marriage with Yanyan. After saying this, Shimin Nu elegantly pulled out his sword. His sword was very precious. It was an ancient famous sword that Shimin Wuya obtained from somewhere. Compared to Yanyan's sword, it was even more mystical. His sword was very beautiful. The blade of the sword was like a mirror, reflecting Shimin Nu's handsome and cold face. Shimin Nu lightly swung the sword and pointed it at Yang Dingtian, saying, for my foster father's sake, I will grant you a complete corpse. A breeze blew past, and Shimin Nu's robe and hair fluttered lightly, making him look even more heroic and extraordinary. The sword in his hand did not move at all. He completely had the demeanor of an expert. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths. They could see that Yang Dingtian's real opponent had appeared. 3-star revered martial artist. No one thought that Yang Dingtian could escape from his sword with his life. Yang Dingtian raised his sword and pointed it at Shimin Nu, saying angrily, come. I know you are very scared, but don't forget to pull out your sword. Shimin Nu lightly mocked. Yang Dingtian laughed, against you, I probably don't need to pull out my sword. When these words came out, instantly, Shimin Nu's complexion changed greatly. His handsome face instantly turned red, his anger and murderous aura surged up to the heavens. He, Shimin Nu, had never suffered such humiliation. From the beginning until now, he did not put Yang Dingtian in his eyes at all. He completely had the demeanor of an expert. Looking at Yang Dingtian from above, as if he could crush him with one finger. Therefore, his tone was full of superiority and pity. Now, the other party actually said that he did not even have the qualifications to make him pull out his sword. In this world, was there anything more shameful than this? Shimin Nu was instantly enraged to the extreme. In an instant, his eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. Yang Dingtian finally knew why Shimin Wuya named him Shimin Nu. Yang Dingtian had always felt that it was strange. Shimin Nu was a cold and handsome person who had nothing to do with the word Nu. Why would Shimin Wuya give him such a name? Now it seemed that Shimin Wuya's name was extremely accurate. This person's narrow-mindedness, this person's vengeance for the smallest grievance, it was completely the most Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Yang Dingtian, you humiliated me. Later, I will let you die in the most humiliating way. Shimin Nu said coldly. His voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. After saying this, he jumped up and the sharp sword in his hand lightly pierced towards Yang Dingtian. Shimin Nu learned an 8th grade martial technique, cold flame sword art. In the entire Cloud Sky City, he was the only one who learned this set of sword art. Although cold flame sword art was a fire martial technique, it leaned towards yin and cold, which was very suitable for Shimin Nu's character and talent. And the most important thing was that there was the word flame on it. From then on, he was filled with absolute possessiveness towards Yanyan. Whoosh, as Xianxia was injected, Shimin Nu's sword instantly changed color and a blue flame gushed out. Whoosh, before Shimin Nu's sword arrived, a blue fire snake suddenly shot out. It was tricky, vicious, and incomparably fast. It suddenly flew towards Yang Dingtian and instantly wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. It opened its fangs and fiercely bit down on Yang Dingtian's neck. Looking at the sword light and the fire snake's terrifying eyes, it was exactly the same as Shimin Nu's. Everyone exclaimed because Yang Dingtian's neck was almost instantly wrapped around. This move was the 3rd move of Cold Flame Sword Art, Ghost Chain. Once the neck was wrapped around, it would not stop until death. It was almost certain death, therefore, everyone present was shocked and their expressions changed drastically. Yang Yan sneered disdainfully and said, "It's only SOSO." Seeing the sword light snake biting over, Yang Dingtian directly opened his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Was he crazy? Was Yang Dingtian scared out of his wits? In an instant, this ferocious sword light snake suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Some people directly closed their eyes, because Yang Dingtian's actions were completely courting death. However, what happened next stunned everyone once again. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and lightly spat. Immediately, a ball of flame emerged from his mouth and collided with the terrifying sword light fire snake. In an instant, that ferocious and terrifying fire snake was instantly turned into ashes. How could this be? Everyone was shocked, including Shiman Nu. His face was also filled with shock. How could this be? But very quickly, this emotion was swept away. Shiman Nu's sword was like an even more terrifying poisonous snake, piercing into Yang Dingtian's mouth like lightning. Ah! Yan Yan and Mrs. Shiman cried out in horror. The tens of thousands of people present also suddenly stood up and looked at the terrifying scene in front of them. Shiman Nu's sword directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's mouth like the most vicious poisonous snake. No one expected that the two of them had just started fighting and the scene would be so vicious and terrifying. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die this time. Shiman Nu's sharp sword directly pierced into Yang Dingtian's mouth and was about to pierce his throat. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and instantly spat out a colorless flame. Of course, this was the mysterious fire, and it was an extremely condensed mysterious fire. It had an extremely terrifying temperature and was wrapped in harmless mysterious qi. Almost instantly, the top 2 inches of Shiman Nu's sword turned red and then shattered into pieces, turning into nothingness in the air. What a gorgeous and strange scene. When Yang Dingtian's million-spirit demon fire was condensed to the extreme, it could even burn the bloody black gold into pieces, not to mention Shiman Nu's sword. Seeing this scene, Shiman Nu was shocked and completely revealed a look of disbelief. This was too shocking. 1 inch of his sword actually shattered in Yang Dingtian's mouth and was blown out by a gust of wind. But soon, Shiman Nu's sword blade turned, almost touching Yang Dingtian's flesh, and slashed towards his neck, wanting to cut off his neck. Pig-killing swordsmanship, cleaning the stomach, the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand spun rapidly. Almost instantly, it entangled Shiman Nu's sword, making him completely unable to escape. Shiman Nu was shocked. He frantically accelerated and attacked crazily. Suddenly, his sword was no longer like a poisonous snake, but like a ghost. However, he was still unable to break out of Yang Dingtian's entanglement. No matter how fast his sword was, no matter how fast his movement technique was. In the end, there were only 2 gray shadows left on the battle stage. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. Shiman Nu had completely reached the extreme, his anger had also reached the extreme. This Yang Dingtian, who he had never put in his eyes, was actually not at a disadvantage in terms of moves. He had always thought that his cold flame sword art was rare in the world. In addition to his speed, his strength far exceeded it, so it was more than enough to use moves to kill Yang Dingtian. Shiman Nu's plan was like this. First compete in moves. Then compete in mysterious qi. Finally, compete in mysterious skill. He would not kill Yang Dingtian at the beginning. That would be too boring. Just like a cat catching a mouse, it had to play with it for a while. He wanted to prove in front of everyone that he, Shiman Nu, was much stronger than Yang Dingtian, this bastard. No matter if it was moves, profound energy, or profound skills, he had to display the ability to instantly kill Yang Dingtian. But now, he didn't have the upper hand in a simple duel of swordsmanship. How could he accept this? Ah! Yang Dingtian shouted loudly, and the sharp sword in his hand suddenly burst out, completely ignoring the sword hilt of Yang Dingtian. This guy was shameless. On the surface, it looked as if he had been pushed to the brink of death. He completely ignored defense and directly clashed with Yang Dingtian. Even if his chest and arm were to be shattered by Yang Dingtian's sword, he would still stab his sword into Yang Dingtian's eyes, but don't forget that Yang Dingtian's sword was still sheathed. It was just a blunt sword hilt. Pig-killing swordsmanship, eviscerate the flesh. Pig-killing swordsmanship, sword on the chopping board. Yang Dingtian quickly mixed the two moves of pig-killing swordsmanship together, completely ignoring Shiman Nu's sword that was stabbing towards his eyes. The sword in his hand quickly strangled Shiman Nu's right arm. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sleeve of Shiman Nu's right arm shattered inch by inch, revealing the golden mystical magic illusory armor inside. Although this thing was not as good as the deep-sea Shin clothes, it was still completely invulnerable. Shiman Nu's right arm was strangled, but the sword didn't stop at all, directly stabbing towards Yang Dingtian's right eye. Yang Dingtian's sword turned, like a snake, wrapped around Shiman Nu's right arm, and fiercely stabbed towards the right side of his heart. If Yang Dingtian's eyes were stabbed blind, then Shiman Nu's heart would also be pierced. However, whoever retreated first would lose the battle of swordsmanship. Shiman Nu didn't retreat at all, and the sword in his hand continued to stab towards Yang Dingtian's eyes like lightning. Yang Dingtian also didn't retreat at all, and his sword stabbed towards Shiman Nu's chest. If he didn't retreat, he might be blind or die. If he retreated, he would lose. At this time, everyone present felt extremely regretful. Because Yang Dingtian's sword was not out of the sheath, and Shiman Nu was wearing the mystical magic illusory armor, it was completely impossible to pierce his heart. In everyone's horrified eyes, the two people fought each other crazily. Everyone present didn't expect that the duel between Shiman Nu and Yang Dingtian was actually so naked and so dangerous. And Yan Yan, her delicate body trembled, and she didn't dare to look at it again. Ding! Between lightning and thunder, Shiman Nu's sword directly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian's eyeball. Yang Dingtian's sword stabbed Shiman Nu's chest with incomparable ferocity. In this move, Yang Dingtian won first point. This was because Yang Dingtian had struck Shiman Nu first. However, Shiman Nu sneered in his heart. So what if you have the upper hand? Your sword is not out of the sheath, so it can't pierce my chest. The resentment in Shiman Nu's heart soared to the sky. He puffed out his chest to welcome Yang Dingtian's sword, and the sharp sword in his hand ferociously stabbed into Yang Dingtian's eyeball. This person's pride was fake. Competing in swordsmanship, he clearly already lost. But he wanted to take advantage of Yang Dingtian's sword not being out of the sheath to seize the opportunity to stab Yang Dingtian blind. But immediately after, something happened that made him horrified to the extreme. Because Yang Dingtian's sword hilt directly tore apart the mystical magic illusory armor in front of his chest like a hot knife through butter, and directly stabbed into his chest. Although his sword could stab Yang Dingtian blind, his heart would be directly pierced. Yang Dingtian paid an eye, and he had to pay with his life. Bang, sword light burst forth, Shiman Nu retreated several dozen meters like lightning. Then, only to see the clothes on his chest suddenly disintegrate by 3 inches, revealing the mystical magic illusory armor inside. Immediately after, the mystical magic illusory armor shattered, revealing the chest inside. Finally, a gash appeared on the chest, flowing with bright red blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Yang Dingtian's sword was not out of the sheath, and it actually directly pierced through the mystical magic illusory armor. This mystical magic illusory armor was made with bloody black gold and many other kinds of materials. Even if it was the bloody black gold sword, it was also very hard to pierce through at once. But Yang Dingtian's sword sheath actually pierced through this mystical magic illusory armor effortlessly. Immediately, Qin Huayu's expression became incomparably ugly. Because this mystical magic illusory armor was his northwest Qin city's treasure, lent to Shiman Nu. Now, it actually directly pierced a hole in the chest area. That virtually meant that this mystical magic illusory armor was already ruined. Yang Dingtian looked at Shiman Nu and smiled faintly. I've already told you that my pig-slaying swordsmanship is the best in the world. You still want to compete with me in swordsmanship? Aren't you looking for trouble? Shiman Nu's expression was incomparably ugly. His gaze was so furious that it was almost distorted. He glared fiercely at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Swordsmanship is just an unorthodox method. It's not worthy of the great Hall's elegance. To think that you're so proud of it." Yang Dingtian shook his head and sighed. Originally, he still had some expectations for Shiman Nu. Now, he was really disappointed. His martial arts talent was naturally very high, but he was too narrow-minded. Most importantly, he was vain and insidious. Next, it's a confrontation of blood and fire. It's a real confrontation of celestial chi. Don't even think about taking advantage of it. Shiman sneered. I'd like to see how long you can last in front of me, a 3-star martial venerable. This person's vanity was really to the extreme. At the beginning, it was also because of him that they competed in swordsmanship. Now, he lost in swordsmanship, and said that Yang Tian was only taking advantage of it. Shiman held the sword with both hands. Boom. Celestial chi gushed out, and suddenly, the flames burned fiercely. Then, a blue flame sword light rushed into the sky. 10 feet. 15 feet. 30 feet, Shiman sword light became longer and longer, thicker, and more astonishing. Finally, it reached a full 300 feet, straight into the sky. That's right, this was the power of a 3-star martial venerable. A terrifying sword light of more than 300 feet, murderous intent soared into the sky. Yang Tian, show me your sword light. Shiman laughed. Yang Tian held the sword with both hands and suddenly injected celestial chi. Boom. A ball of red flame burned fiercely on the sword. Then, the red sword light rushed into the sky. 50 feet. 10 feet. 15 feet. 19 feet. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Yang Tian's sword light stopped at 230 feet. 230 feet, it was about the cultivation of an 8-star martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked. Finally, Yang Tian revealed his cultivation level. Everyone was shocked. Last year, he was only a 3-star martial artist. Today, he was already a 5-star martial ancestor. How earth-shattering was this cultivation speed? However, many people could not hide their disappointment. They felt that Yang Tian could create miracles. Although a 5-star martial ancestor was already very amazing, it was impossible to defeat a 3-star martial venerable. Yang Tian still created miracles, but in the end, he did not create a miracle that defied the heavens. He was definitely going to lose this battle. Qin Huayu also smiled. This was very similar to his impression of Yang Tian's cultivation. That's right, when he was in the Dongli grassland, Yang Tian's cultivation was a 5-star martial ancestor. 5-star martial ancestor, Yang Tian, your cultivation speed is really shocking. Shiman sneered, however, I really admire your courage. You're only a 5-star martial ancestor and you dare to come to Cloud Sky City to die? Instantly, Shiman was filled with absolute confidence again. A 5-star martial ancestor was 1 stage and 8 levels away from him. He was completely confident that he could kill Yang Tian in 1 move. This was because the difference in Xianxia between the two of them was too great. It was at least 10 times. 1 move, just 1 move. Shiman sneered, if I can't kill you in 1 move, it will be my shame. 1 move to kill a clown like you in 1 move. Shiman roared. He suddenly raised his sword and slashed fiercely at Yang Tian. Suddenly, a 300-foot-long sword ray fell from the sky. It was like thunder and lightning from the 9 heavens. It slashed at Yang Tian with the force of Mount Tai. Kill! Yang Tian roared. The sword in his hand met Shiman sword ray and slashed fiercely. The 200-foot-long sword ray met the 300-foot-long sword ray and went crazy. Boom! There was a loud sound and a burst of terrifying white light. Where the sword rays collided, there was a burst of dazzling light. It was better than the 2 suns in the sky, causing tens of thousands of people to be unable to see anything. Puff! Shiman violently spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew dozens of meters away. That's right, Shiman was sent flying dozens of meters away as he vomited blood in the air. As for Yang Tian, he quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Wherever his feet passed, the hard stone floor was completely shattered. After more than 10 meters, Yang Tian's feet fiercely stabbed a foot into the ground, stopping the momentum of his retreat. Pfft! Then, he also spat out a mouthful of blood. But, that was all. Bang! Shiman fell from a height of dozens of meters and was about to fall out of the martial arts arena. In the air, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and slashed the air behind him with his palm. Suddenly, a burst of profound chi pushed him forward. Finally, Shiman landed on the stage with great difficulty. Once he left the stage, he would be defeated. After his feet landed on the ground, the hard stone floor shattered. Shimin Nu staggered for a while and spat out another mouthful of blood before standing firm. At this moment, Shimin Ju's eyes revealed a trace of surprise and complicated light. Then, the hand that was tightly clenched in his sleeve loosened slightly. Something continued to circulate in his palm. After seeing this scene, everyone was speechless and shocked. Speechless. What was going on? What the hell was going on? One was clearly 230 feet long sword light and the other was 300 feet long sword light. The difference was like heaven and earth. Why would Shimin Nu be sent flying dozens of meters like a straw and vomit blood, and Yang Tian had only retreated more than 10 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood? This was too inconceivable, too shocking. Everyone's brain almost stopped reacting in an instant. Even Yang Tian's personal army did not cheer. After landing, Shimin Nu was completely stunned. Just now, in front of everyone, he proudly said that he would kill Yang Tian in one move. But now, he was sent flying dozens of meters and vomited blood. His brain instantly felt as if it was struck by lightning. He could not believe that this was reality. He only felt that this was a nightmare. Even his brain had lost its ability to react. Long live! Long live Yang Tian! The cheers in the square woke Shimin Nu up. Endless humiliation, endless embarrassment, and endless pain surged like a tide. Shimin Nu was really going crazy. He was going to collapse. Anger, unwillingness, disbelief, shame, resentment, countless complex emotions converged into a ball. In the end, it was summed up in one sentence. Yang Tian, you cheated. You spy of evil ways, you cheated. Shimin Nu madly roared hysterically. Yang Tian was stunned. Everyone present was stunned. Even Yang Yan, Qin Huayu, and the others were stunned. This Shimin Nu was too shameless. Since he couldn't beat the other party, he immediately accused the other party of cheating. Just now, it was the most blatant competition of profound qi. There was no falsehood, and there was no cheating. He, Yang Tian, couldn't bear the result of failure, and actually slandered Yang Tian for cheating. This person truly couldn't be seen unless it was a critical moment. Shimin Nu had always been proud and callous, but unexpectedly he was this kind of trash. Of course, Yang Tian didn't cheat. He also didn't divert his attention to using Yang Qi transformation technique. The reason for this result was entirely because of two reasons. The first reason was his soul sword, a soul sword that was almost heaven-defying. A full 1.5 times increase in profound qi directly multiplied the energy of Yang Tian's 1-star profound qi, and after that, it was almost the same as Shimin Nu's profound qi attack. In addition, the profound qi contained the energy of the profound fire, so it created such a shocking attack effect. The second reason was because of his terrifying 9 yang profound veins, and after the baptism of Naga's purple profound veins, the resistance of his profound veins far surpassed Shimin Nu's. Therefore, the same level of energy, Shimin Nu violently vomited blood and flew dozens of meters away. And Yang Tian only retreated dozens of meters and vomited blood. You cheated, Yang Tian, you dog of evil ways. Shimin Nu roared. Tell me your reason. Yang Tian said. You obviously only have a sword light of 230 feet. You are obviously a 5-star martial great master. How can you defeat me, a 3-star martial revered martial artist with a sword light of 380 feet? Shimin Nu said sternly. Yang Tian disdainfully smiled and said, Shimin Nu, sword light is the same as a man's thing. After reaching a certain level, it's not better to be longer. The thickness is also very important. Then, Yang Tian smiled and said, you want to be longer, right? Boom. After saying that, Yang Tian clenched his hands. Suddenly, a ball of flame soared into the sky. A red sword light pierced the sky. The sword light became longer and longer. More than 200 feet, more than 300 feet. Finally, under everyone's shocked gaze, the sword light became longer and longer. 310 feet. 320 feet. 330 feet. 340 feet. 350 feet. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yang Tian's 350 feet sword light pierced the sky. There were tens of thousands of people in the square, but it was as silent as death. Many people even instinctively held their breaths. What did a 350 feet sword light mean? It meant that he was a revered martial artist. Yang Dingtian was only 21 years old this year. Moreover, he had only started practicing martial arts for less than 2 years and had directly become a revered martial artist. This was too earth-shattering, too shocking. After a moment of silence, the square was set off by a stormy wave of cheers. Countless martial artists stood up, waving their arms and shouting, "Long live Yang Dingtian! Long live the Cloud Sky City Governor! Long live Yang Dingtian!" The cheers were different from before. Previously, they were just supporting him. Now, they were completely fanatical fanaticism. A revered martial artist could already be ranked at the top of this world's young experts. Even in Cloud Sky City, there were not more than a few people who had surpassed the revered martial artist level. In just over a year, Yang Dingtian had broken through from a Xian martial artist to a revered martial artist. This was no longer a miracle, it was a complete miracle. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could be said to have conquered everyone present. Yang Yan, Shi Minju, and Qin Huaiyu's expressions had always been cold with a hint of disdain. Now, for the first time, they were incomparably dignified and shocked. Qin Huaiyu was very clear about Yang Dingtian's cultivation. 20 days ago, he was only a 5-star martial ancestor. Now, he had directly broken through to the revered martial artist level. Qin Huaiyu felt waves of coldness in his heart. He had received an unprecedented shock. In the past, he had always looked down on Yang Dingtian from a lofty position. Suddenly, he had directly rushed to his side. He was already at the revered martial artist level like him. Instantly, Qin Huaiyu and Yang Yan looked at each other, both immediately understanding each other's intentions. Today, no matter what, they had to kill Yang Dingtian. Otherwise, in the future, they did not dare to imagine how shocking Yang Dingtian's cultivation would be. At that time, it would be the doomsday of all Yang Dingtian's enemies. Seeing Yang Dingtian directly burst out a 35 zhang sword light, Shi Minju's eyes instantly widened to the maximum. His entire spirit, his entire will, was completely collapsing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, his pride was completely like a castle on the beach. After being washed by the waves, it instantly turned into a pile of sand. Seeing Shi Minju like this, Yang Yan suddenly shouted, "Shi Minju, don't be unreasonable. You know what you should do." After being shouted by Yang Yan, Shi Minju's gaze gradually condensed again, his spirit sobering up again. Then, the expression on his face gradually became gloomy and cold. His gaze condensed bone-piercing hatred, incomparable determination, extreme resentment, and absolute killing intent. "Yang Dingtian, you've destroyed everything for me. Now it's my turn. Come with me to see my foster father," Shi Minju said indifferently. Huff. A flame emerged from his palm. "You're a top genius, I've never seen it before. But to be able to destroy a genius like you, I'm very happy." Ao. A black flame suddenly flew out from Shi Minju's body. It was a black flame phoenix. This was his martial spirit, 9th grade demon beast. Black Sky Phoenix, was equivalent to a Grandmaster level powerhouse. Of course, after refining the martial spirit, the highest combat power could only be equal to the master. Huff, Ao. Shi Minju looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, his body suddenly rose. Higher and higher, higher and higher, finally more than 3 meters tall. The black muscles completely burst the epidermis. Mystic veins swelled twice as large, exposed to the air. All the muscles in his body split open, muscles swelled, tendons swelled, and black and red blood dripped all over the ground. Shi Minju, from a handsome young master, turned into a ferocious and terrifying devil. Immediately after, a black and red flame suddenly burned from Shi Minju's body. This was the 8th grade superior profound skill, Netherworld Absolute Fire. The flame was getting higher and higher, darker and darker, deeper and deeper. "Yang Dingtian, I don't want my profound chi, I don't want my chi si, I don't want my martial spirit, I don't want it. I only want one thing, and that is to perish together with you." In the crazy roar, the energy in Shi Minju's body condensed, becoming stronger and more terrifying. His profound chi's energy suddenly multiplied, his martial spirit condensed. His netherworld absolute fire condensed, 3 incomparably powerful forces condensed together. instantly increasing his combat power by several times. Shiman Nu's evil technique was completely to dissolve his own qi, turning it into an endless stream of profound qi, igniting it with the netherworld absolute fire, condensing the black fire phoenix, condensing the final devil attack. Everyone was surprised at first and finally angry. Shameless, this is evil technique, this is evil technique. Everyone roared. Li Guinong, Shiman Lai, and Mrs. Shiman were about to rush out from their seats. Yang Yan's eyes were ferocious, and he roared, evil ways, Shiman Nu, using evil techniques, immediately execute him. Then, Yang Yan and the rest flew out. On the surface, it looked like they were going to execute Yang Dingtian, but in fact, they were blocking Shiman Lai, Mrs. Shiman, and Li Guinong, to buy time for Shiman Nu to kill Yang Dingtian. Shameless, tens of thousands of people roared, and they were about to rush up the stage. Too late, it's already too late, you're dead, Shiman Nu laughed crazily, and his whole body turned into a black flame, rushing towards Yang Dingtian. This was his fatal attack, the devil attack condensed from his martial spirit, qi, and netherworld absolute fire. Wherever the black flame passed, everything was destroyed. This incomparably terrifying power was almost enough to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, Shiman Nu was no longer a martial artist, nor was he a living being. At this moment, he was just a human bomb. Even if Yang Dingtian tore him into pieces, he would not be able to stop him from exploding. What was even more frightening was that even if Yang Dingtian wanted to escape, it was too late. Because Shiman Nu's speed was extremely fast, far faster than Yang Dingtian. And even if he escaped and left the arena, he would be considered to have lost. Even if Shiman Nu died immediately, it would not change the fact that Yang Dingtian had lost. At that time, Yang Dingtian would not be able to ascend to the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord with the most arrogant attitude. Seeing the burning Shiman Nu shooting over like a missile. Fight! Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. Holding the sword with both hands, he stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A golden light flashed. Immediately, with the sword as the center, the ground within 100 meters turned into powder. A surge of energy suddenly surged up. Then, a ball of burning flame suddenly emerged from Yang Dingtian. The bright red flame seeped with a domineering golden color. In an instant, the burning mystic fire enveloped Yang Dingtian and protected him. That's right, an energy shield formed by the mystic fire. Whether it could block Shiman Nu's fatal blow, Yang Dingtian did not know. Anyway, according to his current cultivation, it was really impossible to block this fatal blow. But, fight, that's right, fight, Shiman Nu turned into a raging flame and stopped in an instant. All of his mystic qi, martial spirit, mystic skill, and life condensed into a final blow, fiercely smashed towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! A loud sound echoed, an earth-shattering explosion. The entire square lit up with an astonishing light. It was like the white light of a nuclear explosion. Then, a huge wave of energy swept over crazily. The raging flame continued to expand and sweep out. The hard ground and huge rocks were all sent flying into the sky and then directly crushed into powder. The hundreds of martial artists closest to them were directly blown into the air. Blood spurted wildly and they fell to the ground. Everyone present cried out in shock. Shiman Nu's final fatal blow was actually so astonishing. In an instant, the square was in chaos. All the martial warriors who were near the martial arts arena channeled their profound qi to resist the powerful impact of the energy. However, no one left. Everyone stretched their necks and looked at the battle arena that was enveloped in raging flames. Of course, no one cared about Shiman Nu's life or death. Everyone only cared about Yang Dingtian. What happened to Yang Dingtian? At the moment of the explosion, Yin Yan's beautiful eyes were temporarily blinded, and she couldn't see anything. His mind instantly entered nothingness, and all his thoughts came to a halt. It was as if the entire world had sunk into complete darkness, as if it was the end of the world. After a long time, the flames dissipated. The entire martial arts arena was already blood-red. The hard ground was now completely red from the heat. As far as the eye could see, everything was a terrifying red color, emitting an astonishing amount of heat. Even if one were to just get close, they might be burnt to a crisp. In the middle of the martial arts arena, there was no sign of Yang Dingtian. Yin Yan's delicate body trembled. She didn't even feel sad anymore. She only felt that the surrounding world was collapsing piece by piece. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. After landing, Ximen Lai, Li Guanong, and the rest looked at the red martial arts arena. The blood in their bodies began to boil, and endless hatred began to surge. The murderous aura in their eyes soared to the sky. Without any shouts, Li Guanong, Ximen Lai, Madame Ximen, and the rest drew their swords. Close to 2,000 black blood cavalry in the square drew their swords. All the troops under Yang Dingtian's command all drew their swords. There were no shouts, no roars. At this moment, everyone only had one thought. Kill. 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 Kill Yang Yan, kill Shimanju, kill Tang Buizhao. Kill all the shameless enemies and chop them into pieces to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. In the beginning, Qin Huayu, Yang Yan, and the rest revealed complacent sneers on their faces. Yang Dingtian was finally dead. This genius who had risen crazily was finally finished. However, when he saw the thousands of angry people drawing their swords, Yang Yan's expression changed slightly. He said sternly, "All members of the Tiando League, are you rebelling? Could it be that you want your 9 generations to be killed?" When he said this, the thousands of troops didn't put away their swords. Instead, thousands of people drew their swords and glared at the VIP seats and the Elders Guild. Moreover, these were all young warriors of Cloud Sky City. They weren't Yang Dingtian's troops. Yang Yan's expression changed. Yang Dingtian violated the rules of the martial arts competition. We will definitely punish him severely. However, since Yang Dingtian is dead, we, the Elders Guild, can discuss and confer Yang Dingtian the title of Cloud Sky City's Deputy City Lord. Yang Yan's words could be considered as winning the hearts of the people. It would have been better if he didn't say this. Once he said it, thousands of people drew their swords and coldly looked at everyone in the VIP seats. Then, the sound of swords being drawn rose and fell. Thousands of people all drew their swords and looked at Yang Yan and the Tiando League with incomparable anger and hatred. The thousands of swords formed a steel forest, making people feel intimidated. In fact, more than half of these martial artists had nothing to do with Cloud Heaven City. They were doing this because they worshipped Yang Dingtian and supported him. Now that Yang Dingtian was killed, they wanted to use their swords to seek justice. They were so hot-blooded that they even turned a deaf ear to the elders and sect master's angry rebuke. Immediately, the Tianfeng Pavilion Master and Qin Huayu's expressions became extremely ugly. The current situation was really troublesome. Although these thousands of people were all basic warriors, they couldn't directly suppress them. However, he couldn't just use force to suppress them. If he did that, it would be a huge matter for the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The Tianfeng Pavilion Master slowly walked out and said loudly, "Everyone, put down your weapons. We will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. In the end, no matter who is involved, no matter how high their status is, no matter how strong their cultivation is, the Tiando League will punish them with blood. Please believe in the Tiando League Northwest Branch." Before the Tianfeng Pavilion Master could finish her words, "Kill." Ximen Lai raised his giant sword and roared. "Kill." Thousands of people roared and raised their swords. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Then, thousands of warriors raised their swords and slowly advanced. Although they weren't fast, they were extremely determined. The Tianfeng Pavilion Master's face turned cold and said coldly, "You're courting death." After saying that, she waved her hand. Swish swish swish, swish swish swish, suddenly, the black mass of soldiers on the city walls stood up and raised thousands of energy crossbows. Outside the city, thousands of horses galloped and rumbled. Countless cavalry rushed into the city gates like a tide. In the sky, countless flying mounts screamed. Countless flying mounts almost covered the sky. "You don't want face," the Tianfeng Pavilion Master said coldly. She was a woman who had always been tough and cold. In an instant, countless powerful armed forces rushed into Cloud Sky City and surrounded the thousands of warriors who were trying to riot. If they attacked, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Suddenly, half of the warriors began to retreat. They hesitantly withdrew their weapons and returned to their original positions. Their hearts were filled with fear, shame, and anger. However, there were still thousands of warriors who slowly and firmly stepped forward. It looked like a battle was about to begin. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the square. Then, countless red stones flew out, revealing a human figure. It was Yongding Tian. He was half squatting in the battle arena and his body was covered in wounds. He didn't die. It was just that his entire body was covered in burning red lava. Yongding Tian didn't die. He actually didn't die. With a slight shake, the golden flame on his body gradually faded. Yongding Tian stood up straight. Long live! Long live! Suddenly, countless people shouted in ecstasy. Their voices filled the sky. Long live! Long live! Countless people were ecstatic. Countless people were excited. Whether they knew each other or not, they slapped the treasured swords in their hands. Yan, who was in ecstasy, fainted on the ground. Mu Lianyi, who was beside her, was in ecstasy. She felt that her limbs didn't have any strength. Seeing Yan faint, she wanted to help her up but realized that she couldn't even do that. Bang! Another explosion sounded, bright red lava shot out in all directions. A straight figure stood on the martial arts field. Different from Yongding Tian, this person stood straight. There were no wounds on his body, no bloodstains, and even his long robe wasn't damaged. It was fluttering in the wind. His expression was still cold and indifferent. It was Xianxia. Everyone cried out in surprise. When did he go to the battle arena? It was certain that he didn't just go there. He went there when Xianxia exploded. Otherwise, his entire body wouldn't be covered in red lava. Why was he there? Perhaps it wasn't important. But the important thing was that he appeared at the scene of the explosion. Yongding Tian was covered in wounds, but he wasn't injured at all. Even his hair wasn't messed up. Even though he wasn't directly hit by Xianxia's explosion, he was very close to it. The energy attack he received was also very shocking. However, not only was he not injured in the slightest, not a single strand of his hair was out of place. This was too shocking. What level had his cultivation reached? I originally wanted to stop Xianxia from doing something stupid, but I didn't expect that it was still too late. Xianxia said indifferently, he is really too stupid. In order to kill you, he ruined his reputation and died on the spot. It's really not worth it. You weren't going to live in the first place. What's the difference if you die in his hands or mine? Sighing softly, Xianxia slowly drew out his sharp sword and said, but since you are here, then let's fight. Just now, Xianxia was acting cool to the extreme. Almost everyone present was booing him. However, Xianxia's casual tone made people feel a sense of dread. It was a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Everyone just stared at Xianxia and didn't make any sound. Oh, right. Xianxia suddenly said, you have fought 2 rounds in a row and consumed a lot of your mystic qi. I will let you recover first. I will wait for you. Before the sun sets, we'll fight again when you're fully recovered. After saying that, he also sat down cross-legged on the scorching red ground. Of course, he was just resting with his eyes closed. Xianxia was slightly younger than Xianxia. He was already 30 years old this year. Xianxia had always pretended to be arrogant and callous, while Xianxia was completely mysterious. No one knew exactly how strong he was, but almost everyone was certain that he was definitely stronger than Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia's cultivation had surpassed Xianxia's. But in the recent year, Xianxia had always been leading his troops to wander about. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Not only did his cultivation not improve, it even regressed. Hence, he was overtaken by Xianxia. And Xianxia's cultivation had always been stronger than Xianxia's. But every time they sparred, Xianxia would purposely yield. He was never willing to take the limelight. In the entire Cloud Heaven City, perhaps only Xianxia knew about Xianxia's cultivation. But now that Xianxia was no longer around, no one knew about Xianxia's cultivation. Yongding Tian also sat down cross-legged on the scorching hot ground and started to recover his battle mystic qi. Instantly, the battle arena was silent. Yongding Tian and Xianxia were facing each other with a distance of over 10 meters as they sat cross-legged on the ground. As for Xianxia, he had long been smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Just now, to resist Shiman Nu's fatal blow, Yang Dingtian had exhausted all of his mystic qi. Shiman Nu's final blow was simply too astonishing. Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest confidence that he would be able to block this terrifying attack. In reality, if it was just purely based on his cultivation, he would definitely not be able to block it. The only result was his body being smashed into pieces. But Naga royalty's mystic qi mixed with mystic fire was simply too heaven-defying. It formed an energy light shield and blocked Shiman Nu's destructive explosion. But in the end, he still could not block it. In the end, what allowed Yang Dingtian to avoid the fate of being smashed into pieces was his treasure sword, his heaven-defying soul sword. Previously, it was only Ah Chao's youngling sword. After that, it could devour the enemy's self-destruction damage. Now that it had become a genuine soul sword, the amount of energy it could devour naturally increased exponentially. Furthermore, this kind of pure and direct explosion energy was just nice for the soul sword to devour. However, even if he had the heaven-defying soul sword, he still had the heaven-defying obsidian flame. Yang Dingtian still suffered a huge impact. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body was riddled with wounds. And the opponent he was about to face was Shiman Ju, who was even more powerful than Shiman Nu. Most importantly, compared to Shiman Nu, Shiman Ju was more than 10 times calmer and wiser. The battle between Shiman Nu and Yang Dingtian just now was completely him courting death. As a 3-star martial saint, Shiman Nu was 2 grades higher than Yang Dingtian. Even though the final result of the competition was still Yang Dingtian's victory, Shiman Nu was still a 3-star martial saint. However, Yang Dingtian would also have a hard time winning. This was because the difference in cultivation between martial honorables and above was like the difference between heaven and earth. Therefore, even though Shiman Nu would still lose in the end, it would definitely not be that ugly, and he would definitely not die a violent death. As long as he competed normally, as long as he didn't play so much. This proud and superficial thing wanted to completely trample Yang Dingtian under his feet. He was playing too much. From the start, there was no need for him to compete with Yang Dingtian in sword skills. It was foolish. So much so that after he lost in sword techniques, he felt ashamed and impatient. After that, he competed with Yang Dingtian in sword souls. Although he lost slightly, it was only a slight loss. Yang Dingtian was also pushed back by over 10 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, just like that, Shiman Nu felt that he had lost all his face and became completely crazy. He completely lost his mind and directly chose to die. Together with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he was completely courting death. Not only did he die a violent death, but he also completely lost his reputation and became a synonym for shame. However, Shiman Ju was absolutely calm and deep to the point that it was frightening. This person's intelligence and viciousness were completely unimaginable. At that time, Qin Xiaobai was so cunning that he was directly played by Shiman Ju. Old thief Yang Yan was so cunning, but he was still used by Shiman Ju. In the end, Shiman Ju overturned him and became the person with the highest authority in Cloud Heaven City. It could be said that in the great battle a year and a half ago, Shiman Ju was the only victor. The others, whether it was Shiman Lai, Yang Dingtian, Yang Yan, or Northwest Qin City, all lost miserably. Shiman Lai and Madame Shiman were expelled. Yang Dingtian's life and death were unknown. Qin Xiaobai died a violent death. Northwest Qin City's arm that extended to Cloud Heaven City was directly cut off. They had no choice but to marry Shiman Ju and win him over. They also supported him as the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Shiman Ju completely used Yang Dingtian to cripple Qin Xiaobai and make himself the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Qin Xiaobai was already cunning and vicious enough, but in front of Shiman Ju, he was completely like a pure child. Without a doubt, this Shiman Ju was completely the most venomous snake. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. His battle mystic qi had recovered. Furthermore, he took out a small sacred water elixir and consumed it to recover his injuries. After all, in front of him was the most dangerous enemy. He couldn't be careless at all. Slightly circulating his mystic qi, Yang Dingtian's brows furrowed slightly. The situation was slightly bad. His mystic qi flow was slightly sluggish. Although the sacred water was incomparably mysterious and had the ability to revive the dead, it still required time. But first, he needed time. Currently, Yang Dingtian's injuries might not be a big problem, but his cultivation was still slightly damaged. This way, it would be extremely disadvantageous to fight Shimanju. One had to know that Shimanju was today's strongest enemy. He was also the most important enemy and also the final enemy. Only by defeating Shimanju could he become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian stood up. Your mystic chi has recovered? Shimanju asked indifferently. Yang Dingtian nodded. Do you want to fight with me? Draw your sword? Shimanju asked. Of course. Yang Dingtian replied. Swish. Yang Dingtian suddenly pulled out his sword. Suddenly, a golden light shone. Instantly, everyone narrowed their eyes. What kind of sword was that? It was actually so gorgeous, so noble, so domineering, and so sharp, he had never seen or heard of such a treasure sword before. Everyone present had seen fire-like swords, and they had also seen water-like swords. However, Yang Dingtian's sword was like light. It was so gorgeous that it seemed fake. Wow! Finally, countless people exclaimed in admiration. As for Qin Huayu, Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master, and everyone else, their eyes were bursting with incomparable jealousy. The tens of thousands of warriors present could only see the surface. They could only see that this sword was very gorgeous and beautiful. As for the experts present, they could see how astonishing the power of Yang Dingtian's sword was. At this moment, Qin Huayu was really about to vomit blood from jealousy. Good sword. I've never seen or heard of it before. Shimanju exclaimed in admiration. His attitude was very calm, and there was even a light of amazement in his eyes, and not naked jealousy. This person was really too dangerous. He had almost completely covered up his instinctive emotions. Directly compete with mystic skills? How about it? Shimanju suddenly said, continue to fight until one of them falls. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This person was so cunning. When he saw Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying sword, he immediately dodged. Firstly, he would definitely not compete with Yang Dingtian in swordsmanship. Secondly, they had to avoid coming into contact with Yang Dingtian's artifact sword. Anyone could see that Yang Dingtian's artifact sword was too sharp. Shimanju's suggestion directly suppressed Yang Dingtian's heaven-defying soul sword to the greatest extent. Mystic skills were completely a competition of mystic chi cultivation. Even if Yang Dingtian possessed the heaven-defying soul sword, the mystic chi cultivation he released was only equivalent to intermediate 2-star martial revered. Before we begin, can I ask what your cultivation is? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimanju said, around 5-star martial revered. Immediately, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This Shimanju had silently broken through to 5-star martial revered. 5-star martial revered was about the same as Songyu. Previously in the Netherworld Sea, if they did not compete with Mystic Fire, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope of winning. Furthermore, even if they competed with Mystic Fire, Yang Dingtian had to fight to survive and burn his Qi to obtain victory. At that time, if it was purely a competition of mystic skills, Yang Dingtian would not have any chance of winning. And now, Shimanju proposed to compete with mystic skills. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded, alright, let's compete with mystic skills. Yang Dingtian only knew 2 mystic skills. One was the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art, and the other was the lightning attribute mystic skill, Devil Sky Split. Using a lightning attribute mystic skill in this situation was simply courting death. Therefore, he could only use the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber art. Shimanju said indifferently, the mystic skill I am going to use is the Heaven and Earth Extinction Record. When he said this, most people didn't feel anything, but a few people couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Heaven and Earth Extinction Record, the rarely seen 8th grade superior mystic skill. The first time it was discovered was over 100 years ago. For this mystic skill secret skill, countless people had died in the world. At least 3 sects had been annihilated. Following the annihilation of Fiery Flame City, no one knew where this mystic skill secret skill was. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Shimanju's hands. The Tianda League members present were astonished and puzzled. This Heaven and Earth Extinction Record had completely disappeared 80 years ago. At that time, Shimanju's father wasn't even born yet. How could the superior 8th grade mystic secret skill be in Shimanju's hands? However, it wasn't important how the secret skill landed in Shimanju's hands. What was important was that he had already learned the heaven and earth extinction record. Yang Dingtian's devil flame saber art was at the 8th grade elementary level. Even so, it had caused a huge commotion in the world's largest auction. One had to pay an astronomical price to obtain it. Then, how powerful was Shimanju's heaven and earth extinction record? Shimanju slowly raised his sharp sword and said, "This mystic skill of mine has a total of 3 moves. The first move, heaven and earth. The second move, extinction. The third move, heaven and earth extinction. I will use it according to the order. You have to be prepared." He actually said everything about how he was going to fight, but no one would say that he was stupid. They would only be sure that he already had a card up his sleeve. Originally, Yang Dingtian should have said the name of his mystic skill. However, once he said the 8th grade devil flame saber art, his fake identity would be exposed. Of course, Qin Huayu and the rest already knew about it. However, if Yang Dingtian took the initiative to expose himself, it would bring about huge trouble in the future. I used an 8th rank profound skill, Infernal Wild Blade. It also has 3 moves. Yang Dingtian had changed the name of the devil flame saber art to the Infernal Wild Saber. Although this was akin to deceiving oneself, it was very important in this situation. Alright, then let's decide the victor in 3 moves. Shimanju said, "It's getting late, let's begin." After that, Shimanju slowly closed his eyes and started to circulate his profound energy to prepare the first move of his combat skill. Yang Dingtian also slowly closed his eyes and circulated his Xianxia, preparing the first move of the 8th grade devil flame saber art. "Master, do you know about the heaven and earth extermination record?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I know." Dongfang Minmi said, "It is the most mysterious and most famous mystical skill manual in the last 100 years. Because of it, at least tens of thousands of people have died." "How powerful is he?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Extremely powerful." Dongfang Minmi said, "A mere superior 8th level mystical skill manual may not be the best in the world. However, the uniqueness of this manual is almost rare in the world." "What uniqueness?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Then I don't know. I have only heard of it from my ancestors." Dongfang Minmi said, "In fact, even I am very astonished now. This Shimanju might be cunning and profound, which is rare in the world. However, a rare mystical skill manual like the heaven and earth extermination record should not appear in his hands. It is really strange. Even Master did not know how powerful this manual was." It seemed like it was really troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian blocked off all his complicated thoughts, circulating his Xianxia to the extreme. Preparing the first move of the devil flame saber art, Blazing Manic Saber. Soon, the blazing manic saber was completely prepared. The Xianxia in his entire body circulated rapidly and circulated in his Xian meridians faster and faster. Yang Dingtian's entire body was getting redder and redder, and hotter and hotter. Boom, suddenly, Yang Dingtian's entire body was completely red, as though he was a red-hot Iron Man. The blazing manic saber was circulated to the extreme. The soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand slashed fiercely. Boom, a huge flaming saber that was dozens of meters long slashed down towards Shimanju's head. From the looks of it, the mystical skill and sword beam did not seem to have any difference other than their outer appearance. Of course, it was not like that. The energy of the sword beam was uniform and fixed, while the energy of the blazing manic saber that burst out from the mystical skill was circulating. Even the attack attribute and the strength of the energy in each area were different. In short, the energy effect of the mystical skill's attack was extremely complicated. Therefore, its destructive power far surpassed the Xianxia sword beam. The blazing manic saber that was dozens of meters long descended from the sky and slashed towards Shimanju. This blazing manic saber was like a giant burning red blade. Even from a few hundred meters away, one could feel the extremely terrifying killing intent. This move of Xianxia was undoubtedly domineering and had an astonishing killing intent. Everyone present was overwhelmed with emotions as their admiration deepened. As for Shimanju, his eyes were still closed as if he had completely ignored the blazing manic saber that was slashing down from Yang Dingtian. Everyone was shocked. Even if Ximenju was powerful, even if Ximenju was a 5-star revered martial artist, facing the full force attack of a revered martial artist and still standing there motionlessly was too pretentious. Even if you were a 5-star revered martial artist, you would still be injured. In the blink of an eye, the blazing manic saber was above Ximenju's head. Ximenju made his move. Universe Extermination Record's first move, Universe. His wrist turned slightly and the sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly. That was all. There was no light, no terrifying energy. It was as if nothing had happened. There was no stunning effect at all. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. This was the legendary upper-grade 8th-grade mystical skill, Universe Extermination Record? It should not be. It was too weak and too ordinary. They did not see anything. But immediately after, everyone was stunned, because the blazing manic saber that was dozens of meters long that Yang Dingtian was slashing towards Ximenju's head had actually stopped above his head. Then, it suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Yang Dingtian with incomparable ferocity. How could this be? How could this be? Yang Dingtian looked at the incomparably ferocious blazing manic saber that was slashing towards him. That was the blazing manic saber that he had unleashed. Instead of attacking Ximenju, it had turned around and attacked him. But soon, everyone present understood the meaning of Universe Extermination Record. First move, Universe. It was the reversal of Universe. It was somewhat similar to the Universe shift in Jin Yang's novel, Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. However, the Universe shift was only the return and reversal of a move on the surface. This Universe Extermination Record actually reversed a mystical skills attack. This was simply too shocking. In a real mystical skill battle, wouldn't a person who knew Universe Extermination Record be in an invincible position? Because the opponent could not attack him, while he could effortlessly reverse the opponent's mystical skill attack and hit his own body. There was no time to think so much. The most important thing now was how Yang Dingtian was going to deal with the counterattack of his blazing manic saber. Circulating his mystical qi, his left hand circulated the yin-yang qi transformation technique. He brandished the sword in his right hand to form a mystical fire energy shield. Then, he suddenly bent his body to receive the incoming blazing manic saber. As for Ximenju, he did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He only looked at Yang Dingtian with disdain. Boom. The incomparably savage blazing manic saber ruthlessly chopped down on Yang Dingtian's head. A portion of it was dissolved by Yang Dingtian using yin-yang qi transformation technique. A portion of it was blocked by the mystical fire energy shield. But there was still a portion that ruthlessly chopped down on Yang Dingtian's body. Bang! A loud sound rang out and the earth shook violently. A few hundred meters of the ground was cleaved open, forming a crack that was more than 10 meters deep. PFFF. Yang Dingtian violently vomited blood. His body flew out dozens of meters and was about to fly out of the martial arts arena. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. With a backhand strike, he used his mystical qi to push himself back into the martial arts arena. After landing, he used his sword to support himself and vomited another mouthful of blood. In the first move, Yang Dingtian was completely defeated. The tens of thousands of people present had an incomparably solemn expression. It was everyone's expression that had turned solemn. Not only Yang Dingtian's supporters, but there were also Yang Dingtian's enemies, including Qin Huayu and Yang Dingtian. Their expressions also turned unsightly. Because Ximenju's Universe Extermination Record was too heaven-defying, too shocking. Furthermore, Ximenju had never revealed a single move before. Only until today's City Lord battle did he use this heaven-defying mystical skill. It could be seen how deep his scheming was and how big his scheme was. What the Northwest Qin clan wanted was a puppet city lord. Therefore, Qin Wanshou did not hesitate to marry his most gentle daughter to Ximenju. But this Ximenju seemed to be even more dangerous than Yang Dingtian in terms of scheming. Purely scheming, purely cunning, Yang Yan was definitely not his match. The tens of thousands of people present stared blankly at Ximenju. They did not make a single sound. This mystical skill was too heaven-defying. They had never seen or heard of it before. No wonder this was the most famous mystical skill in the past 100 years. No wonder thousands of people died for this mystical skill and 3 sects were exterminated. Are you feeling better? Xianxia said indifferently, I don't mind you resting for a while more. But the sun is going to set soon. Once the sun sets, the battle will be over. Yang Dingtian consumed an 8th grade Holy Spirit pill and slightly recovered from his injuries. The flaming wild saber that he executed with all his might was simply too powerful. Furthermore, with the addition of the soul sword, even he could not withstand the attack power. Xianxia's goddamn universe extermination record made Yang Dingtian's mystical skill attack stronger, the more disadvantageous it was for him. Alright, prepare the second move. Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia nodded and continued to close his eyes. His expression was indifferent and played down the situation. Yang Dingtian also closed his eyes and started to circulate his mystical qi to prepare the second move, Serial 9-Ring Saber. As he was preparing, he was thinking of how to deal with Xianxia's heaven-defying mystical skill. The first move, Universe, was already so astonishing. It directly reversed Yang Dingtian's mystical skill. Then the second move, Extermination, would definitely be more powerful than the first move. What kind of effect would it have? Everyone present was filled with fear and anticipation at the same time. Master, the first move, Universe, was so astonishing. What do you think the second move, Extermination, will be like? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't dare to say. Dongfeng Minmi said, but it will definitely not be a reversal of the move. It should be an even more astonishing and direct attack method. Yang Dingtian was really in a dilemma. Originally, when fighting with others, the stronger the better. But after the other party had such a heaven-defying mystic skill, the stronger the mystic skill Yang Dingtian used, the stronger the attack he received. It was like punching a spring. The amount of strength that was used would be the amount of strength that was used. Perhaps, after using this method, Xianxia would not be able to reverse his attack. Using the billions of resentful spirits in the million-spirit demon fire, in the second move, Lotus 9-Ringed Saber, a large amount of mystic fire energy would be used and countless resentful spirits would be filled within. This way, Yang Dingtian could directly control the mystic skill that was used and could retract it as he wished. This way, even if Xianxia could reverse his attack, he would not be able to match the mental strength of billions of resentful spirits. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and circulated his mystic qi to the extreme. Subsequently, he forced the mystic flame into every mystic skill's energy. He condensed all the resentful spirits and permeated them into the revolving Lotus 9-Ring Saber. Huff, Yang Dingtian's entire body turned red again, as though he was completely burned red. His golden soul sword became brighter and brighter until it was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Boom, Yang Dingtian's body trembled. An incomparably powerful energy burst out ferociously and drilled into the soul sword from his mystic meridians. Then, another soul sword burst out towards Xianxia. 9 energy lotuses bloomed in the air and rapidly rotated. Swish 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 swish. Countless petals shot out from the flowers and flew towards Xianxia. Countless red lotus petals, energy lotus blades that were permeated with mystic fire, resentful spirits, and mystic skill energy, smashed towards Xianxia like a torrential storm. The entire effect was incomparably breathtaking and gorgeous. It was as though the sky was filled with a rain of flowers. Every petal was incomparably beautiful. The tens of thousands of people present could not help but exclaim in admiration as they looked up. Xianxia looked at the rain of flowers that covered a few hundred meters above his head and smiled faintly. The sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly. Universe Extermination Record second move, Extermination. Xianxia's second move was finished, but still, nothing happened. There was still no gorgeous scene, and there was still no beautiful effect. However, everyone held their breaths, waiting for a miracle to happen. It was as if nothing had happened. The countless lotus petals did not turn around and attack Yang Dingtian. However, just when everyone was puzzled, the countless lotus petals in the sky suddenly became chaotic and uncontrollable. Yang Dingtian hurriedly controlled the countless rays to prevent the energy lotus blades in the sky from going out of control. But at this time, the rain of flowers in the sky began to tremble violently and sway violently. Then, it suddenly exploded, countless flower petals exploded in the sky. Instantly, a few hundred meters of the sky was completely covered by the red light. After the countless petals exploded, they turned into a dazzling radiance that became even more gorgeous, like the most beautiful fireworks. However, under this gorgeous scene, there was a naked slaughter. The countless energy petals began to heat up and tremble internally before finally exploding. The energy of the final explosion had completely exceeded the energy of all the energy petals added together. Everywhere the light of the explosion covered, everything turned into dust, everything was destroyed, everything within a few hundred meters of the sky was smashed into pieces. This was Universe Extermination Record's second move, extermination. No wonder it was called extermination. Because within a few hundred meters, everything was exterminated, the red radiance gradually dissipated. Everyone was shocked to discover that the battle arena had completely disappeared. Everything had turned into dust and was completely blasted to the ground. However, no one had time to look at the battle arena's traces. Everyone's eyes were looking for Yang Dingtian's traces. Yang Dingtian was still there. He was still half squatting in the dust. Almost half of his body was buried by the dust. With a slight shake, the radiance on his body dissipated, revealing his bloody body. At this time, there was almost no intact flesh on Yang Dingtian's body. Every place was covered in blood and wounds. From the looks of it, his injuries this time were even more serious than when Shimin Nu self-detonated, but he did not die in the end. His mystic meridians, his Naga royalty mystic Qi Si, were truly incomparably astonishing. They possessed extremely heaven-defying resistance to attacks. Powerful. Yang Dingtian exhaled and slowly said. Just saying one sentence, a mouthful of blood also spewed out. After that, he was about to take out a medicinal pill and consume it. Yang Dingtian, there's no time. No need to recuperate. Shimin Ju suddenly said coldly, when you're dueling with others, will they still give you the chance to consume medicinal pills to recuperate? That's right. During a real duel, no one would give you the chance to consume medicinal pills. And in the battle with Shimin Ju previously, Yang Dingtian had already consumed medicinal pills. Shimin Ju's words directly knocked Yang Dingtian down from his high position of honor. It made the morale of Yang Dingtian's side completely plummet. Yang Dingtian's previous performance was simply too stunning. It would involuntarily make people develop feelings of worship and admiration. But now, in the battle between Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ju, not only was he defeated in 2 moves, he was also in the wrong. Instantly, the people who supported Yang Dingtian also lost confidence in their hearts. That's right. Shimin Ju was crafty and sinister. But in this duel, his performance was even more brilliant. Regardless of the result of the battle, or the battle posture, Yang Dingtian could of course forcefully consume medicinal pills and then close his eyes to adjust his breathing. But in this way, his image in everyone's hearts would be completely destroyed. Prepare for the third move. Shimin Ju slowly said, let me tell you first. The power of this third move is even more powerful than the first move, universe, and second move, extermination combined. So basically, you can see Yan Shimin for the last time. You absolutely cannot return to her side alive. Shimin Ju's voice was very faint, but no one doubted his words at all. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present all looked at Yang Dingtian in grief. They couldn't do anything. Just now, Yang Dingtian cheated, and the tens of thousands of them could pull out their swords and rebel to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. But now, they couldn't do anything, even if Yang Dingtian died in Shimin Ju's hands. Yan really wanted to shout, husband, quickly come down. Let's leave Cloud Heaven City. I don't want Cloud Heaven City anymore. I only want you. She was shouting in her heart. To say something without conscience, her father's mission could no longer occupy the biggest part of her heart. What she wanted the most now was to live peacefully and happily with Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimin. But she didn't shout it out. Because she knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely not come down, so, instead, she revealed a smile on her face and slowly pulled out her sharp sword. Once Yang Dingtian wasn't around, she would follow him immediately. Perhaps there was a little regret in her heart, but Yang Dingtian had already done his best. He had already created a miracle. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and prepared for the third mystic skill. But in his heart, he was thinking about Shimin Ju's Heaven and Earth extermination record. The first move, Heaven and Earth, used a very special method to intercept the control of the mystic skill, allowing the mystic skill to reverse and attack the user. The second move, Extermination, used a very special vibration to cause chaos in Yang Dingtian's mystic skill. Like a microwave, it heated up the mystic skill to an extremely unstable state and finally caused an intense explosion. These two moves had already allowed Yang Dingtian to see some clues. This heaven and earth extermination record should be using a very, very special energy. This energy might not be very strong, but it could affect and even control the mystic skill energy that was released. This was just like the signal jammer from the Earth era, which could destroy and interfere with all the other parties' communication signals. Or perhaps, it was similar to the sunspot, so, this heaven and earth extermination record was an extremely special and mysterious mystic skill. From the looks of it, it was almost unsolvable and invincible, but as long as one found its flaw, this invincible heaven and earth extermination record would become completely unable to withstand a single blow. For some things, the more powerful it was, the more fragile it would be. The crux was whether you could find its weak point or not. Yang Dingtian's heart stirred. Perhaps, he had already found the weak point of heaven and earth extermination record. The third mystic skill duel, which was also the final move, had officially begun. 8th grade Devil Flame Saber Art, third move, Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Yang Dingtian didn't hold back at all and circulated all his mystic chi to the extreme. The million spirit demon fire was crazily condensed to the extreme and poured into the Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Victory or defeat, or even life or death, all depended on this move. Without a doubt, Shiminju's Universe Extermination record's final move, Universe Extermination, would be extremely shocking. However, there was no other way. Yang Dingtian had no way out. Not only did Yang Dingtian have no way out, but everyone behind him also didn't have any way out. If Yang Dingtian lost this move, then no matter if it was Madame Ximen, Ximen Lai, or the thousands of martial artists that followed Yang Dingtian, everyone would be facing a calamity of annihilation. Of course, this also included Jiao Liao and Zhang Lang who had just joined him. The tens of thousands of people present held their breaths and waited for the final moment to arrive. Almost 80% of the people present hoped that Yang Dingtian would be able to obtain the final victory. However, if Yang Dingtian lost, they could only silently accept it. Because in this battle with Shiminju, even though the opponent was cunning and proposed a battle of mystic skills, it was still a fair battle. However, the heavens had given Shiminju an almost heaven-defying mystic skill, which made Yang Dingtian unable to retaliate. The tens of thousands of people present still had hope for Yang Dingtian. However, once Yang Dingtian lost, they could accept it painfully. Because they were already mentally prepared. Perhaps in their hearts, it was already impossible for Yang Dingtian to win because Yang Dingtian's universe extermination record was too heaven-defying. Win or lose, live or die, it all depends on this moment. Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and slashed with the sharp sword in his hand. Rumble. Instantly, the heavens and earth shook. All the air within a radius of several hundred meters changed color and temperature. The space within a few hundred meters was cut into pieces by an incomparably huge energy. The air within a few hundred meters had turned into a terrifying killer. The entire space was completely severed and squeezed together. This was the pinnacle of the Devil Calamity Prison Splitting Saber. Its killing power was not only limited to the mystical technique itself, but also all the air and energy in the surrounding space. Space was being warped, and the warped area contained an extremely terrifying energy. Once touched by this distortion, one's entire body would instantly turn into dust. The devil stems from the heart was too difficult to execute, so in terms of pure power, the Devil Tribulation's prison-splitting saber technique was incomparably shocking. It would even go against many superficial principles of martial arts. Especially when Yang Dingtian was permeated with the terrifying million-spirit demon fire. Therefore, the might of the demonic calamity prison-splitting saber had reached the pinnacle. If Shiminju were to be hit, then even if he was a 5-star marshal revered, he would not be able to withstand it. Explosions sounded in the air. As countless people's expressions changed, Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison-rending saber distorted space and tore through the air, crazily crushing towards Shiminju. Shiminju was slightly shocked. Without a doubt, he was also shocked by Yang Dingtian's pinnacle mystical technique. He was very clear that if he did not have the heaven and earth extermination record, facing this mystical technique of Yangding Tian, even if his cultivation was 4 or 5 levels higher than Yangding Tian, it would still be very terrifying. However, who asked him to have the heaven and earth extermination record? The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up into a smile. His left palm drew an arc in the air, while the treasure sword on his right trembled slightly. Then, his left and right hands slightly combined. Instantly, it was as if an invisible nuclear bomb had exploded. No one knew what had happened. There was no sound, no shocking scene. However, everyone could clearly feel the vibration and rotation of that terrifying energy. Immediately after, everyone discovered it. Yangding Tian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber had revealed itself. The dozens of distorted space around Xianxia had all revealed their traces. Originally, Yangding Tian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber was going to crush Xianxia from dozens of directions. But now, the demonic calamity prison-splitting saber had revealed itself. Immediately after, Yangding Tian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber started to change color. It turned red. It became redder and redder, redder and redder. Finally, it was completely glaring. And the space that was cut apart trembled even more violently. The distortion and friction became even more intense. Xianxia had not only stopped Yangding Tian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber. Furthermore, it was also increasing its power. Yangding Tian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber was getting stronger and stronger. The energy kept on increasing and increasing. It directly rose to 2 times, 3 times, or even more. This should be the extermination of the heaven and earth extermination record. Xianxia used a special method to stop the demonic calamity prison-splitting saber. Furthermore, it increased its energy by several times. Very quickly, this kind of energy multiplied to the extreme. A few hundred meters of space was already as strange as the end of the world. A perfectly fine space was cut into dozens of pieces by the energy. Furthermore, it was constantly surging. The entire scene was extremely strange, terrifying, and filled with the color of science fiction. Then, the corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed an ice-cold little hand. The sharp sword in his hand gently slashed. The second half of the heaven and earth extermination record was about to be used. This demonic calamity prison-splitting saber that had been strengthened by several times was about to counterattack Yangding Tian. Once counterattacked, there would only be one outcome for Yangding Tian. That was to be completely crushed or even turned into ashes. Sure enough, under countless horrified gazes, the demonic calamity prison-splitting saber that had been strengthened by several times began to change its direction. Then, like a death god from hell, it suddenly attacked Yangding Tian crazily. The speed was very fast. At least, it was faster than Yangding Tian's extreme speed when he turned and fled. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Yangding Tian was finished. This was everyone's thought. Not only Yangding Tian's enemies, but also his family and his supporters. It was not that Yangding Tian was not strong enough. He had already created a miracle. The crucial point was that Xianxia's mystic skill was too heaven-defying. They could not bear to watch, so they closed their eyes. Be destroyed. Xianxia roared. The one to be destroyed is you. Yangding Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide as his palms suddenly spread open. Instantly, a soundless energy shot out like lightning and flew directly towards Xianxia. This energy did not have any shape or form. There was only a feeling of complete darkness. That's right. This was Yangding Tian's darkness mystic flame. A flame that was born in Yangding Tian's palm. It was condensed from the world's most powerful mystic flame and the world's most powerful dark matter. It was the world's most terrifying dark sovereign. The darkness mystic flame's energy instantly shot in front of Xianxia. All of a sudden, Xianxia's figure trembled as his face revealed an inconceivable expression. Immediately after, his body began to tremble violently. His face began to distort and became incomparably strange. Of course, the actual situation was not his face being distorted. Instead, it was the darkness mystic flame that caused the entire spatial energy to be distorted. Xianxia's third move, heaven and earth extermination, was stopped. It was affected and completely shaken. That's right. Xianxia's heaven and earth extermination record used a very special kind of energy. This kind of energy was somewhat similar to the lightning attribute energy. However, it was also like spiritual energy. It was all-pervasive and could affect and control almost any attacking energy. But without a doubt, in terms of energy level, the darkness mystic flame was almost the highest. Although Shimanju's heaven and earth extermination record's energy was incomparably shocking, in front of the energy black hole, it was really nothing. Almost instantly, Shimanju's heaven and earth extermination record was completely destroyed. Then, Xianxia completely lost control of Yang Dingtian's devilish calamity prison-rending saber. A few hundred meters of the sky began to change constantly. After a while, it became frightening blood red. After a while, it became even more frightening dark. Finally, under Xianxia's horrified gaze, the devilish calamity prison-rending saber that had been magnified by several times continuously destroyed and collapsed. Like a destructive storm, it swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia turned around frantically and used his fastest speed to escape. However, it was obviously too late. This frightening energy storm arrived in an instant. One could only see a gust of darkness engulfing. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Xianxia's back robe instantly turned into nothingness. Then, his entire back was exposed to a frightening black color. Then, his fluttering long hair instantly turned into ashes. No! Xianxia let out a shrill roar. His entire body was sent flying a few hundred meters. Then, within the naked eye's view, his entire body was charred and started to distort. The entire scene was incomparably horrifying. Without a doubt, Xianxia's heaven and earth extermination record had ultimately harmed himself. Once a flaw was found, this almost invincible and heaven-defying mystic skill instantly became incomparably weak. It was as though he did not have to use any effort to completely destroy it. Moreover, if it was purely a contest of mystic skills, although Xianxia might not have killed Yang Dingtian, he really would not have lost. Although the scene was not that stunning, Xianxia really would not have lost. After surpassing the martial honorable level, the difference in cultivation between martial artists of different levels was simply too great. Defeating a martial artist of 2 levels higher than oneself was already the limit. However, Xianxia had used the heaven and earth extermination record to amplify the energy of Yang Dingtian's demonic calamity prison-splitting saber by several times. In the end, it had backfired on his own body. If this energy had directly struck Yang Dingtian's body, he would have been smashed into pieces. Then, if it had struck Xianxia's body, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Bang! Xianxia flew out a few hundred meters. With a loud sound, he fell heavily onto the ground. His original appearance could no longer be seen. His entire body was charred black and he was not moving at all. Even blood could not flow out from his body. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The entire square had completely sunk into a deathly silence. No one made a sound. Everyone was stunned by the scene before their eyes. Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die this time. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. It was impossible for him to obtain victory. However, the result was a shocking reversal. This time, it was Yang Dingtian who waved his hand casually as if he was patting the air. Then, it caused an earth-shattering tearing and explosion. Then, Xianxia flew out a few hundred meters. His entire body had completely turned into charcoal. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This result was too shocking. Not only had Yang Dingtian obtained victory, he had also obtained victory in such a casual manner. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present stared at Yang Dingtian as if they were looking at a god. This was truly a miracle. It was not something that a mortal could do. Under the almost hopeless situation, Yang Dingtian had made a shocking reversal and easily defeated 5-star revered martial artist Xianxia. No one knew why, but everyone clearly knew that this was a fact that was happening. Yan Yan and Madame Ximen looked at all this in disbelief. Yan Yan even pinched her own thigh, afraid that this was a dream. After confirming that it was not a dream, Yan Yan shouted in ecstasy. She quickly rushed over and hugged Madame Ximen tightly. Mu Lianyi's face was covered in tears. She could not find anyone to hug, so she rushed forward and hugged Jiao Liao, who was also a woman. All of Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates couldn't help but burst into tears. Everyone, whether they knew each other or not, crazily hugged each other. Long live! Long live! Countless people's shouts shook the heavens and the earth. The tens of thousands of people present felt as if they were in a dream. It was over. Yang Dingtian had won. In just over a year, he had become a martial revered expert from a novice martial artist. Furthermore, he had faced 3 experts in succession and finally defeated a 5-star revered martial artist. What kind of miracle was this? If Yang Dingtian could do such an unbelievable thing, then what could stop him in the future? As for Yang Yan, Qin Huayu, and the rest, their faces were still filled with shock. They looked at everything in disbelief. They really could not accept what had happened in front of them. Originally, their plan was to let Shimin Nu kill Yang Dingtian. As a 5-star revered martial artist, Shimin Ju did not even have the chance to fight with Yang Dingtian. However, who knew that not only did Yang Dingtian defeat Shimin Nu, but he also defeated Shimin Ju? Why did this happen? What the hell is going on? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and slowly sheathed his sword. He bowed towards the VIP seats and said, Yang Dingtian has defeated all his opponents in the martial competition for the City Lord's position. May the Tiando League and Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild bear witness. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master's face was cold. She looked at everything coldly and did not give any reaction. Instead, she looked at Yang Yan. Yang Yan stood up and looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze. If it was possible, he was naturally willing to dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces right now. However, there were tens of thousands of eyes here, looking at Yang Yan's face. Yang Dingtian tried his best to use his sword to support himself on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was not in pain. Every shan vein in his body felt like it was about to break. The current him, even circulating a little bit of Xianxia, was like hellish torture. After this battle, even with the holy water elixir, he still needed to recuperate for a few days to recover. The final battle with Shimin Ju had exhausted too much energy and shan veins. Yang Dingtian, Yan Yan, Madame Shimin, and all the people who supported Yang Dingtian gathered their gazes on Yang Yan's face, waiting for his final announcement. Yang Yan's shamelessness could not be underestimated at any time. They were capable of doing anything. Previously, Yang Dingtian used the sword spirit to defeat Qin Xiaobai and was slandered as a spy of the evil ways. He was almost killed in Cloud Sky City, losing his reputation and dying on the spot. However, this time, Yang Dingtian had obtained the City Lord's position in the martial arts contest. If Yang Dingtian obtained the City Lord's position, it would undoubtedly be the end of the world for Yang Yan and the rest. Could it be that they were just going to wait helplessly for death? Everyone stared at Yang Yan, trying to give him a huge psychological pressure. However, they were also very worried. They were waiting for Yang Yan to make irresponsible remarks and try to reverse the outcome of the martial arts contest. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yan finally began to announce, I represent Cloud Sky City's Arbitration Council to declare the validity of this martial arts contest. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Since when did Yang Yan become so shameless? He actually did not distort the truth and did not slander Yang Dingtian. However, this was only the beginning. Everyone continued to perk up their ears to listen. Yang Dingtian defeated Shimin Yan, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju. He obtained the final victory of the martial arts contest. Following Yang Yan's announcement, everyone's anxious hearts instantly calmed down. Then, they could not wait to burst into cheers. They had already begun to celebrate the birth of the new city lord. They were celebrating the birth of the youngest sect leader in history. Only Yang Dingtian knitted his brows tightly. Yang Yan had accepted his fate just like that? Not struggling anymore? It really did not seem like it. It was completely not his style of doing things. Following that, Yang Yan looked at the rostrum and said, Pavilion Master, as the chief of the Tiando League's Northwest branch, the final result will be announced by you. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master did not stand up. She coldly announced, Yang Dingtian obtained the City Lord's position. As the final victor of the martial arts contest, I declare that the new Cloud Sky City Lord is. At this moment, the corner of Qin Huayu's mouth suddenly revealed a cold smile. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. The new Cloud Sky City Lord is Yang Dingtian. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master was about to call out Yang Dingtian's name. Wait. Suddenly, a shout came from the distant sky. Then, a tall figure flapped his wings and descended from the sky, landing on the martial arts field. Reporting to the Tiando League's Northwest Branch and Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild. I have specially come to participate in the martial arts contest for the Cloud Sky City Lord. The person spoke clearly. He was an acquaintance. Yang Tian looked at this person with incomparable shock. He never thought that it would actually be him. Yan Biaqin, the Yan Biaqin who fought with Yang Tian for Qinmingli. The Yan Biaqin who swallowed the Mirage Void Fire. The Yan Biaqin who spared Yang Tian's life under the Central Lake. Yang Yan looked at Yan Biaqin. His turbid eyes instantly lit up. It was as if his entire person was completely ignited. Then, Yang Yan suppressed his emotions and said, "Only Cloud Sky City's disciples who are of the same generation as Yang Tian and Shimin Zhu can participate in the martial arts contest for the Cloud Sky City Lord. You are not a Cloud Sky City's disciple. How can you participate?" Yan Biaqin knelt down on one knee and said, "Cloud Sky City's disciple, Yang Yuncheng's son, Yang Jing, greets the elders." Then, Yan Biaqin suddenly tore off the mask on his face, revealing another handsome and solemn face. Yan Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled. She revealed a look of disbelief. That's right. This person was Yang Jing. According to the legends, Yang Jing should have already been beheaded. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire heart was trembling violently. He would never have thought that there would be such a change in the situation. Yan Biaqin had actually become Yang Jing. No wonder Yan Biaqin's words were so strange when he spared Yang Dingtian's life at the lake in the middle of the Dongli grassland. Looking at Yang Yan again, his originally turbid and old eyes were actually unprecedentedly bright and threatening. His facial expression also became mysterious and faintly discernible. He had really misjudged him. In the past, he had always thought that Shimin Zhu was the most dangerous fox. Yang Dingtian only felt that Yang Yan was shameless and didn't think that he was very powerful. Now it seemed that Yang Yan was the most terrifying and scheming schemer in Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but recall Yang Yan's life in his mind. At that time, Shimin Wuya was framed in the martial contest of Cloud Heaven City, and Yang Yan's figure was faintly discernible. In the end, Shimin Wuya relied on his heaven-defying cultivation to win the martial contest and became the Cloud Heaven City Lord. After that, Yang Dingtian carried out the first purge. At that time, nearly half of the Yang clansmen rebelled and were purged. In this purge, Yang Yan was safe and sound. After that, Shimin Wuya controlled Cloud Heaven City for a few years, and the Yang clansmen rebelled again. Among them, Yang Yan also played a dishonorable role. Shimin Wuya ruthlessly killed and almost wiped out all the Yang clansmen. It was during the second rebellion that Yang Jing and Yang Yuncheng were expelled from Sky City. And in this purge, Yang Yan was still safe and sound. Moreover, after this purge, Yang Yan was the only remaining Yang clansman. This time, Shimin Wuya already decided to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He was going to directly purge Yang Yan too. However, Yang Yan immediately married Qin Wanzhou. Under the strong pressure of Northwest Qin City, Yang Yan once again escaped from Shimin Wuya's purge. More than 6 years ago, Yang Jing and Yang Yuncheng brought over a dozen experts and infiltrated Cloud Heaven City to carry out a rebellion. They colluded with the internal opposition of Cloud Heaven City and brought about huge casualties to Cloud Heaven City. If it wasn't for Shimin Wuya's vigilance and intelligence, he would have been poisoned and killed. Besides, even if nothing had happened to Shimin Wuya. However, something happened to Yan Yan. She had been struck by the darkness crystal and her cultivation had been deteriorating. Moreover, the only 9th grade martial technique manual in the Hidden Arts Pavilion had been stolen. In the rebellion 6 years ago, Yang Yan undoubtedly played a dark role. But at the crucial moment, he chopped off Yang Jing's head. Not only did he draw a clear line between himself and the rebellion, he even made a huge contribution. Therefore, this time, Yang Yan once again turned the tables. From start to finish, Yang Yan had been involved in 3 rebellions. If it were anyone else, they would have been smashed to pieces long ago, but he was safe and sound. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this person was. Most importantly, the head that Yang Yan chopped off Yang Jing's head was definitely a fake. Yang Yan had already made the necessary preparations. He had already prepared an escape route in case the rebellion failed. This person was too scheming. Originally, Yang Dingtian looked down on Yang Yan very much. At that time, he was Qin Xiaobai's grandfather, but he was like a servant, being ordered around by Qin Xiaobai, this little brat. And after Qin Xiaobai was destroyed, Yang Yan was made use of by Shimanju. Looking at it now, how terribly wrong was it? Qin Xiaobai and Shimanju were completely toyed within the palm of Yang Yan's hand. In reality, after Shiman Wuyao was destroyed, Yang Yan was already planning for today's scene. What city lord position grand duel? What supporting Shimanju? It was all for Yang Jing. As for Qin Xiaobai, even if he was his biological grandson, Yang Yan had 100 ways to play him to death. Everything that Yang Yan did was only for Yang Jing. More accurately, it was only for the Yang clan's clansmen. In his heart, Cloud Heaven City could only belong to the Yang clan forever. For this point, he did not hesitate to give up everything and also did not hesitate to endure humiliation and live for several decades. Now, he succeeded more than half. Yang Dingtian and Shimanju both suffered heavy injuries. Who else was Yang Jing's match? Instantly, even as an enemy, Yang Dingtian could not help being filled with admiration for Yang Yan. He had really underestimated him previously. Practically everyone present was stunned by Yang Jing's appearance. They were actually unable to make any more reactions all of a sudden. Yan Yan looked at her eldest cousin who was her childhood sweetheart. After the shock, her gaze was ice-cold and complicated. Yang Jing, you don't have the authority to participate in this grand duel, Yan Yan said coldly. Yang Jing looked at Yan Yan and slowly said, of course I have the authority. A few years ago, City Lord Shiman personally announced me as the successor to Cloud Heaven City's City Lord. He also confirmed our previous engagement. Moreover, until the day he died, he did not deny this decision. Not only did he not expel me from Cloud Heaven City, he also did not break the engagement between us. The truth was as such. Because at that time, Shiman Wuyao had already seen Yang Jing's head. Naturally, he did not expel Yang Jing from Cloud Heaven City and did not break the engagement because there was no need for it. Of course, Shiman Wuyao was incomparably wise. The matter of Yang Yan forging Yang Jing's head could not be hidden from him. However, at that time, Yan Yan had been struck by the energy black hole. Shiman Wuyao was burning with anxiety and did not pay attention to this side. Yang Jing looked at the crowd and said, today is the grand duel for Cloud Heaven City's City Lord. I am here to fight for the City Lord's position and formally request for my mother-in-law to marry Yan Yan. Once these words were spoken, the entire square was instantly filled with great waves. Not only did Yang Jing want to snatch the City Lord's position, he also wanted to snatch Shiman Yan Yan away. Yan Yan was so angry that her entire body trembled. One side of her beautiful face was pale and cold. Madame Shiman gritted her teeth and said, Yan Yan is already married. Married? Yang Jing said, married to who? Madame Shiman said, of course it's Yang Dingtian. How is that possible? Yang Jing said, without a ceremony and without a matchmaker, how can it be considered a marriage? Everyone here has never heard of Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan having a wedding. After saying this, Yang Jing looked at Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, and the others. Yang Yan and the others shook their heads and said, Yang Dingtian and Shiman Yan Yan did not have a wedding. Furthermore, the so-called city lord betrothing Yan Yan to Yang Dingtian is completely Yang Dingtian's side of the story. At that time, Shiman Yan and the others were also present on the ship. They all said that they did not see City Lord Shiman betrothing Yan Yan to Yang Dingtian. Facing Yang Yan and the others who were distorting the truth, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He only smiled coldly. Yan Yan was extremely angry. She smiled at Yang Jing and said, Yang Jing, you traitor, don't be delusional. I have long been Yang Dingtian's wife. Who knows, we might even have a child soon. Once these words were spoken, everyone trembled slightly. The meaning of Yan Yan's words could not be clearer. She was saying that she had long given herself completely to Yang Dingtian. Originally, Yan Yan would definitely not say such bold and embarrassing words, especially in front of tens of thousands of people. But now, she was really infuriated by Yang Dingtian. She directly said that she had long given herself to Yang Dingtian. After Yang Jing heard this, the muscles on his face twitched violently. Then, he sneered, Yang Dingtian, didn't you already get married half a year ago? Moreover, the bride is someone else. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. Yang Jing was, of course, referring to Yang Dingtian's marriage with Qin Mingli using Shen Lang's identity. He was, of course, threatening Yang Dingtian. Yan, the woman Yang Dingtian married. You still know her? Yang Jing said, do you still remember that charming and vicious woman from 6 years ago? She is Yang Dingtian's wife. Moreover, they got married in front of tens of thousands of people. Instantly, Yan recalled that 6 years ago, when she was trapped in the underworld and was almost molested by that demon snake beauty. Now that she thought about it, Yan still trembled. Of course, she hated that woman to the core. Moreover, that woman was completely lewd and shameless. She was a promiscuous woman. Now, Yang Jing actually said that Yang Dingtian had once married that woman. Of course, Yan would feel sad. Moreover, according to her intuition, Yang Jing was not lying. Yang Jing was indeed good at sowing discord. Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Husband, is there such a thing? If there is such a thing, bring that sister here one day so that we can get close to each other. Once she said this, Yang Jing's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with envious eyes. However, there was no doubt that Yang Jing's attempt at sowing discord had failed. Because he did not know Yan well enough, he still thought that Yan was the same as 6 years ago. He did not know that Yan had already grown up. There is no such thing. Yang Dingtian said to Yan. My husband said there is no such thing. Yan said to Yang Jing, moreover, even if you are from Cloud Sky City, you cannot participate in the Cloud Sky City Lord's Grand Martial competition. Yang Jing smiled, why? Yang Dingtian and I belong to the same generation. I am a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Speaking of which, I have long been the successor of Cloud Sky City. Why am I not qualified to participate in the Grand Martial competition? Yan said, because all the disciples who participate in the Grand Martial competition have to participate in the drawing of lots. Not only did you not participate in the drawing of lots, you only appeared after the Grand Martial competition ended. Therefore, you are not qualified to participate in the Grand Martial competition. Yang Jing looked at Yang Yan and said, Great Elder, didn't the rules say that the Grand Martial competition will not end before the sun sets and Cloud Sky City's disciples can still participate in the competition? Yang Yan said, that's right, there is such a rule. This is not fair. Madame Ximen stood up and looked at the VIP seats. Respected members of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian defeated Ximen Yin, Ximen Nu, and Ximen Ju consecutively. He is already covered in wounds and his celestial qi is exhausted. However, Yang Jing is unharmed and has to use the Grand Martial competition at the last moment. Is this fair? Without waiting for the Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master to reply, the tens of thousands of people present shouted, not fair. Not fair. Not fair. All of a sudden, everyone shouted loudly. Yang Yan and the others frowned. They even regretted inviting so many low-level warriors and causing them to be in such a passive position. It was not realistic to completely go against the will of these tens of thousands of people. Even the members of the Tiando League would express their dissatisfaction. Thus, the elders of Cloud Sky City began a short discussion. Ximen Lai and Madame Ximen looked at each other and said, how about this? Today's Grand Martial competition will end here and there will be another competition tomorrow. Yang Dingtian versus Yang Jing. Whoever wins will be the Cloud Sky City's lord? Yang Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was obviously tempted. However, he immediately rejected the idea in his heart. The opportunity in front of him was extremely rare. Yang Dingtian was at his weakest and it would be easy for Yang Jing to defeat him. It would even be easy for him to take his life. He did not want to miss this opportunity. If he had to wait until tomorrow to fight, he was afraid that there would be more problems. No. The Grand Martial competition for the City Lord position must be completed today. It must even be completed before the sun sets. Yang Yan said coldly, otherwise, it will be very inauspicious for Cloud Sky City. 20 years ago, City Lord Ximen Wuya encountered opponents that were several times stronger than Yang Dingtian's. They were also much stronger. Even so, he did not propose to fight the next day. What makes Yangding Tian special? The Grand Martial competition must be completed today. Fight now? Do you even have any shame? Madame Shimin sneered, Yangding Tian is riddled with wounds and his profound qi is exhausted. Yangjing is in perfect condition and has abundant profound qi. Is this battle fair? You want to use such despicable methods to steal the position of Cloud Sky City's lord? Do you want to see if the tens of thousands of people here will agree? We don't agree. The tens of thousands of warriors present all shouted. Suddenly, both sides were in a deadlock and continued to quarrel. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting and it was about to set. I have something to say. Yangjing suddenly shouted. Yang Yan said, speak. Yangjing looked at Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai and said, you too, you think that I am in perfect condition, so if I challenge Yangding Tian, it will be very unfair to him, right? Even if I win, it will be an unfair victory, right? Of course. Madame Shimin said coldly. All right then. Yangjing pulled out a short sword and turned around. He stared at Yan Yan and said, no matter if you believe it or not, I have never thought of harming you. 6 years ago, if that was a life-threatening poison, I would rather drink it myself than watch you drink it. After speaking, Yangjing's short sword suddenly pierced towards his chest. Puchi. Instantly, blood spurted out and the golden short sword pierced through Shiminju's chest. Instantly, everyone present cried out in surprise and looked at Yangjing in disbelief. Yangjing spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Yangding Tian, now, I am also injured and my injuries might not be lighter than yours. Now, I will fight with you. Is it fair? Yangding Tian looked at Yangjing and his heart turned cold. This Yangjing was ruthless. It seemed like he was determined to kill him today. To achieve this goal, he didn't even hesitate to harm himself. Still not fair? Yangjing sneered, because you went through 3 battles and defeated Shimin Yen, Shimin Nu, and Shimin Ju? And I was waiting for you to exhaust yourself? Alright then. Then, Yangjing turned to the Elder Assembly and said, for the sake of fairness, I invite Madame Shimin and Commander Shimin Lai to fight with me. After I defeat Madame Shimin and Commander Shimin Lai, I will have the qualifications to challenge Yangding Tian, right? This should be fair, right? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect Yangjing to propose such a plan. Yangjing looked at the tens of thousands of people present and sneered, still not fair? Then how about I add another condition? Yangding Tian will fight 3 people in a row and I will fight 3 people in a row. Before the sun sets, if I can't defeat Madame Shimin, Shimin Lai, and Yangding Tian, this grand battle will be considered my loss. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Now, is it fair? Yangjing roared loudly. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present couldn't help but lower their heads and lose their confidence. Even Yangding Tian's subordinates lost their confidence. That's right, Yangjing's plan was already very fair. Not only did he pierce his own chest, but he also proposed to challenge Yangding Tian after defeating Shimin Lai and Madame Shimin. Moreover, he had to defeat Yangding Tian before the sun set. This condition was already very harsh for Yangjing. No one present could find any fault with Yangjing, and they were even faintly filled with admiration for him. Is it fair or not? Yangjing roared loudly. It's fair. Finally, the tens of thousands of people present said softly. Since it's fair, then it's decided. Yangjing said resolutely. His tone was filled with the temperament of a leader. Then, he raised his sword and said to Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai, both of you, come down. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people present looked at Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai. This Yangjing was indeed powerful. He directly won the hearts of the tens of thousands of people present. Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai looked at each other and then nodded. Madame Shimin gritted her teeth and flew lightly to the battle arena. She landed opposite Yangding Tian and said to Yangding Tian, little Tian, quickly recover your Xianxia. Yangding Tian nodded and closed his eyes to adjust his Xianxia. Without Xianxia, everything was in vain. Please advise me. Madame Shimin pulled out her sword and stabbed towards Yangjing. She used all her strength in an instant. Of course, she didn't expect to defeat Yangjing. However, she was a martial venerable after all. She felt that she could at least delay until the sun set. At that time, Yangding Tian would be able to win. Therefore, when she pulled out her sword, Madame Shimen took a desperate stance. Yangjing didn't pull out his sword. Instead, he stood there motionlessly, waiting for Madame Shimen's sword to stab towards him. Instantly, Madame Shimen's sword, which used all her strength, stabbed towards Yangding Tian. It was about to split his head in half. Just at this moment, Yangjing raised the sword in his hand lightly. Instantly, his sword sheath blocked the tip of Madame Shimen's sword. Then, Madame Shimen's sword seemed to be frozen in place. She gritted her teeth and used all her Xianxia. However, she couldn't advance at all. Instantly, Madame Shimen's face turned red and she broke out in a cold sweat. However, Yangjing was completely relaxed. It was as if blocking Madame Shimen's attack was as easy as blowing off dust. And, as a woman of the Yang clan, your cultivation is really not qualified, Yangjing said calmly. Then, he lightly spat out Xianxia from his palm. Instantly, Madame Shimen flew over 100 meters away like a beautiful kite. She spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and her beautiful face instantly turned pale. Mother! Yan Yan hurriedly flew into the air and caught her injured mother. Madame Shimen wasn't seriously injured. However, her Xian meridians were instantly torn by a huge amount of energy and she instantly lost her ability to fight. That's right. Madame Shimen was almost instantly killed by Yangjing. At that time, Yangding Tian had instantly killed Shimen Yan and received countless shocked gazes. Now, Yangjing had instantly killed Madame Shimen. Madame Shimen's cultivation was many times higher than Shimen Yan's. Furthermore, Yangjing had pierced through her chest. Didn't that mean that Yangjing's cultivation was many times higher than Yangding Tian's? Why was he trying to win people's hearts? For fairness and to attack Yangding Tian's morale. Yangjing pierced his own chest with his sword and proposed to defeat Madame Shimen and Shimen Lai before fighting with Yangding Tian. Instantly, everyone was conquered by Yangjing's sword that pierced through his chest. Then, Yangjing instantly killed the martial supreme Madame Shimen. Most importantly, when Yangjing killed Madame Shimen, he was injured. Instantly, everyone in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. As for Yangding Tian's supporters, their morale fell to the lowest point. Everyone had a clear idea that Yangjing was stronger than Yangding Tian, and much stronger. After defeating Madame Shimen, Yangjing looked at Shimen Lai and said, "It's your turn. You, come." Shimen Lai took a deep breath, drew his sword, and slowly walked towards the fighting ring. Instantly, everyone in the square hissed. These were the warriors from the Northwest Qin family who had infiltrated. They were mocking Shimen Lai for stalling for time. Anyway, as long as the sun set, Yangding Tian would win. This was indeed Shimen Lai's plan. This person was righteous and brave. Originally, he would never use such a method. However, for Yangding Tian, he had already broken his own principles and trampled on his pride. Yang Yan looked at Shimen Lai as he slowly walked up. His lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he turned his ring on his left hand. Yangjing immediately saw Yang Yan's action. His eyes flashed and his finger gently stroked the hilt of his sword. Instantly, killing intent gathered in his eyes. Yang Yan's order was very clear. Although Yang Peipei had broken off relations with the Yang family, she was still Yangjing's aunt. Therefore, she could not be killed. However, Shimen Lai was Shimen Wuya's adopted son. He could kill him and clear the obstacles for the Yang family to regain control of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, Yangjing had to kill Shimen Lai. Looking at Shimen Lai, who was slowly walking up, Yangjing's hand shook slightly. Instantly, a beautiful flame rose from his palm. Mystic fire. This was the mystic fire, everyone in the square exclaimed in unison. Their gazes towards Yangjing were filled with endless envy and admiration. Even Qin Huayu had a complicated look in his eyes. In everyone's eyes, anyone who possessed the mystic flame could become the top martial artist in this world. To put it more cliché, as long as one had the mystic fire, one could break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Of course, Yangjing's was only a mirage void fire. However, to the people of the world, it did not matter so much. Regardless of whether it was the illusory void flame or the miscellaneous flames, they were all profound flames. They were enough to make people vomit blood from jealousy. Xianxia slowly walked over. The mystic flame in Xianxia's palm burned brighter and brighter, becoming more and more gorgeous and threatening. Xianxia's face gradually turned serious, and his eyes gradually turned cold. There was not much time left until the sun set, so he didn't have the time to fight with Xianxia. What he wanted was to kill him in one move. This kind of instant kill was not just a defeat, but a true harvest of life. Today's grand martial competition was Xianxia's greatest performance on the world stage. He wanted to leave an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. Insta-killing Xianxia, just right. Xianxia's foot stepped into the destroyed stage. Who? Immediately, the mystic flame in Xianxia's palm turned red like blood. Xianxia's cultivation was not inferior to Xianxia's. Furthermore, he had the Mirage Void Fire. Xianxia was a 2-star revered martial artist. Therefore, if one was hit by Xianxia's mystic flame, they would die without a doubt. Immediately, Yang Dingtian, who was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, felt an incomparably dangerous aura. He abruptly opened his eyes and immediately saw Xianxia's cold killing intent. Wait. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to stop recovering his mystic qi. He stood up and said to Xianxia, "Big brother, stand down." Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "No. This is an order." Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "No." Xianxia said loudly, "Even if I die, I will die a worthy death." Yang Dingtian still said coldly, "This is an order, stand down." "Yes." Xianxia slowly took a few steps back. His eyes were still filled with the determination to die. He was very clear in his heart that if Yang Dingtian died under Yang Dingtian's sword today, then he, Xianxia, would immediately rush up to be buried with him. He would only die a few seconds later than Yang Dingtian. This was his determination. When Yang Dingtian was around, it was still meaningful for him to protect Madame Ximen and the Black Blood Cavalry. If Yang Dingtian wasn't around, then everything would be meaningless. In fact, if Yang Dingtian died today, then Ximen Yanyan, Madame Ximen, Mu Lianqing and his daughter, in short, all of Yang Dingtian's direct descendants would die. They wouldn't have any hope of turning the tables. Yang Dingtian's mystic qi had only recovered by 10%. His entire body was weak and severely injured. If he immediately consumed a cup of sacred water and recuperated for 10 hours, then he would recover completely. But now, he didn't even have 15 minutes, therefore, he could only be weak and severely injured. Yang Dingtian used his sharp sword to support himself as he staggered towards Yangxing and said, "Brother Yan, there is still some time before the sun sets. Anyway, if we fight, the outcome will be decided in an instant. So let's have a chat first." With just one sentence, Yang Dingtian's blood surged. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat. He forcefully swallowed it back, but blood still seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Alright, then let's have a chat," Yangxing said. "Although our relationship is a little complicated, we have always admired each other," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right. I admire you a lot," Yangxing said. Yang Dingtian said, "Why do you think I fought for Cloud Heaven City?" "It should be for Ximen Wuya," Yangxing said. "You can say that," Yang Dingtian said. "Then, why did Ximen Wuya hand Cloud Heaven City to me?" Yangxing said, "He felt that you could protect Cloud Heaven City's hundreds of years of foundation and even take back the main seat of Yinyang School." "Taking back the main seat of Yinyang School, I don't think Uncle Ximen is that desperate. First, he wants Cloud Heaven City to be independent and strong. Second, Cloud Heaven City can become a famous sect in the world and not be in an awkward position. 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 factions. At least enter the 27 factions." "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Yangxing said. "I can admit defeat. I can give up being the Lord of Cloud Heaven City," Yang Dingtian said calmly. "It might be good for you to be the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. Your talent, your intelligence, they are all sufficient." When he said this, Yang Dingtian's body trembled. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Yang Dingtian continued, "Originally, I looked down on Yang Yan and thought that he was a lackey of the Northwest Qin City. But now, it seems that his scheming is something I can't imagine. So, even in front of the Northwest Qin City, he won't give in easily." Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Yangjing and said, "Promise me one thing, and I will admit defeat and support you to be the Lord of Cloud Heaven City." "What is it?" Yangjing asked. "First, let me guard the Abyss Castle at the border. Second, expel the Northwest Qin City's forces. I know that the Northwest Qin City's annexation of Cloud Heaven City will not stop. You have a close and complicated relationship with the Northwest Qin City. But to cut them off, from the moment you become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, you will start to clean out the Northwest Qin City's forces," Yang Dingtian said. "Cleaning out the Northwest Qin City is easier said than done," Yangjing said. "Do you know that the Northwest Qin City's strength is 100 times that of Cloud Heaven City? Going against the Northwest Qin City head-on is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you know that the forces Qin Huayu arranged around Cloud Heaven City are enough to destroy Cloud Heaven City a few times?" "Leave it to me," Yang Dingtian said. "Let me think of a way to completely clean out Cloud Heaven City's 1,000-mile territory. I can even stand on the front lines against the Northwest Qin City and support you with all my strength. What do you think?" Yang Dingtian looked at Yangjing and asked. Yang Dingtian looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated gaze and said, "Yang Dingtian, you have far exceeded my expectations. I really couldn't predict that you would be like this." Yang Dingtian said, "Cloud Heaven City is my responsibility, not my desire. As long as Cloud Heaven City's independence and strength can be guaranteed, then letting the heir of the Yang family become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City may not be a bad thing. However, the key is that the Yang family members must be strong enough to be independent and not let Cloud Heaven City fall into the hands of others." Yangjing looked at Yang Dingtian, took a deep breath, and said, "Yang Dingtian, you have deeply moved me. Then, I will also raise a condition. As long as you agree, I will agree to your request and completely break off relations with the Northwest Qin City." "Speak," Yang Dingtian said. "Yan Yan is my childhood sweetheart and fiancé. Return her to me," Yangjing said. Instantly, a wave of anger rose from Yang Dingtian's heart. "Are you humiliating me?" Yang Dingtian said coldly. "I am not humiliating you. Yan Yan is mine," Yangjing said. "No, she is her own and does not belong to anyone. I have no right to give her to anyone," Yang Dingtian said coldly. Yangjing said, "All right, I cannot take her in. However, she has to leave you. After all, she is my fiancé. I don't want her to belong to any man." Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes. Yangjing said indifferently, "Yang Dingtian, you are a man of great talent and strategy. You shouldn't be so ignorant. This is a good thing for you, for me, for Yan Yan, for Madame Shimen, and everyone else. If you give up Shimen and Yan Yan, I will let all of you go and hand over the Abyss Castle to you." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and sighed, "Yangjing, Yan Biaqin, you have really disappointed me. All right, the sun is about to set." Yang Dingtian held the sword with both hands and struggled to raise the soul sword. He said, "Let's fight." Yangjing's eyes shrunk as he sneered, "Are you sure you want to fight? You are seeking your own death. I tried my best to talk to you, but you humiliated me. If I don't fight, what else can I do?" Yang Dingtian said. "However, you are heavily injured and can't even raise your sword. You don't even have 10% of your mystic chi. How are you going to fight?" Yangjing said. "That is my problem. You just have to kill." Yang Dingtian said. "All right." Yangjing looked at the sun that was halfway down the mountain and looked at Yang Dingtian. "I will write a tombstone for you." "There is no need." Yang Dingtian replied, "If I die in battle, you can hack me into 1,000 pieces and dismember me into 1,000 pieces. You can also casually roll me up and throw me into the wilderness." Hearing Yang Dingtian's contempt for him, Yangjing was instantly enraged. He said coldly, "All right." Then, he slowly raised his long sword. Whoosh! A gorgeous flame suddenly emerged from the tip of the sword. He wanted to use all his strength and his strongest mystic skill to condense the mystic flame to the extreme. He wanted to turn Yang Dingtian into ashes. The mystic flame on the tip of Yangjing's sword became brighter and brighter. It became more and more shocking. Finally, it released a soul-stirring murderous aura. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and used both hands to raise the long sword. However, under the lack of strength, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sharp sword in both hands paused for a moment before he tried to raise it again. The entire plaza was silent, everyone only felt that their eyes were sore as they resisted the urge to cry. This was the end of a hero, the swan song of a hero. He was severely injured, his mystic chi was exhausted, and it was difficult to even raise the artifact sword. Yet, he had to face an incomparably powerful enemy. Yan didn't cry. She just looked at Yang Tian with her big beautiful eyes and didn't even dare to blink for a second. In her heart, this might be the last time she looked at him. Completely. Boom. All of a sudden, Yang Tian's artifact sword lit up, and a lump of golden flame burned fiercely. Mystic flame, it was also the mystic flame. When everyone saw this mystic flame, they were instantly shocked. Yang Tian's mystic flame was actually a bright red with a hint of gold. Yang Tian actually had the mystic flame too. From start to end, apart from the battle with Song Yu, Yang Tian didn't directly display the mystic flame. At the moment when he perished together with Du Gufengwu, his entire body was burning fiercely, but he still didn't display the characteristics of the mystic flame. The mystic flame was very, very special. It was a flame that had a life of its own. Right now, Yang Tian completely displayed his mystic flame. Qin Huayu, Yang Yan, and everyone else had a shocked expression. Yang Tian actually possessed the mystic flame? You have the mystic flame? Yang Jing was shocked. Of course, this is the true million spirit demon flame. Yours is merely the mirage void flame. Yang Tian said. As expected, when Yang Tian's million spirit demon flame was released, the mystic flame at the tip of Yang Jing's sword actually swayed violently and shrunk slightly as though its aura was being suppressed. Instantly, Yang Jing's eyes flashed with jealousy and a complicated expression. He then sneered and said, "So what? So what if you have the mystic flame? You don't have any more mystic chi in your body, and you are still going to die. However, it is a waste of a heaven and earth mystic flame." I have mystic chi. Yang Tian said indifferently. How absurd. Where did you get the mystic chi from? Yang Jing laughed loudly. I just need to burn my own chi si. Yang Tian said. After saying that, his entire body started to burn fiercely. That's right, Yang Tian was burning his own chi si. Once again, he was fighting to live from the brink of death. You are crazy. Yang Jing said in shock, you will be smashed to pieces. At most, we will perish together. Yang Tian smiled faintly and said, one star revered martial artist and the million spirit demon flame. After the chi si explodes, both of us will be smashed to pieces. You are crazy. Yang Jing said in a trembling voice. I am crazy. Yang Tian said indifferently. Then, the terrifying golden flame instantly soared several feet high. Yang Tian's entire body turned into a burning mystic flame. This scene caused everyone present to be shocked to the core, causing their hearts to tremble. Yang Tian, this peerless genius that was rarely seen in the world, was burning his own chi vessel for the final battle. Yang Tian's entire body was burning. The more the golden chi si burned, the crazier it became. The golden mystic flame became more and more intense. Suddenly, it completely suppressed Yang Jing's mystic flame. Yang Jing's eyes trembled, his liver and gallbladder were about to burst. He knew that he could not delay any longer. He must kill Yang Tian before he self-destructed. Yang Tian, rest in peace, Yang Tian roared. The sharp sword in his hand shot out a dazzling sword light. With a shocking mystic skill, he crazily slashed towards Yang Tian. Let's perish together. Yang Tian roared crazily. He completely turned into a raging flame and crazily rushed towards Yang Jing. He crazily rushed towards Yang Jing's sword light. The soul sword in his hand crazily slashed down. Bang! Suddenly, the flame on Yang Tian's body exploded, emitting a dazzling light. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, instantly blinding everyone's eyes. At the same time, Yang Jing's sword light ruthlessly slashed onto Yang Tian's chest. Yang Tian's soul sword fiercely stood on top of Yang Jing's treasure sword. Boom 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 boom, a series of violent explosions. In the martial arts arena, light burst forth. the entire plaza was filled with white light. One could not see anything at all. After a full 2 minutes, the light in the plaza gradually faded. Everyone's hearts were incomparably sorrowful, because they all knew that Yang Dingtian was already dead. He had completely self-destructed and turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian chose to perish together with Yangjing in the final battle. After the light dissipated, everyone was suddenly shocked into silence as they stared blankly at the center of the martial arts arena. Everyone revealed a look of complete disbelief. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Yang Dingtian actually did not die. How could he not die? He actually did not die? He was actually standing in the middle of the martial arts arena. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, even though his entire body was riddled with wounds, even though he needed to use his treasure sword to support himself on the ground and could not even stand. However, he was indeed not dead. What was going on? Didn't he self-destruct his Qi? In this world, anyone who self-destructed their Qi would only have one outcome, and that was to be smashed to pieces. Why was Yang Dingtian not dead? Why was Yang Dingtian fine? Yangjing also did not die. He was currently below the stage, a full 200 meters away from the martial arts arena. The current him was covered in wounds and his body was charred black. The treasure sword in his hand was completely broken, leaving less than 2 inches. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The most important thing was that his right hand was gone, leaving only a bare wrist that was dripping with blood. Very soon, everyone saw his right hand dripping with blood. It was on the ground not far away, almost charred black. Everyone was completely shocked. Qin Huayu, Yang Yan, and the rest had also completely lost all their poise. They stood up from their seats and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? Yang Dingtian looked at the sun that had completely disappeared and said to Yangjing indifferently, "You lost. The Cloud Heaven City Lord is me." Yangjing didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian said again, "Yangjing, you've lost. From today onwards, I'm the Cloud Heaven City Lord." Yangjing's eyes suddenly shrank as he stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "You didn't self-detonate your aura C?" "Of course not." Yang Dingtian said, "I only used the mystic flame to explode a 1,000-year demon core, and there wasn't much mystic qi left in the demon core." However, the effect of the explosion was still shocking, and it looked exactly the same as self-detonating your aura C. However, you were afraid of death, so you immediately ran far away. Yangjing looked at his bare wrist and said coldly, "What did you inject into my right hand? Why did it drain my mystic qi so quickly? Aren't you familiar with this thing?" Yang Dingtian sneered. "You should be very clear about what kind of poison you used on Yan Yan back then." Instantly, Yangjing's expression changed drastically as he looked at his own palm in horror. Of course, Yangjing knew what kind of poison it was. Although it wasn't a poison, it was definitely one of the top poisons in the world, and there was no antidote in this world. A few 100,000 kilograms of celestial red sea's water condensed into a dark crystal, and it was enough to make anyone's face change color. However, as long as that thing enters your body, it won't devour your cultivation. You're too decisive. Just because you felt your energy being devoured, you immediately cut off your right hand. You're ruthless to others, but you're even more ruthless to yourself." Yang Dingtian laughed. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yang Dingtian that he didn't even need to cut off his right hand. Yang Dingtian only used the darkness mystic flame to devour his energy. However, this devouring could be stopped at any time, and it wouldn't harm Yangjing's cultivation at all. This was because the darkness mystic flame was too weak right now. However, Yangjing was too familiar with the darkness mystic crystal. When he felt his cultivation being drained, he immediately thought of the darkness mystic crystal. Thinking that the darkness mystic crystal had already entered his arm, he cut off his hand almost instantly. At this moment, Yangjing still had time to pick up his severed hand and reattach it. However, Yang Dingtian would never tell him that it was the darkness mystic flame. He would always make him think that there was a darkness mystic crystal in his severed hand. Then, Yangjing would never dare to reattach his hand's severed hand, and he would lose his right hand forever. That's right, Yang Dingtian currently had less than 10% of his profound energy remaining. Even if he ignited his qi to fight with Yangjing, the only result would be the explosion of his qi sea. Burning his sea of qi could only be considered as icing on the cake. If he wanted to completely burn his sea of qi to fight, he would be seeking his own death. Therefore, Yangding Tian burned a small portion of his qi sea to create momentum, filling the sky with mystic fire. Then, he took out a demonic core from Mars that had almost exhausted all its energy and injected it into the mystic flame to ignite it. Together with the mystic flame, it created a dazzling and shocking explosion effect, which made Yang Jing mistakenly think that Yangding Tian had detonated his sea of qi. Yangding Tian was a martial honorable. Once he detonated his qi sea, the nearby Yang Jing would definitely die. At this moment, Yang Jing was obviously unwilling to perish together with Yangding Tian. Of course, he had to escape at full speed. At this moment, Yangding Tian released the Darkness Profound Flame and injected it into Yang Jing's sharp sword. The Darkness Profound Flame instinctively devoured any energy. At that time, Yang Jing was running for his life. All of his vision and mind were focused on Yangding Tian's self-detonation. He felt his right hand's cultivation rapidly flowing away. In his shock, he immediately thought that this was the darkness crystal. In this world, the person who knew the most about the darkness crystal and feared it the most was definitely Yang Jing. Therefore, in his extreme fear, he chopped off his right hand at the first moment. As for his shattered sword, it was naturally because of the clash with Yangding Tian's soul sword. His ancient famed sword was smashed into pieces as expected. Therefore, in this battle, Yangding Tian originally did not have the slightest chance of winning. But Yangding Tian still won, and it was much easier than the battle with Shiman Nu. Of course, the price was that Yangding Tian's chest was ruthlessly slashed by Yang Zhang's sword ray. Even though this sword ray was weakened by a lot after passing through Yangding Tian's soul sword and was buffered by the deep sea Xian robe, it finally entered Yangding Tian's body. Otherwise, Yangding Tian would have been directly cut into two. Even with the soul sword and deep sea Xian robe buffering, if it was the previous Yangding Tian, all of his profound veins would have been broken, and his internal organs would have been completely crushed. Even though Yangding Tian had 9 Yang profound veins, he was still unable to withstand the damage of Yangding Tian's 6-star revered martial artist's sword ray. After his profound veins were completely shattered, his profound qi energy would continue to crush Yangding Tian's internal organs. However, after the transformation of Naga's purple profound veins and the nourishment of the Naga royalty's profound qi, although it could not raise the grade of Yangding Tian's profound veins, it was enough to make Yangding Tian's profound veins incomparably tough, to the point that he could withstand Yangding Tian's shocking attack. However, even so, Yangding Tian's entire chest had completely lost all feeling, as if it was not his own body at all. He clearly knew that he was seriously injured. He took out a holy water pill from his spatial ring and consumed it, but he could not sit cross-legged to adjust his breathing. He still had to stand with his sword, like a flagpole. At this moment, the crowd gradually woke up from their shock. Then, there was a tsunami of cheers, cheers like a storm, cheers that no one could suppress. No one could have predicted this result. After the explosion of white light that was like the end of the world, everyone thought that Yangding Tian had self-destructed. Everyone thought that Yangding Tian was dead for sure. Everyone was incomparably shocked and incomparably sad as they watched the curtain fall on a legend. However, who would have thought that after the white light dissipated? Not only did Yangding Tian not die, but he was also standing there, perfectly fine. As for his opponent, Yang Jing, he was thrown out of the arena. His body was in a mess, his sword was broken, and his right hand was chopped off. Anyone with eyes could clearly see that Yangding Tian had won. Even though they had no idea how Yangding Tian had won, was it important? It was not important at all. What was important was that Yangding Tian had won. Of course, they did not know that as long as Yang Jing returned to the arena, he could crush Yangding Tian with a finger. Yang Jing, I won, Yangding Tian said again. Yang Jing's gaze trembled, and countless complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. The cold killing intent in his eyes constantly changed. Of course, he was very clear that as long as he went up, he could easily kill Yangding Tian. However, once he did that, he would never be able to become the Lord of Cloud Sky City. He would become the disgrace of martial arts in the world. Immediately, Yang Zhang's gaze turned to Qin Huayu and Yang Yan. At this moment, the arena was still filled with tsunami-like cheers. Yang Yan's face was ferocious as his expression constantly changed. Obviously, he was also making a choice in his heart. Should he kill Yang Dingtian? If he did not kill him, he could only watch as Yang Dingtian became the new lord of Cloud Sky City. If he killed him, the Yang clan would become the public enemy of martial arts in the world. After years of purging by Shiman Wuya, the Yang clan only had one hope left, Yang Jing. Yang Yan could sacrifice Shiman Nu and Shiman Ju without hesitation, but he could not sacrifice Yang Jing. Yang Jing was his only hope. If Yang Jing killed Yang Dingtian now, Yang Jing would be completely finished. In the end, he came to the conclusion that Yang Dingtian could not be killed. At least for now, he absolutely could not kill him. However, to let Yang Dingtian become the lord of Cloud Sky City, he would rather die than be willing. For today, he had planned for more than 10 years. Today was the closest time for the Yang clan to take back the lord of Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, Yang Yan could not help but look at Qin Huayu, hoping that Qin Huayu had the ability to reverse the situation. Qin Huayu was the one who had placed all his hopes on Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu stared coldly at Yang Dingtian, his eyes filled with coldness and jealousy. He really did not expect that the real million spirit demon fire would fall into Yang Dingtian's hands. What kind of danger was this? If Yang Dingtian had obtained the million spirit demon fire, then what exactly was the mystic flame that Dongfang Bingling had obtained? Of course, the mystic flame was not something to consider now. Now, Qin Huayu had to make a choice. Should he choose to destroy Yang Dingtian here? Did he have a trump card to reverse the situation? Of course, he did. He could even beat Yang Dingtian down to the 18th level of hell. Because among everyone present, only he knew that Yang Dingtian was the fake hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming. This was undoubtedly a trump card that was enough to completely destroy Yang Dingtian. Impersonating the hidden sect disciple was the world's biggest crime. Once it was announced, there would be no place for Yang Dingtian in the world. However, the choice that Qin Huayu was facing now was whether to announce this matter or not. Of course, it was not that he could not bear to destroy Yang Dingtian. If it was possible, he wished that he could dismember Yang Dingtian into pieces right now. The reason why he hesitated was because this trump card was too big. Once it was announced that the hidden sect disciple was Wu Ming, he would lose the chance to impersonate the hidden sect disciple in the future. That's right. Ever since he knew that the hidden sect disciple, Wu Ming, was impersonating Yang Dingtian, Qin Qing had a plan. Qin Qing had a strategy, which was to nurture a fake John Doe and use the hidden sect's disciple as a strategic trump card. Once Qin Qing fell into a passive situation in the Tiando League, he only needed to use the hidden sect disciple as his trump card. Qin Qing could be said to be invincible and could almost overcome any difficulties in the Tiando League. Once it was revealed that Yang Dingtian was impersonating the hidden sect disciple, the fake Wu Ming that Qin Qing had prepared would be completely useless. This way, the loss would be too great. In order to destroy Yang Dingtian, it was not worth it to lose one of Qin Qing's greatest trump cards. Taking a deep breath, Qin Huayu looked at Yang Dingtian and thought to himself, I'll let you be proud for a few days and let you enjoy being the lord of Cloud Sky City for a few days. Suddenly, Qin Huayu said to the Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master, you are the highest leader today. You should announce the final result. The Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master glanced at Qin Huayu with a cold face. Her attitude was very cold and disdainful, with a hint of hostility. Then, she said to Yang Yan, this is Cloud Sky City's internal affairs. You can announce it yourselves. We are just bystanders. Obviously, as the Northwest leader of the Tiando League, she was not willing to give Yang Dingtian face. She was not willing to praise Yang Dingtian, so she was not willing to announce the final result. Yang Yan stood up helplessly. Before he could speak, the tsunami-like square instantly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Yang Yan's mouth, waiting for his final announcement. Yang Yan said loudly, on behalf of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild, the Cloud Sky City Lord, the Martial Arts Arbitration Council, announces that the martial arts competition is valid. The final winner is Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Yan's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and said, I announce that the new Cloud Sky City Lord is Yang Dingtian. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness and hostility, Yang Yan still shouted this name. Long live. Just as Yang Yan's voice fell, the square, which had just quieted down, was suddenly filled with even crazier cheers and even crazier cheers. Long live Yang Dingtian. Long live Lord Yang. Long live Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian's troops were crazily using their swords to hit their armor. Countless people were crazily cheering. The entire Cloud Sky City was in a frenzy, drowning out Yang Yan's voice. Yang Yan said coldly, "The ascension ceremony of the Cloud Sky City Lord will take place in 9 days. I announce that the martial arts contest for the position of City Lord has officially ended." There were cheers and tsunamis everywhere. Yang Dingtian raised his sword high and waved at the cheering crowd. At this moment, although the sun had already set, everyone present could faintly feel that Yang Dingtian's body was covered in a layer of golden light. Everyone could faintly feel that a new era had begun. Amidst the cheers of countless people, Yang Dingtian slowly walked down the battle stage and walked towards Yan Yan. From afar, Yan Yan reached out her small hand. "Let's go, I'll bring you home." Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's small hand and walked towards her small loft. Countless people present looked at the celestial couple, Yang Dingtian and his wife, with envy and blessings. Wherever the two of them passed, everyone automatically opened up a path. They smiled and waved as they walked. Yang Dingtian brought Yan Yan to her small loft. Entering the small loft, there were no traces of anyone living inside, but it was still very clean and tidy. It should be cleaned every day. Entering the boudoir, Yang Dingtian said softly, "Baby, I've finally brought you home." After saying that, a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Husband." Yan Yan whispered and lifted the clothes on Yang Dingtian's chest. Suddenly, tears gushed out. Yang Dingtian's chest had countless cracks that were so deep that the bones could be seen. Even the internal organs inside could be seen. Yan Yan cried loudly. She reached out to touch but did not dare to. She knew that Yang Dingtian was injured, but she did not know that his injuries were so serious. After suffering such a shocking injury, Yang Dingtian still persevered until now. Along the way, he calmly waved to everyone. Yang Dingtian was really too powerful. Although the last attack was interrupted, and with the soul sword and deep sea Xian clothes cushioning it, Yang Dingtian still suffered such a terrible injury. "I'm fine." Yang Dingtian smiled and then immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to dissolve the medicinal power of the holy water to heal his injuries. "Baby, wake me up in 4 hours." Then, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 4 hours later, although Yan Yan was extremely reluctant, she still woke Yang Dingtian up. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. After 2 hours of adjustment, the energy of the holy water permeated his body. Yang Dingtian finally felt better. Although he was still covered in scars, it was not as scary as before. Through the wounds, one could see the internal organs and bones inside. However, his cultivation was still less than 30%. This time, Yang Dingtian's injuries were too serious. If he wanted to completely recover, even with the holy water, it would take at least a few days. "Baby, change my clothes. Let's go to tonight's banquet together," Yang Dingtian said. "Okay." Yan Yan wiped her tears and said softly. Then, Yan Yan very gently wiped Yang Dingtian's body with the 1,000 silk snow brocade dipped in the medicinal water. Then, she wrapped all the scars on his body tightly and finally put on a golden robe. This golden robe was Shimin Wuya's. It was the Cloud Heaven City Lord's robe. After putting it on, Yang Dingtian looked imposing and handsome. Then, Yan Yan also changed into a purple dress. This dress was originally worn by Madame Shimin. It was the City Lord's wife's dress. After dressing up, Yang Dingtian held Yan Yan's hand and slowly walked out of the loft and back to the plaza. Long live! Long live City Lord Yang Dingtian! Just as they entered the plaza, Yang Dingtian received countless cheers from the crowd. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. In the plaza, there were bonfires everywhere. There was good wine everywhere, and there was delicious food everywhere. Here, all the basic warriors were having a bonfire party to celebrate the birth of the Cloud Heaven City Lord. Yang Dingtian passed through the plaza and arrived at the central castle of Cloud Heaven City. Here, it was brightly lit, there was good wine everywhere, and there were lights everywhere. Countless beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. All the VIPs would be attending the banquet in the central castle. And as the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yangding Tian was the host of tonight's banquet. In the banquet hall on the first floor of the central castle, all the guests were the sect masters of the various forces in Yangdingtian's territory. These people were all Yangdingtian's subordinates. Within the 1,000 miles of Cloud Heaven City's territory, there were about 30 forces of various sizes. The largest was like the Metal Sword Fort, which had about 200 miles of territory. The smallest was like the Heavenly Thunder Sect, which only had about 2 to 3 miles of territory. All the sect masters of these forces, including their heirs, were present. There were more than 100 people in the banquet hall on the first floor. As their master, Yangding Tian had to kneel down and greet Yangding Tian and Yan Yan when they saw Yangding Tian and Yan Yan. However, after Yangding Tian walked in holding Yan Yan's hand, there was only a slight silence inside, and then some of the sect masters wanted to kneel down and greet them. However, seeing that the sect masters of the leading forces did not move, they also stood in place. Suddenly, the hall was silent, and it seemed a little awkward. Many of the subordinates present did not know how to treat Yangding Tian. The Metal Sword Fort master shouted, "What's wrong? Why did you stop? Continue drinking." In his words, he actually turned a blind eye to Yangding Tian. Without a doubt, this was an extreme contempt for Yangding Tian. Then, the Metal Sword Fort master continued to pull the sect masters to drink and play rock paper scissors, as if the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yangding Tian, did not exist. Yan Yan's face turned cold, and she was about to fly into a rage. Yangding Tian held her little hand gently, still wearing a smile, and walked toward the banquet hall on the second floor. The banquet hall on the second floor was where the real VIPs were. The sect masters and elders of the various forces in the northwest mainland were all in the banquet hall on the second floor. Yangding Tian smiled as he entered the hall on the second floor. An enchanting fragrance wafted over, followed by a hoarse and sexy voice. "City Lord Yangding Tian, it's been a long time. Should I call you Yangding Tian, or should I call you by another name?" The stunningly beautiful and enchanting Qin Mingli walked over leisurely and spoke in a gentle voice. Yan Yan's delicate body trembled, and her expression changed. End of chapter 340. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.